Chapter 88. Her heart felt as if pierced by a dagger once more. Hien stood on her outer side. She slightly turned her face inward, adjusting her expression in a place where Hien could not see her, before looking back at him with the same tender affection she had shown towards Yuan. Her fingers gently caressed Hien's face. Yuan, this morning when you put the stars on me, I called you husband. Yet you said that a husband can have many, but I have only one Yuan.
Could it be
that you have changed your mind now? Hien's gaze shifted subtly as he grasped Lu Ruan's hand. Let's stick to names, shall we? What sort of trick had the second brother employed to make her willingly call him husband? She had thought the eldest brother was the most cunning and difficult to deal with. Yet it turned out that the second brother was the most formidable rival in love. Lu Ruan nodded softly. All right, the small space was still illuminated. In the warm, gentle light, Hien imitated Yuan, lifting the corners of his mouth to a more neutral position, rendering his features less shadowy, less like a villain. Moreover, when Yuan usually saw her, his eyes would widen with excitement, causing his pupils to dilate. Hien could even mimic the dilation of pupils so convincingly. His acting had improved significantly. From a distance, it was indeed challenging to discern the true Yuan from the imitation. If only he could understand the essence of the character and eliminate the minty scent he carried, he would almost be a perfect replica of his second brother. Her matched husband was indeed an increasingly intriguing individual. Are you tired today? Lu Ruan inquired with a casual air of concern. Not at all, Hien replied, rubbing his face against her hand. You mentioned how much you brothers resemble each other. How do your subordinates distinguish between you? Lu Ruan subtly withdrew her hand, her curiosity piqued. As the leader of a vast organization, he must have numerous trusted aides. How did these aides differentiate between them in their daily lives? A glint of mischief flickered in Hien's eyes. Ruan, if you kiss me, I shall tell you. No kisses. Then how about a half kiss? Are you bargaining? Lu Ruan placed her forehead in her palm. Hien controlled his expression, striving to maintain the guise of his second brother, refusing to let his facade slip. He leaned closer to Lu Ruan and lightly pressed his lips against hers. Then he explained, distinguishing between us brothers is quite simple. Those who have worked alongside us for over a decade can tell who is who by intuition. As for the lower-tier members of Shering, they scarcely see us brothers throughout the year. These individuals are akin to scattered chess pieces in various corners. As long as they manage their small territories, their inability to differentiate between us is inconsequential. By intuition, you say? Lu Ruan pondered for a moment before continuing. Given that you already look identical, why do you still wear matching outfits and style your hair alike? This is a long story. Hien's expression fell into reminiscence. After a brief pause, he slowly elucidated. In the early days of the organization, my brothers and I were responsible for different affairs. To make it easier for our members to distinguish us, we tried to wear different clothing. At that time, Yen preferred to dye his hair a shade of ash brown. I favored leather jackets, while the eldest brother opted for black clothing that concealed bloodstains. Due to our varied appearances, those who had seen us could easily recognize each of us by our distinctive attire. Initially, this approach posed no issues, but as the organization expanded, complications arose. Do you remember when Shering developed from a dilapidated town to another city? The local gangs there felt threatened and secretly infiltrated Shering, planning to capture the eldest brother. Despite our vigilant precautions, the eldest brother was ultimately ensnared. He was tortured for 2 whole months by the most notorious gang in the area. During those 2 months, Shering faced a crisis of leadership and nearly disbanded. Yen and I disguised ourselves as the eldest brother to reassure our members, while meticulously planning for 2 months to infiltrate the enemy's ranks and rescue him. That operation cost us 2 brothers. From that day forth, we began to alter our appearances. We no longer dressed in signature clothing or sported distinctive hairstyles that could give discerning individuals an advantage. We adopted identical styles, apart from partners who had once benefited from our adoptive father's kindness at the same gathering of scavengers. The rest of our organization could not tell us apart. This change has persisted for over a decade. Now, we are accustomed to dressing alike. The eldest brother, who once despised the ash-brown hair, has gradually come to accept it. Yen, who once detested leather jackets, has grown fond of their stylishness and cool demeanor. As for me, I believe the eldest brother's preference for black attire is indeed a wise choice. After all, when clad in black, if one were to spill blood or be injured, one would appear as if nothing had happened. Hien spoke extensively in one breath, nearly forgetting to modulate his voice midway through. Lu Ruan remarked, So, the reason you all dress identically is due to this. She finally grasped the rationale. Ruan, can you distinguish between me and Yen? Hien gazed intently at Lu Ruan. He had yet to share some more intricate details with her. Beyond their similar appearances, the brothers had also been concerned that if one were captured, the tasks they handled would be interrupted. Hence, they all studied the same knowledge. If one were absent, the others could step in. However, their areas of expertise differed along with their styles and preferences. Lu Ruan beamed and responded, "Of course. It's incredibly easy to tell. You are Yuan. He Yan resembles you, yet he lacks your unique aura." He Yan's smile gradually faded, and he attempted to defend himself vigorously. "Yuan. Then, why did you secretly watch Yan on the battleship? Was it not because you were captivated by his charming figure?" "I was watching from the side, consumed by jealousy. Yet, upon reflecting, I realized I should not be envious. As the second brother, I cannot be a jealous husband. I merely wish to claim you for myself. Yan is a wonderful brother and a worthy man. You may approach him and converse with him freely. Do not fear that I will grow jealous and neglect him. I am quite magnanimous." 20 minutes prior, he had been lying in the large tent alongside his two brothers. Yet, his mind continually drifted back to the way Lu Ruan had looked at him on the battleship. He felt a restless yearning. He desperately wished to know if she had been captivated by him, if she no longer abhorred him. Thus, he had assumed the guise of his second brother to test her. "Yuan, how can you be so wonderful? I find myself loving you even more." Lu Ruan beamed her sweetest smile, gazing adoringly at He Yan with an expression brimming with affection. Her soft hands encircled his waist, and she gently kissed him on the chin. The tender touch and the alluring fragrance enveloped He Yan, momentarily clouding his mind. He instinctively pulled Lu Ruan closer, his lips curving into a slight smile. For a second, being close to her felt immensely comforting. For 2 seconds, he wished this moment could last forever. But for 3 seconds, He Yan's expression suddenly froze. She loved the second brother. His heart felt as if it had been pierced by a knife. "Do you still not have a fondness for Yi?" Haijinshi inquired with a slightly strained voice, momentarily forgetting to suppress his tone as he addressed Lu Ruan. Chapter 89. Almost breathless. "Yuan, why do you ask this?" Lu Ruan turned to the person beside her, who was Jin Yuan. Her expression was one of shock and bewilderment, akin to the disbelief one feels when their spouse inquires if they still harbor feelings for other men. Jin's eyes narrowed slightly, suppressing the discomfort within as he smiled and shook his head at Lu Ruan. "It's nothing, I won't pry. I'm merely concerned that he always appears before you, potentially annoying you, hence my inquiry." "That won't happen. He's just a child, immature. I won't hold that against him." Jin felt another pang in his heart. Well, he understood now. When Lu Ruan observed him aboard the battleship, she was seated next to Davidson. She must have been looking at Davidson, only his presence had obscured her view, leading to this misunderstanding. Contemplating this, along with the distinct glances she cast toward her two older brothers, Jin felt a surge of despondency. She was merely 20, while he was nearing 30. In her eyes, did he truly come off as a petulant, immature boy? Noticing Jin's dejection, Lu Ruan cheerfully inquired, "What are you thinking about? You can either join them outside, or keep me company here." Her fingers wandered uncontrollably across his chest, pinching and squeezing. While the shape was similar to that of her two brothers, the texture was decidedly firmer. Jin's thoughts were interrupted by Lu Ruan's playful touches, and he found himself indulging in self-deception. She had not recognized him, and the man she liked was indeed him. After a brief moment of denial, Jin felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Allowing her mischievous hands to roam freely, he lowered his voice, rich and gravelly, and asked, "Ruan, how does it feel to touch?" Lu Ruan did not respond but continued to explore the firmness of Jin's abdominal muscles. His 8 well-defined abs exuded a primal strength. Had she not developed a stronger resolve, she might have yelped like a gopher, akin to her blue star sisters. While she was lost in the sensation of his abs, Jin's gaze darkened, and his breathing grew heavier. Did she have any inkling of the allure she exerted over him? One look from her could send him into a frenzy, and now she was caressing him with her soft hands. He found it increasingly difficult to maintain control over his body. Feeling the change within him, Jin heard the voices of her two brothers outside and cast a glance at the soundproof door. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to disregard their presence and focus entirely on Lu Ruan. He reached out, gently grasping her delicate hand, and murmured, "Ruan, you're playing with fire." Upon hearing those words, Lu Ruan abruptly halted her movements. She raised her gaze to meet Jin's, but when their eyes locked and she shifted her focus slightly, she gasped, for she beheld, mere inches away, that a certain part of Jin was poised to erupt, as if ready to burst forth at any moment. Her face flushed crimson, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. She coughed awkwardly and stammered, "Ahem, I won't touch you anymore." Internally, she mused on how He-jin was even more sensitive than her two brothers. She swore she was merely attempting to discern what differences lay beyond their shared scent. He-jin was not one to relent easily. A mischievous smile graced his lips as he panted, "It's too late. The fire you've ignited, you must now extinguish." Before she could respond, he rolled over, pinning her beneath him. Without hesitation, He-jin captured her lips in a fervent kiss. His warm mouth and tongue descended upon her like a tempest, leaving her utterly defenseless. 10 minutes elapsed. She pushed against He-jin with all her might, gasping for air. You nearly took my breath away with that kiss. Must you be such a thief?" He-jin opened his eyes, his gaze landing on Lu Ruan's beautiful face, flushed from lack of oxygen. He momentarily froze, then let out a low hum. He simply found himself unable to restrain his impulses. "Ruan, having tasted, might you assist me once more?" Seeing Lu Ruan silent, he feigned being He-jin Yuan, continuing, "I've recently learned some new techniques on a secret site. My skills have dramatically improved. Care to give it another try?" His elder brother and second brother were clearly lacking in this regard, appearing impressive yet ineffective. He was different. He felt exceptionally gifted in this domain, believing he could make her addicted to him. Once Lu Ruan's oxygen level stabilized, she took a moment to suppress the urge to confront He-jin. After all, she had consumed a high-grade recovery potion that morning and was already back to her prime. Having endured the aftermath of He-jin's ardor, she no longer feared the Dark Clan. She contemplated marking He-jin, seeking to uncover his desires while attempting to withstand this ignoble reaction to enhance her self-control. "Then take it easy," she whispered. However, He-jin had succumbed entirely to madness. His large hand, like a vice, clutched her waist, pulling her closer, their skin nearly melding. In that instant, the air thickened with a vibrant atmosphere of spring. An intoxicating tension enveloped them, ensnaring both in its embrace. Lu Ruan was oblivious to the passage of time, her vision consumed by the fervent man before her. Outside, the two brothers fixated their hostile gazes on the door of the small chamber, as though they could glimpse the unfolding events within. "Elder brother, we inadvertently let ye in. What do we do now?" He-jin Yuan's expression darkened. "Keep messaging him. If he doesn't come out soon, He-jin Yuan's expression will darken further." He cast a glance at the now-awake Davidson and Lance, then whispered a few words into He-jin Yuan's ear. He-jin Yuan activated his holographic device, typing a message and sending it. Inside the small chamber, just after He-jin concluded another round, he glanced at the message and squinted, quickly replying to He-jin Yuan. "Second brother, I'm solidifying your position. Ruan says your skills have improved." Chapter 90. I am truly wronged. Congratulations, host. You have successfully marked He-jin, establishing a contractual relationship. Lu Ruan's mind buzzed with the announcement from the little entity. It took her a couple of minutes to regain her composure, feeling as if her waist was on fire and her entire body was falling apart. That man, He-jin, was truly formidable. He wielded no extravagant techniques. Everything relied solely on primal instinct, with the only distinction being that he could articulate human speech. Turning to He-jin, she saw him engrossed in messaging. "Is someone seeking you out at this hour?" she inquired, leaning closer to peek. "Just an incompetent subordinate, without me in the organization." He asked like a headless fly, lost and directionless. He-jin closed his holographic device, ensuring Lu Ruan hadn't seen the contents, and chuckled softly. As the leader of a vast organization, one must not allow subordinates to become overly reliant. Lu Ruan casually remarked, her skin glowing a faint crimson, as if kissed by the evening glow, with a torrent of heat surging within, leaving her feeling unusually feverish. Worse still, that oppressive heat penetrated to the very marrow of her bones, and the intoxicating sensation surged once more. Black Ash Wild's broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted form pressed against her, his sun-kissed skin exuding a refreshing chill that coursed over her body like a crystalline spring, bestowing an indescribable comfort. This sensation ensnared her, leaving her both entranced and slightly apprehensive, for it incessantly tested her willpower. "Softly, let us not mention that oblivious fellow any longer. Let us proceed." Black Ash Wild removed the wrist-mounted holographic device and tucked it beneath the mattress, disregarding the increasingly stormy expressions of his two brothers outside. As he pulled Soft Deer into his embrace, his large hand rested upon her lower abdomen, gradually inching upwards. Soft Deer became increasingly dazed, akin to a cat encountering catnip. She wrapped her arms around Black Ash Wild, yearning to merge with him once more. He reveled in her affection for his body, a flicker of joy illuminating his gaze, as he experienced a dual fulfillment. In truth, he understood little of the complexities at play. By mere happenstance, he had ensnared the woman in his arms, proving himself to be exceptionally gifted. Black Ash Wild inhaled the delicate fragrance emanating from Soft Deer, his confidence swelling as his eyes fluttered shut in bliss. With a tantalizing lilt, he murmured, "Soft, the entire team will rest for 3 days. We have 3 days and nights. Do not rush. I shall rest for another minute. And for these 3 days, I am entirely yours, I assure you, without pause." 3 days without pause? Soft Deer's eyes widened in alarm, quickly followed by an exasperated yet amused gaze fixed upon Black Ash Wild. This fellow, surely, he must be after her very life. Black Ash Wild's aggressive advances starkly contrasted with those of Kodong. Kodong was akin to a distinguished professor adept in advanced mathematics, skillfully modeling and calculating optimal paths based on environmental conditions, whereas Black Ash Wild was more like a naive student who believed 1 + 1 = 3. Brimming with unwarranted confidence, she playfully extended her hand to ruffle Black Ash Wild's tousled hair. After a few playful tugs, his once stylish hair became a chaotic mess, resembling a bird's nest. Observing this, paired with his brooding features, he now appeared more akin to a sinister rogue. Black Ash Wild, feeling aggrieved, attempted to smooth his hair back into place. "Soft, I become less handsome when my hair is a mess." His eyes still shimmered with desire, his hands roaming restlessly across her body. Soft Deer seized his wandering hand, silently assessing her physical condition. She estimated she could endure for another hour. After that, she would need to expel this fellow. Having devised her plan, she suggestively remarked, "Actually, I prefer a gentle gentleman." Perhaps the three brothers, raised in an environment of pillaging and destruction, were unlike other men in the galaxy, leaving Black Ash Wild utterly clueless in this regard. She needed to guide him away from his reckless abandon. "Very well," Black Ash Wild mused, a flicker of contemplation crossing his features. "Gentlemen? Does she favor someone like Davidson?" Before he could ponder further, Soft Deer leaned closer, her cool body brushing against him, and gently licked his enticing Adam's apple. A muffled groan escaped his throat, and his breath quickened. Soon, a new wave of intimate entanglement enveloped them, the confined space resonating with the deep, labored breaths of the man and the soft, breathy sighs of the woman. An hour passed. Soft Deer disentangled herself from Black Ash Wild, declaring, "I am thirsty. Could you fetch me a bottle of water?" He retrieved a bottle from the spatial button and handed it to her. "I'm not accustomed to this brand. Please ask Arson or Lance outside. They have pure water for 2 star coins a bottle." The heat within her intensified. She needed to hasten his departure. "Soft. The taste of 3 star coins a bottle is far superior. You'll grow accustomed to it as you drink." Black Ash Wild attempted to persuade her. "I do not want that." "Fine. I shall go fetch it for you and await my return. Everything is based on my wife's wishes." Black Ash Wild, not overthinking, steadied his breath, donned his clothes, and exited. His holographic device remained pressed beneath the mattress, and his mini headphones had inadvertently fallen onto the small quilt due to their recent fervent activities. A mischievous smile crept across Soft Deer's lips. The moment Black Ash Wild stepped outside, she swiftly locked the door with precision. Completing this task, she returned to her previous position, picked up the fallen mini headphones, inserted them into her ears, and listened intently to the sounds outside. "Davidson, bring me a bottle of 2 star coin water," she promptly requested. "Soon." Black Ash Wild's impatient voice echoed in her ears. "You have no water?" Following this, the cold, distant voice of the headmaster resounded, laced with disapproval. He must have been awake, having witnessed Black Ash Wild exiting her small space, hence the tone. "Soft wants to drink. I will get it for her myself." Swiftly, Soft Deer messaged Davidson. "Arson, I still have water in my space. I merely forgot earlier. You should rest well." After she sent the message, the headmaster seemed to settle back into his position. Just as she thought the matter was resolved, a sudden cacophony erupted outside, followed by the sounds of fists striking flesh and muffled groans of pain. Startled, her eyes, still tinged with desire, widened. Surely, they would exercise restraint? Overwhelmed by discomfort, Soft Deer could not afford to focus on the commotion outside. She continued to wrestle with the overwhelming, scorching sensations that surged through her, counting down the hour until she could find solace. As Soft Deer's willpower strengthened and her mental fortitude escalated, the three brothers emerged from the tent. In the pitch-black night, amidst the cries of strange beasts on the beach, Black Ash Wild found himself pinned to the ground and scrubbed down by his two brothers. "So, you forced Soft, did you?" Black Ashian glared coldly at Black Ash Wild, who lay beneath him. The latter's state clearly indicated he had been expelled by Soft. Considering his usual demeanor, it was evident he had exerted pressure on her. "Have your skills improved?" Black Ash Yuan viciously kicked at the pressure points of the man on the ground. "I am truly wronged." Soft clung to me without pause, demanding I accompany her for 3 days and nights. I struggled immensely to escape. "Dear brothers, must you be so unreasonable?" Black Ash Wild cried out in pain, pleading for mercy. Yet, as he gazed at his brothers, a glimmer of provocation and triumph shone in his eyes. "Come with me," Black Ash Yen commanded, dragging the bruised Black Ash Wild along. Chapter 91. Cleverness Backfires. After being pulled aside by Black Ash Yen, Black Ash Wild found himself at the protective barrier behind the tent, where the inhabitants within could not hear their conversation. Black Ash Yuan followed closely behind. The three refrained from turning on the lights, continuing their exchange in the enveloping darkness. "Brother, why did you bring me here? What do you wish to discuss?" Black Ash Wild pondered inwardly. Although his brothers had left him bruised and battered, their treatment was markedly different from how they would handle a traitor or enemy. They had shown restraint. He felt no anger, only a peculiar, overwhelming satisfaction at managing to ruffle their feathers. After all, he often witnessed the two of them enjoying tender moments with Soft, while she remained cold and distant towards him, repeatedly piercing his heart. Black Ash Yen observed his younger brother's triumphant demeanor. "Wild, you are insufferably smug. You emptied Soft out just yesterday, intending for her to recuperate in her small space. Yet you couldn't wait to rush in and steal her away? When he and his second brother were with Ruan, she was the one who truly clung to them until dawn. Ye, in this manner, must have disregarded her will, forcing her into annoyance and ultimately being driven away. He had to help Ruan rid herself of Ye's entanglement." "How?" He Jin Yi was not in a hurry, his gaze provocatively challenging. He Jin Yen spoke earnestly. "She is currently irritated by you. Thus, you should refrain from constantly hovering around her. To genuinely cherish someone is to observe them quietly from the shadows, waiting for the moment they need you to appear. You cannot disregard her feelings, selfishly snatching what you desire. Such actions will only lead her to despise you further. This is the final warning for tonight." He Jin Yi was taken aback, his expression gradually dimming. He tightened his grip on the hem of his garment, his voice hoarse. "How can you be so certain she does not like me? If she truly disliked me, she would not have driven me away herself. I have no interest in your lengthy discourse." A myriad of emotions surged within He Jin Yi. For over a decade, he and his companions had fought and seized victories with ease. Yet, since encountering Lu Ruan, no matter how fiercely he competed, he could never win her affection. Nor could he elicit even a single moment of warmth from her. Recalling the recent moment when he had pretended to be his second brother, entwined with her in passionate proximity, his heart felt as if he had ingested a concoction of honey laced with shards of glass, sweet yet excruciating, leaving his throat, stomach, and heart in torment. If given the choice, he would rather not don the guise of his brothers, cautiously approaching her, for he feared the cold disdain in her eyes, the way she would shoo him away like a bothersome fly. Yet, after repeated failures, he still found himself yearning to draw near her. Upon awakening to reality, he realized this was merely his unreciprocated affection. She did not harbor feelings for him. He Jin Yi closed his crimson eyes, concealing the moisture gathering at their corners. Witnessing He Jin Ye's unwavering obstinacy, He Jin Yen pondered for a moment. In their youth, the brothers had been deceived by their father and uncle, enduring lives worse than that of pigs or dogs. Years had passed, and deep within, Yi harbored a disdain for cunning individuals, especially those who had once played tricks on him, preferring the simplicity of more naive souls. Had Ruan discerned his masquerade from the outset and toyed with him, revealing the truth, he might have kept his distance. He Jin Yen then delivered a heavy blow. "Yi, do you know why Ruan spoke ill of you before we reached XM007? Why?" "She had already seen through your disguise and deliberately said it for you to hear. The eldest brother was correct. She discovered your true self long ago." He Jin Yuan blandly concurred. He Jin Yi suddenly fixed his gaze on He Jin Yen, his tone urgent. "When exactly did she realize my identity?" "From the first moment she sat on my lap in the warship's control room, she could distinguish you." Though we three share similar appearances, our auras differ. As long as she gets close enough, she can identify us by our essence. He Jinyan patiently elaborated. Once He Jinyi absorbed this information, the vivid scenes from half an hour prior flooded his mind, and his heart raced. Ha, 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 ha. So, she indeed liked him. He felt like a child who had suddenly discovered a treasure trove of honey. He Jinyi turned away from the protective barrier, standing apart from his brothers, and laughed maniacally toward the sky. After several minutes, a mix of embarrassment, anger, and joy caused him to mutter, "Damn Ruan. How can you be so wicked? You recognized me early on, yet pretended otherwise to toy with me. You have kept me tossing and turning for days. If not for the eldest brother's clever explanation, I might have remained oblivious, wallowing in jealousy." The melancholy that had enveloped He Jinyi dissipated, leaving him in an unprecedented state of elation. He slightly lowered his head, surveying his surroundings at this moment. Even the mini-beasts bearing their fangs beyond the barrier appeared endearing. Indeed, he loathed cunning individuals and preferred simpler minds. Yet, all of this was due to Lu Ruan exuding an initial innocence that made her irresistibly charming. In truth, he adored whatever type she embodied. The eldest brother, in his cleverness, had miscalculated. He was unaware that some things could not be generalized, as they needed to be differentiated by gender. Ha, ha, ha. He Jinyi could not contain his laughter, although his mirth seemed somewhat deranged in the enveloping darkness, his demeanor appearing rather unhinged. At a distance from the tent, He Jinyan and He Jinyuan exchanged glances. They found it hard to accept the reality of his behavior. Had he gone mad? Most likely. In the distance, after He Jinyi ceased his laughter, his once crimson eyes transformed back to a gentle golden hue. Within their profound depths, a newfound tenderness and resolve emerged, the aura of the villain considerably diminished. His overall demeanor softening. Perhaps he was unsure how to care for his bonded partner, but he would move heaven and earth to fulfill her every desire. He Jinyi stood in the darkness for a while before returning to the tent, where he discovered that the others were still awake. "Davidson, prepare a medical pod. I require treatment. Your injuries are not severe." Davidson disregarded He Jinyi's bruised visage and unsteady gait. He Jinyi frowned. "Upon our return, you praised your supplies for dealing with mini-beasts, and now you cannot produce a medical pod?" Davidson suppressed the urge to strike him, retrieving the medical pod with a stern tone. "Operate it yourself. The basic medications are fully stocked. After our expedition concludes, I will deal with you all." "That is more like it." After He Jinyi lay within the medical pod, his gaze involuntarily wandered toward the small tent. Would she still pretend not to know who he was tomorrow? Chapter 92. Other exploration teams? The following day, Lu Ruan awoke. The first thing escaping her lips was a sigh. Truly, they were triplets. Their wishes were identical. If every matcher were as pure as the younger brother. With a singular desire to repay debts and grow wings, her wish power would have amassed significantly by now. She exhaled softly. Her progress in capturing the blue WIRM had reached 30. Yet, her contribution remained stagnant at 20 since the formation of the team. How could she possibly increase it by 60? Engaging in dangerous activities was out of the question. Her life was paramount. Utilizing intellect? Her husband excelled in that regard. As the team leader, he had devised a plan well before their departure, which proved unviable. The information provided by the little dumpling was sourced entirely from records within the interstellar realm, lacking any novel insights beyond that world. What should she do now? Lu Ruan ran her fingers through her hair, contemplating for several minutes before rising to dress and step outside. Well, worrying would serve no purpose. She would rather seize the moment. Grasping He Jinyi's light brain and headphones, she exited the tent, finding the men already immersed in their tasks. Lance was tending to the warship. Davidson, within the protective barrier and clad in a lab coat, stood before a table laden with various bottles, concocting an antidote for the blue WIRM toxin to administer to Kodong, who had been bitten by a young blue WIRM, as he prepared for a second dose. Kodong and Luo Yao were still resting in the medical pod, which had been relocated outside, allowing them to bask in the sunlight on the beach. The He Jin brothers congregated outside the protective barrier, engaged in an undisclosed discussion. After inquiring about Kodong and Luo Yao's injuries, Lu Ruan approached the trio. As she neared, she noticed several imprints on the sand where warships had recently docked. The three men were deliberating over these marks. In the dark of night, they had been too preoccupied with setting up their tents to notice the impressions. It appears that after our departure yesterday morning, other explorers have visited this place. When we first approached the coordinates, although we encountered aggressive alien creatures, the others did not exhibit such hostility towards our vessel. However, during our search for the Azure Dragon yesterday, we initially faced little resistance, with scarcely any flying beasts nearby. Yet, as the alien creatures returned from the sea, they all displayed a marked animosity towards our ship. I surmise that this expedition team must have attacked the beast horde on the other side of the sea, which explains their ire upon seeing our vessel. He Jianyi, Kudong, and Luo Yao returned the earliest. Let us inquire if they have seen anyone. Lu Ruan glanced back at the dark-haired man lying in the medical bay, then stepped over the protective barrier towards Kudong, equally eager to uncover this matter. If the alien creatures harbor such animosity towards our ship, this mission may indeed prove troublesome. He Jianyan and the others followed closely behind Lu Ruan. He Jianyi, noticing the luminous device and headset in Lu Ruan's hands, abandoned pretense and smiled charmingly. Please hand those to me.
Lu Ruan,
lacking the inclination to engage in theatrics with He Jianyi, surrendered both the device and the headset. He Jianye's expression brightened, further confirming the validity of what his elder brother had claimed. Lu Ruan approached the medical bay, where Kudong was operating the luminous device, replaying the footage recorded by the vessel. The image froze on a scene depicting thousands of alien creatures circling the ship, with 3,000 alien-winged ancestral dragons flying in formation from the sea. He murmured, though the alien-winged ancestral dragons are social creatures, they seldom travel in large groups, preferring solitary hunts to avoid competition for food. What could have transpired in their habitat to provoke such a mass migration from the other side of the sea?
Kudong,
We discovered impressions from your ship over there. An expedition team visited this area yesterday. Did you see them? Kudong raised his gaze to He Jianyi, shaking his head. I did not see any individuals, but there were 5 large vessels. 5, you say?
Kudong nodded slightly.
The ships vary in size, large, medium, and small. An expedition team utilizing large vessels typically comprises a considerable number of members, possibly up to 30, suggesting that the task they undertook would yield a bounty of at least 10 million star coins. The deployment of 5 large ships indicates that this expedition team likely belongs to an adventurer family from Gamma Star, possibly the Ko family or another family of equal standing. Thus, it is highly probable that the commotion we observed was instigated by this particular group. If we rest here for 3 days, and should they return to the safe zone, we might consider collaborating with them. I hope it is not the team of my troublesome second brother. Otherwise, collaboration may not be feasible. Such a scenario could permit them to create difficulties for me, impeding my mission. Other teams, however, present a far greater chance for cooperation. What form might this collaboration take? We could contribute some star coins to divert the alien creatures on their side of the sea while we capture the Azure Dragon here. Alternatively, if their mission remains incomplete, we could assist one another. Yet, if they have already accomplished their task and are merely resting momentarily in the safe zone before heading back to the main star, our journey from departure to return is only 6 hours. Typically, an expedition team would rest for a full day in the safe zone after completing their mission, rather than departing immediately. Kudong explained. He Jianyan interjected, then we shall wait patiently for this team. He Jianyan, during the next 3 days. If you happen to notice the Ko family expedition team entering the safe zone, particularly if the leader bears a black mole at the corner of his eye, you must inform me immediately. I shall not reveal myself. Should any of their team inquire, you will assert that you are star pirates, adopting a rather abrasive demeanor to intimidate them, while avoiding any genuine conflict. That individual is my second brother, Kobe, who is narrow-minded and exceedingly cunning. Should he discover this is my team, or if you engage in actual conflict with them, he will undoubtedly seek ways to cause trouble, making for a challenging encounter. Understood. He Jianyan replied. Kudong's voice was raised, ensuring that Lancy and Davidson, not far away, overheard clearly. Lu Ruan was oblivious to the fact that Kudong had a troublesome second brother. Adong, what precisely is the conflict between you and your second brother? Could you elaborate? Kudong pondered for a moment, choosing to be forthright. When I was still within the previous family, my second brother stole my team members. He appropriated the 10 most exceptional mech warriors cultivated by the family and cunningly monopolized the family's finest resources. I commanded my previous team aboard an S-class vessel for several years. On one occasion, my second brother undertook a high-difficulty task that he failed to complete, incurring a penalty for breach of contract. I subsequently took on that overdue task and earned 30 million star coins upon its successful completion. Envious of my success, he has since sought to undermine me at every turn, as he is rather petty. Additionally, he has been in this line of work 10 years longer than I. Yet my success rate surpasses his, placing me ahead of him on the explorer rankings, which he finds displeasing, always hoping I will fail. At this, Kodong shook his head, unwilling to delve further. His grievances with his second brother were numerous. It was intolerable for him to witness anyone surpassing his achievements. Chapter 93. 3-Day Intensive Training. Davidson Lancy, halt for a moment, and come here to listen to me. After summoning the two, Kodong and Luo Yao's medical bay became the focal point for the six of them, including Lu Ruan, who gathered around to hear Kodong recount the events of yesterday. All eyes were fixed on the projection before them. From the variety of beasts encountered, aggressive large predators constituted 10 of the total. Among them, the alien-winged ancestral dragon was the most formidable adversary. Its ferocity is matched only by its impressive length of 100 meters and remarkable agility, adapted for both land and water. Yesterday we engaged them, and such creatures are known for their grudges. They will not easily forgive our vessel and may pursue us for a while. If we encounter them again in 2 days, we must retreat immediately. Do they possess any weaknesses? He Jian inquired, his voice deep and resonant, his leather jacket partially open, revealing a glimpse of his sculpted physique, which was both alluring and intimidating. His presence was so formidable that even the boldest of women would hesitate to approach him. Lu Ruan instinctively inched closer to Davidson, inhaling the medicinal aroma to soothe her nerves, as He Jian exuded an aura reminiscent of a grim reaper emerging from the depths of hell. Clearing his throat, Kodong continued, according to the records, the alien-winged ancestral dragon possesses extraordinary hearing, capable of detecting the slightest disturbances within a 10-kilometer radius. We might explore the possibility of employing sound to attract their attention. However, this approach requires further consideration. For an hour, the entire team attentively listened as Kodong elaborated on the characteristics of each type of alien creature based on the recorded footage. After the hour had passed, Kodong methodically instructed his team, "Our mission is to capture the Azure Dragon alive. Therefore, we cannot rely solely on the ship throughout the operation. 4 of you mech warriors must accompany me, disembarking to capture the Azure Dragon directly. While you may excel in combat against humans, you lack experience in battling alien beasts. During the 3 days of rest, you 4 will undergo intensive training with me. Any objections?" "No," came the unanimous reply from the 4. Davidson, see if you can concoct some specialized sedative targeting the Azure Dragon. Lancy, you are not participating in the combat. Be sure to rest well. Davidson received his mission, returning to his array of jars and bottles to commence his tasks. As one of the 3 illustrious deans of the interstellar realm, he not only assumed the roles of medic and poison specialist, but also took on the mantle of chef, fervently hoping to capture the blue serpent and return to the home planet soon. After Davidson, Lance rose to take a nap. Only 4 mech warriors and Dearsoft remained with Kodong on the beach. Luo Yao inquired, "Kodong, my injuries are yet to heal. What are your plans for the specialized training?" Kodong retrieved a gaming helmet and handed it to the others. "Distribute it among yourselves. We shall utilize this." He Jian was taken aback for a moment before donning the helmet, and instantly, the login interface materialized in his mind. Username, 001. Single-player mode. Single-player training, beginner level, awaiting entry. Single-player training, intermediate level, locked. Single-player training, advanced level, locked. Single-player training, master level, locked. Multiplayer mode. Team battle training, beginner level, locked. Team battle training, intermediate level, locked. Team battle training, advanced level, locked. Has everyone accessed the login interface? From now until 10 o'clock tomorrow night, you 4 are to progress from beginner level to master level in this game. If there are any issues, speak up. Kodong's deep and melodious voice resonated across the sandy expanse, his sharp brows betraying the authority of an expedition leader. Despite reclining in the medical pod, he exuded an air of composure and charm. The 3 remained silent. With his wife present, a man could not afford to falter. Luo Yao, still in the medical pod, hesitated slightly. "Kodong, is this specialized training game VR or AR? If it's VR, one needs only to operate using mental power. However, if it's AR, it requires a combination of mental force and physical movement. My wing injuries might pose a slight hindrance. AR, Kodong replied nonchalantly before turning to Davidson nearby. Will Luo Yao's wing injuries affect his ability to engage in AR training? Just instruct him to refrain from using his wings, Davidson responded from a distance. Luo Yao, you will partake in the same training as the others, Kodong declared, then activated his light brain, swiftly displaying the training game visuals before the 4. Dearsoft sat beside Kodong's medical pod, observing the game's screen intently. The numbers for He Junyan, He Junyuan, and He Junyi were 001, 002, and 003 respectively, while Luo Yao's number was 004. Soon, upon clicking to log in, the scene transitioned to the virtual environment of the beginner-level single-player training. In the scene, the four maneuvered their virtual mechas, and before them appeared a 1-meter-long caterpillar. The three simultaneously commanded their towering mechas to crush the caterpillar underfoot, causing the progress bar for the beginner level to increase by 0.1. Just as the first caterpillar perished, 10 more emerged. The four resumed their assault, kicking and stomping to eliminate the 10, their mechas displaying remarkable agility. Dearsoft's focus remained fixed on the visuals emanating from Kodong's light brain, oblivious to the four men on the beach whose movements synchronized with those of the mechas. Beginner-level training progress 1. Players, continue your efforts. Please eliminate 100 mutated fireflies within 3 minutes. As the game progress alert sounded, 101-meter-long caterpillars swarmed toward the three. With the surge in numbers, the task of vanquishing the creatures became considerably more challenging. 001 failed. 002 failed. 004 failed. 003. First level mutated firefly challenge successful. Beginner level training progress 5. Prepare for the next challenge against the sawtooth tiger. Eliminating 100 within 3 minutes is a fundamental operation for mech adventurers, while achieving this in under a minute is the benchmark for exemplary performance. Kodong's demeanor shifted, instantly radiating the authority of a stern instructor as he addressed the three who had failed. Utilize the combat techniques indicated for this level to eliminate the mutated beasts. Aimlessly attacking will not suffice. You three must restart this level. He Junyan, He Junyuan, and Luo Yao reset, while He Junyi advanced to the next level. Dearsoft found herself momentarily dazzled by the spectacle. She slowly raised her gaze toward the direction of the He brothers. Suddenly, her eyes were irresistibly drawn to them. Unable to look away, three statuesque men, like wild leopards, galloped across the beach with abandon. Their movements flowed seamlessly. Every punch and kick exuded strength and rhythm. The black leather jackets billowed in the wind, their well-defined, sun-kissed abs rising and falling with each breath. Their elegantly muscled arms swung with the force to shatter any obstacle. Their long legs, brimming with power, moved with lightning speed, their toes nimble and forceful. All of this unfolded before her, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "This is even more exhilarating than male models dancing. It's utterly intoxicating. And there are 3 of them." She felt a trifecta of joy intertwine within her, causing her heartbeat to quicken involuntarily. While she was immersed in this visual feast, Luo Yao noticed her gaze fixated on He Junyan and the others, particularly as the 3 older men wore minimal clothing. A flicker of mischief crossed his eyes as he shed his shirt, revealing a perfectly sculpted back and torso that swiftly entered Dearsoft's line of sight. "Sister, look at me." Chapter 94. The Arrival of Kobe. With Luo Yao's participation, the visual spectacle gained an additional layer of allure. Her silver-haired brother seemed to have grown taller recently. Now standing beside the 186 centimeters tall brothers, his head nearly aligned with theirs, he appeared to be around 185 centimeters. To her astonishment, he had grown 2 centimeters in just over half a month. Upon closer inspection, the youth no longer resembled a boy, but rather a young man. 4 of them. Dearsoft mused absent-mindedly, inadvertently voicing her thoughts. What for? The soothing yet rugged voice of Kodong reached her ears. She shook her head, nothing. At that moment, she remained unaware that her 5th feast was taking place on the opposite side of the sea, engaging in real combat against mutated beasts. A scene even more intense than that of the 4 men before her. "Wife, would you like to play? I'll teach you personally."
Kodong.
Noticing where Dearsoft's gaze lingered, covered her eyes with his palm, and gently turned her head to face him. "Can I play this too?" Dearsoft laughed, meeting Kodong's enchanting visage. "Of course, your VR experience can help enhance your mental power." He carefully placed the helmet on her head. Dearsoft's attention was successfully diverted by Kodong. She began to engage in the beast-slaying game, her training scenario mirroring that of Luo Yao and the others. Except she was in VR, requiring only mental control without physical combat. 005. Please prepare. Mutated fireflies will enter the battlefield in 3 seconds. Upon donning the helmet, she felt as if she were truly immersed in the game. Suddenly, a caterpillar appeared on the grass before her, the graphics stunningly realistic, indistinguishable from reality. As the caterpillar raised its head, its body towering to her neck, it spat a stream of venom. Caught off guard, she was splattered in the face, causing her health to drop by 30 points. The health continued to decline. If it reached 0, she would be deemed to have failed the challenge.
Lu Ruan,
Unable to wipe off the venom in time, lifted her trembling leg and stomped forcefully onto the mutant caterpillar. 1 second, 2 seconds. An alert signifying entry-level training progress 0-1 echoed. The corpse on the ground swiftly vanished. It seemed, perhaps, it wasn't so frightening after all. Kodong had been closely monitoring the progress of the challengers through surveillance footage, particularly focusing on Lu Ruan. Upon witnessing her dispatch a mutated firefly with the virtual mech within a minute, his brows arched slightly. In the realm of interstellar women, the levels of mental prowess typically ranged from A, B, C, D, to F, with only a few achieving the esteemed S level and almost none surpassing it. Although his wife possessed a relatively weaker constitution, she exhibited a commendable dexterity in manipulating the virtual mech to crush the alien insects, indicating her mental capacity was indeed substantial. Moreover, a heightened level of mental acuity allowed one to endure prolonged periods within the confines of a warship or mech chamber without succumbing to dizziness or nausea. Time gradually elapsed. The subsequent challenges grew increasingly formidable, with some requiring up to 200 attempts for completion. Unbeknownst to them, the specialized training game they were engaged in was a masterful creation of Kodong himself, meticulously designed to cultivate novice recruits, a unique and unparalleled secret, not found in any military textbooks. His former teammates had similarly progressed through this rigorous training. As Luo Yao, He Jin Yen, and the others navigated the challenges, they honed their muscle memory for combat against alien beasts, enhancing their capabilities tenfold for the forthcoming expedition. Lu Ruan persevered through one challenge after another. Just as she was poised to step into the advanced training phase, she became ensnared at the final minor hurdle, failing the intermediate training with a progress score of 98 after countless attempts. Hearing the alert, she paused momentarily. "Well done, my dear," Kodong remarked, a glimmer of genuine admiration evident in his eyes. Lu Ruan offered a soft, radiant smile, pleasantly surprised by the myriad of benefits derived from the monster-slaying training. Immersed in this experiential learning, her initial trepidation towards insects and ferocious beasts transformed into unflinching courage, her confidence soaring like a rocket. "Adong, let us see how far Yao and the others have progressed," she suggested, shifting their gaze to the surveillance feed. Number 001 was at the final level of advanced training, while 002 and 003 were at the penultimate stage, and 004 had reached the third tier of master-level training. Kodong's attention abruptly shifted to Luo Yao. "Has a Yao surpassed the other three by such a margin?" Lu Ruan gasped, her astonished gaze landing on the silver-haired figure, memories flooding back of the data she had perused while visiting Jupiter to find her brother. The Yu clan, natural-born fighters, endowed with acute perceptual abilities, reigning as kings of the jungle. In perilous situations, they often relied on their wings to escape calamity. She envisioned a new star rising before her. Kodong's lips curled slightly, recognizing the promising potential in Luo Yao. Unlike his companions, who were hindered by their combat experience against humans, Luo Yao's muscle memory proved more adept in the face of alien foes. By 10 o'clock the following evening, the four had successfully completed the master-level training. Davidson had prepared a sumptuous feast for everyone. As they dined under the night sky, several ships emblazoned with the Ko family emblem suddenly appeared overhead. Kodong's expression shifted, discarding his utensils and swiftly retreating to the medical pod. Over the past 2 days, aside from addressing his physiological needs, he had spent all his time recuperating within the pod, even dining while reclining. "The leader is the individual I mentioned earlier. He just pushed me into the tent," Kodong instructed in a hushed tone. "Understood." Soon, 5 ships landed, closely aligning with the protective barrier. The first ship's hatch opened, and a ladder was lowered onto the sandy beach within the enclosure. A resounding voice echoed, "Brothers on the opposite side, let us be friends. We're setting up a few tents within your protective barrier tonight." Upon recognizing the voice of the opposing team's vice captain, Kodong immediately opened his holographic device to message He Jin Yi, "Let them in. When they arrive, you 3 need to adopt a more hostile demeanor." He then messaged Davidson, "Push me into the tent." The occupants of the ship ignored whether their presence was welcomed, each descending the ladder into the barrier. A cursory glance revealed approximately 30 individuals, all clad in red and black expedition uniforms, adorned with the emblem of the Ko family, evidence of a well-trained exploration team. Yet, amidst them, there was not a single young woman in combat attire. The leader, with slender, fox-like eyes that slightly curled upwards, exuded a shrewd cunning, marked by a small dark mole beneath his eye. A Kobe from the Ko family, I presume? And you? The audacity of dining openly in such a setting was remarkable. Davidson, with his back turned to Kobe, called out to Luo Yao as they pushed the medical pod towards the tent. Kobe's fox-like gaze lingered on Davidson and the medical pod, then shifted to the remaining figures at the dining table, Lans and Lu Ruan. He Jinyan and He Jin Yuan, finally resting on He Jinyi, who had just spoken. Oh, quite bold, are we? The Ko family Kobe? Never heard of you. What obscure corner of the galaxy did this adventurer emerge from? He Jinyi regarded Kobe with disdain, a malicious smile creeping onto his lips as he retrieved a familiar quantum saw from his spatial button, seemingly appraising the worth of this individual and contemplating a potential heist. Lu Ruan interjected, no need for pretense. He Jinyi is simply being true to himself. Brother Bei, the foremost adventurer of the Ko family from Gamma Star. Where do you hail from, those lacking insight? The vice captain beside Kobe stepped forward. However, as his condescending gaze met He Jinya's venomous stare, the words lacking insight suddenly lodged in his throat, rendered speechless. Though many throughout the galaxy bore the surname Ko, only one adventure family from Gamma Star did. This surname had been passed down for millennia, known and recognized by all. After departing from his family, Ko Dong had become the leading figure among the younger generation of the Ko family. Recently, Kobe had garnered significant media attention and interviews. Anyone with even a modicum of awareness could easily find videos and news about him online, making it implausible for anyone to be unaware of who Kobe was. Kobe pressed his vice captain back. Meeting He Jinya's gaze, he donned a duplicitous smile. My brother is rather straightforward. I hope you won't take offense. However, if you're unfamiliar with the Ko family, it seems ill-suited for adventurers such as yourselves to bring this esteemed lady to such a perilous satellite. What is it that you do, if I may inquire? As he spoke, his fox-like eyes darted over to Lu Ruan. The 29 individuals behind him also turned their gazes toward her. Normal adventurers would typically go to great lengths to protect women, often concealing them in the safest of shelters. Who in their right mind would embark on an expedition with a woman unless they were space pirates? Kobe's team members began to speculate that He Jinyi and the others were indeed space pirates. Considering I don't wish to be disturbed while dining, I advise you to vacate the protective barrier within 10 seconds. Otherwise, He Jinyi warned, rising from his seat, moving 2 steps closer to Kobe. Quantum saw in hand. With an electronic saw raised towards Kobe, a menacing voice declared, we wouldn't mind executing another job. If your expedition team cannot produce 30 million star coins, you shall not leave the safety zone. The quantum saw emitted an eerie blue glow, casting a frightening aura in the night. Should one accidentally come into contact with it, even a rare alloy harder than diamond could be severed, let alone the frail flesh of arms or legs. The atmosphere on site instantly became tense. Kobe stepped back, evading the weapon's menace. His fox-like eyes narrowing. With just the few of you, do you truly believe you can match us in a brawl? He commanded a team of 29, each an elite, and their fleet was equipped with 5 SSS-class warships. The Star Pirates were merely a handful. In a confrontation, it was they who would likely concede. However, after battling the alien beasts for 2 days and nights, they desperately needed rest, and instigating a conflict within the safety zone was not a prudent course of action. Why do you think we have the audacity to linger here? A voice, dark and filled with malice, resonated. A chill crept over the hearts of all of Kobe's team. He Junyan and He Junyuan turned, their identical faces suddenly manifesting before Kobe's eyes. One bore a cold, menacing demeanor, while the other exuded a frightening shadow. Kobe was momentarily immobilized by the formidable presence of He Junyan, his fox-like eyes glinting with caution. This star pirate possessed an extraordinary aura, and his gaze conveyed a bone-chilling intent to kill. Until he grasped the nature of his adversary, it was wise to refrain from rash actions. Since you are unwilling, I shall not compel you.
Everione, retreat, cae bei Hoftkoitli.
Leading his 29 members out of the protective barrier to pitch their tents a meter away on the beach, He Junyan resumed his seat at the dining table. Continue your meal. Within the tent, Davidson and Luo Yao emerged. The few individuals gathered around the table resumed their hearty feasting, as if the earlier tension had been but a fleeting interlude. Lu Ruan diverted her gaze, carrying a portion of alien beast meat into the tent for Ku Dong. Outside the protective barrier, Kobe and his team, akin to when Ku Dong first arrived, busied themselves capturing beasts, erecting new barriers, and taking shifts to stand guard before they dared to sleep. However, the sporadic sounds and murmurs from Kobe's large contingent were always audible, especially from those engaged in beast capture. The light attracted many alien beasts, yet despite their illumination while dining outside the tents, the creatures did not breach the barrier. How was this accomplished? They must have utilized a highly effective repellent.
Impossible.
Our repellent is the finest for many alien beasts in the galaxy. I just poured bucket after bucket onto the ground. Warriors from the beast horde approached, still unable to fend them off. Hearing the murmurs outside the protective barrier, Hey Junyan activated his light brain to message, Hey Junyan. After the group finished their meal, Hey Junyan approached the edge of the 1-meter-high barrier. While Kobe's team was preoccupied with patrolling and capturing beasts, he discreetly affixed something to the inner side of the barrier. Once everyone returned to the tent, the space grew cramped due to the 2-person occupancy of Kodong's medical chamber. 7 individuals did not lie down but instead gathered around in chairs. Softer, choose me tonight. Hey Junyan coaxed, his voice alluring, and he made an effort to present a charming smile. Hey Junyan's gaze softened as he chuckled lightly. Hey Junyuan further mellowed his tone, tentatively asking Ruan, might you select me? Sister, it has been 21 days since your return from Jupiter. And you have yet to summon me? Luo Yao lamented, his exquisite features adorned with a look of pitiful longing. Ruan, you have played games all day with me. Allow me to massage you for relaxation. Davidson chimed in gracefully from behind Luo Yao. In the medical chamber, Kodong attempted to move his leg, but pain still lingered. The injury had yet to heal. Lu Ruan met the gaze of 6 pairs of elongated, deep-set eyes.
How about a draw?
She proposed, uncertain whom to choose. Realizing it was impossible to balance 6 bowls of water, Lance, stationed at the tent's corner, couldn't help but glance at Lu Ruan, who was encircled by prospective companions. A flicker of conflict manifested on her fair visage, seemingly troubled by how to appease her suitors. Lance gradually averted his gaze, revealing a hint of envy. Women are indeed delightful and precious beings. He envied those who had escaped the ranks of single men amidst the billions across the galaxy to bind themselves to a wife. Luo Yao and the others opened their light brains, entering a group chat to draw lots. At that moment, a slightly anxious voice reached Hey Junyan's ears. Brother Bei, now that the employer is dead, what shall we do? Chapter 96. No one knows his appearance. Hey Junyan paused in his drawing, addressing the others. Stop. We will draw lots later. He resumed listening to the conversation in his earpiece. Over the past decade, similar missions had been issued more than 20 times, with numerous expedition teams seeking rare ores, having thoroughly scoured 1,000 affiliated stars. Other teams, not tasked with the mission, were also keeping a watchful eye on the matter. What difference would it make if she accompanied us this year? To find something that had eluded discovery for 10 years, how could it possibly be found easily now? We deliberately concealed our strength, allowing her to believe that we would only flee from danger, planning to lead her on for half a year and conclude our cooperation upon securing the base reward. Yet, she insists on lingering on this star. She has spent a week at the coastline, where there are merely cliffs. The cliff tops are rife with beast nests and numerous large flying beasts, particularly the alien-winged ancestral dragons, are formidable opponents. Had she not suddenly increased the bounty, we would not have risked utilizing mechs for mining, ultimately battling alien beasts for 2 days and nights. Does she expect us to ensure her safety without a scratch? Is she jesting? Enough, discussing this is futile. The dead are dead. Ku Bei interrupted the deputy, inquiring, have you dealt with it thoroughly? Her light brain has already been destroyed. As for her body, when the alien beasts pursued us, we had no choice but to cast her into the sea. Her remains are undoubtedly consumed to the last fragment by the beasts. The deputy handed Ku Bei a green spatial button, retrieved from her belongings. The mechanic had attempted to unlock it several times without success. Ku Bei pocketed the spatial button, gazing at the tent's curtain, seemingly peering through it at the night sky. After a 2-minute pause, he articulated a clear resolution. Based on our observations, this individual dislikes being disturbed, always initiating contact herself. With 5 months remaining in the mission timeline, it is unlikely anyone will seek her out during this period. We can settle on Dark Underworld Star. Even if our actions are revealed, we can evade interstellar legal repercussions. His tone was somewhat sour, seemingly resenting the employer for dying and dragging them into the mess. However, Dark Underworld Star is rife with scoundrels. Wouldn't we be lambs entering the tiger's den?
Ha!
A smirk played on Ku Bei's lips, his fox-like eyes gleaming with cunning. We must prepare adequately. This spatial button serves as our finest ticket of entry. Furthermore, have someone investigate the true intentions of those star pirates. Once our warships are repaired, we shall ambush them. They likely possess numerous valuable items. Once we arrive at Dark Underworld Star, with these spoils, we shall join the largest organization, Shadow Pix, upon that star. We will transform from sheep into tigers. Meanwhile, within the large tent, Hei Junyan was momentarily taken aback. Hai Jinyuan was momentarily taken aback. A fierce glint flickered in Hai Jinya's eyes, and a sinister, terrifying smile crept upon his lips. Kobe, attempting to rob them while simultaneously seeking to join Shuri? It seemed as though he had just heard the grandest jest in the entire galaxy. Lu Ruan noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of the three men and poked Hai Jinyuan's arm with her finger, asking Yuan, "What are you thinking about?" Hai Jinyuan handed her one of his headphones. The three brothers' headphones were all tuned to eavesdrop on the conversations taking place outside the room. As she donned the headset, Lu Ruan could hear the dialogue from across the way. "Brother Bei, wherever you go, we shall follow. It's getting late. You should inform the patrolling brothers outside to keep a close watch on those star pirates over there. Should they attempt to leave the safe zone, wake me." Understood. Soon after, the only sounds that remained in the headphones were the murmurs of the hunters on the beach and the instructions given by Vice Captain Kobe, followed by an unsettling silence. Lu Ruan glanced ahead. At that moment, Hai Jinyan produced a familiar soundproof panel. It distributed it to the men present, saying, "Install these around us. I have matters to discuss." The tents brought by the explorers were not entirely soundproof, still allowing some external noise to filter through. This was to prevent them from sleeping too deeply and being unable to react in times of danger. Given the current circumstances, it was essential to transform the large tent into a soundproof environment for ease of communication. 15 minutes later, the soundproof tent was completed. The entire team of 8 gathered to deliberate. "Hai Jinyan, what were you about to say?" Luo Yao inquired. Hai Jinyan did not respond immediately to Luo Yao's question but instead asked Kodong, "What level is Kobe's exploration team?" Kodong replied, "SS." This cunning second brother operated at an SS level command proficiency. The team members were all elite SSS level, equipped with SSS level gear, rendering their combat capabilities formidable. Hai Jinyan nodded and then spoke. "We just eavesdropped on their conversation. Kobe intends to rob us." Lu Ruan's gaze swiftly shifted from Hai Jinyan to Hai Jinya. "They plan to rob you? Pray tell, how does a robber feel when faced with the prospect of being robbed?" Hai Jinya touched Lu Ruan's expressive little face and scoffed disdainfully. "Ruan, rest assured, no one can seize a single star coin from our hands. Kobe is too fearful. He won't act until he fully assesses the situation. We shall continue our training tomorrow." Kodong pondered for a few seconds before adding, "If they cannot restrain themselves, we are outnumbered. We can retreat towards the ocean and use the exotic beasts to shield us. Yuan, notify the organization immediately. Once Kobe's exploration team steps into the territory of Haiming Star, apprehend them all and transport them to Base 9, Hai Jinyan commanded. Criminals from other planets mistakenly believe that Haiming Star is a sanctuary for rogues, seeking refuge there, unaware that the malevolence of Haiming Star dream of escaping their confines. Understood. Hai Jinyuan promptly dispatched the message. Lu Ruan disregarded Hai Jinyan's fearsome gaze and inquired curiously, "Yen, what kind of equipment did you use to eavesdrop?" It was remarkably clear. She had only seen the men remaining within the confines of the protective barrier, never witnessing them set up listening devices in another's territory. "Gudong, Luo Yao, Defitsen." And Lance shared her curiosity. "It's a special signal enhancement chip, not a listening device," Hai Jinyan replied. Lance, suppressing his fear of Hai Jinyan, asked, "Such a thing exists?" "Boss, could you allow me to study it?" As a mechanic, he had encountered various chips, but none quite like this. Hai Jinyan merely uttered 2 words, "Impossible." "Please." Perhaps it was the sheer eagerness in Lance's gaze that prompted Hai Jinyan to explain, "There are only a few of these chips. We acquired them by chance many years ago and have none to spare for your research." A decade prior, while robbing a group of space pirates, they encountered Samuel. Hai Jinya's expression turned pensive. Hai Jinyuan shared a similar sentiment. Samuel was enigmatic and dangerous. No one knew his appearance. It remained a mystery when he would choose to reveal himself to the public, ultimately leading them to seize a special chip during another heist. "From whom did you acquire it?" Lance could hardly contain his anticipation. "Samuel. The galaxy's foremost mechanic, Samuel?" Hai Jinyan confirmed with a nod. Well then, Lance conceded defeat. The most mysterious figure in the galaxy was indeed Samuel, rumored to possess a mental capacity that far exceeded the SSS level, undetectable by instruments. Moreover, the majority of SSS-level mechs and starships in the galaxy originated from Samuel's mechanical workshop, yet this elusive mastermind had never made a public appearance. The only images available online were of him as a baby. No one knew what he looked like as an adult, whether his features were round or flat. Ordinary citizens would never have the chance to see him. After a moment of silence, Lu Ruan recalled the time she had used Samuel's star coins to fill a gap for Luo Yao, and he had remained silent, as if indifferent to her actions. During a previous group request for a mech starship, Samuel had replied that women should not engage with dangerous items and had not sent her anything afterward. This mechanical husband of hers seemed to exist in a realm where he would not seek her out unless she initiated contact. 1. Samuel is one of your matched partners.
Correct?
Hygienia queried. He had seen that name on her husband list when he had previously requested a transfer. Lu Ruan nodded slightly. Is there an issue? Once the exploration concludes, could you arrange for us to meet him? We wish to negotiate a deal, Hygienian suggested with a light laugh. A decade ago, a mechanic clad in a silver mask was robbed by space pirates. They, in a twist of fate, had saved that mechanic's life while engaging in a heist against the pirates and, as a gesture of gratitude, were gifted the special chip in exchange for his release. 2 years prior, Hygienian breached the defenses of the galaxy's foremost mechanical workshop and spotted a mysterious man donning the same mask as that mechanic from a decade earlier. Only then did they realize that the mechanic they had rescued was none other than Samuel. All right, I will attempt to contact him after the exploration, Lu Ruan agreed. Let us proceed with the drawing, Luo Yao interjected. Soon, the men resumed drawing lots to determine which fortunate soul would accompany their wives that evening.
Me.
Luo Yao's eyes were fixed intently on the countdown timer. 10, 9, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Kudong also participated in the drawing.
Didn't he win?
He said, slightly disappointed. Why wasn't he me? Hygienia glanced at his hand as though scrutinizing an unworthy child. Hygienian scanned the words, participation matters, and remained silent. Davidson also encountered the same phrase, silently retrieving a small vial and a syringe, filling it with a generous amount of liquid, and inquiring of the others. Who is the lucky one? Luo Yao's smile was particularly broad, his eyes sparkling. Sister, I will sleep with you tonight. Luo Yao, extend your hand. I won't. In an instant, Luo Yao scooped up Lu Ruan and swiftly entered the small space, the door securing behind them with a resounding thud. The remaining men exchanged glances, promptly retrieving their friend list to locate the one nicknamed Luo Dog, venturing into the chat to send a flurry of threatening messages to Luo Yao. Inside the small space, the two reclined together. Sister, Luo Yao murmured, cradling his soft and fragrant wife in his arms, like an infatuated fool, nuzzling his chin against her head. Lu Ruan gently pushed his head aside, smiling as she looked at him. Yao, reveal your injured wing, so I can see how it has fared. Ugly. Luo Yao replied, unwilling. Hurry, Lu Ruan's tone brooked no refusal. Only then did Luo Yao slightly sit up, half unfolding his wounded wings in the cramped space. At a glance, Lu Ruan noticed that the tips of his wings had been bitten off by a beast. Although the wound had grown some new flesh, it appeared grotesquely swollen. It resembled a handsome man whose thumb had been severed by a sharp instrument, the healed wound ugly and terrifying. Her heart ached as she murmured, "It's not ugly." Upon hearing her, Luo Yao swiftly retracted his injured wing, showcasing the unblemished one instead. Touch this one. It's beautiful. He grasped her hand, guiding it to caress his feathers. Each black feather was soft and smooth, glistening with an enchanting sheen, while the edges were harder and sharper, akin to the prickly reed's leaves when touched by her fingertips. Lu Ruan was taken aback. Was this the literal meaning of hardened wings? Be careful. Don't hurt yourself. Luo Yao's gaze brimmed with affection, beneath which lay a hint of confusion. It's beautiful. Lu Ruan was quite fond of it. Seeing her admiration, he searched through his feathers and plucked what he deemed the most exquisite one, placing it in her palm. Why are you plucking feathers? Lu Ruan exclaimed, half amused, half exasperated, as she looked at the beautiful black feather in her hand. For a moment, under his adoring gaze, she carefully tucked his feather away. After lying down again for a few minutes, Luo Yao's deep, magnetic voice resonated above her. Sister, when you return to Alpha Star, will you only look at those old men? Do you not like them? Not like what? Lu Ruan asked, puzzled, meeting Luo Yao's dim gaze. You don't like pink? I've turned black. Don't you believe me? I guarantee it's darker than any of those old men. Luo Yao spoke in a muffled tone. Lu Ruan's pupils widened in shock as she swiftly covered Luo Yao's mouth. Is that something you can say? However, her hand brushed against the stubble that had just begun to grow on his chin. Unbeknownst to Lu Ruan, Luo Yao's lips curled up slightly, his eyes sparkling with mischief, clarity, and affection. On the beach of the XM007 affiliated stars safety zone, harmony reigned. Meanwhile, in the non-safe zone, a drenched young girl clung tightly to the rocks at the seaside, struggling to ascend. There was no beach here, only steep cliffs, the summit dotted with beast nests. It was unclear how long she had been climbing, nearly slipping several times, yet she had only reached halfway. Her gaze fixated on a rare mineral emitting a faint glow from the cliff's edge, its surface adorned with unique patterns as if meticulously sculpted by nature itself. The surface layer won't suffice. I must dig deeper, she murmured, as if conversing with the mineral. She cast a glance toward the safety zone, inhaled deeply, and continued her ascent along the sheer cliff. At last, she grasped a tree branch protruding from the cliff and pulled herself up to the summit. Suddenly, a small, exotic leopard lying atop the cliff pounced, sinking its jaws into the girl's calf. With a crack, two of the leopard's fangs fell out, its glowing eyes in the darkness glaring fiercely at the girl. Hiss! The girl withdrew her battered leg, wincing in pain. She paused for a few seconds, then, wobbling, began to move slowly along the edge of the cliff toward the safety zone. On Capistar, at the pinnacle of the interstellar mechanical building, a mysterious man clad as a hacker sat in a wheelchair, his mask obscuring his features. He grimaced in sync with the girl's movements, as if enduring excruciating torment.
Keskiviikko Tamili, keskiviikko.
Just wait. Chapter 98. Director David is truly pitiful. On the third day of rest, Lu Ruan awoke in Luo Yao's embrace. It was already 11 in the morning. Each time she opened her eyes, she was greeted by the striking visage of a handsome man, various exquisite features of slumbering faces, his robust body, mesmerizing eyes of different colors, and an intense gaze filled with possessiveness, as if he wished to hide her away. Sister, Luo Yao slowly opened his eyes, his gaze gradually focusing. Lu Ruan ran her fingers through his silken silver hair, feeling its delicacy and smoothness. Did you dye it? Or is it naturally this way? Luo Yao replied lazily, I've never dyed it. Her eyes sparkled with evident affection, instantly dissipating the negative emotions he had accumulated over the past fortnight. His wife indeed preferred the youthful version of him. It's 11. We should get up. Lu Ruan sat up, preparing to dress. Don't, Luo Yao protested, having unknowingly fallen asleep the night before. It was uncertain when he would have the chance to be alone with her again. He playfully pulled her back. Sister, trust me just this once. I promise to make it irresistible for you. Lu Ruan's gaze flickered slightly. Last night, to ensure he had a good rest to heal, she had given him a sleeping pill. In the next moment, she felt his warm breath against her ear, sending a jolt of electricity straight down her spine. She felt her entire body weaken. A man who had tasted sweetness was not one to easily stop. What followed was a series of scenes not meant for non-VIP viewers, playing out repeatedly upon her body. As Lu Ruan stepped out of the confined space, her snowy neck bore 1, 2, 7, 8, 9, 10 kiss marks the size of strawberries, impossible to conceal. This was still the lightest evidence of her unconsciousness. Luo Yao gazed reluctantly, cradling the fainted Lu Ruan in his arms. The moment his bare feet touched the soft mat of the large tent, several aggressive men surrounded them.
Luo Yao.
Do you even know what time it is? We asked you to bring Ruan out for breakfast and you didn't respond. We asked you to bring her out for lunch, and still, no reply? Are you planning to let her starve for a day and a night? Luo Yao. You can forget about participating in the lottery from now on. A barrage of complaints ensued. Luo Yao pretended not to hear. From 11 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon, he had fed her nearly a whole bag of cookies. My wife is not hungry, Luo Yao calmly stated. Sister is quite full. There's no need for you old men to worry. He slightly turned, intending to carry his beloved to the battleship for a bath. But at that moment, the sight of Lu Ruan's neck adorned with bruises caught the attention of the other men. Lu Ruan, resting her chin on Luo Yao's shoulder, suddenly sensed several intense gazes sweeping over her, followed by a palpable tension in the air. Luo Yao, holding her, came to a sudden halt. Ke Dong first gazed at the unconscious, blushing Lu Ruan, looking exceptionally charming, then scrutinized Luo Yao, who had grown 2 centimeters taller. This kid is even better than him? An unsettling sense of insecurity washed over him, questioning his standing. David adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, standing behind a wall of men towering at 188 centimeters, 186 centimeters, 186 centimeters, and 186 centimeters, trying to catch a glimpse of the 185 centimeters tall woman cradled in Luo Yao's arms. Instinctively, he stood on tiptoe and stretched his neck to peer forward. The next moment, he seemed to realize something was amiss. Oh, this posture is rather unrefined. Davidson's heels touched the ground as Siwon steadied himself. He then squeezed through a narrow gap between Kadong and Heijin unnoticed. However, the action of Davidson rising on his toes was observed with crystal clarity by Lance, who was huddled in the corner. Lance understood all too well the anguish of being vertically challenged. Standing at a height of 1.8 meters, he felt diminutive among the crowd. Had he not striven tirelessly to become an S-class mechanic, he would have undoubtedly endured a multitude of disdainful glances. Such is the nature of this world. Height and star coins are the pillars of a man's stature. Lacking in height, one struggles to maintain dignity. It is not only women who scorn, but even fellow men cast derisive looks. Poor Director Davidson. He must rise on tiptoe merely to catch a glimpse of his wife. If Lord Samuel is the most enigmatic magnate across the galaxy, then Director Davidson is the epitome of transparency in the public eye. He was raised by his physically impaired brothers, enduring long periods of malnutrition, and now, having improved his circumstances, his height has become fixed. Time cannot be rewound. Lance contemplated briefly before retrieving a piece of material from his spatial button. He skillfully crafted it into a 10 centimeters height increasing insole. Lacking a wife. Opinions from men mattered little to him. But Director Davidson had a wife, and that made all the difference. He was determined to assist the esteemed medical expert who had once saved millions, to help him stand tall. Bring me the soft one. Davidson finally recognized the soft, deer-like figure in Lorong's arms and carefully examined her. Luorong feigned unconsciousness before waking. Asen? Soft, soft, soft. She stood on a cushion, gazing up at her husbands, whose expressions varied. Surely, they had not been waiting outside the tent from morning till afternoon? Adong, aren't you training? Training. After a bit of tidying up, Lorong sat comfortably inside the tent. Kadong, accompanied by 4 mech warriors, commenced team battle training. Team battles emphasize awareness and coordination. This time they utilized VR mode. Only when you progress from a novice to an advanced level can this team be considered somewhat formed. Kadong led the 4 mech warriors in simulated training throughout the day. Luorong watched as Luo Yao and the others transformed from preferring solitary combat to following Kadong's directions with remarkable synergy, a smile of satisfaction gracing her face. At 10 o'clock at night, the 8 of them gathered inside the tent, discussing plans for the following day. Luo Yao, your wings aren't fully healed. Refrain from using them for now. We marked the blue dragon hatchlings 3 days ago. We depart tomorrow morning to locate their nest. All right, everyone else is fine with that. Just as Kadong was about to continue, a sharp remark from Heijin interrupted him.
Sure.
There's something happening on the northern side. Heijin manipulated the light brain, and suddenly, the eavesdropped content resonated clearly within the soundproof tent. The mother is suddenly pressuring us to return to the family. If we do not arrive within 3 days, we will all be expelled from the Ko family. This is quite strange. It seems the opponent has left a contingency plan before their demise.
Brasabye.
What should we do now? What else can we do? Since the matter has been exposed, we must sever all ties with the outside world and swiftly head to Black Underworld Star. We cannot allow the federal enforcement team to capture us. I will notify the brothers to return. Don't rush. Eliminate those star pirates and strip them of their valuables. That woman is decent looking. Let's bind her and present her to the leader of the Shadow Gathering organization on Black Underworld Star as a gesture of goodwill. Luorong stumbled and fell onto the cushion. Davidson's glasses clattered to the ground, and he hurriedly helped his wife up. The glint of malice flickered in the eyes of Kadong, Luo Yao, and Heijin,
Lance trembled,
quickly concealing the flawlessly crafted height-increasing insoles he had just made. Chapter 99. For have escaped. Damn it. The eavesdropped content continued to play.
Brasabye.
The damage level of our 5 SSS-class battleships has reached 30. None are repaired yet. If we continue to use them, and the damage exceeds 45, our mechanics won't be able to fix them, rendering them scrap. The deputy of Brother Bay expressed concern. Battleships with damage below 30 require 2 days for repairs. Damage above 30 takes 3 to 5 days, or even longer. I truly miss that Samuel, who was thrown into the sea after his death. He could repair a ship in an hour. Within a kilometer radius of the signal base, they wouldn't dare use battleships. We will use mechs instead. Battleships possess immense power. If we inadvertently destroy a nearby signal tower, this planet would lose contact with the main star entirely. Explorers would become disoriented in the vast cosmos. With no chance of returning to the main star, everyone would be trapped here until death. Alright, I will notify the brothers now. In Kodong's tent, Hygiene manipulated the controls, and the eavesdropped sound ceased. Everyone, change into exploration suits. Kodong spoke gravely, quickly donning his exploration suit. Lu Ruan had just retrieved her clothing when the two men beside her sprang into action, like well-trained soldiers. One swiftly spread her arms while the other slipped the clothing over her, and in the next moment, a third man zipped her exploration suit to the top in one fluid motion. The entire sequence unfolded so rapidly that Lu Ruan barely had time to react. Within 3 seconds, she was fully dressed. Gazing at her exploration suit, she felt a moment of dazed astonishment. Unsure of what to say, they were incredibly swift. However, that was not the end. Just as she was lost in thought, her feet suddenly left the ground, and her body was lifted into the air. When she focused, she realized that Luo Yao was cradling her in his arms. She had never felt more like a doll in her life. Once everyone was suited up, Kodong stated, since Brother Bei is eager to reach Black Underworld Star, and they are using mechs rather than battleships, we shall take our battleship to the vicinity of the coordinates and scout for the Blue Dragon's whereabouts. There's no need to wait until tomorrow morning. We depart now. Among the crew, only 5 were capable of operating mechs and battleships. Wife, Davidson, and Lance are both under protection. The 5 of us would be at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation with a 30 from across. It is wise to leave for now. Agreed, let's hurry. The trio of Hygiene had no objections. Kodong was the first to exit the tent, since the opponents were fleeing to Black Underworld Star to evade the enforcement team. They would not linger here for long, thus not impeding his mission nor requiring him to disguise himself. As Lu Ruan was carried out of the tent by Luo Yao, she raised her eyes and nearly gasped in shock. Standing within the protective barrier were 28 medium-sized mechs, arranged in perfect formation. Towering at 3 meters, these mechs displayed a deep crimson hue, each certainly of S-class or higher, exuding an aura of grandeur and dominance. Through the gaps between the mechs, Lu Ruan could see Brother Bei and his deputy standing at the rear. It was only 30 seconds since Hygiene had terminated the surveillance, yet the enemy team had mobilized so quickly, deploying their entire force with the intent to kill and plunder. Lu Ruan's heart raced violently.
Kodong?
Has he allied himself with the Star Pirates after leaving the family? Listen, within 1 minute, I expect everyone on your side to obediently surrender all star coins and valuables. Otherwise, you shall face eternal slumber on the subordinate star. Brother Bei's gaze was fixated on Kodong, his expression ominous and darkening. Upon hearing the term Star Pirates, Heijuan felt an immense disdain within. How could these individuals compare themselves to Star Pirates? His brothers were no mere star thieves. They were the formidable leaders of rogues that even the most notorious Star Pirates would fear. However, the adversary was numerous and overwhelming, with a significant number of them joining forces. The front line alone boasted 20 S-class mechas, while the rear revealed 5 2S-class and 3 3S-class mechas. It remained unclear how many additional 3S-class mechas the enemy had yet to deploy. Revealing his identity as the leader of the Shadow Gathering alongside his 2 brothers made their situation even more precarious. The enemy, now cornered, would likely see their dwindling numbers as an opportunity to threaten them, and if that failed, they would resort to violence without hesitation. Take the 3 and go. Kodong commanded Luo Yao behind him, deftly passing the warship's control to him. He then turned to Kobe, attempting to buy time. Second brother, it has been months since we last met. When did you learn to engage in such violent and shameless acts of robbery? As Kodong spoke, Lu Ruan clung firmly to Luo Yao, who now had his hands free. With one hand grasping Davidson's collar and the other seizing Lance's, he unfurled his black wings and soared into the sky, landing on the treetops situated between the safety and danger zones. This vantage point, devoid of any lurking beasts, offered a semblance of safety as long as they maintained their balance. In the pitch-black night, the quartet blended seamlessly into the shadows. Lu Ruan perched on the treetop, gazing anxiously at the beach within the safety zone, where the figures of people and mechas appeared to shrink considerably. Kodong and Kobe seemed to be engaged in conversation, yet no confrontation had erupted. Adong and the others are in dire straits, Luo Yao mused. Let us wait a bit longer. We need to board the warship first. He discreetly pressed a button on the warship's control, and a SSS-class warship silently materialized above the treetops. The beasts in the danger zone turned their attention to the subtle noise, prompting the four to fall silent. After a few tense seconds, the beasts seemed unresponsive. "We must descend and devise a plan to rescue them," Luo Yao whispered. With that, Luo Yao, Lu Ruan, Davidson, and Lance boarded the warship. Lu Ruan took her seat beside the main control panel and secured her safety belt. Her expression filled with concern as she awaited the return of Ku Dong and the others on the beach. Luo Yao assessed the S-class mental power of Lance and then glanced at Davidson, who had never operated a mecha before finally returning his gaze to himself, who had only once piloted a 3S-class warship. He hastily took the control seat and began to operate the ship. As the display illuminated, the night vision system revealed the monitoring footage of the safety zone to the group. On the beach, Kedong, Hejuan, and Yen were cornered by 28 mechas at the entrance of their tent, their situation dire. The enemy team, witnessing the sudden disappearance of Lu Ruan and her companions, felt a mix of surprise and anger. The vice captain growled, "Brother Bei, they managed to escape. Damn it." Ku Bei narrowed his fox-like eyes, his malice apparent as he retorted, "Killing these four will suffice. Those who fled are surely still nearby. I don't believe they can bear to watch their companions perish." Escape was merely a temporary measure. This was a subordinate star, and the recently fled four could not navigate the warship through the cosmic storm. If they wished to return to the main star, they would inevitably come back to rescue their comrades. "Advance," Ku Bei ordered coldly. Just as Lu Ruan observed everything unfolding, the 28 medium mechas blocking Kedong's path sprang into action. Without adhering to any semblance of martial ethics, they launched a fierce assault on Kedong's small 3S mecha. Kedong and his companions swiftly maneuvered their small mechas to engage the enemy, igniting an exhilarating battle upon the beach of the safety zone. Chapter 100. 100 million alpacas were born. Warships and mechas come in various sizes. Small mechas stand 2 meters tall, medium mechas range between 3 and 5 meters, while large mechas tower at 10 meters. The choice of mecha size depends on the specific requirements. Explorers typically opt for medium to small mechas for agility and reduced mental power consumption in hazardous areas, while military forces favor large mechas for exterminating swarms of beasts. The combat capabilities of mechas of the same class are not vastly different, yet in a duel, larger models enjoy a slight advantage, akin to the distinction between a basic mobile phone and its Plus variant, where the larger screen enhances the user experience. With a resounding crash, the four small mechas were struck directly on the head by the medium mechas, leaving the occupants disoriented as their insides jolted violently. Kedong felt a surge of frustration. Hejuan, too, shared in the mounting irritation. In the minds of Hejuan and Yen, a vast expanse of metaphorical alpacas erupted. Before they could catch their breath, the front line of S-class mechas lunged at Kedong's black mecha like famished predators, their mechanical arms poised to deliver devastating blows. They showed no hesitation or restraint, each punch aimed at utterly dismantling Kedong's mecha. Kedong held his breath tightly, unwilling to yield even a moment of vulnerability. He focused intently on maneuvering his mecha. After enduring another strike from the enemy, he seized a fleeting opportunity before their next onslaught, swiftly extending a mechanical arm to grasp the nearest enemy mecha firmly. With a tremendous effort, he yanked the mecha toward himself, using it as a massive shield. In an instant, this mecha shielded him from the subsequent barrage of attacks. The sounds of thudding impacts resonated as the enemy's strikes rained down upon the makeshift shield. Each collision sent tremors through the mecha, causing the occupants to feel as though their very blood might surge forth. Hejuan, Yen, and Hejuan understood Kedong's intention immediately. Without hesitation, they rushed forward to help him secure the mecha that had been pulled in as a shield, finding brief respite behind it as they leaned against the tent. However, they soon found themselves in an awkward predicament. The tent stood 5 meters tall, and they were now trapped at its entrance, unable to escape. "Kedong, surrender now, and we may spare your lives." This sudden shift in circumstances made Ku Bei, who had initially expected to eliminate the four in mere minutes, furrow his brow slightly. The fact that the fleeing four had not returned sparked a sense of unease within him. Something had slipped from his grasp for the first time. Concurrently, this unease morphed into irritation. The four remained silent as nearly 30 adversaries relentlessly assaulted them. Ku Bei's words were merely bait to lure them into submission. If they relinquished their resistance, the star coins would be taken, the control device would vanish, and the enemy would promptly silence them before vanishing without a trace. Hold on. They're using medium mechas, and their mental power consumption exceeds ours, Kodong encouraged his 3 teammates. No sooner had he spoken than the tent behind them was violently dismantled. With a resounding crash, the tent collapsed. Heijun glanced back to see 5 SS-class mechas and 3 SSS-class mechas closing in, while 20 S-class mechas still loomed in front of them. We are completely surrounded. Yen, you know the drill. Yuan, cover Yen. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, Heijun's countenance shifted, his voice devoid of warmth as he conveyed instructions to Kodong. He elucidated that the mech before them could merely deflect a portion of the onslaught. To breach their encirclement, they must first neutralize the weaker opponents. Kodong, simply coordinate with us.
Understood. Kodong replied.
The battle raged on, the force steadfastly resisting. Koubei's voice cut through the chaos with icy authority as he commanded his team, eliminate them all within 5 minutes. The first to slay one of them shall claim their spatial button. Energized by this decree, the assailants transformed from lethargic cats to ferocious tigers, unleashing their full might upon the 4. A sickening thud echoed as Kodong bore the brunt of the assault, spitting blood, yet managing to rise within his mech. Shielded by his 2 brothers, Heijun brandished a max-version quantum saw, typically reserved for repairing 3 S-class warships, and made the first strike against the shield mech. The ethereal glow emitted by the saw was particularly menacing in the dark. Upon contact with the mech's exterior, a piercing, sizzling sound erupted, akin to the grinding of wood, as the enemy's mech shell was gradually severed. Despite its desperate resistance, the shield mech found itself ensnared by Kodong's grasp and, in a reckless attempt, activated its weapon system, launching 6 powerful bombs at close range. Kodong's pupils dilated in alarm as he released his grip and dodged. The bombs detonated in a cacophony that sent the ears of the nearby beasts in the non-secure jungle perking up, all turning their gaze towards the beach. The enemy combatants behind the 4 were nearly caught in the blast as well. Are you trying to kill us? Acknowledging the inherent risks of their weapon systems, the assailants hesitated, opting instead to continue their human resistance. After evading the explosion, Kodong gritted his teeth and wrested back control of the mech. Ignoring the mechanical legs and fists striking at him, he fought to maintain clarity, for should his focus waver, the mental energy binding him to the mech would dissipate, causing it to retract into its button, leaving him utterly exposed within the throng of mechs, devoid of any means to defend himself. The system's alerts rang incessantly in his mind, his heart racing as the damage indicators climbed. Should the damage exceed 60, the mech would automatically be recalled. As Kodong felt the pressure mounting, 10 seconds slipped by. In that critical moment, Heijun successfully cleaved through the shield mech's exterior with a quantum saw, accompanied by a resounding crack as the mech was forcibly retracted, revealing a fallen adversary. Damn it! The attackers cursed. Just as Heijun contemplated using the downed foe as leverage, an approaching enemy swung a mechanical arm, striking him. His comrades swiftly intervened, pulling the incapacitated enemy back while resuming their assault on the 4. The quartet faced the onslaught of the remaining 27 foes, unable to extricate themselves from the fray. They resorted to their cunning tactics, dragging down another shield mech amidst the chaos to support Heijun's efforts. When it came to underhanded strategies, none could rival the brothers. Their sole objective was to eliminate the opposition by any treacherous means necessary. As the battle intensified, the overwhelming numbers of the enemy began to take their toll on the stamina and mental fortitude of Kodong and his companions. The clanging of metal amidst the nocturnal beach resounded ominously, attracting mini-beasts that nearly breached the fortified barriers laced with enhanced repellents. The relentless alerts echoed in their minds, urging them onward. Blinded by fury, they pressed on, determined to hold out just a little longer, hoping to exhaust the enemy's mental reserves and diminish their ranks for a potential escape. Each minute felt like an eternity, fraught with tension.
What now?
Heijun seethed, his blood boiling. With less than half an hour elapsed, their mechs faced relentless assault, nearing the brink of collapse, while the enemy retained 20 machines. Having never felt so stifled, Heijun's mind brimmed with vexation, as if a million llamas were multiplying in his thoughts. Meanwhile, Kodong's face darkened, fearing he and his new allies would meet their demise amidst the enemy ranks, when suddenly, a pair of majestic black wings appeared overhead, silent yet imposing. Chapter 101. The enigmatic grin of unparalleled grace. The night was shrouded in darkness. Fearing the light would draw the beasts, no lamps illuminated Koubei's tent. Following the collapse of Kodong's tent, the area plunged into obscurity, leaving the mech pilots reliant on night vision to discern the locations of their foes. A fierce urgency compelled the assailants to eliminate Kodong and his comrades. Their focus consumed by the battle, even Koubei, observing from the rear, remained oblivious to the sudden emergence of Luo Yao above. With a sly grin, Luo Yao unfurled his grand wings and forcefully beat them against the weary enemy combatants, sending 5 medium mechs tumbling helplessly. Having awaited his moment aboard the warship, he finally seized the opportunity to aid the 4 in their escape.
Fall back.
Kodong felt the wave of relief wash over him. They swiftly retreated towards the breach, while the remaining foes surged forward to encircle them, and the fallen attempted to rise and impede their escape. Yet, Luo Yao would not allow their success. He violently flapped his wings, sending several enemy mechs flying in an attempt to obstruct their advance. From a distance, Ku Bei watched the scene unfold, cursing his inept comrades before commanding his deputy. "We must pursue them. They cannot be allowed to flee." The deputy complied, rallying his subordinates to charge after Kodong and his team. Instantly, the battle escalated once more, descending into further chaos. Luo Yao soared gracefully through the air, deftly disrupting the enemy mechs with his wings, providing the 4 a precious opportunity to slip towards the jungle's edge. Just as they were on the verge of breaking free, Koubei, piloting a colossal SSS-grade mech, loomed before them like a mountain. "You think you can escape? Not so easily," he sneered, launching a fierce assault against Kodong and his companions. The 4 fought valiantly, yet the sheer size of the enemy mech proved overwhelming, gradually wearing them down. "I'll hold them off, you all fly that way." Luo Yao aimed for the head of the giant mech, striking it with a powerful flap of his wing.
Kaibai's vision was momentarily obscured,
impairing his ability to track Kodong and his allies. At that precise moment, the damage levels of the 4 mechs reached 59, perilously close to triggering their automatic retraction. Heeding Luo Yao's command, they hurriedly switched their mechs from combat to flight mode. Initially, they had refrained from using this mode, knowing that while it limited their weapon systems, it also allowed ground-based foes to attack freely without fear of collateral damage. Furthermore, the transition required several precarious seconds during which the mechs were vulnerable. With Luo Yao's intervention, they could now take advantage of his cover to switch to flight mode and make their escape towards the jungle. Under Luo Yao's protection, the quartet successfully entered the wooded sanctuary. "What are you waiting for? Chase them!" Koubei bellowed, enraged at their retreat. In that fleeting moment, the enemy's 15 warriors switched their mechs to flight mode and surged into the jungle in pursuit. At this juncture, the 5 who had been unexpectedly knocked to the ground by Luo Yao also rose to their feet, joining their captain and vice-captain to confront him. Luo Yao, glancing around, noticed that Kodong and his companions had vanished from the safety zone's beach, prompting him to abandon the skirmish. One of his wings was still injured, and the recent blows felt akin to salt being poured into an open wound, excruciatingly painful. He unfurled his wings and swiftly took flight towards the jungle. In mere moments, Luo Yao vanished from the safety zone, leaving no trace behind. Koubei promptly switched the large mech to flight mode, completing the transition after 5 seconds. During this brief interval, Luo Yao managed to fly even further away. Lu Ruan sat aboard the battleship, intently monitoring the surveillance screen. She observed Kodong and his trio soaring away from the SSS-class battleship, closely followed by the 15 pursuers. Subsequently, the 4 of them stowed their mechs and crossed from the safety zone into the danger zone. The ferocious 15, driven by their fervor, also breached the safety zone, following suit into the perilous territory. Perched atop the treetops, Kodong and his companions watched as the pursuing adversaries drew ever closer, their hearts racing with trepidation. The relentless pursuit had driven the foes deep into the danger zone. For the past 3 days, the 4 had bathed in Davidson's homemade elixir, rendering their scent faint and imperceptible to the beasts. Thus, as they remained still among the treetops, the creatures of the danger zone deemed them unworthy of attack, unlike the approaching enemies, who would not afford them the same leniency. Cautiously, the 4 began to descend from the tree canopy, yet fate was unkind. A fierce bird's nest blocked their descent, halting their progress. Kodong, with determination, thought, "Where do you think you can escape to?" The 15 adversaries swiftly encircled them. One among them swung a massive mechanical arm toward the 4 perched on the branch. Just as the situation appeared dire, several ropes suddenly ensnared them, hoisting them upward. In the next instant, a laser weapon discharged toward the beast's nest. The previously slumbering fierce bird, startled by the assault, let out a sharp cry before angrily launching itself from its nest, retaliating against the 15 armored foes. Nearby, elder birds, alerted by their kin's call, emerged en masse, fiercely attacking both the pursuing 15 and the tardy Kobe and his 7 companions. The claws of the aberrant birds were exceedingly sharp, and as 50 of them took flight, Kobe's team, already drained from exertion, found themselves overwhelmed. One mech was severely damaged by a bird's claw, sending its occupant plummeting from the treetops. This unexpected turn of events compelled the pursuing adversaries to retreat hastily. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yao lifted the 4 and soared toward the battleship. The aberrant birds, perceiving Luo Yao's wings and his seemingly superior form, instinctively regarded him as a valiant member of their kind. They watched him depart with admiration in their eyes, captivated by the sheen of his magnificent black wings. Kobe could only watch helplessly as Kodong and his companions eluded capture. After flying a considerable distance, Luo Yao glanced back at the chaos a mech, under relentless assault by a horde of beasts, was fleeing like a timid prey. A smirk graced his lips, revealing an enchanting smile that was utterly mesmerizing. His handsome visage, for the first time, bore a charm that could captivate the soul. His sharp, elongated eyes sparkled in the night, while his silver hair danced gently in the wind, and his black wings fanned gracefully yet powerfully. The new flesh that had grown from the tip of his previously injured wing was once again harmed, blood and fluid oozing and dripping onto the leaves below, producing a rhythmic patter. He quickened his pace, the 4 bound beneath his wings swaying perilously. As if on a swing, Luo Yao slowed down, the 4 urged, gripping the ropes tightly. Lu Ruan, observing the scene through the monitor, couldn't help but marvel at the silver-haired man's dazzling smile, recalling how he had disregarded his injuries to use his rare black feathers to rescue them. A wave of warmth surged within her, nearly causing her to tear up. Her boy was no longer a mere boy. Chapter 102. The battleship in the sky pauses. 3 minutes later. Davidson, bring me a painkiller. Luo Yao strode into the cabin, his voice laced with discomfort. In a matter of 1 minute, he had exerted himself fiercely, clashing his wings against the enemy mechs, sacrificing too much with his still healing wing. Now, with his tension easing, the pain magnified tenfold, becoming increasingly agonizing. Lu Ruan gasped as she beheld the gruesome sight of the man's injury, a sight that could easily unnerve a crowd of children, yet she remained unfazed by blood. She urgently turned to Davidson at her side. Arson, hurry, tend to him. Davidson, upon seeing the state of Luo Yao, promptly stood and approached him with a syringe and vial of medication. He swiftly extracted the appropriate amount of painkiller and, with care, inserted the needle into Luo Yao's arm, efficiently administering the medication. As Luo Yao sank into a chair, beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead. With the medication coursing through his veins, his body gradually relaxed, and the furrowed lines on his brow began to smooth. He exhaled a long breath, a look of relief washing over him. Phew, much better. Finally, some comfort. You must refrain from using your wings for the next 3 days, Davidson cautioned while treating Luo Yao's wound, or else this injury may never fully heal. Fine. If I must, I shall comply. As Davidson tended to Luo Yao, Kodong, and the brothers He Jin and Yen sat down. Lu Ruan turned her gaze to the 4, observing their condition, and softly inquired, Adong, how are you all faring? The 4 retrieved another vial of high-grade recovery potion and drank, feeling their internal organs settle and their mental energy partially restored. Kodong replied nonchalantly, we're fine. He Jin added reassuringly, do not worry. He Jin Yen, feeling dizzy from the excessive consumption of mental energy, requested, Ruan, could you please give my head a little massage? Seizing the moment when Davidson had walked to Luo Yao, He Jin Yen slid into the space beside Lu Ruan, eagerly presenting his head for her attention. Lu Ruan met his expectant, light golden eyes and instinctively reached out. Her delicate fingers gently pressed on the acupressure points of He Jin Yan's head, appearing fair and slender against his ash-brown hair. He Jin Yan reveled in the tenderness of his beloved, nearly unable to contain his smile. In his mind, a million thoughts faded into oblivion, leaving only the image of the woman and the warmth of her small hands. Kodong, He Jin, and He Jin Yuan exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Your wife is massaging the wrong person. They had been covering for He Jin Yan, enduring attacks from the enemy mechs. For him, the most he had experienced was a sore arm from wielding a quantum saw. He Jin Yuan shot a sidelong glance at his younger brother and explained to Lu Ruan, Ruan, we 3 have exhausted our mental energy the most, not him. Lu Ruan shot He Jin a glare, swiftly retracting her hand. With his eyes gently closed, He Jin felt the small hand atop his head suddenly withdraw. He opened his eyes, gazing at Lu Ruan with a hint of grievance in his low, husky voice. Ruan, I still want. Before Lu Ruan could respond, a voice filled with resentment echoed nearby.
What do you want?
Among the three of you brothers, you are the heaviest. I nearly couldn't lift you. Luo Yao retorted. You ought to reflect on yourself. He scoffed. All four of us together weigh around 630 pounds. Do you still have the audacity to complain about being weak? He Jin cast a disdainful glance at Luo Yao. The one who should be reflecting is you. He had merely indulged in a bit too much food recently, gaining a couple of pounds of muscle, all in preparation for battling the alien beasts. Am I not counted as a person apart from you four? Luo Yao, disinterested in further banter with He Jin, folded his wings and approached Lu Ruan, his face beaming with delight. Sister, I did it. I hope I didn't disappoint you. Lu Ruan retrieved a handkerchief and wiped the beads of sweat from the man's brow. I have always believed in you.
Luo Yao,
receiving his beloved's affirmation, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Sister, may I receive a kiss as a reward? He pressed eagerly. Lu Ruan smiled indulgently. All right, lower your head. Davidson observed Lu Ruan's gaze towards Luo Yao, which had evolved from initial acknowledgement to a gentle affection, gradually deepening into love and indulgence, prompting him to fall into contemplation. After boarding the battleship, her attention towards him had significantly waned. He recalled the scene in the tent, where he was obscured by a group of taller individuals, having to stand on tiptoes just to catch a glimpse of her. Was it perhaps his lack of height that caused her gaze to be so easily captured by other suitors? Davidson's deep hazel eyes dulled slightly as he quietly found a spot to sit, the feelings within him not quite painful, yet far from pleasant. In the corner, Lance observed Davidson and Lu Ruan, inexplicably grasping Davidson's inner thoughts. He discreetly opened his holographic device and sent a message to Davidson. Director Davidson, I have a way to make you instantly appear to be 6'3". Davidson raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is that true? If he stood at 6'3", taller than the tallest Kedong, wouldn't Lu Ruan's gaze be inevitably drawn to him? The warm moment was fleeting, as an ominous crisis loomed. Just as Davidson began typing a query about the method into the input box, the battleship's alarm blared suddenly. Not good. Kobe's battleship has locked onto our position and is launching an attack. Everyone take your seats. The expressions of everyone aboard the battleship turned serious. Luo Yao quickly settled in, while Kedong placed his hands on the main control console, activating the engine in a heartbeat.
Whoosh.
The battleship shot forward like a rocket towards the coordinates of the Blue Flood Dragon. Kobe and his crew could only watch helplessly as Kedong's battleship vanished from their surveillance range. Once out of danger, Kedong eased the speed of the battleship slightly to minimize wear and tear. In the pitch-black night, a girl hurrying along the edge of the jungle towards the safety zone heard a sound from above and looked up. In the distance, a battleship not belonging to the Ko family was heading in the opposite direction. She quickly shouted at the silhouette of the ship, "Battleship in the sky, please stop." However, though the battleship slowed, to the eyes of the pedestrian, it still moved with the speed of light. Just as her shout faded, Kedong's battleship flew overhead, 300 meters above her, disappearing in an instant. Far away on Capistar, a masked man's lips trembled, and the girl on the satellite planet mirrored the action. The journey from here to the safety zone would require a week on foot. The girl treaded through grass taller than herself, occasionally avoiding the serpents slithering through the sparse underbrush. A careless bite would elicit a sharp hiss of pain from the distant, enigmatic man. Chapter 103. Competing with the Ancestor Dragon for Prey. As the girl trudged towards the safety zone, the battleship reached the end of this side of the sea. Lu Ruan surveyed her surroundings, noting that in the pitch-black night, the daylight-active flying beasts had retreated into their jungle nests, leaving hardly a single one in sight. Having previously implanted the chip into the Blue Flood Dragon, she now only needed to utilize the detector to ascertain its precise location. 3 days prior, they had attacked numerous alien beasts, particularly the Ancestor Dragons with their alien wings, who might still be lingering nearby. Vigilance was imperative. Kedong carefully monitored the detector on his wrist while slowing the battleship, guiding it toward the small red displayed. If we can catch the Blue Flood Dragon tonight, this expedition task will conclude, Luo Yao remarked casually. Lu Ruan couldn't help but feel a flutter of anticipation. If they captured the Blue Flood Dragon tonight, even without the willpower value, the entire team would receive a royal bounty of 30 billion. However, Recalling the information gleaned from the little dumpling and the image of her husband Kodong having a piece of meat bitten off his leg by the blue flood dragon hatchling 3 days ago, her excitement morphed into concern. She murmured to herself, still unaware of the size of the blue flood dragon's population. If they were numerous, capturing even one would prove challenging. He sighed upon hearing Lu Ruan's thoughts. It's a pity that the SSS-class mecha is severely damaged. Otherwise, we need not worry. Initially, he had planned to wear out Kodong's S-class mecha before using his own, yet unexpectedly, it was his that had suffered first. Kodong glanced at He. The S-class mecha may lack the defensive capabilities of the SSS class, but it is not inferior in other respects. If you avoid the alien beast's attacks, it can still be utilized effectively. He had previously maneuvered the S-class mecha with ease in perilous zones. As they spoke, the detector emitted a bright red light. We arrived just 10 meters ahead. All eyes turned towards the monitoring screen. At the edge of the elevated seashore, a wide crevice appeared, like a knife slicing a 1-meter-wide gorge into the coastline. The waves crashing at the end of the sea surged through the crevice, striking its entrance. The blue flood dragon she sought was concealed within this narrow gorge. At the entrance of the gorge stood a dozen large ancestor dragons, 2 of which were currently hunting. They clamped their jaws around the head of an adult blue flood dragon, relentlessly attempting to drag it out from the narrow gap for the others to enjoy. Lu Ruan gasped, counting the blue flood dragons visible on the screen. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Only 6 remained. Seeing their natural enemies lying in wait in their habitat for a feast, her earlier concern of the blue flood dragons being too numerous to capture was now overshadowed by the fear that they were too few, and the ancestor dragons would consume their intended prey. She scrutinized the screen further. Aside from the adult blue flood dragon being bitten on the head, there was 1 large blue flood dragon remaining, with the other 5 being hatchlings. From the state of the hatchlings, it appeared they had gone days without food and were eager to venture out. However, with their predators blocking the entrance, venturing outside meant certain death. The adult blue flood dragon, bitten on the head, struggled desperately, its thick body crashing against the rock face, sending water splashing up to 10 feet high. The ancestor dragons exerted force to pull it out of the gorge, and after a few minutes, they finally succeeded. One by one, they began to feast on the rare delicacy, the tough scales of the blue flood dragon yielding under their sharp teeth with a single bite. Lu Ruan could distinctly hear the terrifying sound of their feast. Soon, the entrance of the gorge was suffused with a crimson hue. Lu Ruan swallowed hard as she beheld the scene. She speculated that the unfortunate creature had ventured out, believing that the ancestral dragon was not in the vicinity, only to fall prey to the lurking ancestral dragon. Discovering this situation in their lair was indeed troublesome. Henceforth, we would have to compete with the ancestral dragon for prey. In the control room, someone murmured softly. Seeing this, Kodong did not hastily depart. Instead, he observed the dragons, then spoke slowly. Once the ancestral dragon had gorged itself and departed, we should see if the blue flood dragon hiding in the crevices would emerge to forage. If we can capture even 1 live specimen, our mission will be accomplished. A dozen dragons were still indulging in the blue flood dragon, the corpse of a 100-meter-long creature diminishing gradually. After 10 minutes, the ancestral dragons were satiated. Their hearing was exceptionally acute. They had actually heard the sound of the warship earlier, but engrossed in their hunting, they had not paid it much heed. Now, having feasted, they would not let such an unidentified entity that harmed dragons slip away. Retreat. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Kodong immediately turned and fled into the skies above the gorge. The SSS-class warship was remarkably swift. Just as the ancestral dragons spread their wings to pursue vengeance on the warship, the unknown object vanished from their sight.
50 kilometers away, Kodong halted.
All crew members congregated in the control room, commencing a discussion. We cannot return just yet, as we are uncertain whether Kobe and his group have exited the safe zone. The ancestral dragons harbor a deep-seated animosity towards warships. I propose we sacrifice one of our vessels to create a diversion, drawing them away while we swiftly head towards the crevice to capture the blue flood dragons. Luo Yao articulated his thoughts. Kodong pondered the feasibility of producing noise with a warship. The ancestral dragons were highly sensitive to sound, capable of detecting subtle movements from 10 kilometers away. If they sacrificed a warship to generate noise from that distance, the ancestral dragons, with their disdain for warships, would undoubtedly pursue it. This warship could hold the ancestral dragons at bay for a maximum of 20 minutes. Once the time was up, they would return to lie in wait near the blue flood dragon's lair. Their window of action would be brief. It is worth a try. Kedong nodded at Luo Yao and then addressed He Jinyan. He Jinyan, we need you to sacrifice one of your warships. He Jinyan deliberated. Use the S-class vessel you have. I only possess SSS class ones. Lu Ruan cast a silent glance at He Jinyan, then observed the expressions of He Jinyi and He Jinyuan. The three appeared rather reluctant, and she could understand why. After all, an S-class warship was worth 100 million, while a 3S-class warship could be valued at tens or even hundreds of millions. Kedong's gaze swept over lands. Realizing that after sacrificing the S-class warship, should the 3S-class warship sustain damage, the mechanic would be unable to repair it.
He sighed softly.
It seemed they would have to wait until the warship beneath them sustained over 45 damage, then return to the main star for supplies before coming back. He Jinyan's vessel could be retained for the return trip. Kedong opened the hatch and exited, placing the S-class warship nearby, gathering valuable items within before re-entering the control room to set it on autopilot. After returning to Lu Ruan's side, he declared, "Let us set forth now." As Lu Ruan looked up, she saw the S-class warship soaring away, accompanied by an exuberant melody. The vessel beneath her stirred to life as well. Chapter 104. Do they adore her voice? Kedong calculated meticulously, executing his maneuvers flawlessly. At the moment the S-class warship drew the aberrant-winged ancestral dragon toward the blue flood dragon's lair, Kedong's SSS-class warship arrived in close proximity to the blue flood dragons. Davidson, have you developed the serum capable of incapacitating the blue flood dragons?
Yes.
Davidson handed a vial to Kedong. Their scales are thick, and the medication cannot permeate. If you can manage to toss this vial into the blue flood dragon's mouth, the serum will take effect. Darling, you Luo Yao, Davidson, and Lan stay aboard the warship. Luo Yao, pass me your S-class mech. Your wings are unusable. So, there's no need for you to accompany us. Your responsibility lies in operating the warship. Should you detect the aberrant-winged ancestral dragon returning, alert us immediately. Once we board the vessel, you must pilot it away from here. Do you understand? Understood. Luo Yao returned the mech button to Kedong. He Jinyan, you three descend with me. Kedong organized his team with clarity. Gripping the vial tightly, he opened the hatch and leaped into the S-class mech. The He Jinyan brothers retrieved the S-class mechs previously provided by Kedong and followed him down into the gorge. The four of them positioned themselves firmly at the gorge's fissure. 6 blue flood dragons glared at them with predatory intent. Their azure eyes shone like gemstones in the inky darkness. The 6 heads were huddled together. From this vantage point, they could not see the 100-meter-long body of the adult blue flood dragon behind them, but they could vaguely discern the 10-meter-long body of a juvenile blue flood dragon resting atop the adult's back. We have at most 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, the S-class warship will succumb, and the ancestral dragons will return. The aberrant-winged ancestral dragons flew at remarkable speed. They could reach this spot in no more than 2 minutes. They needed to act swiftly. However, the juvenile blue flood dragons were reluctant to emerge, fearing the ancestral dragons lurking nearby. We must devise a method to lure them out, suggested He Jinyi thoughtfully. Kedong's profound black eyes brimmed with wisdom as he replied resolutely, attack the smaller ones, and they will naturally emerge. Most aberrant creatures share a characteristic. They are fiercely protective of their young. When the juveniles are threatened, the adults will undoubtedly retaliate. Eager to teach the presumptuous invaders a lesson, they would provoke the adult blue flood dragons, and once they confirmed that their formidable foes had left, they would surely emerge to exact vengeance. No sooner had Kedong spoken than He Jinyi activated the mech's weapon systems, raising its mechanical arm to prepare an assault on the juvenile blue flood dragon. Be cautious. Do not inflict fatal harm upon them. Our objective is to capture a healthy blue flood dragon alive, Kedong urged urgently. He Jinyi nodded slightly, not lacking in intelligence. Should their endeavor to capture a blue flood dragon fail, killing one now would diminish their chances of success during a subsequent attempt. Moreover, the ancestral dragons were waiting at their doorstep, and if they lost more of their kind to these predators, the target species could face extinction. With a swift whoosh, He Jinyi unleashed an energy beam that scorched the scales of one juvenile blue flood dragon. In the narrow fissure, 6 heads directed furious glares at the mech poised at the gorge's entrance. The largest head, nestled at the bottom, opened its cavernous maw, seemingly intent on tearing He Jinyi to shreds. Roar! The scorched juvenile blue flood dragon emitted a furious cry. Its scales were akin to its protective armor. How dare this vile entity damage its attire? This would not do. It still refused to emerge. Continue, Kadong commanded. He Jin launched another strike at the same juvenile. The enraged creature bellowed in fury, its temper flaring. Fueled by rage, it charged forth. The 4 individuals lying in wait at the entrance held their breath as the mechanical arm shot out like lightning, the mechanical hand deftly opening, aiming to seize the juvenile's head. Just as they believed victory was within their grasp, the adult blue flood dragon suddenly sprang into action, yanking the furious juvenile back with a forceful bite. Kadong and He Jin gazed at their empty mechanical hands, a glimmer of regret flashing in their eyes. The juvenile blue flood dragon measured 10 meters in length and was as thick as their thighs. With the advent of mechas, capturing the elusive creatures has become relatively easier. Just moments ago, the mechanical arm nearly grazed the head of a young one, merely a hair's breadth away from ensnaring it completely. Alas, the 4 individuals aboard the battleship witnessed this scene with a sense of regret. The adult blue serpent yanked back its offspring and retreated into a narrow crevice, effectively thwarting any attempts to extract it. Though their mechas were of a smaller variety, their width exceeded 1 meter, rendering them incapable of entering such a tight space. Glancing at the time, he noted that 3 minutes had already elapsed. With calm determination, he declared, "Let us try again. If that fails, we shall capture the larger one." Simultaneously, the 4 launched an assault on the young blue serpent pinned beneath the adult's form. Under a barrage of lasers, the uppermost youngling's scales were charred blackened, transforming the azure creature perilously close to a blackened fate. The patience of the adults was wearing thin. The other younglings sprang into action, and upon sensing that their arch-nemeses were absent, the adult blue serpent emerged from its hiding place. In an instant, 4 mechas clashed with 6 blue serpents. The serpents lashed out fiercely with their tails, while the 4 deftly maneuvered their mechas to evade the strikes. Kadong, clutching a small vial, aimed to toss it into the gaping maw of any nearby serpent. The sounds of battle echoed to the sea's edge, drawing curious onlookers from the surrounding jungle. Both those awake and those still slumbering. The blue serpents were ferocious, and the spectators dared not draw too near, thus sparing the fighters from any distractions posed by other creatures. The hearts of the 4 aboard the battleship raced with concern for their companions embroiled in combat. Kadong delivered a swift kick to the adult blue serpent's head, seizing the opportunity to hurl the biodegradable plastic vial into the mouth of a youngling poised to bite. The youngling, startled by the sudden intrusion, instinctively chomped down, puncturing the vial and allowing the medicinal liquid to seep into its mouth. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, its movements began to slow. "You fend off the others. I will capture this one," Kadong shouted to his companions, He Jun and Yen. Realizing the efficacy of his strategy, they immediately rallied to protect him, launching an assault on the approaching blue serpents. After 3 days of intense training, they found themselves well prepared to confront the wild beasts. Just as the 4 became engrossed in capturing the blue serpent, a horde of over 100 winged ancestral dragons surged in from a distance.
Kadong, retreat.
Luo Yao urgently bellowed to the group below. The feed from the monitors suddenly revealed a swarm of beasts. Lu Ruan followed suit, calling out anxiously to the 4, "Adong, hurry up. 100 ancestral dragons are coming." Her voice pierced the tranquil night air with an unusual intensity. In the distance, the eyes of the 100 ancestral dragons ignited with fervor. It had been an eternity since they had heard such a melodious call from a female. They longed to hear more. The ancestral dragons hastened their flight, their urgency surpassing even that which they had displayed when seeking vengeance upon the battleship. In the world of these beasts, males vastly outnumbered females. The reasons for the dwindling birth rate of females remained a mystery, but after the last female succumbed to illness 30 years prior, none had emerged since. Were it not for their extraordinarily long lifespans, potentially spanning a millennium, their race would have likely faced extinction. Females from other species were sequestered away by the males, making it exceedingly rare to even hear the calls of females from other races. The encounter 2 days prior had been with a mere imitation of a female. The call just now had been genuine. "Fly faster, or the female will be lost to us." The 100 ancestral dragons quickened their pace, although belonging to different races. The mere chance to hear a female's voice was enchanting. At this moment, Lu Ruan remained blissfully unaware that the millennia-old ferocious dragon was traversing species boundaries in search of a mate, specifically, in search of her. "Adong, the ancestral dragons are coming. You all need to ascend." Lu Ruan's anxiety escalated as the men below failed to ascend promptly, nearly driving her to despair. What adventure, What 30 billion star coins? Paled in comparison to the value of life. The ferocious beasts would soon return, and the diminutive mechas were no match for them. Only by returning to the battleship would the four find safety. Yet, her four dashing husbands remained perilously engaged, one, He-jun, still entangled with the blue serpent, while two others hesitated, debating whether to capture the serpent before retreating. Ko-dong was still striving to secure the sluggish youngling. Were they truly willing to become prey for the ancestral dragons? Luo Yao, retreat 1,000 meters quickly. Ko-dong's calm and steady voice resonated below. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Yao executed the command, piloting the battleship in reverse. This distance would still allow them to monitor Ko-dong's situation. In mere seconds, the 100 dragons surged forth. Just as Ko-dong's mechanical arm grasped the neck of the blue serpent youngling, his gaze was drawn upward to a dark mass of winged ancestral dragons looming above. Cursing under his breath, he released the blue serpent and deftly sidestepped to the side. Damn it, retreat into the forest. The ancestral dragons initially sought the female, but upon spotting the prime prey escaping through the crevice, they were delightfully surprised. The ravenous dragons quickly darted toward the gorge, their jaws agape as they descended upon the blue serpents outside. The blue serpents, sensing danger at the moment the ancestral dragons approached, ceased their struggle with Ko-dong and his companions. In an instant, they vanished like shadows back into the narrow crevice, while the sluggish youngling narrowly escaped being bitten, thanks to the intervention of the adult blue serpent, which pulled it back to safety. After evading 100 meters away, Ko-dong swiftly switched his mecha mode and soared from the cliff into the depths of the forest, disappearing among the foliage. The other three followed suit. As they navigated through the trees, they suddenly encountered the jungle's original inhabitants who had emerged to witness the commotion. Follow my path back to the battleship, Ko-dong instructed, taking advantage of the ancestral dragon's focus on the blue serpent's lair, guiding his mecha along the forest's periphery in low flight. He-jun and the others quickly fell into formation behind him. Just as they thought they would safely return to the battleship, the ancestral dragons scanned their surroundings, realizing their prey had retreated to their lair, while the female's whereabouts remained a mystery. Frustration surged within them, igniting their fury as their eyes locked onto the battleship's silhouette a kilometer away, prompting an immediate pursuit. Lu Ruan watched in horror as the ancestral dragons bore down with menacing intent, her heart racing. She activated the battleship's defense system, preparing for combat. As Ko-dong's voice echoed in her ears, Luo Yao adeptly operated the control panel, raising defensive barriers in haste. The four rushed to reinforce their position. Yet it became evident that the ancestral dragons harbored malice not only for the battleship, but for the mechas as well. Just as the four neared the battleship, a barrage of tails lashed out toward the flying mechas. Three narrowly evaded the strikes, but one unfortunate soul, caught too close, was unable to dodge and suffered a direct hit. With a resounding crash, the mecha sustained damage exceeding its threshold, initiating an automatic recall of its occupant. He fell like a severed kite, plummeting through the treetops. After coughing up blood, his eyelids fluttered shut as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Lu Ruan, watching the monitor, recognized the familiar visage and demeanor, along with the blood trickling from his lips. It was Yen. This marked the second time she had witnessed He-jun in peril before her eyes. She recalled the first instance when they had invaded her villa to threaten her. Luo Yao had hurled him from the second floor without any means of protection, and he had crashed to the ground, spitting blood before rising to continue the fight. He was ultimately ambushed by Ko-dong, grievously injured and lying on the ground, appearing utterly wretched. At that moment, she felt that He-jun deserved it, as long as he survived. Now, witnessing this man in such a state before her for the second time, her heart twisted painfully, wishing fervently for his safety. Big brother. Big brother. He-jun. After the other three mechas evaded the tail of the ancestor dragon and soared onto the battleship, they turned back, only to find one missing. A person had fallen onto the treetops. Luo Yao reminded Ko-dong, "You all head into the cabin. I'll go rescue him." Ko-dong's expression darkened significantly. After saying a word to He-jun and He-jun, he soared up towards the treetops. The person was someone he had brought from the main planet, and he had to return him in one piece. After the ancestor dragon attacked the mechas, its next target was the battleship. Hundreds of its tails swept toward the ship, and as the two individuals entered the cabin, they barely managed to find their seats before the ship lurched violently, sending them tumbling to the ground. Once seated, they immediately focused on the surveillance footage. Dong maneuvered the mecha swiftly towards the direction where He Jin Yen had fallen. At that moment, the Ancestor Dragon's onslaught caused the battleship to shake violently, and the defense shields flickered ominously, as if they could be breached at any moment. Lu Ruan was in a state of frantic anxiety, silently praying. Dong arrived at the treetops, yanked the unconscious He Jin Yen into the mecha, and promptly turned back towards the battleship. Suddenly, 4 Ancestor Dragons noticed him and lunged forward with their gaping maws. Dong adeptly maneuvered the mecha to evade, yet his legs could not withstand the 4 claws. One dragon's massive mouth descended toward the mecha's head. Within the small mecha, the occupant's head was trapped in the mecha's headspace. If the Ancestor Dragon bit down, both of her husbands would be lost. Inside the battleship, the 6 individuals clenched their fists, filled with an intense desire to slay the Ancestor Dragons.
No.
Lu Ruan shrieked, her eyes wide with terror. Her fingers dug into her palm, the unnamed fear swelling to unprecedented heights. Just when she thought the mecha's head would be bitten off, her piercing scream sliced through the night, causing the dragon's jaws to halt abruptly. The other Ancestor Dragons swiftly turned their gaze toward the battleship, their eyes glowing with intensity. Seizing the fleeting seconds, Dong hurriedly brought the injured back inside the ship. Everyone's back. It's good that no one was harmed. The entire team exhaled in relief. The feeling of having survived a calamity left their hearts racing uncontrollably. Luo Yao immediately activated the engines, and the battleship shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. The Ancestor Dragons were left with only a vague black in their sight. Meanwhile, the girl in the jungle heard the commotion and looked up to see the same battleship heading towards the safe zone. Another opportunity missed. Chapter 106. She agreed, while they all opposed. On the beach of the safe zone, Bei and the others had already fled. Dong and his companions were busy tidying up the collapsed tents, tending to the injured, and gathering to discuss matters. The individuals lying in the medical pods were He Jin Yen and Luo Yao. Lu Ruan sat between the 2 medical pods, holding fruit in her hands and occasionally feeding the 2 injured men. Yen, eat more to replenish your blood. She pinched a grape-sized fruit between her fingers and gently brought it to He Jin Yan's pale lips. He Jin Yan's gaze flickered slightly as he glanced at Luo Yao across from him, then opened his mouth, inadvertently biting down on both the fruit and Lu Ruan's fingers. Startled, Lu Ruan turned to meet He Jin Yan's profound eyes, which contained emotions she could not comprehend. She nonchalantly withdrew her hand, shifting the fruit to the other side. Yao, open your mouth. Luo Yao, noticing that his wife's fingers were still wet with He Jin Yan's saliva, felt utterly distressed. Sister, I'm not hungry. While Lu Ruan fed He Jin Yen, Dong was meticulously analyzing the situation from 2 hours prior. Last time, when the Ancestor Dragons came from the sea, they lingered near the habitat of the Blue Jiao. The next time we attempt to capture the Blue Jiao, we need to lure them away first. Sacrificing a battleship tonight only bought us 20 minutes. Are we willing to sacrifice another? This was futile. Time was insufficient. Dong immediately dismissed the suggestion upon contemplating the team's resources. Dong, when you brought Big Brother back to the battleship, the mecha nearly got bitten. Isn't it strange that they suddenly halted? He Jin Yi interjected. Luo Yao replied sharply, what is strange about it? Are you hoping for Dong and your brother to die together? That's not what I meant. Both of you, be quiet. Dong intervened to prevent the 2 from arguing. He activated his holographic device and pulled up the recorded video from the battleship. You all need to scrutinize those 10 minutes carefully. Perhaps we can uncover a clue that might serve as the breakthrough for this mission. As the surveillance footage played, Lu Ruan's eyes followed suit, and she unconsciously brought the fruit to her own mouth, realizing it just in time to spit it out. He Jin Yan's eyes turned toward the projection, and he instinctively opened his mouth, only to find himself biting air. The footage displayed several Ancestor Dragons attacking the mecha mercilessly, causing He Jin Yen to fall onto the treetops. Shortly after, Dong saved him, pulling him into the mecha, and mere seconds later, an Ancestor Dragon lunged for the head of the mecha. Suddenly, Lu Ruan's piercing cry of no erupted, causing the Ancestor Dragons to freeze in their tracks, their gazes turning toward the source of the sound, their eyes gleaming. After Luo Yao piloted the battleship to escape, a group of dragons pursued them for a distance before giving up. Could it be that they halted because of my shout? Lu Ruan murmured quietly, observing from the footage that it indeed appeared so, though she could not be certain. Let's watch again. Dong replayed that 1-minute segment 10 times, and the entire team followed suit, rewatching it 10 times. It really was my sister who stopped the Ancestor Dragons. He Jinyuan recalled what Kudong had previously taught the team about the characteristics of the strange beasts and slowly spoke. Kudong, I remember you mentioned that the winged ancestor dragons are sensitive to sound. They have preferences regarding noises. He Jinyan remarked indifferently. Yuan, are you suggesting that they were attracted by Ruan's voice?
Yes.
He Jinyuan nodded slightly. This possibility cannot be ruled out, but we also cannot dismiss the chance that they could be attracted by other sounds within a 10-kilometer radius. After watching the video numerous times, Kudong objectively stated. Lu Ruan internally summoned her little companion. Little companion, wake up, I have a question. Is it possible for the winged ancestor dragons to be attracted by my voice and thus forget to attack what they despise? Host, this is indeed possible. According to the records, strange beasts can redirect their attention towards something particularly interesting, thereby abandoning their current activities. Why would my voice attract the ancestor dragons? This needs to be explored by the host on her own. Lu Ruan returned to reality. The why did not matter to her. She only needed to achieve the desired outcome. She looked at Kudong, Adong, since the ancestor dragons have been lurking near the blue jiao. We must lure them all away for you to proceed with your mission. I think I can give it a try. No. The 6 handsome men unanimously opposed. Miss Lu Ruan, this is far too dangerous. Lancy, who rarely spoke in the group, echoed this sentiment. What I mean is, 1 or 2 of you should accompany me to lure the ancestor dragons away, while the rest go capture the blue jiao. Still too dangerous, no way. Kudong's words echoed the thoughts of the other men. Lu Ruan fell silent. On the following day, Kudong led the entire team to explore the canyon where the blue dragons resided, only to discover that yet another one had vanished. By the 3rd day, when they returned, merely 2 blue dragons remained. Such a drastic change sent waves of anxiety through the group. Each time they ventured forth, the ancestral dragons were lurking nearby, ever watchful. Just as she feared that their efforts to capture the blue dragons had reached an impasse, the men suddenly proposed to take a risk. Perhaps it was due to her ability to attract the ancestral dragons with her voice, for they would invariably cease their actions to gaze at her, showing no inclination to attack. This method had proven effective time and again, which reassured the men. That night of the 4th day, under the cloak of darkness, a team stealthily returned to the familiar habitat of the blue dragons. To their dismay, the number of ancestral dragons had swelled from hundreds to nearly 1,000. Rather than launching an immediate attack on the warship, they seemed to be waiting for Lu Ruan aboard. When Lu Ruan opened the hatch and called out, "Hey!" the heads of the dragons immediately snapped up, causing the ground to tremble and the trees to rustle ominously, a clear indication of the lurking ferocity of the dragons. Kudong hovered the warship above the blue dragon's territory. As the scanners revealed only 1 blue dragon remaining, his expression darkened. If they failed to capture it tonight, this last one would surely fall prey to the malevolent dragons. Luo Yao, take your wife and lure the ancestral dragons away. We must catch that blue dragon tonight, no matter the cost. No problem, Luo Yao nodded, resolute. He was determined to succeed. Davidson, more eager than anyone, wished for Kudong's triumph. A fleeting glance exchanged between Davidson and Kudong spoke volumes. Only they understood the gravity of the moment. The recovery of his wife's health hinged upon this solitary blue dragon. Trust me, Kudong promised Davidson softly, his dark eyes tenderly gazing at the serene, beautiful woman before him, before he resolutely activated the mecha and leaped into action. Chapter 107. From Orchid Grass to Lisa. Come here quickly, this way. As Lu Ruan saw Kudong and Blacking descend, she left a small gap at the hatch and called out to the ancestral dragons. After 3 days of attempts, it was evident that these creatures were genuinely enamored with her voice. However, they responded solely to the sound produced by her vocal cords. Recordings were ineffective, as were sounds played through the ship's speakers or emitted via a megaphone. In short, the ancestral dragons only responded to the natural resonance of human vocal cords, becoming agitated when exposed to mechanical alterations. Upon her call, the rustling at the forest's edge intensified, and the ancestral dragons, previously hidden near the blue dragon's habitat, began to emerge, some unfurling their wings to fly towards her, while others clung to tree roots and rocky walls, their tails dipping into the sea, sending up splashes as they moved. Their bright eyes were fixed upon her. Thankfully, after 3 days of intensive training, her courage had grown. Facing so many pairs of eyes would have been terrifying otherwise. Yao, pull back a bit, she instructed. Beichem, Luo Yao replied, slowly maneuvering the warship away from the blue dragon's territory, retreating towards a safe distance, yet remaining close enough, approximately 500 meters from Kudong, for immediate support. The throng of ancestral dragons followed suit, their gaze drawn to the gap in the hatch where they spotted Lu Ruan in the control room.
Ah,
That unknown entity has harmed dozens of our kin. It deserves to be torn apart. I long to snatch the little female away. One dragon growled. No. The little female is vulnerable. Another countered. The one who harmed us was earth-toned. We have avenged ourselves. This black little female remains inside. Let us spare her for now. Where has the little female gone? The ancestral dragons, having halted their pursuit of the warship, grew anxious as Lu Ruan suddenly fell silent, emitting low growls of impatience. They yearned to hear her voice again. The roars of the large beasts echoed through the night, sending smaller creatures scurrying for cover. Understanding their intent, Lu Ruan cleared her throat and softly began to hum a melody. I come from the mountains, bearing orchid grass. As the tune of orchid grass filled the air, her lips parted gently, her voice like dew glistening on morning petals, pure and delicate. Each note seemed to flow from her very soul, imbued with subtle poetry and tenderness, reminiscent of a mountain spring, bubbling with clarity, untouched by the clamor of the world. The ancient dragons swayed their heads in rhythm with her song. Her voice, unassuming yet enchanting, flowed like a gentle stream into their hearts, soothing their restless spirits. The once dormant small creatures of the forest stirred, their adorable heads poking out from their burrows, captivated by the sweet serenade. The saber-toothed tiger let out a few calls, while the caterpillar merrily circled a grand tree. The men aboard the warship found their gazes irresistibly drawn to her. Luo Yao's eyes reflected the beauty of her pure face, while the melodious song washed over him, bringing forth memories of their encounters. In truth, songs were a rarity in the cosmos. Only a handful of rousing military anthems composed by soldiers existed. Over the past 3 days, as he witnessed his wife penning lyrics and melodies, he hadn't heard her hum a single tune. It turned out that beyond the military songs, she possessed such a melodious gift. Soft light from the warship illuminated Lu Ruan's face, accentuating her ethereal beauty, enchanting like a fairy of the night. Luo Yao etched this moment deeply into his heart. Davidson's gaze lingered on Lu Ruan, increasingly entranced. Initially, upon receiving the detection data from his nephew, he merely noted her as the sole purebred in the cosmos. A beacon of hope for a star system that had not seen a female child in nearly 2 decades. However, as he beheld her singing, vibrant and alive, the question of procreation seemed less significant. Selfishly, he wished only for her to live a long life, free from the burden of ensuring the continuation of their race. While Lu Ruan hummed and gazed at the fierce ancestral dragons, she sighed inwardly. Her first concert was not for earthly fans, nor for her select husbands, but rather an absurd performance for nearly 1,000 formidable beasts. Her voice continued to resonate, repeating orchid grass until the dragons grew immune to its charm before she transitioned to the next song. Her lips moved, her voice flowed, yet her eyes remained fixed on the surveillance screen. She observed as Kodong, having drawn the ancestral dragons away, retracted the mecha and, alongside Black Een, slipped into a narrow crevice, determined to capture the blue dragon. Lu Ruan's heart raced with trepidation. In just 4 short days, 6 blue dragons had dwindled to a solitary one, which now lay deep within the crevice, 300 meters from the entrance, refusing to emerge for fear of the ancestral dragons. It was nearly entirely submerged, its head barely breaking the surface, its expression fierce and alert. For husbands, clad in exploration gear, cautiously entered the narrow space, intent on rescuing it by hand. The situation was perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to being bitten by a young creature, driven solely by a desire to vent its hatred, resulting in a severed arm or leg. Come along with us obediently, and you shall preserve your life. We shall also endure less suffering. Without regard for whether the young creature could comprehend his words, Kodong addressed it. He produced an iron rod, propping it against the stone walls on either side, ensuring it was firmly secured before stepping onto the protruding rock. Hand resting on the rod above and slowly advanced. Upon reaching within 5 meters of the creature, Kodong deftly hurled a sharp 5-clawed hook at it. With a resounding snap, the hook embedded itself firmly into the creature's neck, tethered by a stout rope. Now that it was caught, the next move was up to them. Kodong tossed the end of the rope behind him. The trio of He Junyan immediately grasped the rope, pulling it taut as they cautiously retreated. Despite its narrow appearance, the canyon harbored deep waters capable of drowning a person. As Kodong tugged on the rope, The creature felt the painful grip around its neck and, in an attempt to ease the discomfort, swam forward while struggling to escape their hold, writhing and thrashing. In this unfavorable scenario, as the blue dragon hatchling flailed in its death throes, the group found themselves unsteadied, nearly toppling into the water. Lu Ruan's heart raced with anxiety. Her previously carefree song morphed into an urgent melody, prompting the surrounding ancestral dragons to growl in dissatisfaction. Upon hearing their roars, she swiftly diverted her gaze from the screen and focused intently on her singing. One song after another, she dared not pause for even a moment, her voice growing hoarse. Her throat parched to the point of burning, transitioning from orchid grass to lisaw, singing through the night until dawn broke. Before Kudong and the others finally managed to pull the hatchling from the crevice. Chapter 108, Cumulative Willpower Value, 44. As they dragged the hatchling outside the narrow fissure, an ancestral dragon swooped down beside it, its jaws gaping wide to seize its prey. Kudong's pupils constricted. In a split second, he thrust the iron rod into the dragon's maw. With a grating sound, the rod snapped in two upon contact with its teeth. Simultaneously, the dragon's razor-sharp fangs bit down as painfully as a human cracking a stone while eating. It let out a furious roar at Kudong, poised to tear apart this detestable human. Without hesitation, Kudong leaped from the cliff into the sea, calling out to He Junyan and tossing a task button bound with string towards him before completely submerging to evade the ancestral dragon's wrath. He Junyan, follow it. After acquiring the task button, He Junyan and his two brothers seized the opportunity to board their mecha, exerting all their strength to restrain the thrashing 10-meter blue dragon, scanning it from head to tail with the task button. This button, a sophisticated tool used by adventurers to store mission targets, could accommodate living beings, but required a full-body scan for proper storage. Deprived of its target, the ancestral dragon's gaze shifted, locking onto He Junyan and his brothers, who were engaged in the scanning process and prepared to attack. Lu Ruan caught sight of this from the monitor and immediately called out to the silver-haired man beside her. Yao, go help. I can manage here. After uttering this, she steadied her emotions and continued singing fervently to the surrounding ancestral dragons. Luo Yao's eyes swept over Davidson and Lance, two individuals devoid of combat prowess and incapable of piloting a battleship, as his hesitation surged like a tidal wave. Lu Ruan cried out urgently to Luo Yao, go. If those beasts take their eyes off the prize, they'll head towards my husband, aiding the ancestral dragon in punishing the four of them and devour the last blue dragon on this satellite. Davidson, keep my wife safe. Gritting his teeth, Luo Yao opened the hatch and flew out to assist the others. His arrival alleviated some of the burden on the four. Lu Ruan surveyed the myriad of ancestral dragons surrounding them. After singing for 6 hours, her mind had nearly exhausted the repertoire of Earth songs when she forgot the lyrics. She hummed the melody or sang only the climactic parts, which they had heard so often that they were nearly immune. Throughout those 6 hours, she primarily sang cheerful folk songs or melancholic ballads, realizing that a shift in style was necessary to maintain their attention. Suddenly, an exhilarating MC song flashed through her mind. In 1 second, she downed Davidson's potion. In 2 seconds, cleared her throat, and in 3 seconds began to rap outside the hatch. I am not from a scholarly family, yet I possess exceptional talent. As if endowed with divine power, I shine brilliantly. With Lu Ruan's exuberant rap, the ancestral dragons, who had never encountered such a genre, felt a surge of ambition ignite within them. Meanwhile, the distant dragons, initially intent on tearing apart Kudong and his companions, including the unexpected addition of Luo Yao, suddenly perked up at Lu Ruan's commanding rap. Their eyes lit up as they turned their heads to the battleship hovering above. What their dragonkin craved was precisely this kind of fervor, although they could not comprehend the young female's words. The sound and the energy resonated deeply with their ancestral instincts. Noticing her rap was effective, Lu Ruan shouted even more fervently, her voice hoarse and strained. The years rushed by as I observed the bustling masses, too much absurdity hidden in the shadows, laboring tirelessly, hands and feet in a flurry, repeating the same actions day in and day out until I am numb. The passion blooming in the dark of night reverberated through the beasts and humans alike, each one captivated by Lu Ruan's stirring words. He Junyan glanced at the battleship, astonished that his bound wife was not only intelligent and courageous, but also incredibly talented. The remaining men felt a swell of fervor, quickening their movements, seizing the moment when the ancestral dragon's attention was diverted by Lu Ruan to successfully scan the enraged blue dragon hatchling into the task button. Withdraw. Just as Kudong was about to retrieve the mecha, Luo Yao yanked him up and flew towards the battleship. He Junyan and his brothers swiftly switched their mecha from combat mode to flight mode, feeling an unprecedented ease amidst the throng of massive beasts. All credit was due to their wife. As they settled back into the battleship, Lu Ruan's voice was nearly spent, having endured countless needle pricks from Davidson and receiving anxious glances from Lance. Her voice continued to resonate, echoing through the dark night. Our mission is accomplished. At last, we can return to the safe zone and rest for 2 days. Luo Yao took his seat at the control panel, hands poised over the console, steering the battleship at full speed toward safety. Once the vessel had distanced itself from the throng of beasts, Lu Ruan finally caught her breath. Who could maintain a continuous 6-hour performance, rapping and switching songs without exceeding a 5-second gap? She had never realized she possessed such remarkable stamina. Ruan, drink this. Davidson extended a small, opened vial towards her with his long, pale fingers. Without hesitation, she consumed its contents, finding immediate relief in her throat. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly heard the cheerful announcement of the little dumpling. Congratulations, host, for fulfilling Kudong's current wish, completing the royal task of finding the blue dragon. Earning 15 willpower points, bringing the cumulative total to 44. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, soon replaced by a joyful smile. There was no need to wait for the provincial office to settle. Capturing the blue dragon had directly rewarded her with willpower points. How generous the system was. After the joy came a tinge of melancholy. Kudong's wish had been fulfilled, but the aspirations of the 3 black dragons remained unachieved. And the next target was still uncertain. As Lu Ruan immersed herself in her own world, Davidson and Kudong observed her with eyes filled with indulgence. Knowing that his wife would soon reach the normal physiological level of an interstellar woman, Kudong rummaged through his mind for delectable alien creatures, while Davidson contemplated the various methods of preparing their meals. The thoughts of the impending 30 billion, no, 20 billion, brought a subtle joy to He Jinyan, He Jinyuan, and He Jinyi. Meanwhile, Luo Yao piloted the warship at full speed, his gaze sweeping over the asymmetrical ear studs adorning Lu Ruan's ears. This time, he aimed to complete the matching sapphire ear stud for his wife. Lost in their reveries, the group was abruptly brought back to reality as the warship suddenly soared over a patch of jungle. The young girl, having gained 4 days of experience, had discerned a pattern. Each night at 11 o'clock, the warship would pass from the safe zone, only to return at 2 in the morning. Standing atop the treetops along the warship's route, she shouted in anticipation, hoping to be heard by those aboard. However, after standing on the treetop for 6 hours that night, she began to despair when the warship failed to arrive. Just as she was about to give up, a shadow of the warship appeared in the distance, and she excitedly called out, "Warship above, please halt." Unfortunately, things did not go as hoped. The craft above moved at a speed akin to light, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The girl, clinging to the branch, struggled to slide down, taking 20 minutes to finally touch the ground. She gazed toward the safe zone, paused for a few seconds, and then, with trembling legs, began to advance step by step. At this pace, it would take her 3 days to reach her destination. Meanwhile, a mysterious man on Kappa Star summoned 2 robots to massage his aching legs. But the discomfort was purely psychological, and the massage offered no relief. He exhaled a heavy sigh, pondering the cunning and treacherous nature of the Ko family's expedition team. Trusting adventurers was a folly. He would need to hire a military force to excavate rare minerals from XM007. Who should he hire? Perhaps he could donate a batch of S-class large mechs to the army and have General Qin Feng accompany him on his mission. Chapter 109. Wait for me in the safe zone. Upon disembarking from the warship, the group felt an unprecedented lightness of spirit. Lu Ruan entered the tent and changed out of her exploration gear. Outside, the light was bright, and everything within the protective barrier was clearly visible. Kudong and the others, having been bitten while capturing blue crawfish, had their lips slightly darkened despite having taken an antidote beforehand. They hurriedly lay down in the medical pod. The little creature had indeed been fierce. It had crushed their bones. He Jinyi slightly moved his bitten arm and scoffed. "Don't move that hand for 3 days," Davidson instructed, securing He Jinyi's arm with medical supplies before turning to Kudong. "You've had a chunk of flesh bitten off your foot by a sea shark. Rest in the medical pod for 3 days. Why do I have to lie down for 3 more days? Kudong furrowed his thick brows. Davidson spoke in a gentle yet commanding tone. What's the matter? Nothing much. A flicker of regret crossed Kudong's eyes as he turned his gaze toward the jungle. contemplating the fact that while the blue crawfish had been placed in the mission button, there was no food provided. They still needed to capture some small alien creatures to feed it. Luo Yao catch more mini sea beasts and bring back 2 buckets to feed the blue crawfish. He instructed the nearby Luo Yao. Oh, Luo Yao replied, dousing himself in a bucket of repellent before heading into the sea to gather seafood. The injuries of He Jin Yen and He Jin Yuan were somewhat lighter, but they too would need to rest and recover. Davidson no longer attended to the 4 of them and turned to Luo Yao to assist in catching alien crabs. Well, since everyone is injured, I'll extract the blue crawfish toxin peptides tomorrow. Lance, nearby, was busy repairing 3 damaged S-class mechs, internally reflecting that their thrilling life of adventure was finally drawing to a close. The days on this star were short, and the nights were long. In recent days, everyone had grown accustomed to nocturnal activities. After changing clothes in the tent, Lu Ruan's luminous wrist computer suddenly lit up with a blue glow. It was a video call from Qin Feng. She stepped to the tent entrance, pulled out a reclining chair, and promptly answered the video call. Instantly, a tall man in military attire, standing at a height of 6 feet 3 inches, appeared in the holographic projection. It was daytime on his side, and he sat amidst the freshly cleared battlefield, surrounded by soldiers constructing a protective net. She could even hear the playful banter of the soldiers amidst their busy work. Lu Ruan shifted her gaze from the man's background to focus on him. The projection of the man was almost indistinguishable from the real person, strikingly lifelike. As she observed, the golden medals adorning Qin Feng's chest nearly dazzled her eyes, and his piercing gaze, upon meeting hers, held a hunger akin to that of a wolf eyeing its prey. A foam, she called sweetly, her voice slightly hoarse. What happened to your voice? Qin Feng's deep, resonant tone carried a hint of tenderness, his volume notably softer than usual. Lu Ruan candidly replied, I was singing. You can sing like that? Qin Feng questioned, a hint of skepticism in his voice. He found it hard to comprehend. Could it be that Ku Dong and the others were responsible for this?
Damn.
A bunch of beasts. They even had the audacity to affect his wife's voice. However, recalling the matter at hand, he refrained from probing further. After a brief pause, Qin Feng continued, Xiao Ruanswan, I need to come to XM007 for a matter. How far along are you in your mission? I can help you catch some blue crawfish on the way. That's not necessary. We just caught some tonight, Lu Ruan replied with a slight smile. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. How unfortunate that the timing was off. He had been planning to dispatch a military team to take Samuel to XM007 for mining, intending to bring her back to the base once the job was completed. When will you return? Dong and the others need 3 days to recover. So it should be in 3 days. Lu Ruan assessed the condition of the nearby men and concluded that, at this rate, they wouldn't be leaving for at least 3 days. Upon receiving her answer, Qin Feng pondered, wait for me in the safe zone. I'm departing now. I should arrive in 3 days. All right, I'll wait for you. But Feng, what are you coming here for? Lu Ruan eagerly accepted, her heart brimming with curiosity. Her martial husband must have significant matters to attend to if he was traveling from the base to the star. I accepted a commission to excavate some materials. Qin Feng replied with a hearty smile, his ruggedly handsome face illuminated by his grin, making him all the more captivating. His upright posture exuded an allure that was hard to resist. Lu Ruan's heart skipped a beat, a flicker of intrigue gleaming in her dark eyes. The next target was undoubtedly him. After ending the video call, she stood up from the reclining chair and looked out. A wisp of smoke curled up from the beach. Davidson, clad in a white apron, stood in a makeshift kitchen, wielding a knife as he deftly sliced a freshly steamed alien crab in half. A fragrant aroma wafted toward her, tantalizing her senses. How delightful! She couldn't help but swallow hard. Having stayed here for so many days, her husband's always tried to lull her to sleep during mealtimes. After several refusals, the head of the institute, unable to bear letting her watch them eat meat, had begun adding ingredients to the milk she drank. She pretended not to notice to spare them the trouble. Upon hearing the lighter footsteps, Davidson recognized it was Lu Ruan. He set down the knife and gazed at her, his voice clear and refreshing. All done, son. You're truly impressive. Lu Ruan glanced over the plates of prepared alien crabs and offered her praise without reservation. The esteemed director's husband excels not only in the grand halls, but also in the intimate confines of the kitchen. Perhaps a physician well-versed in pharmacology and toxicology may also possess the skills of a master chef. Davidson removed his coat, draping it over a wooden rack, washed his hands, cradled the fawn, and, with a tall stride, made his way into the tent while holding a prepared bottle of milk. Once the fawn was set down, it settled onto an inflatable sofa. Today's milk has a touch of sweetness, Davidson remarked as he bent down, offering the cup to the fawn's lips. The fawn, accustomed to the added ingredients, drank eagerly before leaning back, eyes closed, waiting to succumb to the effects of the sedative. However, this time after 2 minutes, her consciousness remained intact. The air was still infused with the faint, medicinal aroma emanating from the director's husband. One could say it was the scent of pheromones from a hybrid with alien genes. He remained present, unlike his usual habit of dining out. A soft chuckle escaped him, unable to contain his amusement. The fawn's lashes fluttered as she opened her eyes to meet his gaze, which brimmed with mirth beneath his spectacles, seemingly amused by her previous actions. Soft, tomorrow I will restore your health to normal levels, and you will be able to dine like any other person, without reservations. Davidson tenderly caressed the fawn's face, his tone gentle yet earnest. Is that truly so? She inquired, excitement evident as she sat up, her voice hoarse and pitiful. He settled beside her, affirming, indeed. Thrilled, the fawn embraced Davidson tightly. Arson, you are wonderful. He reciprocated by holding her close, patting her back gently. Realizing that a conventional remedy wouldn't suffice to restore her voice immediately, he bit his tongue gently and pressed his lips against hers. Chapter 110. Some loves are heavy. Suddenly, the fawn felt the warmth of his lips upon hers, and in the next moment, Davidson's tongue pried her lips apart. A wave of sweetness flooded her mouth. Her eyes widened in surprise. The director's husband's blood was sweet, reminiscent of licorice. Davidson reluctantly pulled away, whispering, "Swallow it. It will heal your throat swiftly." His voice was husky, filled with restrained yearning as his gaze held hers. Laden with unspoken secrets, one that only hybrids with alien genes could know. It was a secret that, if revealed to outsiders, could spell doom for him and his kin. The shock in the fawn's eyes deepened. The director's husband's blood possessed healing properties, remarkably potent. Within a few breaths, her mind raced with thoughts. Was this man merely a pitiable, mobile blood bank? Arson, you foolish one. I have already taken my medication, and my voice will be fine by tomorrow. Why do this? Upon speaking, she was taken aback. In the span of 2 seconds, her voice returned to normal. This man's blood was indeed miraculous. Davidson beamed a warm smile, explaining that while advanced restorative potions could mend various injuries, they could not alleviate ailments such as a sore throat, which were not of mechanical origin. Excessive medication is detrimental to your health. This method is simple yet effective. She leaned closer, whispering, "Are you not concerned that I might drink your blood should I ever be injured again?" This candid exchange stirred within her a blend of emotions, both touching and heart-wrenching. Davidson felt a flutter at her breath against his ear. He gently adjusted her face, his tone deep and serious. "I will not allow you to be harmed." The fawn found herself ensnared in Davidson's deep, tender gaze, her lips curling into a feigned smile as she recognized the promise in his words. His earlier declaration was akin to laying his most vulnerable self before her, allowing her the power of life and death over him. Men, at times, are peculiar beings, often concealing profound love deep within, revealing only the tip of the iceberg, which can easily mislead others into perceiving them as shallow, or even as charming predators. Little do they know, it is merely their reluctance to express their true feelings. "Very well, then, you must ensure I am never harmed, or I shall drain your blood dry." The fawn met his serious gaze, recalling his earlier restraint, and boldly captured his lips, playfully biting them. A glance revealed his alluring Adam's apple bobbing, his eyes growing dimmer with desire. "Soft," he murmured, "wait for me to send a message." He activated his holographic device, locating his friend Lu Ruan, and messaged, "I've eaten. Serve the others, including Ku Dong." After sending the message, his elegant fingers grazed her thigh, before he leaned closer. With a creak, the inflatable sofa could no longer bear their combined weight, collapsing from an L shape to a flat surface, transforming into a thick mattress. The fawn's pupils dilated slightly as she glanced at the soundproof door that could not be opened until the designated time. Resigned, she allowed herself to be repositioned, her lips captured by his, her breath entirely claimed. "Soft, rest assured. I will not remove your clothes," Davidson reassured her as he kissed her for a while, sensing her discomfort and letting out a soft laugh. "Then please remove your hand," she replied. Davidson complied, retracting his hand from the button of her garment while removing his glasses, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. Yet his fingers slipped beneath her clothing, brushing against her flat abdomen. The fawn was taken aback, but reciprocated by exploring the contours of Davidson's chest, gradually yielding beneath him. Outside the tent, Luo Yao received Davidson's message. Emerging from the sea, he discarded 2 buckets of fish into the task button to feed the blue juvenile dragons inside. He then approached the small kitchen, where he spotted a plethora of dishes, at least a dozen. Notably, Davidson had not indulged in any illicit pleasures today, leaving ample food for the 6 of them to feast upon. Luo Yao set the food on the dining table, calling for Lance, before generously distributing 3 plates to each of the 4 individuals lying in the medical chamber. "Where is Davidson?" Ko Dong inquired, noting the absence of one member. "He has already eaten. He should be feeding his wife now," was the casual reply. Hyan put down his plate, rising from the medical chamber to hand Luo Yao a chip. "Don't eat just yet. I have a task for you.
Stick this outside the tent."
Currently, the tent's entrance was closed, an unusual occurrence. Hyan Yi and Hyan Yuan exchanged glances, one dark and the other shadowy. Did Davidson dare to break the rules? They produced a pair of miniature earpieces and inserted them into their ears simultaneously. Ko Dong's dark eyes narrowed, and as he moved, a sudden pain shot through his leg, prompting an involuntary curse. He felt an urge to strike someone. Luo Yao, recalling something, gingerly picked up the chip and stealthily approached the tent. Just as he was about to lift the curtain, a voice from within halted his movements. "Arson, what would you do if I were to die one day?" Inside the tent, the fawn lay atop Davidson, admiring the exposed skin beneath his unbuttoned shirt, pale and delicate like jade. Her fingers traced circles upon his sturdy chest. Before she seemingly asked innocently, "What would you do?" Davidson's heart, still racing from their earlier exertions, suddenly stilled. Time stretched on. He held her tenderly in his arms, feigning a calm demeanor to console her, softly insisting that she should not overthink, assuring her that he would not allow her to leave him so easily, and that he would exhaust every possible means to extend her life. However, unbeknownst to her, Davidson's fingers trembled subtly in a place she could not see. Yet, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. She slowly began to speak, "Arson, I actually." A warning echoed in her mind. Anything related to him, including but not limited to time travel and life extension, must not be disclosed to anyone from another world. Otherwise, one would face severe penalties from the cosmic rules, which could lead to utter obliteration. The words she intended to confess abruptly ceased.
"Sure.
I know everything. Even if I cannot grant you an extension of life in the end, and can only accompany you for a mere 80 years, I will never forget you." Davidson's gaze narrowed slightly, concealing the sorrow that lay beneath, as he cautiously pressed his lips against her soft, crimson ones. Suddenly, the tent flap was thrown open with a rustle. "Davidson, what do you mean by a mere 80 years? She saw her silver-haired husband storming in, grasping the partially open shirt of the dean, his handsome face etched with questions and a troubled expression. "Let go. If you don't clarify things for me today, I won't release you." Chapter 111. Suddenly, a sharp jab pierced her backside. "Yao, let go and speak properly," Lu Ruan interjected, halting Luo Yao. "Humph." Luo Yao snorted, releasing Davidson. Some matters, the more one tries to conceal, the more others are compelled to dig deeper. Davidson donned his glasses, deliberating for a moment before addressing Luo Yao, who stood nearby. Wan has a rare genetic disorder. Her lifespan is merely 1/3 that of a hybrid with beast genes. Thus, the 80 years is an estimation based on her current health condition. Luo Yao was aghast. Genetic disorder? Even in a highly advanced interstellar society, it is not so easily remedied. Severe genetic disorders are exponentially more challenging to treat than regrowing a severed limb. If Davidson, the foremost authority in genetic disorders, could not find a solution, there was no one else in the entire galaxy who could save his wife. Crash. Outside the tent, 3 food trays clattered to the ground, producing a sharp sound. The exotic crabs rolled perilously close to the edge of the medical chamber, their roe scattering everywhere as 3 identical, sullen faces suddenly froze in place. They looked up at the pitch-black night sky and simultaneously recalled the image of the woman, pitifully nibbling on a small biscuit. In an instant, they seemed to comprehend everything. "Little liar." He Jin's voice was low and gloomy, tinged with a hint of helplessness, an acknowledgement of the futility in changing the outcome. She had previously claimed that another treatment would restore her, but it turned out she had been deceiving him. He Jin Yi appeared drained of all strength, mumbling to himself. "Her lifespan is only 1/3 of ours. How could this be possible?" His words brimmed with disbelief, his eyes reflecting anger and heartache. He felt sorrow for Lu Ruan, who had concealed this cruel truth, and fury towards the wretched genetic disorder. He Jin Yuan remained silent, rising from the medical chamber and walking towards the tent. Is there no hope at all? He first inquired of Davidson once he reached the tent. Davidson chose to remain mute. Another person entered the tent. Upon seeing the earpiece in He Jin Yuan's ear, Lu Ruan quickly understood and addressed him. Yuan, as long as you few are aware of this matter, do not disclose it to anyone else, nor seek out any unreliable doctors. Arson is the best physician. He Jin Yuan replied, understood. 1. Can your condition be restored to normal? At that moment, He Jin Yan walked in. They had not eavesdropped on the earlier conversation, only catching the latter parts. Davidson affirmed that he could restore Lu Ruan to her normal state the following day, but the three of them did not hear this. Lu Ruan nodded, yes. Seeing that He Jin Yan was skeptical, Davidson interjected, I will procure some toxin peptides tomorrow, which will allow Ruan to recover. This matter is settled. You all may leave. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat tense. She cheerfully addressed them. Yao, Yan Yuan, no matter how long I may live, as long as you are with me, I feel immensely happy and content. Moreover, just because this illness cannot be treated now does not mean it cannot be treated in the future, right? She had forgotten about the eavesdropping.
Now,
the fact of her shortened lifespan, which should have remained unknown to the other husbands, was revealed. In the interstellar world, she could live for another 80 years, equating to a mere 28 years for an earthling, an early demise. In the eyes of the dean, it was akin to a young earth girl, barely 18, passing away in the bloom of youth. She had just witnessed the dean's willingness to share his secret with her, to trust her, which prompted her to discuss her lifespan. After all, fulfilling their current wishes was no easy feat this time. Capturing the blue worm had been a stroke of luck. The next time, who could say? Currently, her willpower value was at 44, and she was uncertain when it would reach 100, nor could she guarantee that she could achieve a lifespan of 500 years. She simply did not anticipate their reactions would be thus. Well, He Jin Yan smiled slightly. Future medical technology will only advance further. He Jin Yuan forced a smile. Sister? Please rest well, I will go tidy things up. Luo Yao trudged out of the tent, step by heavy step. Once the three of them exited, only she and Davidson remained inside. She resumed her seat, offering Davidson words of optimism. Outside, the severely injured He Jin Yu was absent. However, after taking one of He Jin Ye's earpieces, Kudong had pieced together the situation from snippets overheard. The joy in Kudong's eyes dimmed. He produced a cigarette, ignited it with a lighter, and silently began to smoke. Nearby, in the medical chamber, He Jin Yi, with one hand immobile, used his other hand to retrieve a cigarette, placing it between his lips and lighting it with one hand, smoking silently. He Jin Yan approached the medical chamber, observing the disarray, and instructed He Jin Yuan, tidy this up. After speaking, he lay down inside and closed his somber eyes. Luo Yao circled the protective barrier before arriving alongside Kudong's medical chamber. Give me one too. Inside the tent, Lu Ruan cleaned herself up and finally lay down. After 10 hours of busyness without sleep, as soon as she closed her eyes, she drifted into a hazy slumber. In her dreams, scenes from her childhood unfolded. Tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking into the light-colored cushion beneath her, gradually spreading. Meanwhile, outside, some men lay smoking through the night, while others stood gazing at the starry sky. A girl from the non-secure zone was hastening toward them. Far away on Kappa Star, a mysterious man boarded Qin Feng's warship. A formidable army was departing from Kappa Star, navigating the pre-planned shortest route toward XM007 star. Dawn gradually broke. Aside from Lance, who had not slept at all, the other men from the night before were awake. As daylight emerged, all except for the immobile He Jin Yi and Kudong made their way to the beach in the non-secure zone, releasing the blue worm. Clad in mecha, they pinned it to the ground for Davidson to extract the toxin peptides. Davidson, donned in protective gear and gloves, held a reagent bottle and a needle. Looking at the group restraining the young creature, pry its mouth open, I need to extract its upper jaw venom.
He Jin Yuan mimiket Kudong.
Producing a stick to hold the blue worm's mouth ajar, He Yenja opened the mouth of the blue serpent wider. Davidson, be quicker, its biting force is immense. And it can easily inflict harm. Davidson stimulated the pup's venom gland with a needle and positioned a vial beneath its venomous fangs to collect the toxin. 1 drop. 2 drops. The venom flowed sluggishly into the container. It would have been manageable if the subject remained still, but the creature pinned to the sandy beach was in a foul mood, struggling incessantly to retaliate. Davidson's vials were tossed about repeatedly. Surrounding them were numerous smaller creatures. Eyeing them hungrily, amidst the chaos, they managed to secure a sufficient quantity of venom after an arduous hour. This amount would suffice. Grasping the vial, Davidson's expression softened slightly. Fatigued from a sleepless night, upon acquiring the sample, he hurried back to the safe zone, swiftly retrieving his experimental apparatus, tirelessly preparing a mixture of venom peptides.
Lu Ruan,
Still in a daze, suddenly felt a sharp prick in her backside. As pain shot through her, she opened her eyes to find Davidson's weary yet determined gaze and the intimidatingly large needle of a syringe. She instinctively recoiled. Is it over, Arson? Chapter 112. Her Origins. All done. Davidson efficiently stowed away the needle, as if it were the most mundane of tasks. Without a hint of effort, he lifted Lu Ruan into his arms. Her slender form felt exceptionally light against him. He swiftly exited the room, heading directly to the medical pod on the beach, and gently placed her inside. As she lay in the medical pod, the overwhelming sensation swept over her like a tidal wave. It felt as though countless ants were gnawing at her skin. An unbearable itch. Glancing down, she noticed small red spots erupting on her fair skin, sprouting like mushrooms after rain. These spots were not only itchy, but also accompanied by sharp stabs of pain. The discomfort was excruciating, nearly compelling her to leap from the pod. Just as she teetered on the brink of despair, a gentle humming filled the air, and the medicinal liquid within the pod sprayed out like raindrops, gradually soaking her body. The coolness of the liquid offered a fleeting moment of relief. However, in the next instant, she felt as though she were engulfed in a blazing furnace, her skin ablaze with heat. This dosage was substantial, requiring her to remain reclined for a longer duration. Davidson stood beside the medical pod, his tones soothing as he explained, "This will take some time." Davidson's words resonated like whispers from a demon of the underworld. All right, she bit her lip, gripping the edges of the pod tightly, her knuckles turning white. Just when she felt she could endure no longer, two medical pods slowly approached her, one belonging to Kudong and the other to Heinyi.
wife.
I'll lie here with you. You are not alone. Kudong's voice was slightly hoarse, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Once you can eat meat, I will hunt exotic beasts for you. Heinyi gazed longingly towards the jungle, his hands itching to recover quickly. After pushing the medical pod closer, Heinyi held her hand. If you feel uncomfortable, just squeeze my hand. Ruan, you like to choke. I can extend my neck for you. Just don't grab the medical pod. Heinyi clasped her other hand, his shadowy eyes filled with her reflection. Davidson meticulously monitored the instrument parameters, ready to adjust the treatment strategy based on Lu Ruan's condition. The crowd encroaching upon him nearly pushed him aside, and he furrowed his brow. Please step back a little. Don't obstruct the display panel. Lu Ruan gazed into the gentle eyes surrounding her, listening to the deep, melodious voices and looking upon the stunning visages filled with adoration. A warmth blossomed within her heart. Just then, a shadow loomed overhead. She looked up to see a silver-haired man soaring above her, his broad black wings shielding her from the blinding light. His demeanor bore a resemblance to the handsome figure depicted in the ancestral paintings of the Wing tribe, though his act of blocking the sun seemed adorably awkward.
Ha!
Lu Ruan chuckled at Luo Yao's antics. Ah Yao, come down. Feeling enveloped by the concern of her extraordinary husbands, the pain and itchiness coursing through her body seemed more bearable. Luo Yao remained hovering, continuing to shield her from the harsh light. Yi Dong, once I recover, I crave steamed exotic crabs, grilled exotic shrimp, and delicacies from the jungle. She paused, glancing at Heinyi and the others, listing all the exotic beasts and plants she had longed for since arriving on this planet. Understood. The three formidable leaders surrounding her, the adventurous elites, rare avian beings, and medical prodigies, responded in unison, each committing her desires to memory. Their gazes were indulgent and doting, as if they would readily offer her the very weapons of their dominion, if she so wished. The warmth in Lu Ruan's heart gradually eclipsed her physical discomfort, her cellular structure growing resilient under the potent stimulation of the venom peptides. Her constitution was steadily enhancing. As the salty sea breeze caressed her, she reflected on how her life here was profoundly happier than before. Memories of her childhood flooded back. From the moment of her birth, she had never met her biological father. It was solely her mother who raised her until the age of 11. Her mother's past was fraught with hardship. Before giving birth to her, her mother had been a wealthy heiress, but her grandparents' bankruptcy led to their tragic demise, transforming her mother from a privileged daughter into an ordinary woman overnight. For a year, she borrowed money and wandered across the country, evading reality, before eventually infiltrating the entertainment industry. Yet, aside from her striking appearance, her acting skills were painfully lacking, and after years of struggle, she remained a mere extra, earning just enough to afford a cup of instant noodles daily. As a child, she had heard her neighbor's advice, urging her mother to wash dishes, which could earn her $2,000 a month. Her mother, however, was fiercely stubborn, insisting that her hands were not meant for menial labor, and that dancing for the common folk was a privilege they did not deserve. Thus, she never took the dishwashing job her neighbor suggested. That year, when she was 9, seeing her mother toil so hard to support her made her feel like a burden. The thought that others had fathers while she did not weighed heavily on her heart. She asked her mother, "Mom, don't I have a dad? Why doesn't he support us? Let us find him and ask for money." She vividly recalled her mother's cryptic response. "I became this way because of your father. If you wish to live, do not seek him out." Curiosity had always been her proclivity, and back then, she speculated that her biological father was a scoundrel who fathered her but never took responsibility, leaving her as a burden to her mother. Alternatively, she pondered whether he was a powerful figure, making her a hidden child of privilege. While her mother was away working as an extra, she rummaged through her room, hoping to uncover any clues about her father. Instead, she stumbled upon a yellowed marriage certificate. The man in the photograph next to her mother was terrifyingly unattractive, not due to a lack of beauty, but rather because his eyes were completely white, embodying the ominous aura depicted in folk tales. Terrified, she hastily discarded the certificate. Fortunately, she resembled her mother. Had she taken after that man, she would surely have been treated as a monster. Since that time, she ceased to inquire about her father. In pursuit of survival, she left school and embarked on an acting career alongside her mother. Initially, it was believed that the lives of the mother and daughter would improve. However, when she turned 11, her mother unexpectedly fell gravely ill without any prior warning. On her deathbed, she uttered a phrase that has lingered in her memory. "Even in this state, is there truly no escape?" It wasn't until later, while filming and passing through a remote, ancient mountain village, that she inadvertently uncovered the identity of her biological father. He was an ominous coffin bearer. This revelation made her wonder if her mother had indeed been cursed to death by him. Consequently, with only 3 days left to live due to advanced stomach cancer, she sought solace in a temple. Upon finishing her prayers, she emerged, and amidst the agony of her affliction, she vaguely heard a whisper, "You were never meant to come into this world." Chapter 113. Where are your husbands? Whether she was meant to exist was not within her purview to decide. As Lu Ruan reflected upon her arduous past, she closed her eyes, and upon awakening, the incessant itch from the small red spots on her body vanished one by one, her skin transforming from pale to exquisitely supple. It would not be an exaggeration to say her complexion resembled that of fine jade. The impurities expelled from her body mingled with the medicinal fluid, nourishing the microorganisms in the sandy soil. Her cellular vitality surged to unprecedented levels, her body brimming with inexhaustible energy, her heart pulsating robustly, her breathing remarkably smooth, and her senses, both auditory and visual, intensified tenfold. She gazed out at the boundless sea, her vision now crystal clear. It became evident that this was the physique of an ordinary person from the stars, far superior to that of purebred earthlings. During the few hours she drifted into slumber, the men surrounding her also succumbed to drowsiness. Davidson, upon hearing a sound, abruptly opened his eyes and inquired of the now-awake Lu Ruan, "Are you experiencing any discomfort?"
"I feel quite well now," she replied.
"I shall cleanse the medicinal fluid from your body. Thereafter, you may partake in food and activities like any regular star citizen." Davidson deactivated the apparatus and carried the damp Lu Ruan to the battleship's bathing chamber. After she emerged, cleansed and rejuvenated, Lu Ruan reclined on a lounge chair, where she beheld her husbands preparing a royal feast for her. Before her lay a 5-meter-long table adorned with exotic fruits gathered by Luo Yao from the forest, alongside freshly steamed alien crabs retrieved from the sea by Hygienian and Hygienuan. The crab was of bathtub proportions, its claws as thick as her calves. The aroma wafting from the freshly cooked dishes was utterly tantalizing. In addition to the crab, there were grilled shrimp, grilled fish, and various meats from small alien beasts caught in the jungle, filling the table to capacity. The life of an interstellar explorer was indeed rich and flavorful. Once the men had set the table, Hygienian approached her. His pale golden eyes met hers, and his icy lips parted slightly. Ruan, allow me to carry you over. With a cool touch, he slipped his arm beneath her knees and effortlessly lifted her. Lu Ruan was momentarily taken aback, aside from their encounter aboard the battleship. He rarely took the initiative to hold her. Today, he seemed somewhat different from yesterday. As she wrapped her arms around his neck, her gaze fell upon his sharply defined jawline. Hygienian, will you be busy every day upon returning to Heimingstar? It depends, he responded, slowing his pace. The thought of the woman in his arms having a short lifespan unsettled him, for it was the first time something had slipped from his control. He halted, contemplating for several seconds before proposing, "Come with me to Heimingstar?" Lu Ruan gently shook her head. "I shall wait until Heimingstar is entirely stable before I go. My current objective is Qin Foam. I shall ascertain his wishes, and if they cannot be fulfilled, I shall move on to the next." In any case, her priority was to extend her life by 500 years before contemplating a leisurely existence. "While you are on Heimingstar, none shall dare to harm you," Hygienian murmured softly as he planted a kiss on her cheek. Lu Ruan smiled brightly. "I am aware." Hygienian seemed to wish to say more, but from the direction of the dining table came Luo Yao's irritated voice. "Hygienian, why are you dawdling? Hurry, and bring your wife over." She pressed a kiss to his lips. "Go on." Hygienian quickened his pace, cradling her as he approached the table, gently placing her in a chair before sitting beside her. The group gathered around began to indulge in the royal feast. Before her, a small plate was already piled high with peeled shrimp and crab meat. Ruan, let me feed you," Davidson offered from her other side, donning gloves as he presented a piece of shrimp the size of a forearm. Lu Ruan opened her mouth to take a small bite, and a rich flavor blossomed within, the meat tender and succulent, utterly delectable. This was exponentially superior to processed nutritional supplements. The natural essence was simply divine. Following the mutations in interstellar species, nearly everything was vastly larger than its Earth counterparts. Mutated humans feasted upon mutated flora and fauna without issue. However, this royal banquet before her was a luxury not afforded to all explorers. Of the 1,000 affiliated stars, only 1% had planets with vegetation and exotic beasts. The remainder consisted of mineral-rich, desert, or otherwise barren worlds. They were indeed fortunate. Such a rare feast could only be enjoyed on the star. Upon returning to the main star, such grand alien crabs would be non-existent.
Let us catch more to take back.
Ruan, open your mouth. After she finished a piece of shrimp, Hygienian offered her a bite of crab meat. His sun-kissed fingers were long and elegant as he presented the crab with an air of refined nobility. The sight of this cold and ruthless leader tending to her was utterly enchanting. She took a bite, unable to suppress her praise. "So delicious, but I cannot eat anymore." Experiencing the sensation of being a normal person in the interstellar realm was truly delightful. She relished every morsel presented by her husbands, and before long, she felt pleasantly full. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead. A satisfied smile adorned Lu Ruan's stunningly beautiful face, captivating the attention of those around her. Ko Dong sat up slightly from the medical chamber, offering her a damp towel. Luo Yao was the first to eagerly assist her in wiping away her sweat. "One. This will aid in digestion." Hygienian provided a piece of sliced exotic fruit. Lu Ruan opened her mouth once more, and as she bit down, the juice flowed forth. Her eyes squinting in delight. What a heavenly fruit. This blissful existence continued for 3 days, during which Ku Dong and Hygienian's injuries healed. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Lu Ruan lounged in a chair sipping juice, while Luo Yao fanned her with his wings. The other husbands presented a severely damaged SSS-class mech to Lance. Hygienian regarded Lance with encouragement. "Though you may not be able to repair the 3S, you can at least clean off the dust from its surface." 4 soiled mechs stood on the beach. Lance silently retrieved a cloth, delicately wiping the grime from the mech surface as if polishing a treasured sword. As Lu Ruan enjoyed the idyllic surroundings, a dirt-streaked girl suddenly emerged from the edge of the safe zone's jungle. The girl had long, light blue hair tangled in knots, her combat attire tattered and torn, barely concealing her modesty. Just as she was about to avert her gaze and call out to someone, her eyes met those of the girl, whose striking blue, luminescent gaze froze in astonishment for several moments. Immediately, the other party swept a glance at Luo Yao beside her, as well as Ku Dong and the others behind. Lu Ruan rolled off the recliner, calling the men behind her as she approached the girl who stood dazedly in place. The group positioned themselves in front of the girl. She inquired of the filthy girl, "Miss, why are you here all alone?" Where are your husbands? Chapter 114. Has your husband had gender reassignment surgery? The interstellar laws place great emphasis on the protection of underage girls. Not only are they prohibited from traveling far, but even when playing near their homes. Guardians must always be present. Although the girl appeared youthful, she might very well be several years older than Lu Ruan. However, none of the girl's companions were in sight. The girl did not respond but instead fixed her gaze on Lu Ruan. Are you unable to speak? Lu Ruan inquired, puzzled. The girl shook her head and pointed to her throat, indicating that she must have lost her voice. Arson, please assist her in checking her condition. Understood. Davidson took out his equipment to examine the girl's injuries. The interstellar marriage law stipulates that married men must not approach other rare women, except in special circumstances, such as when a woman requires urgent assistance. He was fundamentally a healer, prioritizing the treatment of the injured. Yet, as he approached the girl with his instruments, she retreated several steps, clearly resistant to the examination. Lu Ruan stepped forward, gently grasping the girl's dirty arm, and said, "You are injured and cannot speak. We need to treat your wounds first before you can tell us what happened, so we can help you." She expected the girl to comply with the examination. However, the next moment, the girl strained to extract a few words from her throat. "I want to take a shower." Her voice sounded dry and crackly, akin to a malfunctioning microphone. "All right then, follow me," Lu Ruan said, supporting the unsteady girl as they made their way to the battleship and into the bathroom. Meanwhile, the other men, with Kodong instructing someone to retrieve the mecha and switch to flight mode to scout for any other signs of life nearby, ensured timely rescue efforts. Lu Ruan sat in the battleship's lounge with the restorative potion, occasionally glancing towards the bathroom. Inside, the girl turned on the shower, standing beneath the cascading water to wash away the grime. As the dark filth washed away, her skin gradually returned to a fair hue, resembling a faded cloth submerged in clear water, leaving puddles of murky water on the floor. Her tangled long hair, aided by a smoothing shampoo, was reluctantly untangled. In a corner of the military battleship traversing the vast cosmos, a mysterious man wearing a silver mask exhaled a puff of stale air. After half an hour, the bathroom door clicked open. Lu Ruan glanced over, and the girl emerged still clad in her tattered clothing, albeit now clean. Her long, light blue hair was strikingly beautiful. Seeing this, Lu Ruan took out a dress from her space and offered it to her. "We are of similar build. You can wear my dress." She also handed over the high-grade restorative potion. "Thank you," the girl replied with a melodious voice, but instead of taking the potion, she clutched the dress and returned to the bathroom to change. When she reappeared, the feeling of barely being covered was finally gone, and she looked considerably more pleasing to the eye. "Is your voice better? Can you tell me what happened? What about the people who brought you to the auxiliary star?" Lu Ruan surveyed her with astonishment, noting how quickly she had recovered without medication. Interstellar women were truly remarkable. The girl sat beside Lu Ruan and called out sweetly, "Wife. I am Samuel." Lu Ruan felt as though she had been struck by a thunderbolt. Her pupils constricted, and her mind went blank, leaving her frozen in place. After a moment, she opened her mouth, quickly scanning the surroundings to confirm no one else was present, and with an incredulous and absurd tone, she squeezed out a few words. "What the hell? You had gender reassignment surgery?" "No," the girl chuckled lightly, a hint of amusement gleaming in her striking blue eyes. Lu Ruan scrutinized the girl once more. "Just look at that silky waist-length hair, her similar physique, and an even more alluring waist." Even her curves rivaled Lu Ruan's own. This mechanical husband claimed he hadn't undergone surgery? Was he blatantly lying? Her mind spiraled through a myriad of thoughts. The reason behind this mechanical husband's transformation must be his short stature. Having endured relentless ridicule in a male-dominated world, he must have reached a breaking point and, under the surgeon's precise scalpel, transformed himself. After a prolonged regimen of estrogen, he had ultimately become who he was now. Lu Ruan finally comprehended the situation. No wonder Samuel never appeared in public. No wonder he was the most enigmatic figure in the entire star system. "Old saw, from now on, we shall be sisters," Lu Ruan said, sympathetically patting the girl's shoulder. The mainframe had forcibly bound her to Samuel through genetic information, a bond that could not be undone. Henceforth, she and this transformed mechanical husband could only be sisters. Sisterhood, with such high beauty standards. After donning her dress, she resembled a pure maiden. Were it not for her firm belief that Kodong and the others only had eyes for her, along with the 5 billion wild stalks in her interstellar sea, she might have felt a twinge of crisis about Samuel potentially stealing her husband. Cough. The The girl nearly choked at the mention of sisterhood. However, seemingly recalling something, she refrained from elaborating further. Were those men earlier all your matchmakers? Except for the baby-faced Lance, the other 6 were. Please don't tell them I am Samuel. My nickname is Ling, and you may call me Ling as well. Alright, Lu Ruan nodded, shifting to the main topic. You appeared alone in the safe zone. Did the others you were with encounter danger? The corners of the girl's mouth curled into a slight smirk, a cold laugh escaping her lips. Huh. They're doing quite well. They have already fled to the Dark Abyss Star, evading capture by the enforcement squad. Upon hearing Dark Abyss Star, Lu Ruan couldn't help but furrow her brows, thoughtfully mulling over those words. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, she gasped, quickly pressing on. Did you come here with Kobe? How could they leave you behind for so many days? It's been nearly a week. I hired them to search for rare minerals, but unexpectedly. The mention of Kobe caused a flicker of coldness to flash in the girl's blue eyes. She then recounted the events to Lu Ruan. That day, taking advantage of most of the alien beasts flying to the opposite side of the ocean, she had temporarily increased the mission's bounty, prompting Kobe and the others to operate their mechas to mine. Who would have thought that midway through, the beasts would return? Under her assistance in luring the alien beasts, Kobe's group successfully retreated into the battleship. They could have provided cover for her and helped her back on board, but they were solely focused on preserving their own lives, attacking the beasts relentlessly in a bid to return to the safe zone, showing no concern for their employer's safety. She had unwittingly been attacked by a beast on the cliff, her core energy shattered, and she fell into a state of dormancy. After they had cleared most of the nearby beasts, seeing her breathless, they shattered her communicator and seized her spatial button, tossing her into the sea. Had it not been for the seawater eroding her energy core, causing her to briefly awaken and repair herself, this body would have remained forever submerged at the ocean's depths. After hearing this, Lu Ruan was filled with righteous indignation. Kobe and his companions are truly despicable. Although the enforcement team is unable to apprehend them, the E can. Chapter 115. How can you be so hard? Them? The girl's gaze was piercing. Yes, those 3 identical brothers outside. They are the leaders of Shuriying. Kobe's escape to that star was akin to walking into a trap. You might still retrieve your spatial button. If it can be retrieved, that would be splendid. A flicker of joy crossed the girl's face, as if the spatial button held extraordinary significance for her. Lu Ruan continued, however. He mentioned that he wishes to negotiate a deal with you. Previously, he said that once the adventure concludes, he would have you lure Samuel out. Now that he is present, it is this individual who does not wish for others to know he is Samuel. She decided to act as a liaison, facilitating an online transaction between E and this individual, while maintaining the confidentiality of the latter's identity, ensuring they remain oblivious to the fact that the galaxy's foremost mechanic is, in truth, a beautiful young girl. Upon hearing this, the girl's expression grew solemn. She paused for a moment before responding. Tell him that as long as he can send the green spatial button in Kobe's possession to the Galactic First Mechanic Building, I am willing to negotiate this deal. Her words exuded a sense of determination, clearly indicating that she had her own boundaries and requirements regarding this transaction. Meanwhile, aboard a warship en route to the satellite star, a masked man was lost in recollection. 10 years prior, he had been abducted by space pirates on Dark Star, stripped of all his possessions. The pirates had threatened him to repair mechas for the rest of his life, or they would kill him. In a state of despair, just as he was about to become a tool for the pirates, 3 grim-faced youths arrived with a band of ruffians to rob the space pirates. A gruesome massacre ensued, leaving bodies strewn across the ground, blood staining the earth. He had fallen from one den of wolves into another. He thought he would be trapped on Dark Star, living a life devoid of light. However, unexpectedly, the ruthless youths, stained with blood, retained a glimmer of humanity when faced with the innocent. They did not imprison him or subject him to inhumane torment. A complex array of emotions surged within him as he observed the 3 young men, who had chosen a path rife with bloodshed and violence, living lives where death could come at any moment. Thus, he bestowed upon them a special chip he had concealed, in exchange for his freedom. After receiving the chip, the youths honored their promise and released him. Years passed, and he never anticipated encountering the 3 once more on this satellite star. Even more astonishing was that they had become the leaders of the most formidable organization on Dark Star, wielding immense power. He felt a twinge of nostalgia, wondering if the chips had served any purpose in their hands over the years. Unbeknownst to Samuel, under the adept manipulation of the cunning E, those chips had helped the trio evade numerous calamities. On XM007 satellite star, in the safety zone's beach, within the ship's cabin, Lu Ruan mentioned. I will inform E about the spatial button later. She messaged Kodong to call back those who had gone out to search. How long will you remain in the safety zone? The girl inquired. Lu Ruan replied softly, 2 more days. Once the injuries of the entire team have healed, we plan to stay longer to catch some seafood while we still have a task button that can store living creatures, allowing us to make a small profit before returning to the main star. She intended to wait for Qin Feng and would not return with them. However, the girl could leave with Ku and his companions. Lu Ruan and the girl exchanged information, quickly growing familiar with one another. Perhaps the girl's soft demeanor was deceptively disarming. Lu Ruan felt no trepidation in the presence of a renowned figure, instead treating her as a family member, akin to a sister. Her gaze naturally fell upon the girl's legs, and she asked with concern, I noticed your legs seem to have been bitten by a beast. Do you truly not need any recovery potion? The girl, clad in a long skirt that concealed her calves, was unable to reveal the true extent of her injury. Hearing the inquiry, she smiled lightly and replied in a relaxed tone, It's just a minor injury. I've already taken the medicine, so it's nothing serious. Lu Ruan felt a mix of confusion and surprise. After wandering outside the safety zone for so many days, how could she so casually refer to it as a minor injury? Her curiosity about the strength of the mechanic sisterhood deepened. Ling, could you assist me in repairing an SSS-class mecha battleship? She requested, now addressing her as Ling instead of Old Saw. Of course. But I don't have any tools with me, the girl readily agreed. I'll take you to find Lance. He is an S-class mechanic and can't manage this. Lu Ruan explained briefly, alleviating her guilt about directing the girl to do work. The girl understood. No wonder I saw him using a rag to dust off the mecha. Ordinary mechanics would disdain such tasks. Lu Ruan's gaze shifted toward the cabin door, and she added, Once we step outside, if you wish to keep your identity a secret, you cannot call me wife. Just use my name. After saying this, she stood up from the bench, allowing the girl to exit first. At that moment, the girl was leaning against her side. In front of them was a table, behind them a cabin wall, and the 3S-class warship S lounge was rather cramped, requiring them to exit in an orderly fashion. The girl stood up and stepped delicately toward the exit. Lu Ruan followed suit. However, the girl, accustomed to wearing a short, fitted outfit, stumbled as her long skirt caught underfoot. She lost her balance and fell forward uncontrollably.
Lu Ruan,
witnessing the most enigmatic figure of the galaxy about to embarrass herself, swiftly reached out to grasp her clothing. Just as she thought she had succeeded in saving the mechanic's dignity, an overwhelming force pulled her forward as well. With a resounding thud, the girl's body made contact with the warship's floor, sending a few invisible dust particles flying. Yet this incident was far from over. Following that, another dull thud echoed, as Lu Ruan was also toppled to the ground, her head colliding painfully with the girl's firm chest. The impact was no trivial matter. In the next instant, a red bump slowly swelled on Lu Ruan's forehead, resembling an absurd balloon. She winced in pain, stars dancing before her eyes. As if 1,000 alpacas were stampeding through her mind, the girl quickly rose and helped Lu Ruan to her feet. Upon noticing the prominent bump on Lu Ruan's forehead, a flicker of remorse passed through her beautiful azure eyes. Lu Ruan, trembling, pointed incredulously at the girl, exclaiming, How can you be so hard? Chapter 116. Isn't it just repairing a mecha? A piece of cake. The girl fell silent. Before she was cast into the sea, her body had been soft and light. After being eroded by seawater, her core energy was compromised and the anti-gravity and bionic systems were partially damaged. Now, her weight had surged by 300 pounds, with her skin and bones regaining their initial iron-like hardness, rendering her impervious to bites from beasts. The sole intact remnant was a fragment of a stellar core within the cranium, endowed with extraordinary computational prowess. Upon noticing the girl's silence, Lu Ruan experienced a moment of inspiration and inquired, Might I ask, Dear sister, are you adorned in a wolf-repelling ironclad brassiere? At that moment, Davidson happened to pass by the warship's entrance and caught the phrase wolf-repelling ironclad brassiere, causing the health juice in his mouth to erupt in a parabolic spray. A droplet misted into his trachea, provoking a fit of coughs. Once he regained his composure, he removed his glasses to wipe away the moisture before donning them again. Casting a fleeting glance at the beautiful girl inside the ship, clad in his wife's long gown, a faint look of disdain crossing his brow. The woman, inexplicably stranded on this planet, hardly needed such precautions against wolves. Aside from Lance, the men in their group were all married, and the Rare Woman Protection Act explicitly forbids coercing women. Any man possessing a modicum of legal awareness would never dare to cross that line. Nonetheless, Davidson felt it inappropriate to intrude upon the conversation between women. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ruan was concealed behind the girl, and after a brief pause of 2 seconds, he departed from the warship's entrance. No one noticed that he had quietly grown an additional centimeter, his figure becoming increasingly enchanting, as if it were a breeze on a clear night. Inside the cabin, Lu Ruan, adorned with a rhinoceros horn, resumed her seat on the long bench. The girl positioned herself opposite her, delicately holding a cotton swab with slender fingers, dipping it in a medicated solution, and gently applying it to Lu Ruan's horn. As she did, she vaguely responded to Lu Ruan's earlier query, "Once my body recovers, I shall become softer." What did she mean by waiting for her body to recover to become soft? Lu Ruan found it rather perplexing. She gazed into the girl's luminescent eyes, attempting to glean some insight. Suddenly, as their gazes collided, an unsettling sensation crept over her, as if an unseen entity were fixated on her from behind, sending a chill racing up her spine. Lu Ruan felt a shiver run through her entire being. Ever since her physique had reached the level of an interstellar woman, she could effortlessly outlast a Kadong in terms of stamina. In terms of vision, she had progressed from clearly seeing a sesame seed within a 5-meter radius to discerning objects the size of a sesame seed from 50 meters away. Her perceptive abilities had been enhanced to an unprecedented degree. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that someone was lurking behind her, peering at her. This intuition was strikingly potent. Diverting her gaze to survey her surroundings, she found only the girl before her and the men outside the warship. Ignoring her instinct, Lu Ruan felt the pain from her swollen horn dissipate as the medication took effect. The girl stowed away the bottle and swab, declaring all done. Lu Ruan, shielding her forehead with her bangs, inquired with curiosity, "Ling, how did you recognize me? Your holographic profile picture, along with the biological data embedded in your being?" The girl elucidated. Lu Ruan nodded faintly, realizing the connection. She recalled that after a series of events, including her unsuccessful attempt to add Kadong as a friend, she had changed her holographic profile to a verified avatar. No wonder the girl could identify her at a glance. The two rose and exited the warship, stepping onto a stretch of golden beach. As her feet sank into the soft sand, a sense of blissful communion with nature and a tranquil escape from the clamor of the city enveloped her, bringing her immense comfort. Her gaze traversed the beach, landing on Lance, who stood before 4 mechas, towel in hand, meticulously wiping away the dust and grit from their exteriors. His movements were tender and focused, as if he were tending to priceless treasures. Lu Ruan quickened her pace, striding directly toward him alongside the girl. Upon reaching him, she halted and smiled, saying, "Lance, Ling is a highly skilled mechanic. If you entrust her with the repair tools, she can assist us in restoring these mechas." Lance abruptly froze. Disbelief etched across his face as he regarded the girl, hesitating to hand her the tools. The suddenly emerged girl, transformed from a shabby appearance into a striking beauty, left him in awe. However, he was skeptical about the prospect of her repairing the mechas. Interstellar women often dabbled in learning new skills during their leisure time, but their endeavors in mecha manufacturing or repair were generally superficial. Furthermore, the mecha before him was a Class 3S model. If he were to hand over the tools, she might dismantle the 4 Class 3SS mechas into oblivion, resulting in a direct financial loss of billions for the 4 high-ranking individuals involved, leaving him as the scapegoat. Lance stood rooted in place, remaining motionless. The girl stared intently at him, urging, "Stop dawdling and hand me the tools." "Lance, give them to her. She is a Class 3S mechanic," Lu Ruan interjected. Across the galaxy, rumors circulated that Samuel's psychic abilities had surpassed measurable limits, and he even possessed a mechanical tower from which countless advanced warships and mechas had emerged. She had faith in her old sister's prowess. After all, it was merely the repair of a Class 3S mecha. She could handle it with ease. "Miss Lu Ruan, Lance stammered, slowly retrieving the toolbox under their unwavering gazes. However, his grip on the handle was as tight as if he were clutching a blueprint for a missile. Reluctant to relinquish it, the girl swiftly seized the toolbox from Lance's hands, placing it on the ground and opening it. Within 2 seconds, she had extracted a suitable tool and, in 3 seconds, ascended to the warship's repair system. Within 10 seconds, she obtained the data and abruptly toppled the gleaming mecha, which Lance had polished to perfection, onto the beach, crouching down to dismantle it with efficiency, her hands a blur. Damage level 599, just shy of 0-1. This can be recycled into a new mecha. Her dexterous movements dazzled onlookers. Each strike of her tool against the damaged parts sent her twin ponytails swaying, her flowing hair cascading down to her waist, creating a stunning tableau. Lu Ruan and Lance stood behind her, utterly entranced, their expressions a blend of shock and awe. Soon, Lance's bewildered demeanor morphed into one of astonishment, jaw agape. How is this possible? An outsider might marvel at the spectacle, but an insider would appreciate the intricacies. As an S-class mechanic who had recently ascended to the ranks of advanced mechanics, he had never witnessed such a high-energy scene. This was a Class 3S mecha, with a damage level exceeding 59. Even a rare Class 3S mechanic would require an entire day to repair such a machine. Yet, this unfamiliar girl had already rectified the damage in mere minutes and was now commencing the assembly? Lance's perception shattered, and he muttered in disbelief, a prodigy. A tide of fervor surged within his gaze, his entire being trembling with excitement. "Which family do you hail from, miss?" he inquired cautiously, his tone laced with respect and a hint of flattery, addressing the girl who was assembling the mecha on the ground. "An inconspicuous family," she replied enigmatically. Lu Ruan stifled a laugh at the sight of her formidable sister adeptly assembling the mecha. Just then, Kadong and the others, summoned back, entered the safe zone. The blackened remnants of the once stately mecha now lay scattered across the beach, transformed into dismembered fragments. The unfamiliar girl clutched one of the mecha's remnants. "Stop right there." Chapter 117. She is him, but he is not her. The girl on the ground continued her assembly, seemingly lost in her own world, oblivious to the commotion around her. Hygienia strode over with an imposing demeanor, his handsome face contorted with displeasure, his brows nearly askew in anger. The others hurriedly trailed behind him. In less than half a minute, the men who had ventured out all arrived at the designated location for the mechas. Ling, a skilled mechanic, was diligently repairing our mechas. "You all step back one by one. Do not disturb her," he commanded. Just before Hygienia could unleash a tirade, Lu Ruan swiftly covered his mouth and tugged at his arm, pulling him away. Hygienia cast a scornful glance her way. "Just her?" Lu Ruan firmly grasped Hygienia's ear. "What do you mean, just her? You'd better thank Ling properly later. If she manages to restore my precious mecha, I will express my gratitude. But if she fails, regardless of her being a woman, she will owe me a fortune." Hygienia remained unfazed, his tone laced with a playful malice, his gaze dark and fierce. Dressed in a stylish black leather jacket, he exuded a rogue's charm. It was only when his eyes fell back upon Lu Ruan that his demeanor softened. He wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close to his chest, relishing the delightful sensation of having his wife ensnared in his embrace. Lu Ruan leaned against Hygienia, yet her attention was wholly focused on the young mechanic. The girl was meticulously assembling scattered parts of the mecha. After approximately half an hour, a brand-new SSS-grade mecha stood proudly before them. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Hygienia's eyes, swiftly replaced by a scrutinizing glare. Inspecting his beloved mecha and finding it restored to its former glory, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Recalling Lu Ruan's earlier demeanor, he swiftly inquired of the girl. "What is your fee?" Gratitude was a term absent from his lexicon. Upon hearing this, the mysterious man in the vast cosmos wore an odd expression. Perhaps it would be prudent to ascertain what this young man desired to trade, setting the price tenfold higher. The girl on the beach regarded Hygienia and replied, "I do not require your payment. I simply need you to keep your distance. Miss Ling, may I inquire which star and family you hail from? What brings you here alone?" Kudong asked the girl, his tone considerably gentler. He had scoured the vicinity and found no injured parties. The girl remained silent. Ling had accompanied Lu Ruan and the others, and Lu Ruan briefly recounted how Kobe had brought her here only to abandon her. With this knowledge, the men felt reassured. She turned to Hygienia. "Yen, have your people captured Kobe?" "Indeed," Hygienia replied in a low voice. Kobe's expedition team had taken 3 days to reach Heiming Star. Upon the arrival of their warship, emblazoned with the Ko family emblem, members of the Shadowy Echo promptly detained them and transported them to the No. 9 experimental base. Lu Ruan glanced at the girl, then at Hygienia. One sought to reclaim a spatial token, while the other wished to meet and negotiate with the other. Now, however, they feigned ignorance of each other.
"Yen,
"You wanted to see Samuel previously. I've recently contacted her. She stated that if you send the green spatial token that Kobe possesses to the first mechanical building, She will agree to negotiate with you. Very well, Hygienia replied, his gaze once more resting on the girl. How did Samuel learn that Kabe possesses a green spatial token? From the information gleaned through prior surveillance, it was known that Kabe had cast her employer into the sea and stolen their spatial token. Lu Ruan interjected, this unfamiliar girl is that employer. Could it be that the girl had a close relationship with Samuel? Might she be Samuel's sister? This revelation would explain her adeptness at repairing the SSS-grade mecha, as well as how Samuel was so well informed. The group of men ceased their speculations regarding the girl's identity. As night descended, Lu Ruan's several husbands prepared to commence their nightly draw lots to accompany the wife activity within the tent, their voices rising in a heated uproar before they even entered the group chat. Luo Yao has been removed from the group chat, Hygienia declared. You two are forbidden from participating. With a mix of amusement and exasperation, Lu Ruan silently led the girl into a small tent, shutting the door with a decisive thud. The men had intended to select the fortunate one for the night and then take their wives out to the beach. But the unexpected presence of the unfamiliar girl abruptly interrupted their lottery. Inside the large tent, they lay in neat rows, heads and feet aligned, creating a cohesive sight. Within the warm, inviting little space, Lu Ruan reclined on a new mattress, only to find herself beside a long-haired girl. Every day, her husbands provided her with fresh bedding, offering her a different sensation each time. They would draw lots to decide who would sleep with her. The first night after her recovery was spent with Ko, the second with Yuan, and the third suddenly transformed into a beautiful young girl. To be honest, she found this arrangement somewhat unsettling. In the enchanting moments of night, it was ideal to be nestled against a charming rogue, sharing sweet nothings. Chatting and frolicking with sisters could be reserved for daylight hours. However, she could not allow her sisters to lie together with her husbands, nor let them remain solitary on the beach, exposed to the night's chill. This arrangement was the most suitable. With a faint sigh, Lu Ruan raised her gaze to the tent ceiling. Do you not wish to lie beside me? While Lu Ruan silently contemplated, she remained unaware that the girl had been closely observing her every move. Turning to the girl, Lu Ruan vehemently denied, no. Don't overthink it. The girl chuckled softly, your expression betrays your reluctance. Ling, why did you choose to undergo gender reassignment surgery? Lu Ruan swiftly changed the subject. Upon discovering that her mechanic husband had transformed into a beautiful girl, her initial shock had given way to regret. Out of her 9 husbands, only Qin Feng and Di Chun retained the ability to mark her. Their aspirations would likely be difficult to fulfill. The girl teased, I'll tell you tomorrow. The enigmatic man, drawing ever closer to XM007 star, sat in a corner of the warship, lost in thought. Citizens of the starry realms were well aware of his exceptionally high mental prowess, beyond the detection capabilities of instruments. Yet none truly understood the implications of such power or its terrifying potential. While ordinary individuals require unwavering focus on a singular task, he, under the weight of his formidable mental strength, could simultaneously execute 5 disparate and complex tasks. Initially, Ling was merely a tool he had created, an instrument that allowed him to multitask effectively. The star core within her mind resonated with the one he had implanted, enabling long-distance communication. He manipulated Ling with his mental force to accomplish intricate tasks, ultimately liberating his hands to direct her in all endeavors. Eventually, Ling evolved from being his finest tool to becoming his most impeccable facade. Her every action was orchestrated by him from behind the scenes. Her every perception was his perception. She was him, yet he was not her. Chapter 118. Smoke rose from her ancestral grave. Inside the small tent, 2 petite sisters lay side by side. The space relatively spacious, a summer quilt draped over their waists. Lu Ruan, counting the hundreds of sheep on the tent ceiling, felt her consciousness gradually blur. The pretty girl beside her, with azure eyes, occasionally cast furtive glances at her state. Noticing Lu Ruan's stillness, the girl inched closer, her slender arm brushing against Lu Ruan's. As Lu Ruan felt a gentle nudge against her arm, a flicker of awareness pierced through her hazy thoughts. Realizing the girl's proximity, she turned away, silently hoping, perhaps she wouldn't come any closer now. Within mere moments, a piercing gaze bore into her back. A chilling sensation crawled up her spine, awakening her cerebral cortex as the unsettling feeling of being watched returned. Lu Ruan swiftly turned around. The girl gazed at her openly, without any hint of secretive surveillance. A profound confusion swelled within her. What was truly happening? Since her perception had heightened, a certain instinctual awareness had been clamoring at her heart, insisting that someone was observing her every move from the shadows. Could this be a side effect of her enhanced physique? Were other interstellar women privy to such an enigmatic intuition? Darling, can't you sleep? The girl naturally referred to her as darling, and under the gaze of her concerned eyes, it somehow felt entirely unforced. Lu Ruan awkwardly touched her nose. I'm almost asleep. Could you perhaps call me by my name? I feel something is off. The girl offered no response. Lu Ruan turned over once more, her back now to the girl. Yet her tranquil heart, akin to a serene lake, was disturbed as if a frog had been tossed in, croaking and disrupting her inner peace. Her awareness was fully awakened, banishing any remnants of sleepiness. The prominent figure beside her, lacking even a suitable weapon, seemed to draw closer to her inexplicably. Was this the terrifying aspect of a 100 genetic match? However, she could not simply tell the girl, do not come near. She activated her light brain to access the previously recorded data on her match. Name: Samuel. Gender: male. Age: 119. Height: unspecified. Weight: unspecified. Mixed race: unspecified. Occupation: mechanic. Family coordinates: Kappa star. Profile: Samuel was born in a poor household in a remote town on Kappa star during the last century. Due to his remarkably high mental prowess, he was taken under the wing of a perceptive old professor as a primary school apprentice, rarely making appearances in the outside world thereafter. At 30, he constructed his own mechanical building on Kappa star. By 50, he had transformed this building into the foremost mechanical edifice in the interstellar realm. To this day, Samuel's status as the premier mechanic remains unshakable, and his mechanical building stands resilient. Other information remains undisclosed. After perusing Samuel's profile, Lu Ruan's thoughts became entangled. Since encountering the girl, she had been overly focused on appearances. This seasoned mechanic, born in the last century, must have endured countless experiences to achieve his remarkable success. Interstellar citizens respectfully addressed him as Lord Samuel. Even the Queen would defer to him, and marshals would greet him as Sir. Moreover, he was in pursuit of rare minerals, solely dedicated to creating even more formidable mech warships. He was undoubtedly a revered master consumed by his research. Lu Ruan shifted from facing away from the girl to lying flat, her heart filled with newfound reverence. She involuntarily gazed at the girl, and when the soft, doll-like figure entered her vision, her admiration culminated in the simple yet profound words, "Ling, you are truly remarkable." This straightforward expression of remarkable conveyed her deep respect. One must not judge by outward appearances. Beneath the guise of this delicate girl lay a master who had lived for a century. Her previously shallow and unhealthy thoughts evaporated. The girl's lips curved into a subtle smile. I noticed you wanted to operate a mech before. It's quite perilous. When I have the time, I can craft one for you with a safety rating above 90, and then you may try it. Lu Ruan's dark eyes sparkled. Really?
Thank you.
After reviewing the information, she could no longer perceive the girl as merely a sister, but rather as a benevolent grandmother from the last century. She felt as if her ancestral graves were emanating smoke. Since her arrival in this realm, she had married a great figure. The mechanical building affiliated with this eminent person had also become a part of her dowry. We are bound together. There is no need for formalities, the girl said with a gentle smile. Lu Ruan's gaze suddenly met the girl's, and an inexplicable sensation spread within her heart. Unconsciously, she nodded and then closed her eyes. The girl inched closer to Lu Ruan, her slender arm brushing against hers, as her luminous, beautiful eyes gradually closed. This time, Lu Ruan did not turn her back on the girl again. She mentally reassured herself that the girl was merely a lonely empty nester in the vast universe. Aboard a large military warship, 200 camouflaged soldiers were neatly dozing in the ship's hold. A man adorned with the highest military insignia sat in the back, unable to find sleep. He glanced at the masked man in the corner of the hold. No one dared to disrupt him within a 3-meter radius. Mr. Sa,
Why do you wear a mask?
Qin Feng, excited at the thought of seeing Lu Ruan the next day, found it difficult to sleep and thus engaged in casual conversation with the client. Were it not for the 100 large mechs he had donated to the army, he would still be clearing beasts on planet F-1008. The army's supplies had been heavily depleted, and these mechs would suffice for the soldiers for a time. He aimed to become better acquainted with Samuel so that future donations could benefit the army. The mysterious man wearing the silver mask raised an eyebrow at Qin Feng's inquiry. Marshal Qin, are you so curious? Given your seclusion, The number of people across the entire interstellar realm who get to see you is exceedingly few. It's only natural to be a bit curious. Samuel remained silent. Noticing his reticence, Qin Feng shifted the topic. Mr. Sa, do you have a wife? I do. Samuel's response was concise. I also have one. My wife is not only beautiful and gentle, but her voice is also delightful, and Qin Feng, upon hearing Samuel's reply, became animated, launching into effusive praises of Lu Ruan. Standing at an imposing height of 6 feet 3 inches, with biceps nearly bursting through his military sleeves, he exuded an aura that commanded respect and awe from the soldiers. Even in relaxed conversation, the formidable presence forged on the battlefield was hard to conceal. His resonant voice carried a magnetic quality, rendering every word he uttered a luxurious experience to hear. My wife's voice is also pleasant. Samuel savored the exquisite sensation transmitted from the star core, feeling a connection to Lu Ruan, who was far away on a subordinate star. This feeling was delightful. He had not felt such relaxation in decades. Behind his immense mental prowess lay a mind that was perpetually active, making true deep sleep elusive. Yet now, he found himself feeling somewhat drowsy. After a century of solitude, the wife that the mainframe had forcibly bound to him was indeed a wonderful person. Seeing Samuel fall silent, Qin Feng too refrained from speaking, his longing for Lu Ruan intensifying. His piercing gaze remained fixed on the direction of the subordinate star. Meanwhile, the masked man in the corner was also lost in thought. Through the gaps in his mask, his eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light. Chapter 119. Her eerie sixth sense. For decades, Samuel had rarely enjoyed a good night's sleep. As for Qin Feng, since matching with Lu Ruan, this marked the 10th time in 2 months that he had been too excited to sleep. Lu Ruan remained oblivious to all of this. As she drifted into slumber, the girl beside her longed to cling to her, but her weight proved too much. With an arm weighing 30 pounds, she chose to forego that idea, instead resting her arm against Lu Ruan's. On planet XM007, the days were short, while the nights stretched long. After their expedition team completed their mission, they typically awoke in the middle of the night. At midnight, Lu Ruan opened her eyes, realizing that there were still 3 hours until dawn. In the past, lying beside the extraordinary and handsome man, they would be unable to cease their activities until the break of day. However, tonight, she felt remarkably refreshed and decided to dress and step outside. The girl, being the master of the star core, was in a dormant state due to her controller's slumber and thus remained unaware of Lu Ruan's actions. As Lu Ruan entered the large tent, all her husbands, neatly arranged, opened their eyes and turned to glance at her small tent. You're awake, huh?
Softy. Wife. Soft. Soft. Sister.
Several men, clad only in shorts, their muscular physiques nearly bare, approached her, their chiseled faces converging upon her. Then, long hands simultaneously reached out towards her. Lu Ruan deftly dodged their outstretched hands, gracefully slipping outside. With her enhanced physique and innate dancing skills, she maneuvered like a slippery eel, escaping their grasp effortlessly. Upon her exit, all the lights illuminated the area, casting a bright glow over the safe beach. Thanks to Davidson, the expedition team could freely operate lights at night, rendering the landscape within the protective barriers nearly indistinguishable from daytime. Standing at the entrance of the tent, she gazed up at the pitch-black sky. 3 days prior, when her husbands learned of her shortened lifespan, she could distinctly sense the unexpressed sorrow they bore deep within their hearts. If she were to age rapidly at 30, they would witness her gradual decline, while they had yet to enter their prime, ultimately watching her turn gray and vanish from the world entirely. The thought of their heartache was unbearable, akin to a colossal stone pressing heavily upon their souls. She needed to accumulate her willpower swiftly. At this moment, her desire for longevity was not solely for herself, but also for those behind her. Lowering her head, she activated her light brain to message Qin Feng. "Au phone. How long until you arrive at the star?" The reply came almost instantaneously from the other end. Qin Feng. 5 hours, my little softy. Wait for me. I'll be there soon. Lu Ruan raised an eyebrow, impressed by the military's efficiency. Are you messaging Qin Feng, sister? Suddenly, she felt a warm embrace from behind, the heated breath enveloping her, as the lazy, languid voice of the silver-haired man resonated in her ear. In the next instant, her earlobe was caught between firm teeth, a soft tongue teasingly at work. Ah Feng says he will arrive in 5 hours, Lu Ruan managed to reply. turning her head to resist the sensations that tingled through her brain. Luo Yao always seized any opportunity to cling to her, and gradually, she found herself relishing it. Sister, the flying beasts nearby aren't attacking me. Shall I take you for a flight? Sure. With practiced ease, Luo Yao scooped Lu Ruan into his arms, unfurling a pair of black wings as they ascended into the sky. Initially, Lu Ruan anticipated this would be akin to the previous 2 days, merely a breezy outing. However, as Luo Yao soared higher, her peripheral vision caught sight of a signal tower 300 meters away, an unsettling sensation rising sharply within her. This feeling of unease quickened her heartbeat, contrasting sharply with the anxiety she felt in the presence of powerful allies, suspecting unseen eyes upon her. Previously, it was fear of the unknown. Now, it was as though she had stumbled upon a haunted site in the dead of night, the sudden appearance of a ghost sending her heart into a state of panic. Sister, what is wrong? Why is your face so pale? Luo Yao, circling in the air with his wife in his embrace, looked down to find her complexion ashen. He hastily descended, placing her on a beach lounge chair and calling for Davidson. Yao, no need to call Davidson. Just take me closer to the signal tower. Once seated, Lu Ruan felt her panic slightly subside, though only marginally. Luo Yao complied, guiding her closer to the tower's apex. In the enveloping darkness, Lu Ruan glimpsed the outline of the signal tower and its surrounding protective netting, which bore the crucial responsibility of connecting signals to the main star. The closer she approached, the more potent her negative feelings became. She struggled to breathe, nearly gasping for air, prompting her to urgently request Luo Yao to withdraw. Yao, let us go back.
All right.
Luo Yao was akin to Lu Ruan's personal aircraft. Wherever she wished to go, he would take her there. However, this time, he did not set her down on the lounge chair, but carried her to the small kitchen to find Davidson. You need to check on Sister S' health right away. Upon hearing the request, Davidson dropped everything he was doing, hastily drying his hands before retrieving his instruments to examine Lu Ruan. After 2 minutes, he confirmed there were no health issues with her body. Then why did she turn pale when she saw the signal tower? Luo Yao was perplexed. As Lu Ruan listened to her husband's conversation, her thoughts drifted. Ever since her perception had heightened, she had become increasingly peculiar. When in the company of powerful allies, her strong intuition warned her of someone watching her. Upon nearing the signal tower, that eerie instinct resurfaced, urging her to stay away. This unsettling sixth sense was profoundly disconcerting. Davidson, my body feels fine. It's just my mind that is troubled. Lu Ruan detailed her bizarre sixth sense to Davidson. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he explained that such a situation was complex, possibly linked to her enhanced physique and a subconscious inability to adapt, resulting in a stress response. Despite Davidson's professional terminology, Lu Ruan's unease persisted, like a sharp sword hanging over her heart, threatening her very existence. She became increasingly restless. Softy, give it a few more days to adjust. If you continue to feel this way, I'll contact a psychological expert friend for consultation. All right, Lu Ruan replied absently. On the dark planet of Mingxing, at the Shurring Organization S Experiment Base Number 9, 30 individuals knelt on the damp floor, their limbs bound, their bodies marred by scars from various instruments of torture. Brother Bay, those 3 individuals are actually the leaders of Shurring. They've completely stripped us of our belongings. We can't escape now. This is the end for us. In 4 hours, they'll bury us alive. Chapter 120. The Arrival of Qin Feng. Lu Ruan sipped the hot porridge Davidson had brought her, anxiety gnawing at her as her eyes occasionally darted towards the signal tower. Unable to contain herself, she finally asked, Adong, how long has this signal tower been constructed? The signal towers on the affiliated stars were built a millennium ago. This star is relatively distant from the main star. Doing the math, it was constructed exactly 1,000 years ago. Given its long-term exposure to the corrosive effects of seawater, could it suddenly collapse? Her intuition was too strong to ignore, and irrespective of the potential for superstition, she voiced her concerns, desperate for clarity, as the constant trepidation was unbearable. It won't collapse. The military conducts maintenance every 50 years. Softy, rest assured, aside from maintenance, they also conduct inspections every 10 years. 1,000 subordinate stars, all conquered by the venerable marshals of a millennium past, stand as both a testament to their dominion and a reservoir of resources for the star citizens. The military shall not allow them to vanish into the vastness of the cosmos merely due to the collapse of a signal tower. After hearing this, Lu Ruan's heart continued to race with unease. Suddenly, the holographic interface of He Jin Yen flickered to life. In 4 hours, are they planning to bury us all? He Jin Yen pondered the message from the organization, glancing at the time and recalling Lu Ruan's recent anxious musings. Kudong, inspect the signal tower. His expression was tinged with urgency, no longer displaying the impassive calm of a mountain crumbling before him. Brother, is the signal tower about to be destroyed? He Jin Yi felt a surge of anxiety instigated by his elder brother.
Quick.
Everyone, accompany me to meticulously investigate the perimeter of the signal tower for any potential causes of its destruction, such as whether the base has been deliberately compromised. Kudong was the first to board a mecha. He traversed the surface of the ocean, standing 300 meters from the shore at the foot of the signal tower, initiating a search for anything that might threaten the integrity of this colossal structure. The other men followed closely behind. On the beach, Lu Ruan observed their industrious figures, and her anxiety began to wane slightly. As daylight gradually broke, Kudong and his companions conducted thorough examinations repeatedly. At long last, they discovered a breach in the protective net submerged in the ocean, detecting that someone had embedded a timed explosive device into the crevice of the tower's foundation through this hole. He intends to entomb us all on this subordinate star. Upon uncovering the bomb, He Jin Ye's mind raced with curses directed at Kobe's ancestors. Cautiously, he began to dismantle the protective net, widening the breach to reach into the crevice where the explosive was lodged. However, extracting such a bomb was no simple task. A single misstep could trigger an early detonation. Such an explosion would not only obliterate the towering structure, but likely reduce them to mere fragments. Even if someone managed to escape, the destruction of the base station would render the surrounding protective net inoperative. This planet would cease to have any safe zones, becoming irrevocably lost among the myriad stars in the vast universe, impossible to locate again. Curse you, Kobe, and your entire lineage. He Jin Ye's internal invective escaped his lips before he could restrain it. Stop cursing, Kudong interjected, rubbing his nose. Kobe's ancestors are also mine. Only 15 minutes remain. He Jin Yan's tone was frigid, his words locking everyone's mouths shut like a chastening key. They fell silent, holding their breaths as they gathered around the protective net, attempting to extract the dreadful weapon hidden within. Kobe truly is cunning to have placed it at such an obscure angle. Lu Ruan, standing by the shoreline, fixated her gaze on the men's actions as time slipped away. Kudong and his team took turns assisting. With 30 seconds left on the countdown, Kudong finally managed to safely extricate the bomb from the crevice of the tower's base. He held the fist-sized explosive delicately, peeling back its casing to reveal the indicator light transitioning perilously close from yellow to red. There was no time left to toss it elsewhere. He could only muster all his strength to hurl the bomb far from the shore. Everyone down. The command was instantaneous, and all plunged into the water.
Moments late.
A thunderous explosion erupted, sending a powerful shockwave that unleashed monstrous waves, crashing toward them like a ferocious beast. Several men were thrown off balance by the force. After a considerable time, they struggled to resurface, disoriented and dizzy. Lu Ruan too was knocked to the ground by the impact, her heart racing with trepidation. Fortunately, they had extracted the bomb in time, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. As they collectively gazed toward the distance, the once calm sea erupted in a chaotic spray, reminiscent of an abrupt downpour. After the tempest subsided, the water regained its tranquility. A collective sigh of relief washed over them, grateful to have escaped calamity. On the approaching military warship, the soldier at the helm noted a sudden disruption in the signal, which reconnected a second later. A moment of confusion crossed his mind. With half an hour until landing, he dismissed the anomaly. Inside the vessel, 200 soldiers, Chin Feng, with his jovial demeanor, and the slumbering Samuel, remained blissfully unaware of the danger they had narrowly evaded alongside Lu Ruan. On the subordinate star, Kudong and his team mended the breach in the protective net before inspecting the rest of the signal tower's condition. Once they confirmed that everything was in order, they returned to the beach. Sister, had you not mentioned the signal tower, we might have perished on this star, Luo Yao exclaimed, fluttering to Lu Ruan's side. If we had been even a minute later, the entire team would have been doomed. A hint of residual fear flickered across Lu Ruan's face. I merely sensed an ominous premonition. I never anticipated it would manifest in such a manner. Her voice trembled slightly, clearly shaken by the overwhelming explosion. Yet following the shock, a profound sense of calm enveloped her, her peculiar sixth sense dissipating, restoring her inner tranquility. The others gathered around her. His scheme is truly malicious, Kadong remarked. We cannot let Kobe escape unscathed. Luo Yao asserted. He Jin Yan's gaze turned icily resolute, as if he could rend Kobe to pieces with his stare. He shall pay for his transgressions. While the group of men deliberated on how to deal with Kobe, Lu Ruan tilted her head toward the heavens. A colossal military warship loomed overhead, akin to a ferocious beast roaring through the sky. Stretching over 100 meters in length, its silvery gray hull shimmered brilliantly under the sun. As the vessel drew nearer, Lu Ruan clearly discerned its formidable form, adorned with an array of intricate weaponry and communication apparatus. The warship descended gradually, stirring up a cloud of dust as it landed not far from the beach. The hatch opened slowly, a beam of brilliant light spilling forth. Qin Feng emerged first, his tall, rugged figure a striking embodiment of masculinity, as if sculpted by the hands of a divine artisan. Clad in a tailored military uniform that accentuated his muscular physique, the golden insignia of his rank gleamed on his shoulder, almost blinding her. The impact of reality struck her powerfully. Lu Ruan stood momentarily spellbound, her excitement causing her pupils to dilate. Qin Feng's hawk-like eyes quickly spotted her reclining in a chair. Chapter 121. A Grand Marshal Approaches. A subtle smile graced his lips as he strode toward her with commanding steps, each footfall resonating against her heart, igniting a fiery warmth within her, a blend of joy, excitement, and anticipation. Little Ruan, I have arrived. With that resonant, deep call, Qin Feng approached her like a moving mountain, bringing with him a gust of wind. His rich voice echoed in her ears. As she lifted her gaze, she beheld the towering, muscular figure clad in military attire beside her. He was indeed tall, his long legs nearly surpassing her chest, an impressive display of proportion. Her eyes fell to the black military boots at his feet. These military boots are not only crafted from superior materials, but they are also of an immense size, being twice the dimensions of her own footwear. This observation provided her with a more vivid understanding of Qin Feng's physique. He is truly a towering figure. She rose from her reclining chair. Her face lit up with a radiant smile. Generally speaking, it is best to maintain eye contact while conversing with someone, as this reflects respect and facilitates better communication. However, when she stood before Qin Feng, eager to discern the features of his face, she found herself straining her neck to do so. As she tilted her head back, the lack of prior movement caused her neck to emit a series of cracking sounds, followed by a wave of discomfort. Emma Lu softly uttered 2 words unconsciously. And as her head nearly tilted back completely, her gaze finally met his. Ah Feng, you finally arrived. Her tone was intimate, reflecting their frequent video calls, which had fostered a sense of familiarity. After speaking, her neck grew weary, and she quickly lowered her head. Without hesitation, she opened her arms and gently embraced him. This was her way of welcoming her husband, the Grand Marshal, in their first face-to-face meeting, though the embrace was somewhat hasty. It was imbued with her sincere and fervent feelings toward him. Qin Feng's body tensed momentarily before relaxing, his eyes sparkling like stars. He lowered his gaze, resting it upon the petite figure before him, his wife in reality, delicate and dainty, resembling a finely crafted porcelain doll. Her head barely reached his neck, accentuating her fragility in stark contrast to his towering stature. Observing her slender form, he mused that a mere gust of wind could easily topple her. He couldn't help but wonder if he could lift her effortlessly with just one arm, perhaps even hoisting 10 of her with ease. Qin Feng gently pressed her small head against his broad chest, as if wishing to envelop her entirely within his embrace. Emma's cheek nestled against the fabric of Qin Feng's uniform. The thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat, coupled with the powerful rise and fall of his sturdy chest, filled her with a subtle thrill, a unique essence of a passionate man. Have you had breakfast, Lil Soft? As her thoughts drifted towards her aspirations, Qin Feng's straightforward inquiry broke through, resonating above her head. She replied cheerfully, yes, I have. In the next moment, she found herself lifted off the ground as Qin Feng effortlessly cradled her in one arm. Perched on a strong arm, her perspective broadened significantly. When I came from planet F-1008, I brought you a substantial amount of exotic beast meat that is not found on this planet. Qin Feng gazed up at her from this angle, his military cap gleaming in the sunlight, symbolizing the authority and grandeur he embodied as a grand marshal. The slightly faded brim obscured his forehead, whispering tales of past glories and triumphs. After lingering on the slightly worn cap for a couple of seconds, she placed a hand on his shoulder for balance, sweetly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Ah Feng. This husband, aged 46, who commanded a million-strong army as the Grand Marshal of the Empire, had nearly exhausted his account on mech warships, living in such simplicity that even his hat had faded without being replaced. He exhibited no signs of corruption. Rather, he contributed to the military. In contrast, others in high positions would seize opportunities for personal gain, extracting benefits from those aspiring to advance, eventually promoting those who offered the highest bribes. I want to stay here for a couple more days. Once I'm done with my tasks, will you accompany me to the base?
I'll consider it, she replied.
While Qin Feng conversed with Emma, on the military warship, 200 fully armed soldiers emerged from the hatch, forming 10 precise rows upon the beach, awaiting Qin Feng's commands. Their movements were synchronized and swift, indicating they were elite warriors. Qin Feng slightly turned his head, surveying the soldiers, then bellowed, "All personnel, set up camp 1 meter beyond the protective barrier on the beach." His voice resonated like thunder, deafening in its power. Emma felt her ears buzz in response. Yes. The 200 soldiers chorused in unison, their response echoing across the beach, showcasing their discipline. Under the command of the squad leader, the soldiers sprang into action. Some were tasked with transporting tents and equipment, effortlessly moving heavy supplies to designated locations, while others skillfully erected the tents, securing the supports and tightening the ropes to ensure they stood firm on the sand. Their movements were crisp and decisive, devoid of hesitation. In no time, the military tents nearly covered the entire sandy area within the safety zone, lending an air of lively activity to the otherwise tranquil satellite. Marshal Qin, please put Little Soft down. In the brief 2 minutes since Qin Feng had arrived, 6 men approached him at the tent entrance. Having formed a bond with Emma, these men, initially unfamiliar with one another, had grown considerably more comfortable. Davidson, who had stealthily gained an additional centimeter in height, regarded Qin Feng, who was supporting Emma with his elbow, with an expression akin to one who had tasted bitter herbs. I'll take her to eat something good. Qin Feng glanced at the men and, spotting the already established tents, took a long stride toward them. Emma, perched on his arm, addressed the men with a hint of challenge. Dong, aren't you all going to hunt some exotic beasts today? With no chance of reclaiming his wife, the 6 men resorted to retrieving large buckets and nets from their spatial buttons. As they walked, Qin Feng inquired of Emma, what kind of exotic beasts are they aiming to capture? The ones from the sea, she replied. Dong mentioned wanting to bring them back to the main star for sale. Upon reaching the tent he had prepared, Qin Feng gently set Emma down and instructed the soldiers who had completed the setup, everyone who helped with the tents, head to the sea to catch beasts. The more, the better. Capture them all, so we can send Kedong and the others back to the main star. At the moment Emma touched the ground, she remained unaware that the young girl had already risen and was striding directly toward the large military warship. Shortly thereafter, the girl entered the ship's cabin, casting her gaze upon a mysterious man in the corner, donning a mask. Chapter 122, Another Poorly Executed Pretense. Inside the warship, Samuel was preoccupied with repairing his tools when Emma and Qin Feng entered the tent and sat cross-legged. Other soldiers were grouped 10 to a tent, while Qin Feng, as the commander, occupied a tent alone, providing them ample space. Qin Feng removed his hat and hung it on a rack, then took off his military jacket, revealing the muscular contours of his fitted shirt, a sight that stirred a rush of blood. He sat cross-legged before her.
I think.
You mentioned last time that you accepted a commission to excavate something. Is it far from here? With just a slight lift of her eyes, she was finally able to see his face clearly, no longer straining her neck. Upon closer inspection, her husband, the Grand Marshal, had long, thick eyebrows resembling bamboo in the mountains, exuding a rugged strength. His eyes were sharp, yet when they met hers, that ravenous glint returned, akin to a wolf spotting its prey. She couldn't help but clear her throat. We are to excavate rare minerals. The safety zone we occupy now is on the eastern side of this island, while the requested materials are located on the southwestern part of the island, approximately 2 hours from here. Qin Feng responded with resounding conviction, his voice resonating powerfully despite his deliberate attempt to lower it, the words erupting from his throat still echoing within the intimate confines of their surroundings. Lu Ruan pondered, the southwest, is it? That would be the far side of the sea, where strange beasts abound. With a large army, there is little to worry about. Qin Feng activated his holographic interface and messaged the squad leader to request that Lu Ruan be provided with the exotic meat brought from star F1008. After sending the message, he could no longer contain himself and pulled her into his embrace. He vividly recalled the matching scene from 2 months prior. At that time, 1 million soldiers in the military were all single, each man driven nearly to madness by their longing for a partner. On that fateful day, they all simultaneously received a message from the Federal Gene Bank announcing the availability of wives to bind. For hours, they kept their excitement secret from one another, unable to suppress the exhilaration that curled the corners of their mouths. Fueled by this excitement, the soldiers swiftly captured a territory that would typically have taken 3 days in just 2 hours. Then, they sat atop a pile of beast carcasses, desperately searching for Lu Ruan's contact information online. Hours later, she rejected all men who were not forcefully bound to her with a single click. The internet was engulfed in despair. The soldiers in the base wailed and lamented, their spirits deflated as if they had been neutered, moping for 3 whole days. As the commander, he consoled them throughout this time, all the while concealing the fact that he was the one who had been bound. Fearing that the soldiers might rise in revolt and assault him in his sleep, he, too, had longed for a partner during his prolonged singlehood. After being matched with Lu Ruan, especially after seeing her during their video calls, he had secretly harbored excitement for 2 months, struggling to sleep on several nights.
Now,
at last, he was face to face with her. His fondness for her was palpable. How do Ku Dong and the others treat you? Qin Feng tightened his embrace, recalling how her voice had sounded raspy during their last video call 3 days ago. He gazed into her eyes and inquired, those rascals won't bully you, will they? They treat me very well, she replied, perched on the lap of her martial husband, her fingertips lightly brushing through his hair. Beneath his cropped hair, he possessed a unique and pure beauty. Each strand was impeccably trimmed, and his simple hairstyle revealed the strong contours of his face. The chiseled jawline akin to a sculptor's masterpiece, exuding masculinity. If anyone dares to bully you, you must speak up. Do not fear them. I will make them regret it. You can come to the base with me, and I will ensure you are not mistreated. Qin Feng spoke with earnestness, his wolf-like gaze fixated on Lu Ruan's luscious lips, the pronounced Adam's apple beneath his throat bobbing with anticipation. A palpable tension filled the tent, evoking a silent, yet intimate atmosphere. Amused, she reached out to poke his Adam's apple, teasing, it seems to be moving. Are you craving me? At her playful touch, Qin Feng's parched throat betrayed him, a distinct gulp echoing in the otherwise still space. Caught off guard, he attempted to evade her finger, but found it difficult to part from the softness he held. I'm not craving you. I'm just a bit thirsty, he stammered, feigning calmness while avoiding her gaze, hastily retrieving a bottle of water and gulping it down. Only then did he feel some relief from the dryness in his throat. During their first encounter, he aimed to establish a serious demeanor before Lu Ruan, not wanting to appear more ravenous than her other suitors. Otherwise, with her petite stature, she might abandon him for Ku Dong before they even reached star F1008. A scenario he could not afford. He needed to remain composed, upholding his dignified image. Oh, you should drink more water to boost your metabolism. One only feels thirsty when dehydrated. She playfully pressed her fingertip against his firmly defined lips, refraining from exposing the hungry wolf that had not tasted meat in decades. As her soft fingers lingered on his lips, a sweet fragrance wafted from her touch into his nostrils, followed by a tingling sensation on his lips that coursed through his body.
Gulp.
Qin Feng could no longer suppress the movement of his Adam's apple and swiftly drank another bottle of water, attempting to extinguish the fire of desire while masking his embarrassment. Lu Ruan stifled a laugh, gazing into his eyes, which resembled a tranquil pool. She finally grasped what her martial husband was like off-screen. Another poor actor pretending to be serious. He clearly wanted to devour her yet maintained a facade, even more transparent than before. Her matched husbands, indeed, each had their unique charm. In truth, Qin Feng's cautious demeanor, masked beneath the guise of a ravenous wolf, stemmed from a man of iron will who feared scaring the woman he cherished. Unbeknownst to him, his hands acted of their own accord, pulling Lu Ruan closer, as if he wished to embed her into his very being. Meanwhile, Lu Ruan had a clear objective. She intended to ascertain his current desires following their marking. Just as Qin Feng reached for another bottle of water, attempting to quench the inferno raging within him, Lu Ruan suddenly kissed him, catching him completely off guard. The kiss was so unexpected that Qin Feng was momentarily stunned, his pupils dilating in disbelief. While he remained dazed, Lu Ruan continued to kiss and nibble at him, and his feigned composure vanished as he lunged at her like a wolf, engulfing her in a fervent embrace. Outside the tent, soldiers were fervently engaged in capturing exotic beasts from the sea. Ah Feng, how do you unlock this belt?
Let me handle it.
With a click, the buckle released, but suddenly, Urgent shouts from soldiers outside pierced the air. Marshal, we just received an urgent report from star F1008. Please advise. Another click signaled the fastening of the buckle, its clarity resonating in the private space. Qin Feng's face flushed crimson as he swiftly rolled over, leaping to his feet, donning his military uniform in mere seconds. He downed a bottle of water in one gulp, straightened his attire, and, under Lu Ruan's incredulous gaze, exited the tent. Chapter 123. The ridiculous nickname he gave her. Lu Ruan felt a twinge of frustration, quickly transforming into understanding. Military affairs were urgent and could not be delayed. If she could not ascertain Qin Feng's current wishes before Kodong returned to the main star the following day, she would accompany him to star F1008. Everything needed to be meticulously planned. Sitting cross-legged, her mind drifted to her sixth sense for foreseeing danger. In the cosmos, 1,000 subordinate stars communicated with the main star through signal bases. These subordinate stars were interconnected, resembling a vast spiderweb woven throughout the expansive universe. Warships moved like spiders, navigating the web to reach any star. However, if a corner of this web were to be suddenly destroyed, the spider traversing the edge would find its threads severed, plummeting into the immeasurable void of space. At that moment, the warship would lose connectivity, devoid of any reference point, utterly disoriented. The journey back to the distant main star would resemble a headless fly, with a success probability of 0. Choosing to continue blindly navigating towards XM007. They were perilously close to deviating from the correct trajectory, which would lead them into the most ferocious cosmic storm, resulting in their obliteration. In the half-hour before her husband, the Marshal, landed, if the signal base station were to be destroyed, he would be lost amidst the vastness of space. With an unsettling sixth sense, she felt that danger lurked by the tower. Kodong led everyone to investigate, and indeed, there was a problem. Only then did everyone find safety. Deep down, she sensed that this sixth sense was no ordinary intuition. She called out to the small entity. What transpired a few hours ago? Is this your doing? The small entity replied, Host, I am merely a humble wish system. I cannot grant you such formidable abilities. According to interstellar data analysis you previously. The small entity reiterated Davidson's words to her. Lacking answers, she had no choice but to suppress her curiosity. Inside the command room of a large military battleship, Qin Feng conversed with a general currently overseeing F1008 star. He sat upright, facing the projection of the general, while a soldier who had just delivered a message stood nearby. First, attend to the wounded. The radiated mine will be set aside for now. Our focus must shift to combating the alien beasts. We will discuss strategies for the rest upon my return. Understood. The general's visage was clouded with concern as the projection flickered away. Qin Feng severed the connection and examined the report data. The number of injured, 1,000, severely wounded. The army had exercised utmost caution, yet still could not evade unpredictable dangers. It appeared that clearing all hazards from the F1008 subordinate planets to establish a new main star would be a long and arduous journey. His thin lips pressed into a straight line as he continued to peruse the intelligence reports. Time ticked away in seconds. The soldier beside him waited in silence when suddenly, Qin Feng noticed another presence. Just as he was about to instruct someone to assist in capturing the sea beasts, an image of the delicate figure of Lu Ruan in the tent flashed in his mind, causing him to pause. After a brief 2 seconds, he commanded, You. Go check if the squad leader has prepared the alien beast meat and have him deliver it to my tent. Yes. The soldier took a couple of steps but halted, turning back to Qin Feng. Marshal, is it for your wife? May I inquire how she is addressed? In the interstellar realm, once a woman binds herself to her husband, she is still referred to as Miss XX, rarely adopting her husband's surname. Conversely, the bound man is typically referred to by his wife's surname. Qin Feng diverted his gaze from the report and pondered for a few moments. He could not reveal to the soldiers that Xiao Ruan was actually Lu Ruan, lest this group of hungry bachelors, eager for their wives, might recklessly vie for Xiao Ruan's affection. What title should he bestow? Soft, akin to being gentle. She shall be called Lu Not Hard. Qin Feng responded with utmost seriousness, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his chiseled features, his hawk-like eyes signaling the soldier to hurry along. Yes, Marshal. The messenger soldier darted out of the battleship like a gust of wind. The Marshal was always straightforward, unafraid to speak his mind, and it was no wonder he hesitated to mention such an unappealing moniker. Qin Feng gazed at the cluster of tents outside the ship. Having been interrupted by military matters, He realized he would have to wait until night fell, when F-1008 star was less active, to indulge in intimate moments with Lu Ruan. After the soldier relayed Qin Feng's message to the squad leader cooking outside the tents, the leader prepared the dish and carefully made his way around 20 tents to one nestled in a corner. Miss Lu Not Hard. The alien beast meat requested by the marshal is ready. Are you able to step out to collect it? Lu Ruan, seated inside, was taken aback by the unexpectedly robust address. Coughing, she nearly choked on her own saliva, her expression cracking for a fleeting moment. It felt as though her elegant and dignified image had come crashing down, now muddied and irreparably tarnished. What a dreadful nickname her husband had bestowed upon her. Rising swiftly, she yanked aside the curtain. The squad leader stood before her, holding the fragrant beast meat, his eyes sparkling upon seeing her. She initially intended to correct the vexing title but, upon witnessing his expression, decided against it, offering no explanation. Thank you, I appreciate your help. Under the squad leader's admiring gaze, she retreated into the tent to feast heartily. Half an hour later, Qin Feng had yet to return to the tent. She stepped outside, eager to determine if he had finished his tasks, hoping to engage in casual conversation to uncover his current wishes. Navigating through a cluster of green tents, her pupils dilated slightly upon reaching the large military battleship. A sturdy wooden plank was positioned at the hatch. A girl was gently guiding an ancient wheelchair down the plank, with Qin Feng following closely behind, calling out to Mr. Sa. The figure seated in the wheelchair wore a silver mask, his tall and slender frame suggesting a height of around 6 feet 3 inches. The exposed portion of his jaw beneath the mask was pale, as were his lips. Mr. Sa, your tent has been arranged by the soldiers, located in the farthest corner, for your preference. Samuel replied in a deep tone. As Qin Feng's gaze caught sight of Lu Ruan, his expression softened, and he introduced the two parties. Lu Ruan, this is Lord Samuel, the patron I mentioned earlier. And this lady is Lord Samuel's wife. Lord Sa, this is my wife, Lu Not Hard. Lu Ruan's face cracked once more upon the introduction of the masked man and the girl assisting him, her mind racing. The man in the wheelchair, upon hearing this is my wife, Lu Not Hard, turned his penetrating gaze toward Qin Feng, his tone inscrutable. She your wife? In that moment, she echoed his question, her eyes darting toward the girl. As the wheelchair man began to explain, his words were preempted by Qin Feng's assertive declaration, she is indeed my wife. Qin Feng believed Samuel had not understood clearly and reiterated with pride evident in his gaze. The wheelchair man fell silent, and with the girl's assistance, he maneuvered toward the tent in the far corner. He subtly directed the girl to push the wheelchair past Lu Ruan, whispering to her, hello, I am Samuel. The sound was barely audible, and even Qin Feng, trailing behind, did not catch it. Lu Ruan's eyes met Samuel's, and her heart raced as she noted the cryptic smile in his gaze, sending chills down her spine. She realized that her earlier audacity had been rather bold. Greetings, Lord Samuel. Having lived for a century, it remained uncertain whether he was a cunning old fox or a master devoted to his research. She decided to employ respectful titles. Samuel regarded her oddly. With the girl guiding him away, he left her standing in a state of bewilderment. She gazed at the slender figure in the wheelchair, rendered speechless for an extended moment. Initially, she had presumed that her mechanic husband had undergone gender reassignment surgery, only to discover that they were not the same person at all. The masked man in the wheelchair was indeed the true Samuel, while Ling was merely his non-binding wife. What on earth was happening? A flurry of questions bombarded Lu Ruan's mind. No, she had to seek out Samuel for clarification. Little Ruan, what is there to admire about him? Qin Feng approached Lu Ruan, noticing her unwavering gaze fixed on Samuel's back, puzzled. That man was married as well. While conversing with Samuel aboard the warship, he received no response until the subject of wives was broached, at which point Samuel would occasionally engage in the conversation. This indicated that Samuel had a strong affection for his wife. Did little Ruan perhaps harbor feelings for him? Qin Feng's brow furrowed deeply as he single-handedly lifted Lu Ruan and turned away, striding towards a tent. Reluctantly, Lu Ruan diverted her gaze, lowering her head to scrutinize the most enigmatic celebrity in the entire galaxy. Just out of curiosity, she had looked a moment too long. The two returned to their private space, where her attention shifted back to Qin Feng. The mere thought of the rather vexing monikers Lu Buing and Xiao Ying made her seethe, and as Qin Feng removed his jacket, she snapped at him.
Kindahua.
Her tone was laced with irritation. Qin Feng nearly stumbled. Little Ruan, that was merely a temporary measure. Consider it. Hundreds of billions of men across the network are aware of your name. My subordinates even received matching messages in the past. If they discovered that you were a potential binding partner, they would swarm you with advances. Lu Ruan remained silent, her eyes igniting with a tiny flame. What do you mean by hard? I am not hard at all. If he was going to concoct a name, he should have chosen something more appealing. Now, her reputation was utterly tarnished. Thus, from now on, your public name shall be Lu Buing, Qin Feng stated, feeling a chill at Lu Ruan's penetrating gaze. Nearly losing his composure. After finishing his explanation, he pulled her into his embrace. Lu Ruan struggled for a moment, but was held tighter in his grasp. With arms as robust as tree trunks, she felt like a small fish on a cutting board, utterly immobilized. Therefore, Qin Ruan. I shall henceforth call you Qin Ruan. Isn't it a lovely name? Qin Feng was momentarily at a loss for words.
Soft?
I am not soft at all. His entire physique was composed of solid muscle with a notably low body fat percentage. After a pause, he gently patted her back, his voice deep and soothing. Little Ruan, you may use Lu Buing in public, but I will have them address you as Miss Lu, alright? The rich timbre of his voice, now lowered, was particularly pleasant to hear. Seeing his earnest attempt to rectify the situation, Lu Ruan relented. In interstellar society, when addressing women, if one knows their full name, they typically refer to them as Miss followed by their full name, indicating friendliness and respect. If the full name is unknown, they might simply use the surname followed by Mississippi. Ah, Feng, what is it that you most desire to do right now? She wanted to directly inquire about her martial husband's current wishes. However, just as her question left her lips, the glint in Qin Feng's eyes shifted dramatically. His gaze, hungry as a wolf, fell upon her lips, and with a swallow, he murmured, I wish to know what you desire at present. Her voice held a hint of playful sweetness. A distinct sound of swallowed saliva echoed in the enclosed space. Realizing that Qin Feng would not answer her question for the moment, she settled comfortably into his broad embrace, savoring his warmth and unique essence. At the age of 46, in a galaxy where the average lifespan was 300 years, he was in the prime of his life. His visage bore no marks of the passage of time, neither youthful naivety nor the charm of a mature man. To achieve the rank of marshal at such an age was an unattainable ambition for many men in the galaxy. Now leading troops to pioneer a new home world on planet F-1008. Upon the completion of this formidable task, he would etch his name into the annals of history as a great marshal. She leaned closer to his face, planting a gentle kiss on his vibrant eyes. Instinctively, Qin Feng closed his eyes. The warmth brushing against his eyelids quickened his heartbeat. Little Ruan kissed him again. She was not truly angry with him. Little Ruan is wonderful, he mused, sensing her subtly unique emotions, a feeling that was quite special. What I most desired to do, Qin Feng deliberately elongated his words, then suddenly pulled Lu Ruan closer, nearly depriving her of breath. His eyes sparkled with intensity, and in the next moment, like a storm, he showered her with kisses. Then, leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, It is to embrace you like this, never to let go. Let us continue. Their silhouettes intertwined in the spacious environment. I still cannot untie this belt. It is too tight. Allow me, the man replied, his voice low and husky. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Wife, Davidson is anxious to return to the main star to attend to the Queen. Come out and prepare.
We are departing now.
Lu Ruan and Qin Feng exchanged glances. Under his inscrutable gaze, she rose and dressed promptly, stepping out of the tent. Qin Feng stared at the entrance for an extended moment, rendered speechless. Chapter 125. Farewell. The 6 husbands seemed to have lost their spirits. Qin Feng retrieved a bottle of water, gulping it down to extinguish the raging fire of desire within him. Wait, didn't Ti Kedong just mention returning? Little Ruan wouldn't Ti be aboard the warship already? Would she? He abruptly flipped over, stood up, donned his shoes, and strode outside. Upon exiting the cluster of tents, Kedong and the others had already dismantled their tents and barriers. An SSS-class warship, emblazoned with the Devil's insignia, stood majestically on the beach. With Little Ruan's fair foot dangling from the doorframe, 3 men clad in leather, whose energies clashed with his, surrounded her. One of them slipped his arm beneath her armpit, pulling her towards the cabin. The other 2 supported her waist, forcefully attempting to detach her from the doorframe as she resisted entering the vessel. Davidson's figure was obscured. Yet he continued to coax Little Ruan gently. Ruan, we are going home. It's not safe on the satellite planet. He then admonished the 3 men tugging at her, instructing them to be gentle and not to hurt her. In the next moment, a melodious cry for help pierced the air, resonating powerfully across the sandy safety zone. I want to return to the main star. I want to be with Ah Feng. Xiao Feng, come save me. Those enchanting calls made Qin Feng feel as though his titanium heart was on the verge of melting into a puddle of spring water. He could hardly withstand it. This was far too soft. He was losing control.
Kindahua.
For heaven's sake, if you don't come soon, I'll never associate with you again. Qin Feng's body tensed. Suddenly, an alien fruit was thrust into little Ruan's mouth.
Meanwhile,
Heads with crew cuts began to peek out from the multitude of military tents. The elite soldiers under his command were eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. If Miss Lu Buheng were to accompany another suitor, we need not envy the marshal's indulgence in sumptuous feasts while we are left to subsist on mere wild vegetables and mud. How delightful. Keep your voices down. How splendid it would be if we could obtain contact information for Lu Ruan's wife. Her genetics are so formidable, she surely cannot be inferior to this one. The surname Lu is rather uncommon. Perhaps Lu Buheng and Lu Ruan's wife are sisters? We could inquire with Miss Lu Buheng about her wife's contact details, ensuring that when she is matched again next year, we too can be included. What a splendid idea. Squad leader, let us proceed. Outside the tent, several soldiers sprang to their feet in perfect unison, as if propelled by a gust of wind. The soldiers of this elite special forces unit averaged a height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, though they may not possess the chiseled handsomeness of Qin Feng. Each stood tall and proud like a pine tree, exuding a remarkable presence, forming a striking tableau as they lined up. Are you all itching for action? Qin Feng sharply reprimanded the soldiers yearning for their wife's contact information. Hurry and intercept that warship. If you allow it to escape, do not expect a day off this year. He swiftly made his way towards the warship. On board the formidable vessel, Kedong and Luo Yao occupied the control room. They observed Qin Feng striding purposefully towards them on the surveillance monitor. Kedong shouted to the trio of He Jin Yen, "Don't dawdle. Qin Feng and his troops are closing in." With his hand poised over the ignition button, he was prepared to activate the engines the moment his wife entered, launching the warship into the skies in mere moments and ensuring a swift return to the main star.
Uhi, Kindahua.
Lu Ruan spat out the fruit she was chewing, her toes still tangled in the doorframe, her hands struggling against the confines. Just as Qin Feng approached within 5 meters of the warship, a long-haired girl swiftly maneuvered a wheelchair past him, outpacing both him and the soldiers as she approached the hatch. She released her grip on the wheelchair and, under the gaze of the masked man, advanced 2 steps forward. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction of He Jin Yen, He Jin Yuan, and He Jin Yi, seizing little Ruan and lifting her out. The trio was momentarily stunned. As if jolted by an electric shock, their expressions contorting in disbelief as they failed to halt the girl. In an instant, the girl placed the reclaimed wife onto the masked man's lap, whose legs were an enigma. Whether they were impaired or not remained unclear. She then pushed the wheelchair, brazenly departing from their midst. Qin Feng felt as if his mind had shrunk. He stood frozen, bewildered. What did Samuel mean by allowing his young wife to snatch away his little Ruan and then placing her upon his lap? Even more astonishing was the fact that the girl willingly followed behind, pushing the two away. Truly an unprecedented spectacle. As 200 elite soldiers converged, they halted in their tracks, eyes wide as saucers, mouths agape in astonishment, nearly capable of holding an egg. Their gazes darted back and forth between Qin Feng and the wheelchair-bound man. More perplexed than Qin Feng was Lu Ruan. After being placed on the man's lap, her eyes flitted between this mysterious husband and the smiling girl. Help! Wasn't this the wife he had been matched with before? Could someone explain what was happening? She pinched her thigh sharply, letting out a gasp of pain. Don't hurt yourself. The man in the wheelchair suddenly spoke from behind her, his deep voice reverberating like a low-frequency bubble, sending a wave of tingling sensations through her body. He had only managed to whisper a soft greeting, saying, "Hello, I am Samuel," since their meeting. Now he spoke normally. And heavens, his voice was like a bass cannon. Her gaze fell upon the man's sharply defined jaw and his unnaturally pale lips. What kind of person lay beneath the mask of this century-old figure? After a brief silence, the area erupted with the shouts of men. "Mr. Sa, stop."
Samuel, halt.
"Samuel,
Stop.
The voices belonged to Qin Feng, the 3 brothers of He Jin Yen who recognized Samuel, and Kedong, who had descended from the warship intent on taking Lu Ruan home. The scene escalated into chaos. The soldiers widened their eyes, witnessing the dramatic spectacle of 8 men vying for a wife. The 7 men swiftly surrounded the wheelchair, just as the girl prepared to strike. Samuel feigned to restrain her, saying, "Ling, stand down." Once Lu Ruan regained her composure, she hastily dismounted Samuel's lap, retreating into Qin Feng's embrace. Gazing at her 6 husbands who were about to return to the main star, a Dong, a Yao, a Sun, Yen, Yuan Yi. "I wish to spend some time with the phone. I'll return home after the year-end." A Sun, "You must hurry back to attend to the Empress's ailment." A Dong, Lan Jiao, nearly choked on a mini-beast while on a mission. "The royal family requires the living, so you must expedite your return to settle the task." Yen, "Your 300 billion has just been allocated to construct the defense network for Heiming Star. You brothers must return to oversee it."
A Yao,
"Your wings have not healed correctly. A Sun must remove the damaged parts and allow them to regrow. Once your wings are healed, it won't be too late to take me out to play." After she finished speaking, the 3 brothers of He Jin Yen remained silent, their lips pressed tightly together. The gleam of excitement in Ko Dong's dark eyes vanished. Luo Yao needed to treat his wings. He could not shamelessly linger here. He had intended to take his wife out once the bounty was settled, but now she showed no inclination to return home. Davidson scrutinized Qin Feng. He had been surreptitiously growing taller by a centimeter every couple of days, now reaching 185 centimeters. Just a bit longer, and he could utilize the 10-centimeter height increasing insoles. Yet his wife clung to the side of the 193 centimeters tall Qin Feng, unwilling to leave. "Do you truly wish to stay with Qin Feng?" The 6 men queried simultaneously. Lu Ruan gently nodded. "Yes, you all hurry back to the main star. I am quite safe here." "Very well." It was unclear who spoke first, but upon hearing her words, the husband's spirits visibly drooped, akin to frostbitten eggplants. He Jin Yen lingered his gaze on Samuel for a fleeting second before turning away. The other 5 slowly followed suit, boarding the formidable warship. Their departing figures appeared especially desolate, their presence seemingly cloaked in frost. Lu Ruan watched as the warship ascended into the sky, eventually disappearing from her sight. "Mr. Saw,
what did you mean by that just now?"
Qin Feng's attention refocused on Samuel, his piercing gaze fixated on the man. "General Qin, there is no need for formality." "It was but a trifling effort," Samuel replied, raising his eyes to meet the standing Qin Feng. The silver mask concealed his expression, yet the low, resonating bubble of his voice sent tingles coursing through Lu Ruan, nestled in Qin Feng's embrace. Noticing the sudden shiver that coursed through her, Qin Feng glanced down, observing goosebumps rising on her skin. He pondered for a brief moment. His throat had been constricted, rendering his voice unusual. "Little Ruan, cover your ears," Qin Feng whispered near her ear. Lu Ruan cast a skeptical glance at the man in the wheelchair, contemplating the possibility of a throat obstruction. However, what Qin Feng believed to be a whisper was audible to all within a 3-meter radius. Samuel narrowed his eyes, his slender fingers lightly tapping on the armrest of the wheelchair. In the next instant, the girl's expression turned furious as she glared at Qin Feng. "General Qin, you are tarnishing the reputation of my Lord Samuel in front of him. Apologize immediately." Qin Feng offered a calm smile, tightening his embrace around the delicate deer-like figure of Lu Ruan. "So it was not the case then. I must express my gratitude to Mr. Samuel for the recent events. However, an apology is out of the question. How could I bow my head before another man in front of my wife? Where would my pride reside?" Yet, Samuel's words about it being a mere trivial matter seemed to suggest that his actions were merely a pragmatic response to an urgent situation. He too possesses a wife and understands the anguish of having one's beloved snatched away. Thus, he enlisted the aid of his uniquely skilled young wife to assist in reclaiming Lu Ruan. Miss Ling's actions appeared to be purely pragmatic, as she placed Lu Ruan upon her husband's lap to prevent her from being taken by Ku Dong and his companions. Were the couple aligned with him? Samuel did not respond to Qin Feng's statement. Instead, he used his mental influence to guide the young woman away from him. Under the gazes of the 2 girls, he grasped the back of his wheelchair and was pushed toward the tent nestled in the farthest corner. The sound of the wheelchair wheels echoed distinctly against the sandy beach. Lu Ruan observed their retreating figures, lost in thought. Ling bore no hostility toward her. But the bond with her mechanical husband was complex. Even siblings would find it difficult to delineate their relationship, especially since Samuel had no sister. Was Ling merely his clandestine lover? That seemed improbable, for interstellar women were rare and precious. They hardly sought to attend to men. From the beginning until now, it was Ling who had been tending to others. She yearned to unravel the mystery and felt compelled to inquire of Samuel when the opportunity arose. "Little Ruan, What are you pondering? Qin Feng inquired as he carried Lu Ruan toward the tent, feeling a twinge of displeasure toward Samuel, who perpetually drew his wife's attention.
No.
I was merely shaking my head and smiling at you, she replied, wrapping her arms around his neck as they entered their private sanctuary. Inside the olive-green tent, a familiar scene unfolded. Qin Feng removed his military jacket and hung it up, settling cross-legged before her. With a strong arm, he drew her into his warm embrace. The scent of masculine pheromones enveloped her, wrapping her in a wave of heat as his rough fingers began to wander gently at her waist, igniting her skin where he touched. She encircled his waist, gradually relaxing her body. Qin Feng, noticing that his wife often gazed at Samuel, felt a pang of jealousy. Little Ruan, Samuel is married. Do not fixate on him. Your eyes should be on me. Are you feeling jealous? She asked, gazing intently into his eyes. Men are susceptible to tests. I must prevent you from straying, Qin Feng replied, rephrasing his concern. She pointed a delicate finger to his heart, teasingly asking, Are you implying that you too cannot withstand such tests of foam? At her gentle prod, his chest rose and fell with a shudder, his eyes darkening as he swallowed hard. Grasping her hand firmly, his voice took on a serious, gravelly tone. I can certainly withstand the test. You, Little Ruan, are unique. Your genes are particularly special, aligning with hundreds of billions of single men across the network. In such circumstances, there are hardly any men in the entirety of the interstellar realm who could withstand your allure. Samuel may have bound himself to his wife early on, but that does not preclude him from being captivated by you. Interstellar beings trust in the selection of genes. Those with mismatched genetics, for instance, a compatibility score below 65, might initially be drawn to the external beauty of the opposite sex. However, upon closer contact, their pheromones will repel one another, rendering love impossible. As for those men whose genetic compatibility is insufficient to bond with women, they can only pursue women whose compatibility scores range between 65 and 85. This is essential for mutual attraction and desire to flourish. Should the compatibility score exceed 85, even if a star citizen finds someone unattractive at first glance, upon closer proximity, every cell in their body capitulates and their psyche uncontrollably gravitates toward affection. It is plausible that the genetic compatibility between Samuel and Little Ruan surpasses 85. He could not allow her to focus too much on that man, nor engage with him excessively, lest inappropriate feelings emerge. A Feng. I think I might be developing a slight fondness for Lord Samuel. What should I do if I cannot control myself? She said, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Planting a soft kiss on his chin, she intentionally withheld the truth of her relationship with Samuel, deeply curious about her husband, the valiant and virtuous marshal, would react. Qin Feng paused momentarily, a flicker of panic crossing his deep-set eyes. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, fixing his gaze firmly on Lu Ruan, and spoke slowly. Little Ruan, do not jest about such matters. I take them seriously. His voice was deep, laced with a hint of warning. Lu Ruan, observing Qin Feng's tense demeanor, felt a surge of delight, yet feigned a pout, saying, But I cannot help myself. There seems to be a unique allure about Samuel that I find irresistible. Qin Feng inhaled deeply, drawing her even closer as if to meld her into his very being. Little Ruan, you are my wife. You can only harbor affection for me, he declared possessively. I will ensure that you only see my virtues. Do not dwell on that man who does not belong to you. From now on, do not mention him, all right? With that, his expression darkened, and he lowered his head to kiss her fervently, attempting to erase the very name Samuel from her thoughts. Lu Ruan found herself breathless from his kiss, the playful intent in her heart dissipating. She reciprocated his kiss, her arms tightly encircling his neck. After what felt like an eternity, Qin Feng finally released her, gazing at her slightly flushed lips, and solemnly remarked, Promise me you will not jest about such things again. As she looked at him, breathless, her slender fingers traced the first button of his shirt, unfastening it. Chapter 127. The rock soars on the wind, rising to 90,000 miles. Sunlight streamed through the skylight, casting dappled shadows within the tent. At their feet lay an oversized military green shirt that had just been discarded. Qin Feng, his torso bare, resembled a meticulously sculpted ancient Greek statue, his powerful physique radiating a captivating glow, devoid of any excess flesh. Every muscle was a testament to strength and resilience. His shoulders towered like mountains, his chest broad and solid. His arms, akin to sturdy tree trunks, bore pronounced muscles, brimming with vitality and boundless power. She sat atop his firm thigh, her form appearing somewhat delicate. This juxtaposition of her petite grace against his towering stature created a striking contrast. "Afong, your abdominal muscles are truly enticing," she remarked, lightly tracing her fingers over his chest, pressing against his taut, powerful abs, playfully pinching them. The allure of the marshal's physique was undeniable. Exuding an irresistible masculine charm, she could practically wash clothes on his washboard abs. "Ah," Qin Feng gasped at Lu Ruan's gentle pinch, his entire body tightening as his breath quickened. His chest heaved in sync with his rapid breathing, a low, hoarse groan escaping his throat. "Your waist is so slender." Little Ruan's soft fingers gliding over him nearly broke his composure. A predatory glint ignited in his eyes, and his hand at her waist suddenly tightened, drawing her closer. Lu Ruan felt the heat of his skin almost scalding her. Lowering her head, she playfully nibbled at his prominent, alluring Adam's apple, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from above. Qin Feng's large hand gripped her waist, veins protruding, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. "What are you doing?" Qin Feng lowered his head and gently bit the soft ear of Lu Ruan. His hoarse voice, imbued with warmth, surged over her like a faint electric current, rendering her limbs weak and nearly causing her to falter. She cradled his ruggedly handsome face with both hands, her autumn-like eyes locking onto his, which burned with desire. With a gaze that entwined with tenderness, she brushed her lips against his chiseled, firm ones, silently answering his unspoken question. Qin Feng's eyes darkened momentarily as he bent down, using his mouth to deftly untie the ribbon of her garment, akin to unwrapping a precious gift. In the next heartbeat, he exerted a gentle force with his arm, and she found herself reclining upon the cushion. As she glanced up, her gaze met his strong hands bracing her waist, the rippling muscles of his abdomen responding to the rhythm of his breath, and a perfectly fitting black leather belt encircling his waist. "This time, you need not say it. I shall take the lead." Qin Feng freed one hand, reaching for the metallic clasp of his belt. With a gentle pull that resonated with a crisp crack, his belt was entirely undone. She clearly beheld the seductive trail of hair that sprouted beneath his abdomen, a testament to his virility. She reached out to tug at it, eliciting a soft chuckle from Qin Feng. He licked his lips, grasped her chin, and pressed his lips heavily against hers, his towering form pressing down upon her. Lu Ruan's body, ignited by the heat of passion, felt as if it might dissolve into the tranquil waters of Dongting Lake. Inside the tent, the air grew increasingly sultry, the atmosphere enchanting, the silhouettes of their bodies entwined. Her once focused gaze became hazy, adrenaline surging within her veins. A jolt of electricity surged from her tailbone to the cerebral cortex, rendering her body tingling and her mind blank. The high bridge of his nose, accompanied by muffled groans from his resolute lips, left an indelible mark on every cell of her being. Years later, as she cradled his cold urn, caressing his grayish-white visage, she would reflect upon those moments once more. This recollection would remain a cherished secret in her heart, an unforgettable memory entwined with him. The valiant commander who had led millions to forge a new home among the stars would ultimately find eternal rest, fading from her world. Yet, all of this was a tale for another time. At present, Lu Ruan felt like a solitary boat adrift in an endless ocean. In her mind, a vibrant DJ played an upbeat melody, its rhythmic cadence synchronized with her heartbeat. Her dreamy eyes occasionally met his crimson-hued ones in a lingering gaze. Observing Qin Feng's enraptured demeanor, her thoughts echoed the timeless verse of an exiled immortal. The great rock soars upon the wind, rising straight to 90,000 miles. Little Ruan, darling, my sweetheart, Qin Feng's low, gravelly voice called her name. Her gaze fell upon his sharply defined jawline, and she let out a soft moan. That sound seemed to invigorate him like a shot of adrenaline as he tightened his grip on her slender waist. His fervor intensifying, his gaze gradually becoming lost in an abyss of desire. "Ah, Feng, be gentle." Time became a blur. Suddenly, the cheerful voice of a small creature echoed in her mind. "Congratulations, host. You and Qin Feng have successfully marked each other, establishing a contractual bond." Qin Feng encircled Lu Ruan's waist, his expression gradually returning to calm. He kissed her forehead tenderly and said, "Little Ruan, I'll be heading to the southwestern sea area to mine for rare minerals shortly. You should stay in the safe zone. A team will be stationed here. You can instruct them if you need anything." "All right," Lu Ruan nodded. A wave of unexplainable satisfaction surged within Qin Feng as he embraced her, inhaling her unique fragrance deeply before smoothing out her tousled hair. After they tidied up, Lu Ruan watched as Qin Feng led his soldiers onto the warship, departing from the safe zone. One small squad remained behind to patrol the area. Returning to the tent, she ensured the door was securely fastened before discreetly retrieving a bottle of restorative medicine, meticulously applying it to herself. Her commander husband, with his towering stature, was as fierce as a tempest, invincible in battle. She, enduring both pain and pleasure, valiantly resisted, bearing her wounds with honor. The sensation coursing through her now was an unspoken agony. Fully focused on her task, she was startled by a sudden knock on the door, prompting her to hastily toss the medicine bottle into her spatial pocket. "Who is it?" she inquired towards the entrance. "It's me," a cool, youthful voice responded from outside. "Ling, what do you need?" "Lord Samuel requests to speak with you." Lu Ruan adjusted her attire and rose to exit the tent. Upon stepping out, she found the girl at the entrance, now clad in a fitted short skirt, her long hair flowing smoothly as if it had been oiled. A sight that was particularly pleasing. She resembled a beautiful porcelain doll, almost tempting Lu Ruan to reach out and touch her. "Follow me," the girl said, taking Lu Ruan's hand and leading her along the perimeter towards the far end of the tent cluster. Minutes later, Lu Ruan stepped into Samuel's tent. Upon raising her eyes, her steps faltered. Samuel, wearing a mysterious silver mask, lounged languidly in a wheelchair, a small table beside him. One hand held an exquisite glass cup, his slender fingers starkly defined against the glass, while the other hand rested lightly on the arm of the wheelchair, as if he had been waiting for some time.
"Come."
"Sit," Samuel beckoned with his deep, resonant voice, his penetrating gaze fixed upon Lu Ruan, who stood frozen in place. The tent, aside from Ling and Samuel, was starkly bare, devoid of chairs or any semblance of comfort. As Lu Ruan regarded Samuel's eyes beneath the mask, she noted their deep green hue, reminiscent of a captivating yet sorrowful gaze. Such a rare eye color was not documented in any records, and while Davidson had mentioned that of the 9 candidates, the other 8 were hybrid creatures, this enigma remained. Uncertain of the mechanic's intentions, Lu Ruan opted to sit in a corner of the tent opposite Samuel. She could see him clearly from her position. "Why have you chosen to sit over there?" Samuel remarked, observing her poised form, her legs crossed, maintaining a respectful distance of 2 meters between them, her back against the wall. Was he truly that intimidating? Lu Ruan's eyes darted around as she pondered his words. She then shifted closer to the wheelchair, stopping beside Samuel's legs and settling in place. Samuel's gaze softened as he took in her appearance for the first time. Her long, raven locks matched the length of the figure he had crafted, and her figure bore resemblance to Ling's. Clad in a light dress adorned with a blue sapphire earring, she exuded an alluring charm. In close proximity, he could detect the faint scent of her fragrance. Overall, she presented herself as a graceful and striking young woman. While there were many beautiful women in the galaxy, only she matched his genetic compatibility above 85, providing a sense of relaxation and comfort that allowed him to sleep soundly. His curiosity about her deepened. "Come." He placed the glass cup on the table and extended a hand toward her. Lu Ruan replied, unsure. What intentions lie within this bony, knobbly hand? Her thoughts were a whirlwind, and she refrained from placing her hand upon it. As she drew closer to Samuel, her gaze fell upon his slender, elongated legs, and upon lifting her eyes, she found herself staring directly at the sharp chin concealed beneath his mask. She could not discern whether his legs were impaired. From the very first moment she beheld him, he had never descended from his wheelchair. Was he paralyzed, his muscles atrophied, unable to rise? Samuel withdrew his hand, using his mental influence to lift Ling and position her horizontally across his lap. The suddenness of this maneuver left Lu Ruan in a state of shock. She felt akin to an 18-year-old girl on Earth, unexpectedly accosted by a distinguished 35-year-old stranger, with an accomplice whose connection to him remained ambiguous. An odd sensation engulfed her, an uncomfortable urge to extricate herself from his lap. Yet, Samuel's hand barred her from moving, his strength rendering her powerless to resist. "Sir Samuel, what is the meaning of this?" she inquired, shifting her gaze to the partially obscured visage beneath his mask, awaiting his response. "Are you afraid of me?" Samuel gazed intently into Lu Ruan's eyes. As his lips parted, a deep, resonant sound, akin to a 3D surround bubble, emanated from his throat, imbued with a magnetic quality that sent shivers down her spine. "I am not afraid of you," she replied, her body trembling slightly as she spoke. His voice had electrified her once more. If one were to classify the allure of a man's voice from the perspective of its magnetic resonance, level 3 would be a faint current, akin to a strand of hair. Level 2 would be a moderate current, comparable to a strand of yarn, and level 1 would be a powerful current, like a thick rope. However, this enigmatic figure in a wheelchair possessed a voice that crackled with the intensity of several thousand volts, enough to raise her hairs with but a single utterance. She surmised it would take numerous listens for her mind to develop immunity to the effects of his voice. Then you, Samuel furrowed his brow, pondering her words. Once the goosebumps faded from Lu Ruan's skin, she posed the question that had been weighing on her mind. Sir Samuel, what is your relationship with Ling? In a sense, Ling is me, he replied. What do you mean? Ling is a highly sophisticated bionic robot I created, capable of sharing my sensory perceptions. From the moment you first encountered her on the beach, I was controlling her remotely. What? She's a robot? Lu Ruan's pupils dilated in astonishment. In the interstellar realm, robots were as plentiful as grains of sand. When her husband, Mr. Ko, first brought her to Alpha Star, he had purchased a highly intelligent caretaker robot. That caretaker, under the control of the little dumpling, still bore significant differences from humans. While there were countless bionic robots available online, few, if any, could compare to Ling. Indeed, Ling's materials are rare and expensive, which allows her to be remarkably lifelike. Her senses are more acute than those of a human, enabling her to perform many complex tasks, Samuel explained softly, his slender fingers brushing against Lu Ruan's astonished face as he spoke. His words were deliberate and slow, as if he hadn't engaged in conversation for quite some time, and his voice was much quieter compared to Qin Feng's, creating a stark contrast. His demeanor was subdued and introspective, likely a result of his advanced age. As she processed Samuel's revelations, certain misunderstandings dissipated, and a sense of reverence blossomed within her. The ranks of mechanics, based on mental prowess, could be classified into 9 levels. Those below level A typically produced everyday devices such as robots and medical pods, while those above level S crafted mechs and warships. She had never anticipated that this interstellar master mechanic, born in the last century, would take an interest in creating bionic robots typically associated with novice mechanics, and yet achieve such remarkable realism. No wonder I thought Ling felt so rigid, like stone, she murmured, recalling the time she had bumped her forehead against Ling's. Ling has softened since her repairs, Samuel corrected her. So you were the one controlling her the whole time. No wonder I always felt as though I were being watched. She finally understood the source of that intense sensation. Samuel felt a peculiar discomfort upon hearing her use the word you. Did you not refer to me as Old Saw when we first met? He asked, his brow furrowing with a hint of displeasure, meeting his slightly irked gaze. Lu Ruan's lips curled into a reluctant smile as she awkwardly addressed him. Old Saw. How maddening it was, after having reviewed his profile 2 days prior, to regard him as a venerable master from a bygone era. In the next moment, her mind was left reeling once more. You will sleep with me tonight. The enigmatic figure's infuriatingly captivating voice echoed in her ear. Can I refuse? Lu Ruan's eyes widened in disbelief as she shook her head vigorously. Just when she thought she was done, another old bull appeared to plow the field. Samuel's lips curled into a subtle smirk. No, you cannot. Chapter 129. Old Saw. We have a generation gap. Inside the military tent, the 191 centimeters tall, wheelchair-bound man, who was both the foremost mechanic in the interstellar realm and a mysterious figure aged 119, held his 20-year-old wife on his lap. Samuel wrapped one arm around Lu Ruan's waist, while the other idly caressed her hair. His knobby fingers, set against her dark locks, appeared exceptionally fair and elongated, resembling a meticulously crafted work of art. His deep green eyes gazed quietly at her. Lu Ruan's expression was conflicted. This man was her designated husband and one of her options for harvesting willpower. Under normal circumstances, she would certainly agree. However, she hesitated now, for prior to arriving here, she had engaged in a fierce struggle with her martial husband, tearing through the forest for the sake of fertile land. She needed a day of rest to allow the land to recover before allowing the old bull to till the soil again. Do you not wish to be with me? Samuel's fingers brushed against Lu Ruan's face, the rising intonation sending a chill down her spine. He had taken her from others, and during the hours they had spent in the tent, he had been waiting for her. The reason he hadn't brought her over immediately was primarily due to the overwhelming number of Qin Feng's soldiers. He had only Ling by his side. Besides, having lived for so long, He found engaging in conflicts with others to be the most uncomfortable experience, considering it a hassle he despised. Thus, he had called her over to converse once Qin Feng departed. Now, holding the fragrant and soft Lu Ruan in his embrace brought him immense comfort, and his previously restless spirit relaxed considerably. He believed that sleeping with her in his arms tonight would allow for most restful slumber. "It's not that I don't want to. I can accompany you tomorrow night, all right, old saw?" After sitting on his lap for so long, Lu Ruan felt the distance between her and her mechanic husband diminish. After all, he was her designated match. Yet, she was taken aback by how direct this man, who could easily be her great-grandfather, was more so than Qin Feng.
"Why?"
Samuel asked, his tone leisurely, but inwardly he felt a twinge of reluctance. He then added, in a childlike manner, regardless of the reason, "You must be with me tonight." Lu Ruan. 1 second. 2 seconds. The silence in the air grew palpable. After a lengthy pause, she glanced at Samuel's legs, her voice uncharacteristically timid as she ventured, "Old saw, can you?" This wheelchair-bound man, unable to move, still had the audacity to request her companionship for the night. Is it true that a man remains a youth until death, that even when confined to a wheelchair, he must abide by the natural law of life, which states that movement is essential and that one must love fervently, without reservation, until the very end? Samuel, following the direction of Lu Ruan's gaze, noticed his own legs and, perplexed, inquired, "Why can't I?" He is her bound husband, entitled to hold her close as they drift into slumber. What is her insinuation of not being able to imply? How does it relate to his legs? In this moment, this individual, born in the last century and seldom exposed to the outside world, who has spent decades in a wheelchair engrossed in his research, encountered jargon that he struggled to comprehend. Lu Ruan had overestimated his understanding. Little did she know that Samuel simply wished to embrace her for a peaceful sleep, rather than the notion she harbored in her mind regarding sleep. Upon hearing Samuel's words, "Why can't I?" and witnessing his determined demeanor, she could only smile and raise a white flag in surrender. "Old Sam, you can but I cannot." Samuel gazed intently into Lu Ruan's eyes. "Why can't you?" The expression hidden behind his mask shifted to one of frustration at her rejection, his voice dropping in pitch, as if several bubbles had burst within it, causing his tone to rise sharply. With a clenched jaw, Lu Ruan leaned close to her wheelchair-bound husband's ear and whispered, "Old Sam, I just experienced a tear." After uttering her words, she shyly buried her face in his chest, too timid to look at his reaction. "What tear?" A voice of confusion emanated from above, as the scent of fresh grass from the man enveloped her, invading her breath. Lu Ruan felt her cheeks burn, overwhelmed by this exceedingly awkward situation. Had she known, she would have remained silent. Her husband was essentially an antique, utterly oblivious to her meaning, leaving her at a loss on how to explain the term. After a prolonged silence, with his young wife nestled in his embrace, Samuel ceased to speak, surrendering to the futility of communication. He turned his consciousness to the star network he had not accessed in decades, seeking clarity on what not being able to meant from a woman's perspective. The interface of his light brain swiftly navigated to the inquiry section of the star network. As he submitted his question, a plethora of responses flooded in. Upon glimpsing the answer, his dark green eyes glazed over for a brief moment. In the corner of the tent, the vestige of his spirit, unassisted by its master, froze momentarily. Subsequently, Samuel's gaze instinctively drifted back to the woman in his arms, his lips parting as words hovered at the edge of his throat, only to be swallowed back down. He continued his search with a second question. What does it mean for a woman to tear? Lu Ruan remained oblivious to Samuel's actions, as well as the spirit's engagement. At that moment, she yearned for a block of tofu to collide with, or for someone to find a fissure in the ground for her to hide within. She could even contemplate residing there for eternity. Samuel, wholly absorbed in the newly revealed answers, murmured the authoritative definition he had encountered in his mind. Tear, during an act of passion. His ears flushed crimson, nearly to the point of bleeding. He surveyed the surroundings, glancing towards the tent where Qin Feng was located, before returning his focus to Lu Ruan, his gaze landing on her waist. After a prolonged silence, Samuel lifted his head from her chest, studying her delicate features, and finally managed to utter, "I will not act upon you tonight. I merely wish for your presence, as it calms my mind." Lu Ruan abruptly straightened, her expression regaining its composure. As a competent actress, one must always maintain control over their expressions. If she remained unembarrassed, the awkwardness would fall upon him instead. Now, she sought to shift the blame onto her mechanic husband, thereby provoking him to question his own existence rather than leaving her feeling mortified. After recalibrating her mindset, she earnestly patted Samuel on the shoulder and sighed. Old Sam. We have a generational gap. Just now you mentioned accompanying me tomorrow night. Truly, you need not worry. Samuel nodded slightly, then, with a hint of discomfort, added, however, if you desire, I shall. Upon finishing his sentence, a flicker of something unusual crossed his gaze. He extended his slender fingers, moving slowly to caress Lu Ruan's head, his expression concealed behind his mask. Chapter 130, His Illness. Lu Ruan gasped in realization, and the atmosphere inside the tent grew suddenly intimate, as if the very air had become more heated. Samuel, typically capable of multitasking, now directed all his thoughts toward the warm, gentle presence of his wife. The spirit that stood behind him, once vibrant and glowing, had lost its focus. Resembling a lifeless doll, Lu Ruan quietly leaned against her enigmatic husband's neck, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the gray polo shirt he wore. Inhaling the scent of grass that clung to him, while her gaze fixated on his sharply defined jawline. His hand continued to stroke her hair. In her heart, she felt akin to a cherished girl, perhaps due to the fact that he was nearly a century her senior. Judging by the skin revealed beneath his mask, he did not appear as aged as she had imagined, yet she remained puzzled by his constant concealment. Also, she wondered about the condition of his legs. Old Sam. Lu Ruan softly called to him. Samuel paused momentarily, responding with a quiet hum, a novel sensation awakening within him, one he could scarcely define. His spirit relaxed. Yet his body felt invigorated, and upon closing his eyes, all he could perceive was her fragrant essence and the delightful sensation of her touch against his skin. What is the matter with your legs? Are they beyond healing? Lu Ruan inquired with concern. Normal individuals would not willingly occupy a wheelchair. Yet this husband, a relic of the past, unabashedly embraced her in such a manner. If his legs were indeed compromised, she would contact the director husband to examine him. They have already healed, came the man's calm response. Your legs are fine, yet you still use a wheelchair? Lu Ruan was rendered speechless, disbelief etched across her face. I became accustomed to the wheelchair during my recovery period, and now it feels difficult to revert to walking, Samuel explained slowly, a faint smile gracing his lips. His gaze turned toward his legs. Now, whenever he attempted to leave the wheelchair, he felt akin to a toddling infant, utterly unaccustomed to it. Thankfully, aside from addressing basic physiological needs, he relied on his spirit for all other tasks. Whether standing or sitting, his legs remained unaffected. I see. A flicker of understanding crossed Lu Ruan's eyes. Her elderly husband was not paralyzed. He simply preferred not to walk. However, even disembarking from a warship required others to lay down wooden planks to assist him, which made her ponder whether this was merely the caprice of a formidable figure. Gaining clarity, she pressed on with her inquiries. Why do you wear a mask, Samuel? Lu Ruan waited, yet silence enveloped the space above her. She speculated inwardly. Did her mechanic husband bear an unsightly birthmark that compelled him to hide his true visage? Or did he don the mask to preserve an air of mystery, preventing others from uncovering his true identity? Samuel's hand brushed against the cold silver surface of his mask. His fingers lingered at its edge for a few moments before withdrawing, only to rest again atop Lu Ruan's head for a gentle caress. It does not matter, he replied ambiguously. He suffers from a grave psychological affliction that renders him incapable of removing his mask. Should he dare to unveil his face, he is beset by palpitations, panic, and cold sweats, even plagued by relentless nightmares for an entire week, rendering him unable to sleep. This torment began when he embarked on his academic journey at the tender age of 5, when a teacher took him under their wing as a pupil. For over a century, he has navigated life shrouded in this mask. If this malady remains untreated, he may well lack the courage to remove it before he is reduced to ashes. Lu Ruan lifted her gaze from Samuel's pale neck to meet his deep green eyes. Old Saw, may I glimpse your true visage? Her fingers lightly brushed against his cool, white chin, her eyes sparkling with fervent anticipation. Under the weight of her gaze, Samuel remained silent for a protracted period before finally uttering, "There is nothing to behold. Appearance is merely a facade. Am I not entitled to see?" The hope in Lu Ruan's eyes dimmed, transformed into regret. The disappointment in her expression was painfully evident, causing Samuel's fingers to curl slightly before he tenderly caressed her delicate face, a faint smile gracing his lips. You cannot. Following his words, A surge of information he had just gleaned through his psychic search flashed through his mind, leading him to perform an unexpected action. He leaned in and gently kissed the woman's cheek. Chapter 131. Soft treasure, please stop. The warmth of his touch left Lu Ruan momentarily paralyzed, recovering only after a brief pause. Her heart fluttered uncontrollably. To be unexpectedly adored by an idol of the interstellar mechanics world, who also happened to be her celebrity husband, evoked the sensation of a rare blossom descending to earth, whispering sweetly, "My treasure, you are truly beautiful." She gazed at the man's face. The silver mask cloaked the upper half of his visage, concealing everything above his nose. Yet his lips, chin, and eyes remained visible. Her astonished gaze sank into the depths of his profound green irises, which seemed to harbor the cosmos within. He simply regarded her with a stillness that conveyed both tenderness and a subtle, imperceptible tension. "Soft treasure," Samuel suddenly called to her. The resonance of his deep voice struck her with an electrifying force, sending a shiver through her entire being. Her body tingled, her mind buzzing. Hadn't her mechanical husband previously referred to her as wife? Now, with the term soft treasure, had her antiquated companion suddenly rejuvenated? Lu Ruan shrugged off the electrifying sensation, her smile radiant as she responded, "Oh, do you like this title?" Samuel lifted Lu Ruan, shifting her from a horizontal embrace to a vertical one, creating a seat for her between his legs. "Indeed," Lu Ruan replied absently, as Samuel's hands encircled her waist, tilting her back against him, her head resting against the nape of his gray polo shirt. She could distinctly feel the rhythmic beating of his heart. It was steady and soothing. As Samuel leaned against his wheelchair, she nestled comfortably against him. What was her mechanical husband up to? "Soft treasure, allow me to rest for a while," he said, his voice a low rumble that enveloped her as he gently closed his eyes. "Very well." Lu Ruan surrendered to Samuel's embrace, permitting him to take a midday respite. She turned her attention to the system, eager to discern Qin Feng's current desire. Little Dumpling, host. Qin Feng's current wish is to develop the F-1008 auxiliary star into a new primary star within the next decade.
What?
Lu Ruan exclaimed in surprise. The F-1008 star was a colossal auxiliary star, fraught with peril, even more so than the XM007 star beneath her. To achieve the transformation into a primary star within 10 years was an exceedingly formidable task. The first and most daunting step was to eliminate the hazardous obstacles. 5 years prior, her martial husband had led millions to the F-1008 auxiliary star to eradicate dangers, slaying ferocious beasts and reclaiming territory, meticulously exploring the perilous regions of that star. What progress had he made? What was the current state of that star? Lu Ruan inquired of Little Dumpling. "Little Dumpling, Qin Feng has cleared 30 of the dangers. There remain 70 before the primary star construction and interstellar migration can commence." Lu Ruan pressed further. "What is the wish power value?" 30. Her eyes sparkled momentarily at the enticing prospect, only to dim with discouragement. Wait, danger clearance? Now that she had awakened her peculiar sixth sense of danger perception, perhaps it could aid her martial husband. However, she first needed to accompany him to the F-1008 star to observe how the army was eliminating the dangers. Lu Ruan retracted her thoughts, redirecting her focus to Samuel. Now that she was aware of Qin Feng's aspirations, she was eager to learn of this formidable figure's desires, which should be simpler than Qin Feng's. She mused. The sound of the man's breathing behind her grew elongated, the rhythm of his chest rising and falling gradually slowing. He must have drifted into slumber. Recalling his earlier words regarding his mental strength being unusual and her presence allowing him to relax, she opted not to move, closing her eyes to join him in his midday repose. She was already weary from exertion. No sooner had she shut her eyes than she too succumbed to sleep. Sunlight cascaded over the two of them, the slender man cradling the equally delicate Lu Ruan, creating a scene of exquisite tranquility. Samuel's brow unfurled, his expression radiating unprecedented joy and contentment. His once restless spirit began to stabilize, his consciousness sinking into the embrace of slumber. 5 hours later, Lu Ruan stirred from Samuel's arms, finding his hands still wrapped around her waist, his chin resting atop her head. After lying in one position for too long, discomfort compelled her to carefully shift his head, transitioning from lying supine in his embrace to sitting upright. Observing that he had not awakened, she began to scrutinize the long, slender legs of the man. Her mechanical husband wore loose-fitting, dark trousers, impeccably pressed and devoid of any creases, the cuffs resting just above his ankles. complemented by pristine white socks and polished black leather shoes. She pondered whether his legs, having been inactive for so long, had suffered from muscle atrophy. Soft treasure. A hoarse voice suddenly broke the silence, startling her. Old Saw, you're awake? She replied. He responded softly, her gaze fixed upon his legs, her hands unconsciously reaching out to explore, squeezing the muscle beneath the fabric of his trousers while inquiring, "When did you begin using a wheelchair?" 10 years ago, Samuel reminisced. A decade ago on Black Abyss Star, I was ambushed by space bandits and had my legs broken. After recovery, I have been in a wheelchair ever since. Lu Ruan refrained from looking back at him, continuing her examination of his legs, pressing and prodding as she moved from calves to thighs. Noting the lack of muscle definition on either side. Soft, please stop. Samuel watched as Lu Ruan's small hands roamed over his legs. Though he initially had no intention of halting her, her touch seemed to possess a peculiar magic. He found himself reacting when her fingers grazed the inner thigh, causing his cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Lu Ruan ceased her ministrations, turning to face him with a serious tone. "You haven't exercised in 10 years. Your leg muscles have atrophied. You must engage in regular exercise. Remaining in a wheelchair is detrimental to your health." Samuel listened to the little girl reprimanding him with a serious tone, momentarily rendered speechless. Upon noticing the man's silence, Lu Ruan assumed he had dismissed her words entirely. She furrowed her delicate brows and exclaimed, "Old Saw, just look at you. Your legs have withered, your frame is as frail as a twig, and your spirit seems unusually depleted. Can't you take better care of yourself?" The woman gazed intently into the emerald depths of the man's masked visage, her words flowing with a tone that carried a hint of frustration over unfulfilled potential. If the geniuses from the foremost mechanical tower in the galaxy were to witness this, they would surely be left agape. Lord Samuel, who often regarded them with disdain, had always criticized them for one thing or another, to the point where they felt he might cast them all out of the tower. Yet, none dared to voice a word of reproach against this formidable figure. Samuel's deep-set eyes lingered on the girl's lovely face. Her oval visage was set in a serious expression, her pink lips parting and closing as she spoke. Her voice melodious, like a mountain spring, imbued with a cleansing magic for the soul. His throat felt parched, as if it could unleash a volcano at any moment. Thoughts of gender dynamics flashed through his mind. Acting on impulse, Samuel swiftly drew the woman closer and pressed his lips against her soft, inviting mouth. Chapter 132. His Kiss. Lu Ruan's pupils dilated, leaving her momentarily dazed. She inhaled the scent of fresh grass emanating from Samuel's breath. Their lips met, his unexpectedly tender, then parted almost immediately. As Samuel savored the delightful softness of her lips, his mind caught up with the moment, and he paused, his gaze dropping slightly to find the little girl still in a state of surprise. His hand, which had been resting at the back of her head, slid down to her waist, lifting her effortlessly into a different position, facing him, straddling his lap. "Soft treasure," he thought, "my tranquil heart now ripples with emotion." After a brief moment of astonishment, Lu Ruan's eyes turned sultry, fixating on Samuel's lips, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. "What's this?" Her gaze harbored a playful glint. Samuel felt his cheeks flush under her mischievous stare, internally marveling at how the girl had suddenly grown so impish. At that moment, her smile widened, and she even winked at him. This series of gestures left Samuel flustered, prompting him to slowly avert his gaze. However, Lu Ruan was undeterred. She gently shifted her body closer to Samuel, then, with a sudden boldness, reached out to grasp his chin, turning his face back to hers, compelling him to meet her gaze once more. Samuel was caught off guard by her audacity, his body trembling involuntarily, and he instinctively tightened his grip around her waist. Seeing his reaction, Lu Ruan's smirk deepened. She leaned in closer, her lips inching towards his, their breaths mingling. Samuel's heart skipped a beat. It felt as though an invisible thread had taken hold of him, rendering him no longer in control of his own actions. Just as their lips were about to touch, he could no longer contain his desires. He forcefully pressed his hand against the back of Lu Ruan's head and kissed her once more, without hesitation. Lu Ruan closed her eyes, surrendering to the kiss and guiding him gently. Perhaps the man was a natural at this, for with her subtle direction, the seasoned mechanic gradually found his rhythm, launching a tender assault upon her lips. Samuel's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as his thoughts narrowed solely on the softness of her lips and the sweetness of her essence. He tightened his embrace around her, and Lu Ruan melted against him, her body entwined with his as their lips danced together. Samuel's kiss was rich and intoxicating, akin to a fine vintage wine, leaving her head spinning. His taste was delightful, tinged with a hint of sweetness reminiscent of fresh grass. However, during their embrace, his mask occasionally brushed against her cheek, and she wished fervently that it were absent. 10 minutes later, Samuel pulled away from Lu Ruan's lips, his breathing heavy and unsteady as he gripped the armrests of his wheelchair. He inhaled deeply, looking at her. "Soft treasure, I can't take it anymore." His voice was low and gravelly, roughened as though sandpaper had scoured it, and his deep-set eyes revealed a flicker of desire and some hidden yearning.
"Oh,
"You can't take it anymore?" Lu Ruan teased, meeting his gaze. In truth, she could feel the changes in his body as she sat upon his lap. Yet she refrained from being too brazen. Samuel detected a note of regret in her words and cast his eyes toward her waist, murmuring softly, "It's because you can't take it." With that, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Having lived for so long, he had never before felt his primal masculine instincts stirred by a young girl. This sensation rejuvenated him remarkably. Lu Ruan's gaze fell upon Samuel's hands gripping the wheelchair as armrests, his fingers turning pale from exertion. She raised her eyes slightly and saw him struggling, clearly in distress. His breath labored and prolonged. "Old saw, I can help you," she whispered, leaning closer to his ear. At her words, Samuel's heart raced, and he opened his eyes wide, fixing his gaze upon her. An hour later, Lu Ruan stared at her hands, then glanced at her enigmatic husband, now back in his wheelchair, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. She had just sought to test his limits. Having gleaned some answers, she realized he was quite capable in that regard, which would not impede her plans for future mark-making. So she chose not to provoke further. Samuel wrapped his arms around Lu Ruan's waist, his thoughts shifting. The girl in his embrace was not merely a soothing balm for his spirit. She was his woman, a source of insatiable desire. The monotony of his solitary existence seemed to brighten with her presence. "Old saw, do you need rare minerals for your mecha warships?" "Related to mecha warships, but not quite," Samuel replied cautiously, aware that the young girl might not comprehend the intricacies, so he refrained from elaborating. "Once you acquire the rare minerals, will you return to the main star?" Samuel nodded, then smiled as he caressed Lu Ruan's head. "Would you accompany me to Capistar?" After their recent intimacy, his gaze toward her had transformed, no longer innocent. Lu Ruan remained silent, still uncertain of his true intentions. If his desires were more easily fulfilled than those of Qin Feng, perhaps she could accompany him to Capistar first, postponing her visit to Qin Feng for a few months. However, if her masked husband were to join her on F-1008 star to assist her family's marshal in repairing warships, wouldn't that make the marshal's wishes more easily attainable? A light bulb went off in her mind. Yes, she could persuade Old Saw to join her. "Old Saw, could you accompany me to F-1008 star? A foam is coming to take me to the base, but I can't bear to leave you behind." Lu Ruan beamed a radiant smile, her gaze lingering with reluctance as she clung to one of his arms and playfully shook it. Samuel felt a surge of joy at her words of reluctance, yet his mood soured upon hearing that Qin Feng intended to take her to the base. "Since you can't bear to part with me, come with me to Capistar." He lightly tapped her small dimple with his fingertip. If she were on Capistar, he could hold her close every night as he drifted into slumber, no longer needing to inject calming agents, only to find himself restless in sleep. "A Feng is resolute in taking me to the base. Will you accompany me?" Lu Ruan shamelessly pouted at the formidable figure before her, leaning closer to his lips, giving them a gentle lick, her fingers exploring his form. Samuel let out a soft hum, his breath once again becoming erratic. "Soft darling, you are truly insatiable." He restrained himself for a moment, amused and exasperated by the little one's insistence. Chapter 133. The Old Curmudgeon at Home Let Slip a Secret. Lu Ruan fell silent for 2 seconds. If he could remotely operate Ling while on Capistar, and even come to XM007 star to mine with Kabe, then why couldn't he manipulate Ling to return to Capistar while he himself accompanied her to F-1008 star? If he were to follow her, she could simultaneously undertake 2 tasks on F-1008 star, amassing double the wish power. With this thought, Lu Ruan reignited her fighting spirit, undeterred by previous failures. "I am greedy.
I want you to come with me."
Is that too much to ask, Old Saw?" She fixed her gaze on Samuel's eyes beneath the mask, her own eyes glistening with unshed tears, voice trembling slightly with a mix of stubbornness and defiance, as if yearning to glimpse the true thoughts hidden behind that mask. After uttering those words, her gaze lowered slightly. To make her expression more convincing, she silently concocted heart-wrenching scenarios in her mind, and after 2 minutes of brooding, her face morphed into one on the verge of tears, with moisture pooling in her eyes, ready to spill over at any moment. Taking a deep breath, she slowly lifted her head, meeting Samuel's gaze once more. It had been far too long since she had acted. The art of changing her expression felt somewhat foreign. Samuel, witnessing the girl's tearful display, felt a pang of unease in his heart, an inexplicable sense of panic rising within him. Soft darling, let me think about it. How could his little girl cry at the drop of a hat? It left him utterly bewildered. He had never comforted anyone before. Lowering his gaze to avoid her eyes, he noticed her body still nestled against his, her hands lingering in inappropriate places. As he contemplated the idea of joining her on F-1008 star, he gently moved her hands away from his thigh. They fell into silence. After 5 minutes of waiting without a response from the man, Lu Ruan abruptly straightened from his embrace, intending to step outside the tent to clear her mind and give him time to think. However, as she rose, her hair, fragrant with orchid essence, brushed softly against the lips and neck concealed beneath the wheelchair man's mask. The scent acted like a spell, rendering Samuel motionless. 2 seconds later, his fingers instinctively brushed against a strand of her hair, drawing closer to inhale its sweet fragrance. If the girl were to accompany Chin Feng to the base and remain there all year round, he would no longer have the privilege of holding her fragrant self close, listening to her playful coos, or her serious admonitions and heartfelt words. His life, aside from those studies, would lapse into a state of lifelessness, plagued by sleepless nights and deteriorating health. But if he accompanied her, his life would encompass more than just those pursuits. It would also include her. Very well. I shall accompany you. After a moment of deep contemplation, Samuel swiftly pulled Lu Ruan, who had intended to leave his lap, back into his embrace, like catching a fish ready to leap into the water. Lu Ruan nestled closer to Samuel, her earlier tears vanished without a trace, as if nothing had transpired moments before. She planted a kiss on Samuel's sharply defined chin, lifting her gaze to meet his, and with a cheerful smile, exclaimed, "Old Saw, you are truly wonderful. You're not crying anymore?" Samuel's voice was slow, tinged with suspicion. Just a moment ago, she was on the brink of tears, and now she radiated joy. He felt as though he had been deceived. Yet, seeing her blossom into a smile filled him with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. It seemed she valued him greatly, to be so elated by his agreement. Lu Ruan did not respond. Bored, she began to fidget with Samuel's hand, her attention soon drifting to his mask. It covered half his face, concealing his true visage, a regrettable situation indeed. From the exposed skin, she deduced that her mechanical husband could not be too old. His deep green eyes were striking and expressive, and beneath the mask, she could discern a narrow and well-defined nose. The lips that were visible appeared quite sensual, albeit pale. Collectively, she surmised that his true appearance could not be too unappealing. "Old Saw, do you have a photo?" The more she pondered, the more her curiosity grew, and she could no longer resist asking. "Are you referring to a picture of myself?" "I do not have one." Samuel paused in his playful stroking of Lu Ruan's hair, casting her a gentle shake of his head. Then, her fingers cautiously ascended from Samuel's chin, inching upward until they brushed against his silver mask. "I really wish to see your face. Could you grant me this small wish?" "No." Samuel's tone turned firm as he seized Lu Ruan's hand. "Why not?" "There's no reason. It's simply not happening." Recalling her earlier display of tears to elicit sympathy from her mechanical husband, Lu Ruan realized that he had quickly acquiesced, indicating that he was indeed indulgent toward her. Perhaps he would continue to bend to her whims. She aimed to leverage his affection, pushing her luck further while diverting his attention. "Old Saw, I want a kiss." Her gaze fell upon his lips, while her peripheral vision caught sight of his mask, one hand poised, eager to remove it. Upon hearing the woman's candid request, Samuel's eyes darkened slightly. He leaned in to kiss her, wrapping his arms tightly around her waist to draw her closer. Lu Ruan pushed Samuel's head away, turning her face slightly, and teasingly remarked, "Not there. Here." Her hand slowly extended toward the back of his head, ready to remove his mask at the moment he lowered his head. Samuel's gaze dropped, and he caught sight of the girl's alluring curves, causing his ears to flush crimson. Simultaneously, he felt a small hand creeping up his calf, igniting a fire within him. The girl had an uncanny ability to incite his desires, leaving him defenseless against her charms. Slowly, Samuel bent his head, his lips brushing delicately against the woman's fair collarbone, bestowing a reverent kiss, while his mind became increasingly cluttered with tumultuous thoughts. His blood surged, and his breath quickened. As Lu Ruan felt his lips on her collarbone, her fingers inadvertently grazed the strap of his cold mask, deftly tugging it loose.
Ha!
The strap is undone. She seized the edge of the mask without hesitation, yanking it off his face. Just as she believed she was about to catch a glimpse of his face, the man, who had been bowed low against her chest, suddenly surged up from his wheelchair, pushing her aside, and fled in a flurry, nearly stumbling as he did so. Lu Ruan stood up immediately, intent on pursuing him to offer support. "I'm hungry. I need to use the restroom." Samuel's deep, bubbling voice boomed loudly for the first time, his nerves causing him to slip up in speech. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ruan watched as the slender figure of the man vanished behind the door of the self-installed space bathroom at the corner of the tent. She absent-mindedly traced the cold mask she had removed, staring blankly at the invisible door. Would he be able to eat his fill in the restroom? Chapter 134. He is not normal. Samuel dashed into the private space, standing before the intelligent wash basin, splashing cold water onto his face, before retrieving a new mask to don. This mask concealed his entire visage. Gradually, his heightened anxiety began to dissipate. He gazed into the mirror at his reflection. The man in the mirror was gaunt, wearing a mask, gasping for breath, his expression one of sheer disarray, entirely devoid of the composure expected of an interstellar man. He stumbled and fell to the ground, his mind involuntarily drifting back to events from a century ago. The last century. He had been born into a poor family in a remote town on Capistar. Upon entering primary school, he was taken on as an apprentice by an elderly mechanic, a teacher of his teacher. With a mother who had 5 husbands and 30 children to care for, their already impoverished household was further strained by the burden of these future laborers. He was the weakest among the children. Thus, the elders sold him to the old mechanic as a lifelong apprentice. From that moment on, the mechanic became his master. This master was a distinguished craftsman from a prestigious family on Capistar, who, after bringing him into the clan, kept him confined until he passed away, never allowing him to step outside, not even to stroll the streets. During this time, with the intent of passing down his skills, the master was excessively strict, imposing a level of rigor on him that far surpassed that applied to the hundreds of somewhat mediocre children within the clan. He was locked in the workshop, subjected to grueling training, inundated with knowledge, and if he failed to absorb it, he faced corporal punishment that brought him to the brink of collapse. Though he was a playful child, yearning for a joyful childhood like others, he would sneak out to play with the clan's children whenever his master was absent. However, those children resented him for being taught by their master but not reciprocating the instruction, leading to a hostile attitude toward him. In his desperation to fit in, he humbled himself, striving to please each of them. Eventually, he was accepted, becoming their object of amusement. Though he felt deeply uncomfortable, he endured it for the sake of belonging and playing with them, convinced it was better than isolation. This existence continued for 2 weeks until his master discovered his escapades. The master, believing he was neglecting his mechanical studies, reprimanded him harshly and spoke ill of him to the other children. The next time he attempted to join them, he was met only with endless indifference, mockery, and ridicule. No amount of flattery could sway them. They derided him for his frail physique. "You're short and skinny. Get lost." They huddled together, whispering, attacking his appearance. "He looks like a girl. His uncle must have bought him as a bride. No wonder he doesn't teach us mechanics but instead teaches this guy." This led him to develop severe body dysmorphia, to the extent that he found it difficult to lead a normal life. Seeing the effect of their cruelty, his master fashioned a mask for him, saying, "Remember, it only temporarily conceals your appearance, but your face remains unchanged. Do not indulge in play. Focus on your mechanical studies." After donning the mask, he tentatively approached the children once more. However, they collectively ostracized him, refusing to play with him, telling him to stay away. He had no one with whom to share the burden of his overwhelming emotions. His life ultimately conformed to his master's desires, enduring solitude, locked away in the workshop for over a decade. In addition to his body dysmorphia, he also developed social anxiety. He lost the ability to communicate normally with others. This was not the worst of it. Far graver trials lay ahead. In his teenage years, he inadvertently removed his mask in front of his master, who had been a recluse for hundreds of years, and the change in his master's gaze was palpable. The repulsive events that transpired left him with enduring psychological scars. After his master's death, he fled the workshop, escaping from the distinguished family, yet he still dared not remove the mask in front of others. When alone, aside from the brief moments of facial cleansing, he wore the mask at all times, even while sleeping. This body dysmorphia exacerbated his social anxiety, explaining why he had not appeared in the public eye of interstellar citizens, including the so-called geniuses who had managed to enter the first mechanic building. They rarely saw him without his mask. They only encountered another tool of his, Zero. Fortunately, with the presence of Zero and Ling, he could barely continue his existence. His journey to the satellite star with Qin Feng was primarily motivated by the urgent need to repair Ling, or it would be irreparably damaged. He had prepared himself mentally for a long time before deciding to come. The soldiers assumed he was aloof and high-handed, thus maintaining a 3-meter distance around him. But the truth was far from it. He merely suffered from severe social anxiety, disliking interruptions. Over the years, he had become accustomed to his solitary, tedious existence. Whenever someone attempted to engage him in conversation, he would fall into a state of extreme tension, especially during face-to-face interactions, lacking even the courage to stand up for himself. Always yielding to others. Only when maneuvering Ling or during Zero's appearances did he find the audacity to be assertive or disdainful toward others. Samuel rose from the floor, washed his hands, took a deep breath, and prepared to step outside. Thankfully, Ruanbao had not seen his true face. Outside the space, Lu Ruan sat in the wheelchair, waiting for the man inside. After 20 minutes with no sign of him emerging, she was about to open her light brain to message him when he suddenly appeared. He had donned a new mask, concealing his lips and chin, exuding an inexplicable aura of despondency. "Old Saw, did you fill your stomach in the restroom?" Lu Ruan asked, her face alight with a smile as she looked at Samuel. Remembering his nervous slip of the tongue before entering, Samuel coughed awkwardly. I suppose I'm full." He approached her, lifting her into his lap. "Ruanbao, I am not normal. Please do not attempt to remove my mask in the future." He gazed into her eyes, his tone laced with a tinge of supplication. In the presence of the young girl, his social anxiety seemed less pronounced. Yet, he still feared her seeing the ambiguous face beneath the mask. Chapter 135. Qin Feng was stunned. "All right," Lu Ruan acquiesced. Her family's old bull certainly had a multitude of masks. It was clear he was genuinely afraid of being seen. She wrinkled her nose and leaned closer to Samuel's neck, inhaling his scent. The sound of inhalation, accompanied by a tinkling laughter reminiscent of silver bells, prompted her to tease the man. "Old Saw, let me sniff you, and see if you carry any peculiar scents." The warmth of the young girl's breath cascaded against his neck, sending tingles down his spine. Samuel felt a flutter in his heart, and the weight of his despondency began to dissipate. His gaze fell upon her beautiful face nestled at his neck, observing her scrunching her nose as if he had just emerged from the restroom after consuming something utterly foul. "Softy, you ought to silence yourself," he growled, a mixture of embarrassment and anger washing over him as he pressed his hand firmly over her mouth. After a couple of muffled protests, she deftly pried his hand away and shot him a playful wink. "Next time, bring me along for the delicious food." Samuel coughed, his lips moving soundlessly, casting a peculiar glance at Lu Ruan. Amidst their playful banter, the atmosphere between them began to normalize. She gently leaned against Samuel, who smelled faintly of fresh grass, and with earnestness said, "Old Saw, I do not comprehend why you persist in wearing that mask. However, as you mentioned a few hours ago, appearances are merely a facade. What I truly admire is the essence of you. I was merely overcome by curiosity earlier, and I sincerely apologize. If you wish for me not to see your face, then I shall comply and await the day you choose to unveil it for me." She tilted her eyes upwards, yearning to meet his gaze. But the new mask obscured her view. Instead, she lowered her head and affectionately rested it against his chin. At her words, Samuel's heart raced uncontrollably. His fingers brushed the edge of the mask, lingering for a moment before slowly retracting. After a brief pause, they found their way to her rounded head, gently ruffling her hair. A flicker of struggle glinted in his deep green eyes. Ultimately, he shut his eyes tightly, his fingers sliding to Lu Ruan's waist, pulling her closer. She was abruptly pressed against his chest, her heart a tumult of emotions. Everyone harbors secrets, facets of themselves they wish to conceal. Perhaps this older husband bore scars that were too painful to heal, hence his reticence. Silence enveloped the tent, with Ling standing quietly against the wall. In the southwest of the island, Qin Feng and his team battled exotic beasts while fervently excavating rare minerals. Once their task was nearly complete, he led his soldiers back to the safety zone. Soldiers from dozens of warships eventually congregated aboard a large military vessel for their journey home. Seated in the lounge of the transport area, Qin Feng's sharp eyes fixated on the scenes displayed on the cabin wall's monitors as the ship glided through the landscape. His thoughts wandered far beyond the present moment, consumed by the image of a certain woman. I wonder if little Ruan is still in pain? My 22 centimeters seems a tad excessive, he mused, the allure of his impeccably tailored military uniform radiating an enchanting aura. The soldiers gazed at the scenery, but soon noticed Qin Feng was lost in contemplation. They recalled the urgent reports from F-1008 and assumed the marshal was preoccupied with the situation there, filling them with a sense of respect for him. The marshal was physically present on this star, yet troubled by concerns for another. Unlike them, who were preoccupied with securing the contact information of a universal wife, they understood that joining the military was a tremendous fortune, exempt from the annual bachelor tax. And they should not fantasize about wives whisking them away to new main stars. Serving all interstellar citizens was their ultimate destination. A seasoned soldier suddenly interjected, "True, but it is still a bit regrettable." The two soldiers who had just spoken fell silent. Their mission was indeed as stated, yet they yearned for companionship, for emotional solace. Ideally with a child. After all, for those of their ilk, should they remain single into old age, returning to their original families upon retirement would yield little more than a pension, while familial bonds would inevitably wane. After all, it is the younger generation who first concerns themselves with their biological parents, not the older generation of uncles or great-uncles. 2 hours later, Qin Feng disembarked from the warship and strode toward the periphery of the tent cluster, entering his own tent. Upon looking down, he noticed nothing except a rack for hanging clothes in the corner. Where is little Ruan? Confounded, Qin Feng stepped out of the tent and circled the safe zone beach twice, yet found no sign of Lu Ruan. Reluctantly, he decided to video call her.
No.
Why did she hang up? Yet, just as he connected, she promptly ended the call. Moments later, a text message appeared on his holographic device. "Phone, are you back? I'm with Ling. I'll be over shortly."
Ling?
Has little Ruan gone to see Samuel again? A twinge of discomfort surged within him. With long, sturdy legs, he strode purposefully toward the last tent at the far end of the cluster, leaving broad footprints in the fine sand beneath his military boots. Inside the corner tent, she had spent 3 hours in Samuel's embrace. Upon receiving Qin Feng's video call, she climbed out of his arms. Samuel turned her face toward him and said, "Softa, do not reveal Ling's true identity to him."
Why?
She asked, perplexed. Samuel glanced at the wheelchair, his gaze sweeping over the petite figure of Ling standing against the wall. Considering Qin Feng's towering, muscular frame and the fact that he commanded hundreds of elite soldiers, he hesitated for a few seconds before squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. "I can't compete with him." He despised conflict, finding it excessively troublesome.
Yet,
as long as Qin Feng remained oblivious to Ling's identity, he could use her to approach him.
all right.
She hopped off Samuel, a single black hair inadvertently falling onto his gray polo shirt. Just then, the tent flap was abruptly pulled aside by Qin Feng. Feng. Upon raising her eyes, she spotted her big, strong bull returning at a rapid pace. She hastened toward him, but in her eagerness, her long skirt tripped her up. Without shoes, she stepped on the hem and lost her balance. Just in time, her lean partner reached out, pulling her back, causing her to tumble against his waist, her backside landing inappropriately. Samuel let out a low, seductive groan, as if ensnared in an intoxicating state. Qin Feng's handsome, rugged face darkened instantly. He nearly seized little Ruan, but was thwarted by the married man who had beaten him to it, his hand resting on her waist. And that sound was unmistakably a sign of desire directed toward her. "Mr. Saw, your wife is standing in the corner. And you do nothing while I must support my wife?" Chapter 136. He had brooded all night. "It's all a misunderstanding. Phone, let me explain." Qin Feng pulled Lu Ruan behind him, fixing his gaze on Samuel. Suddenly, he noticed Samuel's clothing, once smooth and pristine, now wrinkled and adorned with a long, dark hair, from little Ruan. The girl stood by the wall, quietly observing the scene with a sense of grievance. That damned man, neglecting his own wife while attempting to seduce little Ruan. Qin Feng's face turned ashen, and he lunged for the masked man in the wheelchair. Just as he was about to strike Samuel, 3 voices simultaneously called out to halt him, freezing his movements. "I am also Softa's man. She is my sister-in-law." Old Saw is my bonded match. Qin Feng paused for a brief moment, and then erupted with a thunderous roar, akin to a raging torrent. What did you say? Lu Ruan opened her holographic device and displayed her partner list, presenting it before Qin Feng's eyes. Upon the projected page, he beheld the name of Samuel. Given that the holographic system enforced real name registration and linked the accounts of both partners, it was indeed true that the older man was her match. After a prolonged moment of composure, Qin Feng gradually released Samuel. With a scrutinizing gaze, he regarded Samuel. Are you certain that Miss Ling is your sister? The girl had just referred to Lu Ruan as her sister-in-law, a claim he found rather implausible. What family would allow their sister to wander off to a satellite planet, only to be found by Ke Dong and his companions, coincidentally encountering her biological brother and mingling with a married man? Was that reasonable? Samuel inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. As if struck by a thought, he added, Please prepare a separate tent for her. She is timid and wishes to sleep alongside Ruan. Upon uttering this, Samuel seemed to falter and returned to his wheelchair. He averted Qin Feng's piercing gaze and adjusted his crumpled attire. In truth, he was not fond of engaging in conversation. The moment he spoke, the discomfort within him resurfaced. Qin Feng turned his attention to the girl leaning against the wall. Miss Ling, I will have someone set up a new tent for you shortly, and once night falls, a team will be stationed outside to ensure your safety. You need not worry. His implication was clear. This woman should not cling to his dear Ruan. The girl, with her enchanting grace, approached Lu Ruan and said, Marshal Qin, before you arrived, my sister-in-law and I were inseparable. I cannot sleep without her. Then you can stay with your brother. I have no desire to be with my brother. Miss Ling, this matter is non-negotiable. For a moment, the tent resembled a bustling marketplace, as both sides engaged in a verbal contest, yet neither yielded an inch. Lu Ruan broke the stalemate. Afeng, please sit down. Let us have a proper family discussion. Qin Feng crossed his legs and settled down. But barely had he touched the ground when Samuel abruptly pulled Lu Ruan onto his own legs, which were uncertainly positioned. It was exceedingly vexing. During their time aboard the battleship, he had conversed with Samuel about wives, receiving only occasional replies. It seemed they were indeed speaking of the same person. When had Lu Ruan established contact with this older gentleman? Afeng, have you unearthed rare ores? Lu Ruan adeptly shifted the topic to ease the tension. Yes, Samuel. Go take a look outside. I will arrange for you to be sent back to Capistar tomorrow. With that, Qin Feng stood and picked up Lu Ruan from Samuel's lap. She settled onto Qin Feng's robust arm, casting a sympathetic glance towards Samuel, silently mouthing, Old Saw. Samuel briefly met her gaze before silently maneuvering his wheelchair outside. The four of them arrived on the beach outside the tent. Soldiers were unloading the mine ore nearby, forming a mound that towered like a small hill. Each piece of ore displayed varying hues, some deep, some light, and others shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Qin Feng, unsure of which type Samuel desired, extracted a portion from the outer layers, revealing a significant cavity in the island's rock face. Samuel's attention shifted to the ores, as he commanded Ling to examine a particularly dark, lustrous stone from the pile. How does it look, Ling? Samuel inquired, his deep voice resonating melodiously. Brother, this one is acceptable. Good. Please assess whether we have enough. All right. The girl circled the pile, her gaze penetrating like X-rays, and within moments, she returned with the results. Brother, we do not have enough. Her response was effortless, her pale blue eyes sparkling with admiration for her brother. Lu Ruan observed the exchange with a twitching smile. Nearly cramping from the effort, she shifted her gaze to the masked figure in the wheelchair. If she were unaware of the truth, she might almost believe this man was truly Ling's brother. Looking again at the unperturbed Qin Feng, she couldn't help but marvel. Truly, the foremost mechanical engineer of the galaxy. His bionic creations indistinguishable from reality, seamlessly performing multiple tasks with remarkable finesse. Samuel spoke languidly. Marshal Qin, we require 2 tons of that, or it is insufficient. 2 tons? Initially, Qin Feng frowned, but then he recalled the 100 large mechas Samuel had donated and chose not to argue further. As night descended, Lu Ruan remained in Qin Feng's tent, discussing matters concerning Samuel. Meanwhile, at the girl's insistence, soldiers erected a new tent adjacent to Qin Feng's. With only a fist's distance separating them, the girl took residence next to Lu Ruan. Lu Ruan inquired in detail about the conditions on the F-1008 satellite, and once she had gathered sufficient information, she recommended Samuel. Old Saw, and we are family. I will bring him along to assist you. Many hands make light work. His age and frail health render him suited only for a quiet life on Capistar. Upon hearing the term quiet life, the girl paused. While at the rear corner of the tent cluster, Samuel gazed contemplatively at his alabaster skin. Was he truly the eldest? Old Saw has agreed to accompany me. Is he truly coming along? After persistent persuasion from Lu Ruan, Jean Fong, recalling Samuel's unsteady demeanor, begrudgingly consented, realizing that Samuel could not rival him for his wife. With Old Saw here, we shall undoubtedly complete the task of opening the main star ahead of schedule. Hush, little Ruan. Do not mention other men in my presence. I do not wish to hear it. As Qin Feng's jealousy reached a boiling point, he abruptly pulled Lu Ruan into his embrace, lowering his head to kiss her fiercely, igniting a passionate display of affection. Meanwhile, the girl exited the tent, seeking refuge from the soldier's gaze. Standing alone through the night in a place where their amorous entanglement could not reach her ears, Samuel slumped in his wheelchair, his spirits heavy, suffocated by the weight of the evening. As he felt the chilling breeze from Ling, his deep-set eyes slowly closed. Fixating on a strand of glossy black hair he intended to preserve. 1. Should I accompany you? Chapter 137. He is so beautiful. The long night faded into dawn, as the first light broke, illuminating the sky with resplendent hues and fluffy clouds. On the beach of the safe zone, soldiers gathered around a makeshift wooden table, laden with nutrient biscuits, supplements, juices, and seafood. Their sun-kissed faces, handsomely chiseled, bore rare smiles of relaxation. In truth, Qin Feng had brought them here for a semblance of a holiday. The task at hand was considerably easier than that on another planet. Encircled by the group, Qin Feng stood tall, delivering an impassioned speech to the elite soldiers, rallying their spirits with motivational words. You 200 are my finest subordinates. Soon, we shall all exert ourselves to mine. The group that excavates the most will receive accolades and certificates of honor. Tonight, we shall host a bonfire party. Marshal, if we finish today, may we stay here for an extra day of rest tomorrow? One soldier bravely inquired. If you complete the task today, all shall receive a day off. Qin Feng presents a forthright exterior, yet possesses a plethora of cunning and strategic acumen in managing his troops. His deliberate omission of the vacation dates serves to retain a degree of flexibility. Should the soldiers successfully excavate the minerals Samuel requires today, he may contemplate allowing them a day of respite on this planet, contingent upon the circumstances. What splendid news! A cacophony of joyous shouts erupted from 100 soldiers, followed by a flurry of animated discussions. Listen to me, he declared. The group led by Yi, who exerted the most effort yesterday, shall remain to guard the safe zone. Qin Feng did not demand silence. Instead, he spoke with a resonant and commanding voice that effortlessly overpowered the soldiers' chatter. The leaves surrounding them quivered slightly under the resonance of his voice. Indeed, the valiant warrior Yi, with his sun-kissed complexion, raised his handsome visage slightly. Lu Ruan halted in her steps, contemplating how splendid it would be if her boisterous companion could temper his volume a tad. She resumed her stride, parting the tent flap to reveal a scene reminiscent of an artist's depiction of a handsome man emerging from a bath. His long, naturally colored hair cascaded over his shoulders, droplets of water glistening at the tips. His 191 centimeters frame, though lean, appeared even taller, yet he sat in a wheelchair, draped in a bath towel. His skin was smooth and porcelain-like, a stark contrast to the rugged appearance one might expect from a man of over 100 years. For a fleeting moment, she found herself captivated by the mechanic's beauty. A young woman beside him held a hairdryer aloft, directing it toward his head. After 10 seconds, she lifted the device, revealing Samuel's shoulder-length hair, now flowing like silk. Old Saw, are you ready? We should hurry. A foam is waiting for us to dine together. Samuel maneuvered his wheelchair closer to Lu Ruan, his voice slightly hoarse. You go on ahead. I prefer to eat here in the tent. A sleepless night had left him in a state of mental turmoil. The memory of her joy while nestled in his embrace mingled with the shadows of having wrested her from Qin Feng's grasp, intensifying his malaise. The duality of these emotions exacerbated his deteriorating condition, spiraling from severe social anxiety and body image concerns into a deepening depression. This oppressive negativity loomed over him like a mountain, stifling his breath and nearly suffocating him. The youthful and vibrant girl was far better suited to the affable and open-hearted Qin Feng than to him, a taciturn, reclusive centenarian, marred by the passage of time and cloaked in solitude. Moreover, he possessed only 6 barely discernible abdominal muscles. his physique lean and lacking the masculine vigor typical of interstellar men. His pallor, ambiguous beauty, and ethereal grace would render him a target for ravenous men, akin to hyenas scenting blood, craving to tear him asunder. Lu Ruan's keen intuition detected something amiss with her old bovine companion. She shifted her weight, perching herself on his towel-clad thigh, extending her hands to grasp one of Samuel's long fingers, gently opening his palm and pressing her warm cheek against it. The soldier's a way to foam. He is waiting for me, and I am waiting for you.
We only need you now.
Let us go out and enjoy a lively meal together. Her voice was sweet and melodious, imbued with a gentle warmth. As she attempted to peer through his mask to discern his current emotions, Samuel felt the warmth radiating from her palm, coupled with a genetic compatibility that elicited an irresistible allure. The suffocating sensations within him began to ease ever so slightly. You should go. There's no need to wait for me. I will not join you. He gently lifted the girl from his lap, aware that in her vibrant world, gathering together was a source of joy, whereas for him, a sufferer of profound social anxiety, it resembled a calamity akin to a massacre, an overwhelming discomfort. Lu Ruan sensed from Samuel's demeanor that no matter her entreaties, he would not accompany her outside. Wait here. I shall fetch you something to eat. Reluctantly, she released his hand, her fingers brushing against the subtle contours of his abdomen, devoid of the substantial muscles possessed by Qin Feng. Once her old bovine exited the tent, she would mark Samuel and ascertain his desires. As she stepped outside, she remained oblivious to Samuel's lingering gaze, assessing her waist before watching her retreating figure for an extended moment. Upon entering the crowded area of tents, she navigated through the throng of soldiers to locate Qin Feng. The distance between the wooden tables, now encircled by groups of men, was a mere 30 centimeters. Her focus rested on a table at the center of the 20 wooden tables prepared for their family of 4. As she stepped through the soldiers, the fabric of her skirt occasionally brushed against their military boots, calves, and knees. She noticed the familiar gazes of the soldiers, as if they had encountered her before. Much like Qin Feng. Quickening her pace, she finally reached the table set for them and addressed Qin Feng, a Feng. Old Saw and his sister do not wish to join us. Let us eat first. Let the feast commence, Qin Feng declared, having awaited this moment with anticipation. Instantly, the surroundings resonated with the sounds of hearty dining. Some soldiers devoured their meals like famished wolves, while others maintained a semblance of decorum. Yet all displayed remarkable speed in their consumption. Just as Lu Ruan prepared to deliver a portion of food to Samuel, Qin Feng pulled her onto his lap. Little hard one, he is older and eat slowly. Stay with me for 10 minutes before you go. She shifted in her seat, contemplating the warmth of the day that would surely cool the food, while Old Saw had yet to dress and prepare himself. Qin Feng, content, occasionally shared morsels with Lu Ruan. Their interaction did not go unnoticed by the soldiers. Recalling the sensation of Lu Ruan's skirt brushing against his knee moments earlier, found it strange that her pheromones could evoke such delight in him. After a moment of contemplation, a cryptic smile graced his sun-kissed features. In Chapter 138, I only want you, Qin Feng instructed Little Hard One, after you deliver the food. Return to the tent and rest for me. I shall return after a brief slumber. Once he finished his meal, he took the soldiers aboard the battleship, departing for the mines, leaving behind the remnants of their feast for Yi's team to tidy up. Just as Lu Ruan lifted her untouched plate, a dark-skinned soldier with striking features approached her. Miss Lu, he greeted. Hello, comrade, she replied, raising her gaze and offering a professional smile. Might you be acquainted with Miss Lu Ruan? Yi lingered for a moment while clearing the table, confirming a hunch. Higher genetic compatibility facilitated recognition. Yes, indeed. She is the one. The central computer would not enforce a binding agreement unless compatibility surpassed 100. He vividly recalled their matching score of 99,999, yet still faced rejection. A regret that lingered, as the threshold remained just out of reach. Are you referring to the internet sensation who has been trending lately? She inquired, her grip on the food tightening as she hastily departed the area. Unbeknownst to her, Yi halted his movements, his gaze fixated on her retreating form, eyes glimmering with determination, akin to a man observing his beloved. He licked his lips, his desire for her palpable. However, she is the wife of the marshal and seems to have some connection with Mr. Saw, who is confined to a wheelchair. But what of it? He was once a promising protege personally groomed by the marshal, having mastered all that the marshal taught him. With a mere swing of his hoe, he could undermine the very foundations laid by the marshal. After all, he sought no formal acknowledgement from her. He merely wished to engage in a romantic interlude, alleviating the marshal's burdens of pain in his lower back. If discovered, what is there to fear? In the realm of the stars, which woman, aside from her bonded match, does not possess a multitude of admirers? He is merely one among her many suitors. The bonded matchmakers tend to overlook such affairs, turning a blind eye to the entanglements of their followers. After all, to maintain a semblance of a satisfactory life, one must bear a crown of green upon their head. The suitors often sacrifice their slender waists and substantial purses to cultivate a lush meadow for their matches. Quite a common occurrence indeed. While Yi indulged in her fanciful musings, the figure of a woman had already entered Samuel's tent. Lu Ruan stood upon the mat, and upon raising her gaze, she found Samuel in his wheelchair, still clad in nothing but a white towel wrapped around his waist. His masked visage concealed his expression, but the skin exposed to the air had already dried. Before her, he bore no trace of timidity, starkly contrasting the vividness of their initial encounter when he had mentioned the potential for a rift between them. He exuded an aura of desolation, resembling a lifeless marionette. "Old Sa, come, it's time to eat," she approached him, placing the meal tray on the small table beside his wheelchair. Upon the table rested a glass, with remnants of a clear liquid that wafted the scent of a sedative. The handsome man in the wheelchair remained unresponsive. "Old Sa," she exclaimed, striking his arm loudly. He slowly raised his head, the movement agonizingly sluggish, reminiscent of a film played in slow motion. Samuel grunted, his voice hoarse and tempo languid as he uttered, "You've arrived. After you set things down, go rest over by Chin Feng. I wish to be alone for a while." He had been counting the steps of the young girl in his mind, estimating her return time. With each passing moment beyond his estimation, the weight on his heart felt as if a mountain pressed down upon him, suffocating him for 10 minutes without sight of her return. This metaphorical mountain rendered him breathless. Samuel slightly shook his head, his mind hazy as he recalled recently consuming a slew of calming agents, which provided a modicum of comfort before he succumbed to a sleeping potion. Yet his mental faculties remained unusually alert. The sedative merely dulled his thoughts without granting him true sleep. "Old Sa, change that half mask of yours. Eat something first before we converse." "I will not leave," she insisted, her heart heavy with worry for Samuel's deteriorating state. She was perplexed by his ailment. Upon the return of the great ox, she would have the accompanying military doctor conduct an examination. They remained frozen in silence for several minutes until Samuel turned his face, donning the half-mask anew, revealing his lips, jawline, and a pair of eyes. He proceeded to consume the food she had brought with a mechanical indifference, as if fulfilling an obligation. After finishing half a plate, Lu Ruan noticed a flicker of vitality returning to him, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. "Aren't you going to eat the other half?" "No," he replied, and she did not press him further. "What of your clothes? Aren't you cold?" Gently, she wiped the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief, clasping his hand tenderly, her gaze drifting over his bare form, the towel at his waist nearly slipping away. For an ordinary person, the temperature might not be chilly, but for someone in his fragile state, it surely was. Like a puppet, Samuel retrieved a military green polo shirt, a pair of black trousers, and men's undergarments. He handed them all to her, as if conveying, "Dress me." She picked up the oversized underwear, crouched down, and lifted his left foot, then his right. "Don't move. What are you doing?" Lu Ruan thought this was her first experience caring for someone. Just as she thought she had successfully dressed him, the effects of the medication began to wane, and Samuel's mind sharpened. Samuel, regaining his awareness, glanced down to see the young girl crudely attempting to fit his underwear onto his feet, her demeanor laced with concern. In a swift motion, he pulled her into his embrace, cradling her in his arms. He was a man. He should be the one caring for her, not the other way around. The young girl shouldn't have to shoulder such responsibilities, and he had momentarily lost himself in the haze of medication. Soft treasure. Lu Ruan found herself nestled in Samuel's embrace, noting that he seemed somewhat improved. "Old Sa, what happened to you just now?" Samuel, aware that he still lacked his undergarments, recalled the image of the girl helping him dress. After a prolonged silence, he uttered in a hoarse whisper, "I'm fine. Soft treasure, I am growing old. In the future, seek other matches to live with. Once I upgrade the Star Core to the most advanced version, it will be yours to use." He cast a glance at Ling. He would inevitably age, if not already, gradually succumbing to the passage of time, while Ling would remain eternally youthful, preserving a singular visage through countless centuries. What nonsense is this? Your skin is even more delicate than mine. I do not want Ling. I only want you, she fervently declared, her fingertips brushing against his porcelain-like skin, as if he were a prized possession. Was he attempting to engage in a game of Versailles? Samuel considered pushing the girl away from him, directing her towards her youthful admirers, hoping she would cease her concern for him. However, when his hand rested upon her back, he found himself unable to exert any force, paralyzed by an inexplicable sense of suffocation that threatened to overwhelm him. Chapter 139. This is me. Do you dislike it? I lack the robustness of Qin Feng. Nor do I possess the chiseled abs favored by young women. My legs can scarcely support me. Samuel withdrew his hand from Lu Ruan's back, his deep green eyes penetrating her gaze. Do not speak such nonsense. You are wonderful. Her heart skipped a beat. Her old ox was a figure of unparalleled esteem among interstellar mechanics. His words dripped with self-deprecation, each syllable imbued with a sense of inferiority. Part of her affection stemmed from her willingness to assist him, but a deeper part was rooted in genuine admiration, mingled with a touch of infatuation. A common inclination to admire strength. If she were the foremost mechanic in the galaxy, transforming her workshop into an industry titan, she would stroll down the streets, unencumbered by societal norms, moving as she pleased. Even if she stumbled, she could roll along, for a throng of admirers would lay down a crimson carpet for her, allowing her to traverse the ground as the most illustrious legend of the interstellar streets. She would never wish to be like the old ox, living in seclusion, a century passing without the citizens knowing whether he was round or flat. Samuel chuckled softly at his own self-mockery.
Do not say that.
Observing the old ox's demeanor darkening once more, she desperately sought a remedy. Old saw, take a deep breath, filling your chest until it can hold no more air. Then hold your breath for 30 seconds. She smiled cunningly. Samuel was bewildered. Do it, follow my instructions. After exhaling, Samuel inhaled the surrounding air slowly, until he could draw in no more, then held his breath. His chest rose and fell to its utmost extent, halting at its peak. The contraction of his abdomen reached its maximum as well. It was then that the previously subtle definition of his six-pack abs became strikingly apparent, with the faint outlines of a seventh and eighth ib making their appearance. She traced her fingers over Samuel's visibly defined abs, counting deliberately from top to bottom. 1, 2, 7, 8. Look, old saw, you have 8-pack abs too, she said with a playful wink, her eyes sparkling with delight. As her fingertips glided across Samuel's abdomen, an electrifying sensation coursed through his skin, traveling along his nerves and bombarding his cerebral cortex. This can't be real. It's just a product of contraction. Samuel lowered his gaze slightly, brushing her hand away. You could enhance your workouts. That way, you could develop more defined abs, a robust physique, and legs capable of running several kilometers, she suggested, tapping his belly lightly. Samuel remained silent, lost in his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, handsome and strong men in the galaxy are as plentiful as fish in the sea, and among them, I could bind myself to many. Why do I choose you few, whom I am compelled to be with? It's because you possess more than mere physical allure. My admiration for you transcends your external attributes. So, old saw, please do not belittle yourself, all right? Her words were heartfelt and sincere. In truth, her affection for her bonded husbands, beyond their looks and physique, stemmed primarily from their inner strength and exceptional abilities, which provided her with a profound sense of security. Although this mechanic husband had not revealed his entirety, she no longer cared about his appearance. Each time she heard his deep, bubbling voice, it sent shivers down her spine, and their intimate embraces filled her with euphoria. Within her heart, she had developed a peculiar affection for him, one that transcended mere friendship. Moreover, the aura of celebrity surrounding him only heightened her admiration. I understand. Samuel's emerald eyes flickered with a glimmer of light. The young girl is indifferent to appearances, he mused with a sense of joy swelling within him. He slowly extended his arms, enveloping her slender waist in a tender embrace, his head gradually leaning against her shoulder, finally resting there like a weary goose that had found its haven. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, savoring the faint fragrance that enveloped her, akin to a refreshing spring that nourished his spirit and gradually eased his tension. His mood settled, the oppressive weight of his worries dissipating like smoke. Yet, amid this moment of tranquility, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Would his little girl, with her vibrant spirit and cheerful disposition, be adversely affected by his melancholic demeanor if they spent too much time together? As Samuel leaned closer, Lu Ruan reciprocated the embrace. However, when she caught sight of the oversized underwear dangling from his calf, she coughed lightly. Old saw, how about you get dressed? Let's step outside for some sun and fresh air. Her voice, warm and gentle like the spring sun, penetrated the shadows of his heart, illuminating his entire world. Samuel smiled faintly. I don't want to go. If you don't wish to go, then I'll stay here quietly with you, she replied.
All right.
But do put on some clothes, you might catch a chill. I don't want to wear anything, Samuel replied playfully, pulling her tightly against him once more. He greedily absorbed her warmth, much like parched earth yearning for a long-awaited rain. As he relaxed, Samuel began to lean back, seeking a comfortable position to rest. The pants and army green polo shirt he had previously discarded lay carelessly atop the armrest of his wheelchair, silently witnessing this moment of warmth and serenity. You. Lu Ruan felt that the large underwear hanging from his calf was rather distracting. How could he be so oblivious? How could this husband manage to hold her above the knees, wrap a nearly falling off white towel around his waist, and yet still have uncompleted black attire dangling beneath his knees, all while wearing a silver mask and leaning back to sleep? Old saw, open your eyes. Samuel blinked awake.
Huh?
Get dressed first. She gestured for him to look down. I won't wear anything, he replied defiantly and with a slight movement of his legs. He kicked the black oversized underwear, sending it flying in a parabolic arc to an unknown corner of the tent. Lu Ruan turned her head just in time to see a white trash bin extend two mechanical arms, picking up the discarded item and depositing it into its bulging belly. You, that one has a hole in it. I won't wear it, she exclaimed, incredulous. After a moment of silence, she finally diverted her gaze from the trash bin, her expression a kaleidoscope of emotions as she murmured, Oh my God, old saw, you are quite the character. Samuel's eyes darkened with uncertainty. Did the little girl truly not mind his earlier antics? Did she genuinely appreciate his inner qualities? Yet within him resided a man grappling with severe psychological issues, who, despite appearing legendary to outsiders, was acutely aware of the insidious nature of his insecurities and self-doubt that clung to him like a shadow. He even hesitated to openly compete with Qin Feng for her affection to satisfy his own needs. Did she truly like him, flaws and all? This is me. You don't like it? I do, she said, wrapping her arms around Samuel's neck and pressing her lips against his. Samuel adjusted his grip, allowing her to straddle his lap, and without further ado, he kissed her fervently. The towel around his waist slipped away as he tossed it carelessly into the corner of the tent. Chapter 140. She can cure his social anxiety. Inside the army green tent, Samuel sat in his wheelchair, his long, dark hair cascading like satin down his back, swaying gently with his movements. Half of his face was concealed by a silver mask, its sharp, flowing lines reflecting a cold light, bestowing an air of mystery and allure. He wore nothing but his slim figure, each contour epitomizing beauty. Sunlight streamed through the tent's top, casting dappled shadows that caressed his feet. Perched atop his long legs was a woman of enchanting grace. Her light-colored dress draped over his waist, the hem brushing against his long limbs, cascading down like fine sand. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful, their forms intertwined, resembling a pair of mandarin ducks frolicking on a lake surface. Lu Ruan had initially planned to mark Old Yellow Bull while he was preoccupied, but seeing him in this state only fueled her enthusiasm. Their passionate kisses intertwined, their breaths mingling in a fervent exchange. Samuel's hurried breaths were tinged with restraint and huskiness. Her agile tongue danced over his palate, and in the next moment, the hand resting on her waist pressed her closer to him. A tempestuous kiss engulfed her, and Samuel's movements shifted from tender to fervent. The half-silver mask gleamed coldly, his chiseled jawline almost flawless. Then, his fingers ventured toward the zipper of her dress. Pulling it down, the straps fell slack, and in less than half a second, the dress slipped from her shoulders, revealing her swan-like neck, the gentle curve of her collarbone, and the alluring valley beneath her bust, capturing his gaze. She paused, her lips retreating from his. Upon opening her eyes, she found him gasping like a kettle about to boil over, seemingly on the verge of succumbing to an overwhelming impulse. In the cadence of his breaths, there was an unmistakable urgency. At that moment, one couldn't help but imagine her heated, breathy lips whispering ambiguously in Samuel's ear, followed by a delicate kiss upon his earlobe. In such instances, identity dissipates, leaving only the essence of gender. Samuel shivered slightly, firmly adjusting her head, his dark eyes locking onto her swollen lips for a brief 2 seconds before trailing downwards, from her alabaster neck and beyond. He leaned down to kiss her. As he did, the strap of the mask on the back of his head became apparent. Her fingers brushed against the delicate band, lingering for a few seconds, yet ultimately refraining from unfastening it. In the midst of her internal conflict, an unexpected event transpired. A warm hand suddenly rested upon her thigh. The hand clumsily tugged at her leg, dislodging a white, indiscernible object, which it then tossed lightly into the air. In the blink of an eye, Ling perfectly caught it and, with mechanical strides, vanished behind an invisible door. Ling'll clean it for you. You'll be able to wear it soon. Stunned, she watched as the armrest of her wheelchair lowered, transforming it into a reclining chair. Samuel exerted his arms, guiding her to sit back. Their bodies aligned seamlessly. A muffled groan escaped his lips as he attempted to move his legs, which had lain dormant for a decade, only to find himself lacking strength. His emerald eyes, tinged with a hint of melancholy, gazed at her, his voice hoarse. "Soft treasure, I'm not quite able. Could you move a bit?" Dejected, her forehead bore a furrow, her lips twitching for a moment as her form swayed. Before long, the room was suffused with a spring-like ambience. "Soft treasure, if you're tired, take a break. We can continue after. Let me wipe your sweat." Wiping sweat one tea help. "My waist truly can't take it anymore. But I still desire you, soft treasure. Are you really unable to move?" "Truly unable. Just rest for 10 minutes. Ling's assistive device will be completed soon." Cough, cough, cough. Outside, shadows flickered from dawn to dusk. Yet the figures within the tent continued to sway. She ultimately could not hold on any longer, collapsing softly against him. Her waist felt as though all the bones had been extracted, leaving her utterly devoid of support. She could only lean against Samuel's body. Sweat trickled down her forehead, soaking her hair, as if she had just completed a marathon of thousands of kilometers. Samuel could distinctly see the rise and fall of the young girl's chest, a testament to her vigorous exertion. She glanced at him. His skin was smooth and delicate, reminiscent of sheep-fat jade, devoid of any blemishes, with a slight rosy hue, as if kissed by the sun. Upon closer inspection, one could discern only a few tiny beads of sweat dotting his skin, the majority remaining dry, a stark contrast to her drenched appearance. She remained silent for 2 seconds, deciding that this time, she'd act out of compassion for the elderly. The marking had long been completed. She ceased her scrutiny of him, calling for Little Dumpling. At the moment she averted her gaze, the man relaxed, and having not slept a wink the previous night, succumbed to a deep slumber. Querying Samuel's current wish. Little Dumpling, host. His current wish is to cure severe social anxiety, which would yield 16 wish power.
What?
Old Bull has social anxiety. And it's severe? Curing him would grant 16 wish power? A second passed. I can cure his social anxiety. This should be simple enough. 2 seconds later, she realized the matter was far from simple. Little Dumpling, explain. Host. Samuel is the most gifted and talented mechanic in centuries, yet he suffers from social anxiety. 10 minutes later, she finally grasped why curing social anxiety would yield 16 wish power. Although Old Bull's wish appeared straightforward, it was, in fact, incredibly challenging and bore significant social implications. Simply put, Samuel's social anxiety prevented him from engaging in personal interactions, thus rendering his exceptional skills untransmittable. The geniuses within the first mechanical tower could access his incomprehensible notes, yet he would not personally guide them, leaving them unable to decipher the knowledge contained therein. If they could merely understand a single line from his notes, they would be elated enough to lose sleep for a month. Moreover, across the starry expanse, while the majority of advanced mecha warships originated from the first mechanical tower, those so-called geniuses were relegated to menial tasks. They did whatever Samuel instructed. If this continued, once Samuel passed away, no one would decipher his notes, and the technology for starship mecha manufacturing would regress a century, reverting to the state before Samuel's existence. After the shock, she resolved silently to cure her Old Bull's social anxiety. Old saw. She looked at Samuel, and through the mask, she suddenly noticed his eyes were closed. She called out, but received no response. First, she gently patted him, then shook him vigorously. He lay still as if lifeless, devoid of any motion. Her heart raced, and she quickly dressed, rushing out of the tent. Just then, she encountered Yi, who was patrolling nearby. "Miss Lu, why the urgency? What has happened?" Yi's dark, handsome visage bore a smile, his gaze akin to that of a starving wolf spotting a bun. She paid no heed to the intensity of his gaze. "Comrade, I've made Lord Samuel faint. Is there a military doctor stationed here?" Her eyes darted, feeling somewhat embarrassed to speak. Chapter 141. Qin Feng, your soldiers have rebelled. She was acutely aware that there was currently no military doctor present. Old Saw had some health issues, and he had been clinging to her from dawn till dusk. Now that he had fainted, she couldn't awaken him. Treating him was of utmost priority. She cast aside her embarrassment and directly stated the reason for Old Saw as fainting, hoping that one of the station soldiers might be able to address such symptoms. Otherwise, if treatment were delayed, she would bear significant responsibility for any adverse outcomes. I can't afford to be shy. Upon hearing her words, Yi was taken aback. His eyes widened as he scrutinized her closely, as if trying to glean some insight from her slender figure. After a moment, he snapped back to reality. Let us go. I'll accompany you to take a look. Yi was no ordinary soldier. He was a versatile warrior adept at piloting warships and repairing mechas, even possessing some medical knowledge. While not an expert, he was more than capable of handling general ailments. She followed closely behind him, prepared to jog. However, just as she took a step, the man ahead unexpectedly turned around without warning. Before she could react, Yi, like lightning, extended his arms and scooped her up. In an instant he took off, sprinting directly towards Samuel's tent. Inside the tent, the masked man in the wheelchair remained in slumber. A white towel was draped around his waist, while the rest of his body lay bare, skin flushed, appearing as though he had just engaged in vigorous activity. Quickly, take a look, she urged anxiously. Do not worry. Yi swiftly retrieved equipment to examine Samuel, then, based on the results, administered medicine directly into his mouth. Lu Ruan used a handkerchief to wipe the medication that dribbled from Samuel's lips. Yes, just a bit weak. It's nothing serious. He'll wake up shortly. Thank you. It was but a trivial effort. Miss Lu, greetings to you. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yi Qi, a soldier under the command of the Marshal. I can assert, without the slightest hint of modesty, that I am among the most distinguished of his ranks. Yi Qi's voice resonates with a deep, powerful timbre, laced with a hint of magnetism. His gaze is sharp and focused. In the fleeting moment they lock eyes, he seems to sense an unusual atmosphere in the air. Lu Ruan's dress is somewhat disheveled, lending her an air of haste and disarray. Yi Qi finds himself irresistibly drawn to her. He notices her fair skin and the slightly open neckline, stirring within him an indescribable impulse. He swiftly averts his gaze, regaining his composure before continuing. I possess no particular hobbies. My days are spent either in training or executing missions, leading a rather uncomplicated life. Our genetic compatibility is an astounding 999, yet for reasons unknown, you recently declined my advances. I find myself currently unattached. Miss Lu, might you grant me the opportunity to pursue you? There is a subtle undertone of flirtation in Yi Qi's voice, revealing glimpses of his innermost thoughts. Apologies, but I have no such intentions, Lu Ruan replies, stepping back in surprise. She is taken aback to learn that this soldier, with whom she shares a compatibility of 999, has recognized her. She wonders about the awareness of the other soldiers. The thought of certain scenarios sends a chill down her spine. She cannot afford to acquiesce to Yi Qi. After all, with so many soldiers under Qin Feng's command, one would follow another, an unending stream that could drive her mad. After his proposal is rejected, Yi Qi gazes earnestly into Lu Ruan's eyes and states, Miss Lu, are you aware of how many soldiers covet you? How many possess a compatibility exceeding 95? Once they approach you, it becomes all too easy for them to identify you. I do not wish to know. Lu Ruan diverts her gaze toward Samuel. Noticing his eyelashes flutter, she feels a sense of relief. Samuel slowly opens his eyes and immediately spots Lu Ruan. Upon seeing a soldier standing behind her, he seems to recall something and apologizes. I'm sorry, Ruan Bao. I was rather drowsy and fell asleep. I hope I didn't startle you. His unique mental prowess and physicality render his unconscious state akin to a faint. She shakes her head. No, as long as you're all right. Yi Qi casts a fleeting glance at the awakened Samuel before returning his focus to Lu Ruan. In a sudden movement, he scoops her up and carries her from the tent to the periphery of the safe zone, where the jungle begins. A protective barrier surrounds this area. Thanks to Ku Dong and the others residing there for some time, the mini-beasts now instinctively steer clear of the barriers, no longer daring to leap over them. Here, in this space, they are undisturbed by any beasts. What do you mean, Yi Qi? Lu Ruan questions. Miss Lu, since you refuse to grant me an opportunity, I shall seize one for myself. Yi Qi encircles her in his embrace, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The marshal has stated that one must first show respect before resorting to force. He also mentioned that a man must never show weakness. To stand out and realize one's grand aspirations, one must possess a will of iron and an unwavering spirit. Leaning on the marshal's words, he has gradually evolved into a versatile soldier. Now, faced with the woman in his arms, he feels even less inclined to retreat. "Let me go," she struggles against him. She refrains from shouting, wary of attracting the attention of other soldiers who might witness the scene. "Miss Lu, I assure you, my physical condition is exceptional. I won't faint." Yi Qi's playful tone wafts down from above her. Taking a deep breath, she forcefully pushes him away and strides silently towards Samuel's tent. Suddenly, a voice from behind halts her steps. "If you wish to keep your identity hidden from the other soldiers, you must agree to my request." She turns back, approaching Yi Qi once more. Under the faint light, she can barely discern the darker contours of his face and his tall figure. This man stands as tall as a large bull, clad in a military green t-shirt that accentuates his muscular physique. While not as imposing as Qin Feng, his physique is lean and well-defined. Among a throng of soldiers, his distinctive features would be easily recognizable. "Are you threatening me?" "Not at all." Lu Ruan finds herself entangled in a verbal dance with Yi Qi. Observing their close proximity through the surveillance, Samuel hastily messages Qin Feng, who is en route to the safe zone. "Qin Feng, your soldier has rebelled and taken Ruanbao hostage." Upon receiving the message aboard the warship, Qin Feng's piercing gaze turns icy, and he orders the crew, "If you do not return to the safe zone within half an hour, do not expect a day off tomorrow." Chapter 142. Women are indeed a challenge. Lu Ruan remains at the edge of the jungle, confronting Yi Qi, who has not succeeded in detaining her this time. They stand close, and Samuel, donning a layer of disguise, observes as Lu Ruan strides towards him. Qin Feng hastens back to the safe zone. "Yi Qi, I despise being threatened," she asserts from the shadows of the trees. Her voice tinged with indignation as her eyes bore into his, as if attempting to see through him. Yet, Yi Qi remains unperturbed, steadfast in his desire to claim her. This predatory gaze is one she knows all too well, reminiscent of how Qin Feng looks at her. However, at least Qin Feng feigns some semblance of decorum, while Yi Qi shows no pretense, seeming intent on forcing his affections upon her. "Miss Lu, truly, would you consider my proposition?" Yi Qi licks his lips, a hint of regret flashing in his sharply contrasting eyes as he leans back against the barrier, his robust arms propped against it. His posture exudes a playful charm. The military green t-shirt clings to his torso, the lines of his abdominal muscles subtly visible, a clear indication of his rigorous training regimen. His long legs, encased in military trousers, are straight and slender. Yet his audacity surpasses that of most interstellar men. The vast majority hesitate to forcibly embrace a woman. Given Yi Qi's recent actions, he could easily be charged with coercing a woman, facing severe penalties. She gazes at him pensively. "Do you truly believe the marshal would expel you from the military by tomorrow?" Had Yi Qi not been quick to follow her and rouse the old bull, and had he not been one of Qin Feng's elite soldiers during a critical time, she would not have returned. "The marshal would not do such a thing," Yi Qi replies, a faint smile gracing his lips. She narrows her eyes, pondering whether Yi Qi possesses some hidden background or connections. Yi Qi seems to read her thoughts and continues, "Once he learns of this incident, he may give me a thorough beating and then send me to the most desolate planet to toil away. He has not truly wronged her. At most, he merely carried her to a quieter spot and professed his feelings, only to be rebuffed once more, prompting him to utter that subtly threatening remark to coax her back. In truth, even if she refuses, he would not disclose her true identity to the other soldiers." Her eyes widen in disbelief. She had not anticipated Yi Qi's composure. His ability to speak so nonchalantly about being beaten and sent away without a trace of fear elevates her perception of him. At the same time, she became acutely aware that Yi was not as uncomplicated as he appeared at first glance. "However, Yi, you are an exceptionally capable soldier under a Feng's command. Your thoughts should be directed towards achieving great accomplishments, rather than indulging in unwarranted fantasies. As for this incident, I shall treat it as if it never happened. You should conduct yourself accordingly. Miss Lu, I suggest you allow me to finish before making your decision." Yi retracted his hands from the railing and leaned closer to Lu Ruan, lowering his voice. "Among the soldiers, I am aware of those whose genetic compatibility with you exceeds 95. It is imperative that you maintain a distance of at least 1 meter from them to avoid detection. Out of the 200 soldiers who have come to this star, 7 fit this description. Should you encounter them, they may not merely approach you to confess their feelings. They have been single for many years, craving companionship to an extreme. It is highly probable that they might act impulsively, resulting in dire consequences, ultimately leading to a fate akin to dying beneath a peony, leaving them as spirits still yearning for romance. Lu Ruan seemed as though she had been paused indefinitely, maintaining her posture while gazing at Yi, her heart tumultuous with waves of emotion. Miss Lu, to be candid, I conducted a private investigation to determine how many individuals share my situation due to my lack of binding. Even if I were to provide you with a list of these individuals for your preemptive caution, I must be frank that you would struggle to recognize so many faces, including that of the Marshal. I am different. I am the king of soldiers. I've spent years mingling among various units, mentoring many fresh recruits. I am well acquainted with the veterans as well. Having been in their company for so long, I can recognize all of them. The Marshal cannot remain by your side at all times, but when he is absent, I can stay close to you and shield you from that particular group, ensuring they do not approach within 3 meters of you. A sudden silence enveloped the air. She remained silent, contemplating her forthcoming journey to planet F-1008 with Qin Feng. Among the million soldiers, there would undoubtedly be many with high compatibility scores. Her mission was to assist Qin Feng in the colonization of the main star within a decade, which might involve interactions with those soldiers. If Yi could genuinely act as her shield, perhaps this was worth consideration. I do not wish to coerce you, but I will not easily relinquish my hold on you. Yi glanced at the girl who was drawing nearer, addressing Lu Ruan once more. If she were to dismiss him, countless others, possibly even more fervent than he, would inevitably converge upon her. She fixed her intense gaze upon Yi. How many are we talking about? Among the million, there are 30,000.
What?
Her astonishment was not merely at the number of 30,000, but at Yi's remarkable ability to recall such an extensive array of faces. He referred not to those frequently at Qin Feng's side, but to the entire army of 1 million, all of whom had a genetic compatibility exceeding 95 with her. What kind of terrifying entity was Yi? Allow me to remain by your side, and those 30,000 will not dare to approach you. They will only recognize you as Lu Buying, the Marshal's wife, and will not entertain any improper thoughts. Moreover, the Marshal will not need to expel them from the military or cast them out of the army. Yi flashed Lu Ruan a roguish smile. How can I be certain of your claims? At that moment, the girl had reached their side, swiftly launching an attack on Yi. Electric shock coursed through his body, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. The girl hoisted Lu Ruan up, and with a swift motion of her slender legs, she dashed towards Samuel's tent. Women are truly complicated. Once Yi regained his composure, he sighed as he gazed into the distance, shaking his head. Soft or tough, neither seemed to work. Continuing to be soft was also futile. The Marshal had proclaimed that a man must possess the unyielding spirit of steel, one of perseverance and tenacity. Yet, the Marshal had never taught him how to win over a woman. He gradually tilted his head back, casting his gaze upon the vast expanse of the night sky, his mind replaying the moment when he had tightly embraced the Marshal's wife. The sensation lingered at his fingertips, a memory he savored endlessly. Her body was so supple, exuding a faint fragrance. In that embrace, he felt her heartbeat intertwining with his own, creating a sublime rhythm that sent shivers through his soul. However, just as Yi was lost in the reverie of that feeling, a squad of soldiers surrounded him. Before he could react, he was simultaneously restrained by several hands. His gaze swept across the surroundings until it locked onto Qin Feng's piercing eyes. The Marshal stood a short distance away, his face devoid of expression. Yet an unsettling chill emanated from his gaze. Marshal, have you returned from mining? Yi's mischievous smile remained, as though the one being restrained was not him. Chapter 143. Bonfire night. Qin Feng approached Yi, gesturing for the surrounding soldiers to return to their tents. No one is to emerge without my command. We shall commence the bonfire party in an hour. Such matters must remain undisclosed to the other soldiers, lest some might follow Yi's lead.
Yes.
The soldiers responded in unison before retreating, glancing back with curiosity, yet not daring to linger, for fear that if the Marshal were to direct his ire at them, the bonfire gathering and the subsequent day of rest would be in jeopardy. Once all soldiers were inside their tents, the dim surroundings were left only with the calls of exotic beasts, the rustling of leaves in the sea breeze, and Qin Feng's lowered voice. Yi, you were one of the soldiers I once mentored. I had high hopes for you, yet you dare to take advantage of my absence to pursue my wife. Is this the conduct befitting a soldier? Qin Feng delivered a harsh kick to Yi Yi's leg, his voice icy with palpable disappointment. Yi did not flinch. Instead, he retracted his smile. With a genetic compatibility score of 99,999, how can you label it as theft? I am merely pursuing her openly. Furthermore, she is not anyone's wife. She is simply Miss Lu Ruan. The final two words, Lu Ruan, were uttered so softly that Qin Feng nearly missed them. Qin Feng's expression shifted sharply. If you dare to make this public, you will not remain in the military. Restrain your thoughts and cease harboring improper intentions towards her. Marshal, do you know how many among the million soldiers can easily recognize her? How many? 30,000. Qin Feng's pupils constricted in shock. What did you say? Yi continued with fervor. Allow me to stay by her side and drive these individuals away. Otherwise, once we reach that star, you will only be able to keep her as a caged canary, confined to a single location, denying her contact with the outside world. Otherwise, they will undoubtedly recognize her. I believe Miss Lu would not appreciate a life of confinement. She is not your property. She is simply herself. She has the right to accept the pursuit of other men. Yi, I warn you one last time. Do not covet her. Provide me with that list of names, and I will handle it myself. The more Qin Feng listened, the darker his expression became. The night deepened. The two men remained at the edge of the forest, engaged in conversation for quite some time. Ultimately, something Yi said provoked Qin Feng, causing him to lose his temper and press Yi to the ground, retaliating with a flurry of punches and kicks. After the onslaught, for reasons unknown, Qin Feng did not banish Yi to the fields for labor. Instead, he allowed him to remain, compelling him to take 100 military strikes. His gaze remained icy as he stared at Yi for a long while.
Yi.
Remember this. Maintain your distance from her. Yi vanished around the protective barrier to collect 100 lashes. Qin Feng instructed the soldiers to emerge and prepare for the bonfire evening. On the sandy shores of the safe zone, the soldiers busily engaged in their tasks, their sun-kissed faces adorned with radiant smiles as bonfires blazed in every direction and the kitchen exhaled tendrils of smoke. Amidst the cacophony, a figure lay sprawled on a bench near the tents. It was Yi. His posterior had been mercilessly beaten, nearly lacerated, with every muffled groan escaping his lips as if squeezed through clenched teeth. Yet, his gaze involuntarily darted towards the direction of Lu Ruan. Once the 100 lashes were administered, the two soldiers responsible for the punishment callously dragged Yi into the tent like a lifeless dog. The interior of the tent was desolate, with only Yi left alone. His body trembled incessantly from the excruciating pain, his lips twitching in agony, presenting a truly pitiable sight. Meanwhile, Qin Feng strode purposefully toward Samuel's tent, contemplating Yi's words. Had little Ruan truly incapacitated the old man? Moreover, was bringing her to the base genuinely the right decision? If he sent her back to Alpha Star or allowed her to accompany Samuel to Kappa Star, he might find himself so preoccupied over the next decade that he wouldn't be able to meet her offline for an entire year. Yet, bringing her to the base also meant exposing her to a pack of lurking wolves. This dilemma incessantly whirled in Qin Feng's mind. Upon entering the tent and laying his eyes on Lu Ruan, all doubts and entanglements evaporated in an instant. She sat leisurely in Samuel's wheelchair, exuding an aura of tranquility, while Samuel, within the tent, struggled to walk with the aid of a cane. He had made his decision. He would disregard all else. He intended to take her to the base. Should Yi fail to fend off those threats and little Ruan's identity be exposed, he could still return her to the main star. Upon seeing her beloved big yellow bull enter, Lu Ruan's face blossomed with a brilliant smile as she cheerfully called out, "A foam." This exclamation felt akin to the warmest sunlight in the world, filling Qin Feng's heart with warmth. Outside, the soldiers were bustling about, preparing for the bonfire festivities. The joyous laughter and lively atmosphere lightened Qin Feng's mood. "Little Ruan, shall we go out together?" He smiled at her. "All right," Lu Ruan nodded, quickly running over to Qin Feng and giving him a gentle embrace. "Marshal Qin, have you finished punishing Yi?" Samuel observed the harmonious atmosphere between the young girl and Qin Feng as she embraced him. Looking at his own limited mobility, a wave of irritation and inferiority surged within him. He has received 100 lashes on his own accord. He should think twice before troubling little Ruan again. Qin Feng replied, a hint of discontent glimmering in his eyes as he glanced at Samuel. Lu Ruan released Qin Feng and turned toward Samuel, approaching the old yellow bull. She tenderly grasped his arm and softly inquired, "Old Sa, shall we go out to join the bonfire party?" Her voice conveyed a hint of anticipation. Samuel hesitated. For him, attending the bonfire was undoubtedly a challenge, and discomfort gnawed at him. "Old Sa, the bonfire party is quite lively. I wish for you to accompany me. Without you, I would feel a significant loss of happiness." Lu Ruan persisted, her words flowing like a refreshing stream into Samuel's heart. Samuel understood that the young girl genuinely cared for him. "Come, just accompany me," she urged. Having gathered information about him from the little dumpling, she was well aware of this mechanic's past. Isolated and slandered in his childhood, despite his efforts to please others, he had still faced disdain, coupled with his appearance. This had led to his severe social anxiety. It was no small feat to coax this technological hermit from the last century to remove his mask and face the crowd naturally. She could only frequently draw him into social settings, allowing him to feel the kindness of those around him. Perhaps in time, he would gradually adapt to engaging in direct communication and alleviate his social fears. As they approached, the old yellow bull retracted his cane and sat back in his wheelchair, accompanying Lu Ruan and Qin Feng outside. Upon exiting the tent, they beheld soldiers seated neatly around numerous bonfires several hundred meters away. The flames crackled and popped, their sounds resonating loudly in the night, imparting a soothing sensation that dispelled the soldiers' fatigue. The firelight illuminated the faces of the men, casting their resolute features and focused expressions into sharp relief. Some soldiers gazed intently into the flames, seemingly lost in thought, while others animatedly chatted with their comrades, sharing their feelings from one end of the world to the other. The flickering flames under the dim night sky danced in their eyes, creating a dreamlike beauty. She withdrew her gaze from the scene and turned to the masked beauty in the wheelchair. The little dumpling had noted that her big yellow bull was stunning, exuding a masculine beauty that was not at all effeminate. She eagerly anticipated the day he would willingly remove his mask.
Tonight.
She aimed to help him accept the goodwill and admiration from the surrounding soldiers, encouraging him to utter his first words amidst the crowd. "The night is truly beautiful," she said, taking hold of Samuel's hand, alleviating the invisible pressure he felt from the crowd, and walking in sync beside his wheelchair. "Indeed, it is quite beautiful," Samuel responded, his deep voice carrying a hint of alluring timbre as he glanced at the young girl, then gazed into the distance. He, too, yearned for the company of others and the vibrancy of life. However, his childhood experiences had instilled an inexplicable fear of crowds within him. The mere sight of a throng prompted him to seek a detour. He could not resist her charm. Now, accompanying her outside, his heart was filled with a mix of pressure and anticipation. The wheelchair slowly advanced towards the largest bonfire, which had the most soldiers gathered around it. Qin Feng, clad in a short-sleeved shirt and high-quality military trousers secured by a sturdy belt, kept pace beside her in his black military boots. He felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy as he watched her. "Feng, did you manage to extract enough of the minerals Old Sa needed today?" "Yes," he replied. As the trio conversed while walking, they soon arrived at the bonfire. "Marshal, Miss Lu, Lord Samuel, this way, please." 30 soldiers surrounding the bonfire stood in unison. The squad leader respectfully gestured for the trio to the vacant spots near the sea. Although the marshal maintained a friendly rapport with the soldiers, there remained a respectful distance. They did not dare casually address Qin Feng as a brother. As for Lord Samuel, who had been brought from Kappa Star, he occasionally collaborated with the military, holding an immutable status that led the marshal to refer to him as Sir, and the soldiers treated him with due respect. Lastly, Miss Lu, interstellar women were precious protected beings, and they accorded her the same courtesy. Lu Ruan followed the path around the bonfire, where the crowd parted to provide them with ample space, the sea breeze adding to their comfort. Small stools reminiscent of tiny benches were placed on the ground. She settled onto a small stool in the center, with Samuel and Qin Feng flanking her, creating a protective barrier from the other soldiers. Today, everyone has toiled diligently. This evening, indulge in feasting and revelry. Tomorrow, we shall rest during the day and embark once more to the F-1008 star at night. Qin Feng's piercing gaze swept across the gathering, his deep voice resonating with an authoritative power that seemed to wield the strength of 1,000 troops, instilling a sense of obedience within all present. "Yes, Marshal." The soldiers encircling the campfires erupted in fervor at Qin Feng's proclamation. The soldiers in the small kitchen began by arranging meticulously cleaned stones around the fire, forming a circle. Soon after, They presented platters of marinated exotic beast meat, unusual fruits, and freshly squeezed juices, laying them before the crowd on the stones slightly removed from the flames. She gazed at the abundant array of food with an appetite that blossomed within her. This bonfire gathering essentially resembled an outdoor barbecue. Some individuals began to grill the meat, the marinated flesh sizzling upon the heated stones, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Old Saw, how does it feel? Isn't it filled with the aromas of life? She turned to the man in the wheelchair, determined to help her socially anxious yet charming companion integrate into the crowd. Setting aside her concerns for the large bovine for the moment, to be addressed later at the base. Indeed, Samuel replied with a slight nod. The expression hidden beneath his silver mask remained inscrutable, making it impossible for her to gauge his mood. When amidst the crowd, he spoke significantly less than when alone with her, his words dwindling to a mere fraction. Among the various exotic beasts we have hunted, which meat would you fancy? I can ask a phone to prepare it for you. She continued to engage him with conversation. Samuel, caught in a state of hesitation, responded ambiguously after a few seconds of contemplation, I am amenable to anything. Then let us sample a bit of everything, she suggested, their dialogue resonating amidst the crowd, drawing the attention of nearby soldiers who pricked up their ears. A number of them mused privately. Miss Lu and Lord Samuel appear quite familiar. They're addressing each other devoid of sibling connotation. Where could Miss Ling be this evening? Thus, a melodramatic scene unfolded in their minds. Another faction of onlookers pondered, how can a voice of the opposite gender sound so melodious, rendering them weak in the knees? At that moment, a soldier across the fire, gathering courage, cast a glance at Qin Feng and asked, Miss Lu, do you know Miss Lu Ruan? You share the same surname. Could you be sisters? She paused for a brief moment before responding with a gentle smile. Are you referring to the national goddess whose genes could match with the majority of men online? I have encountered her posts as well. However, I merely share her surname and do not know her personally. If given the opportunity, I would indeed like to see what she looks like. Her demeanor was remarkably natural, devoid of any signs of deceit, leaving the observing soldier unable to detect anything amiss. The soldier who had mustered the courage to inquire about Lu Ruan felt his hopes deflate, his expression fading to one of despair, akin to a deflated balloon. Ultimately resigning to sit down, the soldiers nearby, who had been eavesdropping, also felt their spirits diminish. On the safety zone's beach, a sense of despondency loomed. Qin Feng rose, his voice booming across 100 meters. 2 months ago, discussions regarding Miss Lu Ruan were strictly prohibited within the military. This is the final warning. Any further infractions will be met with military discipline. The soldiers recoiled in fear at Qin Feng's thunderous declaration, instinctively hunching down like quails. Their rugged faces turned towards the ground, only to roll their eyes in silent rebellion. Humph! The marshal speaks without suffering, they grumbled internally, as they could only gaze longingly at Miss Lu from afar, imagining what their privately conceived beloved might look like. After this moment, they would have to bury that unknown figure deep within their hearts, only to resurface in their thoughts during arduous missions when they would cling to her memory to muster the strength to persevere. The atmosphere shifted from raucous to serene. Both Qin Feng and Samuel directed their gazes towards her simultaneously. She glanced left and right, meeting 2 pairs of profound eyes. Chapter 145, An Idol Steps into Reality. Her attention settled on Qin Feng, a Feng. Old Saw is not picky. With so much exotic beast meat, could you select a small piece of each to grill? Samuel, initially disheartened by the sight of her turned back, was taken aback by her request directed at Qin Feng. The girl was audacious enough to ask Qin Feng to prepare meat for him. A sweet morsel of joy dispelled his earlier discomfort, and a flicker of warmth ignited in his deep, enchanting eyes, his lips curving into a subtle smile. Samuel could not resist the urge to gently turn her head to face him. Softly, I desire the tender meat of the exotic beasts. I cannot chew the tough cuts. Upon uttering this, he exhaled softly, narrowly avoiding the slip of calling her soft treasure. Very well, a Feng. You choose the tender cuts to grill. They will be softer, she replied, her heart settling. Qin Feng, feeling a twinge of irritation, reflected on the first time he had met Samuel, who had been aloof and enigmatic, maintaining silence and an air of mystery while donning his silver mask. More outrageously, he kept others at a distance of 3 meters.
Now,
witnessing him converse before a crowd and request soft meat was a stark contrast. I shan't cook for him. He can do it himself, Qin Feng mused nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at the pleased Samuel. Had he known Samuel was the match for Little Soft before, he might have offered to grill the meat out of respect for his age and status. However, now that they were bound to the same beloved, they were, in a sense, family. As the illustrious marshal of the empire, he would not allow Samuel to take advantage of him. The squad leaders present were taken aback by this scene and promptly called out, "Marshal, Miss Lu, and Lord Samuel, please hold for a moment. We will have the food ready shortly." These three were significant figures. It would be a disgrace for them to partake in such labor. The implications of such an event would cast their soldiers in a poor light. Hearing the squad leader's words, she couldn't help but smile. Old saw. See how enthusiastic everyone is. She lightly nudged Samuel's arm, attempting to ease his tension. Samuel merely nodded slightly, though a hint of brightness appeared in his gaze. Observing his softened demeanor towards the soldiers, she leaned closer to Qin Feng and whispered, "A Feng, please discuss old Saw's matters." Qin Feng pulled her closer. Lowering his voice conspiratorially, "If you agree to be with me tonight, I shall announce it now. If he cannot meet your needs, I assure you, I will be gentle and take my time. I shall not cause you any pain." There was a flicker of shadowy light in his eyes, and his deep, resonant voice carried an almost seductive quality. Unbeknownst to him, his voice was still somewhat audible, and all within a 3-meter radius caught his whispered words. The soldiers gasped in astonishment, their gazes darting around, as a dramatic love story unfolded in their minds, akin to a tale of drought and deluge. What does it mean to say, "He cannot satisfy you"? Lord Samuel has Lady Ling by his side, yet he remains entangled with Lady Lu. 2 women for 1 man? The crux of the matter is that the 2 ladies can coexist harmoniously. Is this the damnable charm of being the foremost mechanical engineer in the galaxy? Even the Marshal can endure this. A love involving 4 people is indeed intricate. Ah Feng, perhaps you should enlighten everyone first. Suddenly, a cold light shot towards Qin Feng from behind. Turning around, he found the masked man glaring at him, and he returned the gaze defiantly. Lu Ruan caught in between, sensed the long-lost intensity of rivalry between the men. However, her attention was more focused on the old bull, who seemed to have come to life. A sense of joy filled her heart. It seemed that before long, her socially anxious overlord would muster the courage to articulate his thoughts amidst a crowd. After casting several disparaging glances at Samuel, Qin Feng did not linger to trouble Lu Ruan further but addressed the soldiers. "I have an announcement for everyone, Mr. Samuel will accompany us to planet F-1008. Any mechanics in our team who encounter difficulties while repairing the mecha warships can seek Mr. Samuel's guidance." This statement sent ripples through the gathered soldiers. Among them were 10 mechanics, 2 sharing a fire pit with Lu Ruan, while the others were nearby. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the skewers of meat they held fell to the ground with a dull thud. They all turned their gazes towards the masked man in the wheelchair, their eyes sparkling with excitement, nearly jumping with elation. Initially, they had come to this planet with the esteemed client Samuel, an idol to nearly all mechanics in the galaxy. The prospect of mining had filled them with exhilaration. However, along the way, they found Lord Samuel to be enigmatic and aloof, maintaining his distance, which quelled their eager desire to approach him. They couldn't help but mutter about the eccentric temperament of such a distinguished figure, in stark contrast to their approachable marshal.
Now,
The Marshal had proclaimed that Lord Samuel would accompany them to F-1008 and that they could seek his counsel? Surely, they could not have misheard. One mechanic pinched himself to confirm his senses. After the pinch, his face broke into a radiant smile. Lu Ruan noticed Samuel's legs trembling beneath the wheelchair. While his upper body remained steadfast, his mask lending him an air of coldness that concealed his nervousness. She quickly grasped his hand tightly. "Old Saw, they are all eager to receive your guidance." Samuel responded with a nasal hum, remaining silent. As he faced the myriad of gazes directed at him, his palms became clammy, and his legs continued to shake. Once they arrived at the base, he was willing to assist the military in ship repairs while pursuing his own research. Yet, he yearned to avoid direct interaction with the soldiers. At that moment, a young soldier gathered his courage and approached Samuel. With a gaze full of admiration, he nervously stuttered, "Lord Samuel, I have long admired you. I am Light, a senior mechanic in the army. May I consult you about some persistent issues that have been troubling our group of mechanics once we reach F-1008? Samuel paused for a moment. Lu Ruan encouraged him with a supportive look. "Of course," he replied slowly, his voice deep and resonant after a moment of contemplation. "Thank you, Lord Samuel. What challenges do you face?" Samuel noticed Light's hand trembling even more than his own legs. It seemed the tension was easing. "How can we optimize energy cores? Our military mechas suffer from insufficient endurance, which severely hampers us during combat," Light blurted out, overtaken by excitement as his idol became tangible. The question was straightforward. They could focus on enhancing the energy conversion system rather than obsessing over the materials of the energy cores. Samuel methodically articulated his methodology. The surrounding soldiers listened intently, occasionally gasping in awe. Lu Ruan gazed at this man, filled with pride and admiration. She recognized that this was a promising beginning. Her socially anxious, strikingly handsome companion was gradually stepping out of his shell, integrating into this warm community. Chapter 146. His transformation. The first mechanic successfully conversed with Samuel, prompting the others to gather around him with reverence in their eyes. In their earlier days, their aspirations were to join the ranks of the galaxy's greatest mechanical engineers, working within the prestigious halls of the Interstellar Mechanical Institute rather than pursuing a military career. At this moment, these once-in-a-lifetime geniuses found themselves in the presence of industry titans, whose mere words effortlessly unraveled dilemmas that had plagued them for years. Unbeknownst to them, they had inadvertently begun to regard Samuel as a deity. Lord Samuel. I am Zhang Shan.
I am Lisi.
I am Wang Wu. You are a legendary figure in our mechanical community, revealing to us what true expertise entails. If I could attain even a fraction of your prowess, I would be utterly content. Lu Ruan felt his grip tighten around her hand. Lowering her gaze, she noticed his legs, which had previously settled into stillness, begin to tremble again. She placed her foot gently atop his, calming his quaking limbs. Surveying the enthusiastic soldiers encircling them, she realized their warmth was overwhelming. When her gaze returned to Samuel, she saw how he avoided the fervent stares of the soldiers, unsure of how to respond. Comrades, after a long day, you must be hungry. Please, return to your meals. Once we arrive at F1008, you may consult Lord Samuel about any unresolved challenges. Seeing Samuel's discomfort, she tactfully began to disperse the crowd. After all, thrusting a severely socially anxious individual into a sea of enthusiasm for too long could backfire, leading to even greater fear of interaction in the future. Let us call it a day. Step by step, slowly. Samuel was at a loss for how to react. Did you all hear? Go back, sit down, and eat. One mechanic attempted to voice a protest, but Qin Feng's sharp reprimand cut him off, forcing the others to suppress their racing hearts. As the mechanics dispersed, Samuel felt a wave of relief wash over him as he gazed out at the glistening sea. The discomfort that had plagued him was significantly diminished. In his youth, he had been mocked for his stature, feeling deeply insecure. Now, as he faced adoration, he found himself awkwardly grappling with the warmth of people's admiration, tinged with a sense of liberation. Time had passed, and much had changed. He was no longer the frail sapling of yesteryears. He had grown into a towering tree, unshakable and beyond reproach. Even confined to a wheelchair, the majority of soldiers still revered him. He preferred to remain aloof, and no one dared to challenge him directly. As long as he wore his mask and continued to attempt interaction, he believed he could gradually acclimate to the world outside. The food is ready. Please enjoy. The squad leader respectfully presented a variety of roasted exotic meats on a small table set before the three of them. Samuel's thoughts were interrupted, and he turned to Lu Ruan. It was the young lady who had insisted he come here, leading him to this encounter and prompting his first step towards engaging with the soldiers. Recalling the encouraging glances she had just bestowed upon him, along with her soothing gestures, he pondered whether she had discerned something beyond the surface. He remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her, feeling a hint of embarrassment creeping into his heart. After having concealed himself within the confines of the building for what felt like an eternity, he found himself losing face in her presence. Old saw, do try this, she urged, deftly using her knife and fork to present a morsel of meat to the man in the mask. The old bull, for reasons unknown, now regarded her in silence, perhaps blaming her for coaxing him out of his shell. Yet, what did it matter? Such moments would undoubtedly recur. She had resolutely decided to guide him into the throng, to truly integrate him into the crowd. Samuel's thin lips parted slightly as he elegantly took the piece of meat she offered, savoring it as if indulging in a rare delicacy. How does it taste? She inquired. Delicious, he replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He then took up his utensils to serve her in turn. At that moment, Qin Feng, unwilling to be outdone, joined the fray of feeding her. The two men flanked her, presenting morsels to her lips. Slow down. I can hardly keep up, she exclaimed, her hands flailing as she bit into the fragrant, juicy meat. Simultaneously, she held a glass of chilled juice, nearly choking as she took a sip. The dashing soldier and the handsome man in the wheelchair not only took turns feeding her, but also occasionally wiped the corners of her mouth, ensuring that no speck of dirt interfered with her dining comfort. Despite the chaos, an overwhelming sense of happiness enveloped her. The crackling of the fire dwindled, the flames dimming, while the sizzling of oil grew more pronounced. It was a rare occasion for the soldiers to gather and indulge in such a sumptuous feast. Laughter and merriment filled the air on the safety zone's beach, and conversations continued until nearly dawn before they finally paused. She immersed herself in this atmosphere, accompanied by her socially anxious old bull, who remained silently by her side for what seemed like an eternity. Meanwhile, in a distant tent, Yi lifted the curtain and gazed at her throughout the night. However, lost in the lively ambience, she remained blissfully unaware of Yi's profound gaze. "Xiao Ying, let us return," she suggested. "All right," he replied, as the soldiers headed back to rest. She walked with her companions towards the tent area. "Ying Bao, come with me to the tent at the rear corner. Xiao Ying, join me in the tent at the central edge. I want to be with old Sa. Ah Feng, you must rest well after a long day. Marshal Qin, are you not leaving?" "I shall not depart." The two captivating men were at a standstill. But she took the initiative, heading towards the rear corner, entering the tent first and settling onto the soft cushions while awaiting the old bull's return. With a rustle, both men removed their shoes and entered in unison. Qin Feng paid no mind to whose territory it was. As long as Lu Ruan was present, he would remain. He sat on the ground, stretching out his legs, determined to stay put. "Ruan Bao, come here," Samuel beckoned her. "Old Sa, are you tired?" "Not at all." Samuel's gaze fell as he suddenly noticed Qin Feng sprawled on the ground, his robust form nearly occupying half the tent. A surge of frustration welled within him, and he nearly envisioned taking a massive blade to cleave Qin Feng in two. "Do refrain from fighting," she interjected, sensing the tension in the air.
"Ruan Bao,
"Please chase him out." "Xiao Ruan, come into my embrace. It's warm. Let us lie together." Qin Feng raised his gaze towards Lu Ruan, his deep voice tinged with an unsettling yet gentle warmth that sent shivers down her spine. His strong arms reached out to her, exposing his broad chest. She could almost perceive the steam rising from his military green t-shirt. "Ah Feng, why don't you step outside? I feel somewhat embarrassed with you here." She playfully urged Qin Feng to leave, settling herself onto the thigh of her masked companion, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on the corner of his mouth. Qin Feng's eyes widened, and in an instant, he sprang to his feet. Chapter 147. Who is more handsome, me or him? Samuel tightened his hold on the young girl. In a flash, Qin Feng seized the opportunity to take her hostage. As she lay nestled against Qin Feng, her entire being was ensnared within the confines of his strong arms. "Xiao Ruan, don't choose him," Qin Feng implored, ignoring Samuel's gaze, his eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. He disregarded her protests and claimed her lips in a fervent kiss. The heat of his breath, mingled with the crispness and the intensity of his embrace, left her dazed, nearly surrendering to the moment. Feeling a chilling gaze from behind, she instinctively bit Qin Feng, causing him to hiss in pain.
"Xiao."
Qin Feng touched his mouth, feeling the blood from where she had bitten him. The annoyance within him simmered down slightly due to the sting, yet it did not dissipate entirely. He planned to continue his antics, hoping the masked man would take the hint and vacate the premises. "Xiao Ruan, who is more handsome, me or him?" he questioned, a playful smile dancing on his lips as his rough fingers caressed her delicate pink lips. Well, let's sleep first." Lu Ruan felt the icy stare behind her intensifying, as if it could freeze her to the core, prompting her to shiver involuntarily. In the next moment, Qin Feng pressed her against his formidable frame, their bodies entwined. "Chase him out?" His voice dipped low, laced with an alluring undertone that was almost intoxicating. She met his dark gaze, feeling an inexplicable thrill course through her. "Qin Feng, are you leaving or not?" Suddenly, her masked companion let out a roar, maneuvering his wheelchair closer, gripping his long staff tightly, and aimed a strike at Qin Feng's back. Thud! Qin Feng grunted in surprise. Just as another blow was about to land, he swiftly seized the masked man's weapon, declaring, "Wherever Xiao Ruan is, I shall be. Samuel, be wise and step aside. Do not disturb our moment. If either of you lays a hand on the other, I will no longer associate with either of you," she exclaimed fiercely. Both Qin Feng and Samuel froze mid-action. Simultaneously, As the girl outside approached the tent, her footsteps halted. Everyone, let's all rest here. No need for disputes. With that, she covered Qin Feng's eyes, choosing to ignore whatever he might say. Despite the relentless little kick in her abdomen, 40 minutes later, she successfully extricated herself from Qin Feng's embrace. Upon standing, she found the masked man emanating an aura of intensity as if he had just emerged from the depths of hell. She internally chastised herself for the predicament. She returned to Samuel's lap, cupping his sculpted chin with her hands, gazing into his emerald eyes. Old Saw, did you enjoy the bonfire party today? It was tolerable. It would have been better without Qin Feng. Samuel inhaled the sweet fragrance that lingered around Lu Ruan, feeling his spirit lift. He whispered softly, his fingers tenderly brushing against her cheek. Meanwhile, the girl outside diligently prepared a sedative for Qin Feng, preparing to drag him outside the tent. Lu Ruan assumed the masked man would return Qin Feng to the central tent, so she did not intervene. Unbeknownst to her, as the young girl directed all her attention towards him, she dragged the person to the entrance of the tent and unceremoniously dropped him there. A Feng was somewhat clingy. She smiled softly and sighed, "Soft treasure, who is more handsome, him or me?" A low-frequency, vibrating bubble of sound reached her ears, sending a shiver down her spine. She nearly slipped off his legs, realizing that dealing with one man after another was indeed a burden. Yet, the sentiment remained. Outward appearances are merely facades. Old Saw, in my heart, you are extraordinarily handsome. Those mechanics all revere you, and today you truly dazzled in front of others. Samuel felt a flicker of discomfort and inner conflict. What us wrong? Thank you, soft treasure. Ultimately, he refrained from articulating certain thoughts. Perhaps it was for the best. Wearing a mask, he accepted the adoration from the outside world, alongside the sparkling admiration reflected in her eyes, akin to stars. Surely, his heart's affliction would be healed? I dislike hearing those 3 words. If you must express gratitude, make it something tangible. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, a smile bordering on teasing as she gazed at him. Then, tilting her head playfully, she pointed to one side of her cheek. In merely 2 days of interaction, Samuel and Lu Ruan seemed to have developed an unspoken understanding. Observing her little antics, his lips involuntarily curled into a faint smile. He gradually leaned closer, cautiously brushing his lips against her cheek. Remembering the sleeping Qin Feng at the tent entrance, he then shifted, kissing her neck, hoping to witness her innocence, tainted by desire. Old Saw, stop kissing me, it tickles. She evaded the masked man's kiss, one hand securing his head while the other pressed against his silver mask, obscuring his vision. Then let us sleep. Samuel gently closed his emerald eyes, wrapping his arms around her delicate form, reclining back against the chair. Only in her presence could he truly relax. She was his sole antidote, yet also the most potent. Addictive poison. Once ensnared, he could never break free. An hour later, Lu Ruan, nestled in Samuel's embrace, drifted into a hazy slumber. At the very moment she succumbed to sleep, the man holding her slowly opened his eyes. Samuel's pale fingers tenderly traced her face, gazing at her serene features for what felt like an eternity. Finally, he pressed a gentle kiss to her brow before contemplating his immobile legs. Before meeting her, he had been indifferent to whether they could stand. But now, he yearned to rise, to shatter the silence within his soul, to don armor for her, to shine amidst the crowd, fiercely resisting anyone who dared to take her from him. Just then, a faint rustling sound emanated from outside the tent. Samuel perked up, a glint of cold sharpness flickering in his eyes. He placed her gently on the mat and maneuvered his wheelchair quietly towards the tent entrance. Through a crack, he discerned that Qin Feng had awakened at some point, rubbing his head with an irritable expression. It seemed Qin Feng sensed the gaze from within the tent, abruptly looking up to meet Samuel's eyes. An electric tension crackled between them. As Qin Feng prepared to storm into the tent, he suddenly heard the dreamy murmurs of the woman inside. "A Feng, Xiao Feng Feng." Qin Feng halted, his anger dissipating, replaced by a pleased expression, his mouth curving into a broad smile. Samuel paused, a fleeting emotion passing through his eyes. He turned back, securely holding his little girl, unwilling to let anyone snatch her away. Chapter 148. F-1008 Subordinate Star Qin Feng dashed into the tent. Lu Ruan, stirred by Samuel's movements, fluttered her eyelashes and opened her eyes, attempting to shift, only to find herself tightly embraced. She had already slept for 5 hours, and her drowsiness was not as profound. Upon raising her gaze, she was met with the imposing figure of Qin Feng. "A Feng, Why aren't you asleep? We played late into the night. It's daytime now. Is your daytime sleep late? Little soft. He threw me down at the tent entrance and drugged me. Qin Feng directed an accusatory glare at Samuel, his lips forming a determined line as he launched a barrage of verbal jabs, his deep voice contrasting with his somewhat petulant expression, resembling a mighty man throwing a tantrum. She turned to the masked figure. Old Saw, you threw our A-Feng on the ground? He deserved it, Samuel replied calmly, with a light cough. A fierce exchange of words ensued, their eyes locking in a battle of wills. She slid off Samuel's lap, merely a spectator. Just when she thought their skirmish had subsided, she found herself unexpectedly caught in the crossfire. Little soft treasure. Are you hungry? They both chimed in unison. Without waiting for her response, Samuel clumsily maneuvered his wheelchair to gather ingredients, with Qin Feng closely trailing behind. After washing the ingredients, they collaborated fervently to prepare her a delicious rice bowl. Women of the stars had a particular fondness for rice bowls. The more varied the accompaniments, the better. Although the dish prepared by Samuel and Qin Feng lacked the abundance of 10 or 8 types of sides typically enjoyed by star women, the quality of the ingredients they selected was unparalleled across the galaxy. She savored a delightful meal. I can't take any more. The two men, alternating in their feeding, had been overly generous. Her small stomach was near bursting, threatening to spill its contents. Little soft, truly one do you have any more? No, my stomach is full. Qin Feng, stop. Don't feed soft treasure anymore. She'll burst. After establishing a camaraderie through cooking, the rivalry between Samuel and Qin Feng finally subsided. Post-meal, she continued her slumber in the tent, awakening only when night had fallen. Her feet rested on the ground, while her head lay against the broad chest of Qin Feng, rising and falling with his breath, while Samuel in his wheelchair kept her firmly anchored in his fragrant embrace. She playfully poked at Qin Feng's neck. A Feng. It's time to wake up. Soft treasure, while he's asleep, slip away. Her human-shaped pillow, the masked beauty, was the first to open his eyes, soon followed by the familiar, infuriating low-frequency bubble sound from behind his ear. At her prompting, Lu Ruan withdrew her feet. The loss of her weight seemed to trigger something in the man below. His sharp eyes snapped open. Where's little soft? Qin Feng called out, his voice preceding his searching gaze. Upon seeing him in such a state, she couldn't help but giggle. Here, after some tidying up, everyone boarded a large military spacecraft. She and the two men settled into the most comfortable seats in the command area. During their last visit, Qin Feng had occupied this spot, while Samuel had claimed a nearby corner. This time, however, Samuel's previous 3-meter rule was broken, allowing everyone to sit more comfortably without needing to clear a large space for the big boss, resulting in ample room for the soldiers. As she glanced up, a massive display screen hovered before them, showcasing breathtaking cosmic vistas. This screen separated the upright backs of hundreds of soldiers from the command area. Full speed ahead, Qin Feng commanded. Yes, came a robust reply over the intercom. She withdrew her gaze from the increasingly blurred imagery on the monitor. To travel from this star to that star, they needed to pass through Kappa Star. Samuel, are you really not going back? Have you truly decided to accompany little hard to the base? Qin Feng. Why are you so slow? Samuel had mastered the art of banter. As Lu Ruan listened to their lively exchange, a sense of secret delight swelled within her. With the young bull persistently bickering with the old bull, the latter was compelled to transition from his usual silence and reticence to a more open and extroverted demeanor. Upon their arrival at the base, a throng of engineers would seek the old bull's counsel. In the ebb and flow of their interactions, she could already envision the moment when he would shed his mask, revealing a breathtaking beauty that would leave her utterly spellbound. They continued their playful repartee for quite some time. Samuel recalled the green spatial button that had been snatched away by Kobe, which had now been sent to the building by He Jinyan. He needed to make a trip back to Kappa Star to retrieve it. Only after reaching F-1008 star could he resume his research. Qin Feng, once we reach Kappa Star, I'll collect my belongings before we set off, he stated. Why do you have to make everything so complicated? If you refuse to listen, I shall having Bao accompany me to stay there. Ah Feng, let us proceed as old Saw suggested, Qin Feng replied, his brows knitting together in a frown as he instructed the soldiers operating the warship to adjust their course. 3 days later, the large military vessel finally soared through the cosmos, arriving in a profound corner of the universe. From a cosmic perspective, F-1008 satellite appeared as a colossal and magnificent entity, boasting a diameter 5 times that of Alpha Star. Its surface was a kaleidoscope of colors, with distinct regions displaying a variety of hues. Expanses of deep purple, likely formed by a unique accumulation of gaseous substances, shimmered with a mysterious glow under the light of the stars. As the warship slowed its approach, she observed the planet's remarkably intricate and diverse terrain on the display. Endless mountain ranges stretched across the landscape, with valleys nestled between them, flowing with rivers of liquid metal. The planet also featured vast plains, not comprised of soil, but rather covered with fine mineral powder that, when stirred by storms, could give rise to breathtaking dust storms that obscured the sky. Beyond the visible region lay other terrains shrouded from sight. Regardless of the landscape, be it mountains, valleys, or plains, various exotic beasts lurked within. Their mutations were pronounced, bearing peculiar forms such as 6 ears and sizes rivaling that of Godzilla. Truly deserving of the title of colossal beasts, she quietly formed a judgment in her mind. The satellite they were venturing to explore was indeed a vast, resource-rich planet fraught with peril. If successfully developed, it could accommodate an entire interstellar population. Xiaoying, we have arrived. Qin Feng's voice suddenly turned stern. She turned to glance at him, finding his features as chiseled as a sculpture, his cold demeanor reminiscent of an unyielding iceberg. He stood tall and straight like a pine tree, his spine as inflexible as steel, every contour exuding the resilience and authority of a soldier. In that moment, he was not merely her partner. He was a hero in the eyes of interstellar citizens, a stabilizing force in the hearts of countless soldiers. She softly acknowledged him. The warship descended before the military base. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by the imposing sight of a military base the size of a city. The sentry, upon spotting Qin Feng, promptly opened the crimson gates. She walked alongside Samuel, with Qin Feng slightly ahead, leading the way. As she stepped through the entrance, she found herself in a hall reminiscent of a transportation hub. Boarding the transport pod, they were whisked along the base's extensive network of tracks, capable of reaching any corner of the facility. Shadows of busy logistics personnel flitted past her. Reflecting on the mission that would aid Qin Feng in developing the main star within a decade, she mused that she would soon become a part of this base. Chapter 149. She wanted to stick to him. Qin Feng led the two onto the transport pod, taking a seat. This pod was akin to a modern elevator, albeit with greater efficiency, accommodating up to 30 individuals. Their trio set off first, with 200 soldiers following closely behind. Through the pod's transparent glass, she glimpsed the research center, military manufacturing plant, and living quarters, among other areas like storerooms and conference halls. 3 minutes later, the pod halted at the living quarters. The young bull ushered her and the old bull into the dormitory building, leading them to his familiar abode. Upon entering, she found a 3-room layout sufficient for both her and old Saw. The interior was simply decorated, featuring a desk, dining table, and sofa. Suddenly, she was swept up by the young bull and placed onto the sofa. His hands supported her on either side, his gaze tender. Ruan, you will stay here from now on. I'll be busy during the day, but I'll try to return on time in the evenings. I've informed the base staff. Just let them know what you like to eat in the dining hall. If you feel bored, you can stroll around the base. Just be cautious and don't get too close to the soldiers. I've arranged for you to accompany you both. She abruptly stood up. Wherever you go, I will follow. Her expression was earnest as she looked at him. Before her arrival, she had planned to conduct field investigations on the front lines. As the commander, the young bull did not confine himself to the command center. He preferred to be on site to oversee operations, though he rarely engaged in combat directly. Usually only assisting from the warship's control room, he would only join the fray in particularly dire circumstances. This was far less strenuous than her previous adventures with Kadong. Most importantly, she thought of the front lines as an opportunity to reconfirm her peculiar skill of danger perception. Seeing Lu Ruan's clingy demeanor, Qin Feng felt both fondness and a hint of exasperation. He placed his hands on her shoulders and said earnestly, Ruan, I may not be able to attend to you while I'm busy. Feel free to do as you wish at the base. You can accompany Samuel to the research center to see the mechs or enjoy yourself. She smiled and shook her head. I just want to be with you. Suddenly, a cold glare shot in their direction. She quickly turned to reassure the old bull in the wheelchair. Old Saw, I'm just curious and would like to accompany Feng to explore. I promise to return on time to keep you company in the evening. All right. Samuel's mood brightened slightly. He thought the research he needed to conduct would be tedious and uninteresting for the young girl, so he allowed her to go. However, with the planet's short nights, Only a third of the day. Would she really spend 2/3 of her time with Qin Feng, leaving him only a third? It hardly seemed fair. Ruan Bao, you should stay with me at night, not with him. Qin Feng shot him a piercing glance. Lu Ruan watched the two men prepare to argue and quickly pulled Qin Feng outside. Old Saw, we're leaving. With a thud, the dormitory door closed behind them. Qin Feng stood outside, feeling a bit helpless, yet moved by her tenacity. Go ahead and do what you need to. I will be here, not interrupting, she assured him. Eventually he nodded. Very well. He led her back onto the transport pod, heading to the command center to discuss the urgent report with General Ryan. On the pod, they encountered a mechanic named Wright, who had previously traveled with Qin Feng to XM007 star. Greetings, Marshal. Greetings, Miss Lu. Wright noticed Samuel's absence and felt a twinge of disappointment. After Qin Feng and Lu Ruan departed, Wright, the mechanic who had first mustered the courage to greet Samuel on the beach, hurried toward the research center to seek him out. Upon his arrival at the research center, he encountered only Zhang Shan, Li Si, and Wang Wu, yet the much-anticipated Samuel was conspicuously absent. Presuming the esteemed figure was merely resting, he endeavored to suppress his excitement. In the military, mechanics are typically stationed at research bases, while the combat-oriented personnel are deployed to the front lines to repair mechs or warships. On the secure shores of that distant star, Lord Samuel had once guided him, illuminating his path. However, he yearned for the esteemed figure's assistance in assessing the quality of the creations produced by their mechanics. After all, the Marshal had indicated that challenges could be addressed with Lord Samuel, who had tacitly consented. Now that the revered figure was so close, the thrill was overwhelming. He found it impossible to quell the rising elation. Light, unable to contain his exuberance, activated his holocomputer to share the exhilarating news in the Mechanics Group chat. Base Mechanics Group number 01. All members responded. The idol has arrived at the base. What idol are you referring to? Aside from Lord Samuel, we recognize no other as an idol. It is indeed Lord Samuel gracing the base. Is this true? The most enigmatic figure in the galaxy. How could he possibly visit such a desolate place as a subordinate star? Don't tell me he has come here to assist us with our mechs.
What a cosmic jest.
It is true. It is true. It is indeed true. Zhang Shan, Li Si, and Wang Wu chimed in to support Light in the group chat. In an instant, the base mechanics group number 01 erupted with activity, akin to a massive stone cast into a tranquil pond, creating ripples of excitement. Lu Ruan and Qin Feng, along with Lord Samuel himself, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Following closely behind Qin Feng, she stepped into the command center, and upon entering, her gaze was drawn to the scene within the conference room. The spacious chamber was adorned with a colossal oval conference table, surrounded by individuals clad in impeccably tailored military uniforms. Each figure exuded an air of authority, with ranks of general and major general prominently displayed upon their shoulders. Unmistakably high-ranking officers of the military. Their postures were upright, and their expressions serious, imparting a sense of gravitas and solemnity. Along one side of the table sat several recorders. As Qin Feng entered the conference room, the previously tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered, with all eyes turning towards him, as if he were the long-awaited savior. Marshal, you have finally returned. Someone could not help but exclaim, their voice tinged with palpable relief. Suddenly, a woman emerged from behind Qin Feng. Dressed in a crisp short-sleeved shirt and long trousers, her dark hair neatly tied back, radiating charm and vitality. Chapter 150. Embark on the warship, head to the front lines. The collective gaze of the assembly swiftly shifted from Qin Feng to Lu Ruan, filled with astonishment and curiosity. When had a rare woman joined their ranks? Accompanying the Marshal, no less? Qin Feng had successfully concealed the matter of his wife from the senior officers, save for the 200 soldiers who had accompanied him for mining operations. Who is this lady? The inquiry arose. Qin Feng slightly turned, introducing her to the assembly. This is my wife, and she will remain by my side from now on. The assembly, though surprised, refrained from further inquiries. Qin Feng guided Lu Ruan to a seat, and the meeting commenced in earnest. The presenter began to report on the recent combat situations, with Qin Feng listening intently while Lu Ruan sat quietly beside him, carefully absorbing the discussions and swiftly analyzing the information in her mind. Marshal, the mine is not only radioactive, but the beasts above are also unlike anything we have encountered before, the presenter elaborated for half an hour. Lu Ruan grasped the essence of the situation. In simple terms, this subordinate star harbored innumerable unknowns, with no interstellar records to reference, leaving the soldiers to cautiously explore the uncharted territory with their existing equipment. Last week, during an exploratory mission into the mountains, the soldiers were besieged by a new breed of monstrous beasts. After 2 days and nights of relentless conflict, they were further assailed by corrosive gases emanating from the mine. This gas infiltrated every crevice, severely damaging the mechs from the outside while also penetrating inside to harm the soldiers within, resulting in 1,000 soldiers sustaining grave injuries. These 1,000 soldiers had yet to recover fully. We intended to circumvent that mine and eliminate obstacles elsewhere. However, the beasts emerged en masse from the mountain, destroying the protective barriers we had painstakingly erected. From yesterday until today, all available forces have been stationed at the breach to prevent them from encroaching upon our territory. One officer lamented.
Lu Ruan felt a headache coming on.
The high-ranking officer speaking mentioned that all forces were concentrated at the breach. She could only imagine the terrifying sight of colossal monsters akin to Godzilla, not only in their immense size but also in their overwhelming numbers, surging forth to attack the soldiers. It was no wonder they had mobilized all available forces to guard the breach. It was clear that these senior officers felt a sense of relief upon encountering the stalwart presence of the marshal. Indeed, they were at their wits' end. Her gaze unconsciously drifted to Qin Feng, who wore a brooding expression, lost in thought. Moments later, he turned to the highest-ranking general present and inquired, "What about the warships?" "Marshal, the warships are currently hindered by unknown magnetic field interference, rendering them ineffective for aerial combat. They are now stationed at the breach alongside the mechs, targeting the beasts as they emerge. However, with the overwhelming number of creatures charging forth, our troops can only engage a fraction of them with their mechs," the general explained. "The most pressing issue is the corrosive gas. Immediately notify the research center to modify the mechs, enhancing their defensive layers to prevent gas infiltration that could endanger the personnel inside. Once the modifications are complete, recall 2 sets of mechs from the front lines to be sent back to the military factory for processing. Each soldier is equipped with several sets of mechs. By recalling 2 sets for refurbishing, the soldiers will still have operational equipment on the battlefield." Upon concluding his orders, the others sprang into action. Military commands were issued and promptly followed. Those at the research center, initially waiting for Samuel, found themselves receiving urgent directives from their superiors instead. Whenever the damage to frontline mechs exceeded 60%, they would be sent back to the research center for repairs, while the mechanics at the front would work on those with lesser damage, allowing soldiers to continue fighting. The mechanics at the research center were tasked with restoring damaged mechs and optimizing them based on the evolving battlefield conditions. Just as they resolved one issue, another emerged, rendering their work as challenging as that of the soldiers in combat, causing their hair to nearly fall out from stress. After expressing his sentiments, Light's first course of action was not to dive into repairs, but to pull Zhongshan, Li Si, and Wang Wu along to visit Samuel. Not far from the research center, the base's military factory awaited the mechanics to complete their modifications, so they could follow the mechanics' instructions to refurbish the soldiers' mechs before sending them back to the front lines for use. Within the conference room, Lu Ruan was suddenly startled as the door burst open and a soldier rushed in, breathless. "Marshal, urgent military situation." The monstrous beast suddenly erupted into a frenzy, launching a large-scale offensive, and the front line was in dire straits. Qin Feng immediately rose to his feet, followed by other high-ranking generals. Lu Ruan hurriedly accompanied him as they boarded the transport device and exited the base. There, the large warship awaited them, with over 100 soldiers who had accompanied Qin Feng to the mines standing in front. "Marshal, General Rain, board the warship and head to the front line."
"Yes."
She followed suit, once again taking her place aboard the warship, but this time, her feelings were markedly different. Sitting in the corner, she found herself separated from Qin Feng and several senior officers, as he and General Rain continued to deliberate strategies, while she remained silent, attentively listening. Others of slightly lower rank, like her, also listened quietly. "Marshal, with the continuous attacks from the warships, the beasts will fall into a frenzied state. Our soldiers, under such combat conditions, can hold out for no more than a day." The warship ascended towards the front line. General Rain looked at Qin Feng with a troubled expression. In truth, the frontline soldiers could only take turns resting for half an hour at a time. After 3 consecutive days of intense combat, they had scarcely slept. Their mental and physical states were alarming. It was only due to the stimulants and nutrients administered by the military doctors that they had not collapsed. Of course, part of the reason remained unknown to Rain. The soldiers at the front line harbored the image of an unknown woman in their hearts, constantly urging themselves to endure just a little longer, unwilling to perish here, fearing that next year they would be unable to rematch their wives, who would be left to fend for themselves. With this thought, they clung to a glimmer of hope. They gritted their teeth and managed to persevere day after day. Qin Feng turned to Lu Ruan, his piercing gaze fixed upon her, shouting, "Contact him via video. Ensure he arrives at the research center within hours to collaborate with the other mechanics to modify the mechas. We can no longer afford to be so restrained in battle." Lu Ruan quickly snapped back to reality, understood. She promptly dialed Samuel's video. At that moment, Samuel was cowering in his dormitory, trembling at the sight of a group of mechanics circling outside the door. Without the young girl by his side, facing them alone made him long to escape. Chapter 151. The battle situation is dire. The video call connected. Samuel had somehow found himself seated in a corner, looking rather out of place among his surroundings. The mask obscured his face entirely, rendering his expression unreadable, while his deep-set eyes concealed a hint of wariness, as if he sensed danger lurking just outside the door. "Old Saw, why are you huddled in the corner? What happened?" "Nothing. A foam has instructed you to go to the research center to modify the mechas with the mechanics. I don't know the specifics, but they will inform you. Hurry and lend a hand. The frontline warriors are nearing their limit." "Old Saw, you're so capable. I'm sure you can manage. We await your good news from the frontline." Her expression was one of urgency, her gaze pleading. "All right, don't worry. I'll complete the modifications within an hour," Samuel replied slowly after a brief silence. She ended the video call. On the other end, the man, suppressing his inner discomfort, emerged from the corner, opened the door, and faced the mechanics who had been waiting outside for quite some time. She gazed at the scenery outside the ship, feeling a slight sense of relief. Bringing Old Saw along this time was undoubtedly the right choice. Not only could he assist the army, but he could also help himself step out of his reclusive world. "Marshal, has the base recruited new senior mechanics?" The nearby high-ranking officers, unable to see the screen but overhearing Lu Ruan and Samuel's conversation, inquired. "Yes," Qin Feng replied indifferently, showing no desire to introduce Samuel. 2 hours later, on the frontline battlefield, the warship hovered midair. Looking out, a protective net surrounded the base of the mine, but it had been severely breached by the horde of beasts, leaving numerous substantial gaps. Thousands of warships above unleashed their firepower upon the ceaselessly advancing giants. 800 meters behind the protective net marked the boundary untouched by the shockwaves of artillery fire, delineated by a warning line on the ground. Tens of thousands of soldiers, equipped with large mechas, stood in 3 tight rows along the warning line, steadfastly blocking the encroaching colossal beasts. Meanwhile, tendrils of corrosive yellow gas drifted in their direction. The mechas formed a protective wall, shrouded in the yellow mist. The battle raged on, with the frontline mechas enduring for 10 minutes before sustaining over 10 damage, followed by the midline mechas taking their turn. Not far behind the mechas, a wall had been erected. Equipment on the wall strained to blow the drifting yellow gas back towards the mine, but the situation was grim. It could only push the mist a short distance forward, ultimately returning to envelop the mechas stationed to thwart the beasts. Why are there so many of these monsters? The frontline soldiers, witnessing the ferocity of the incoming beasts, felt utterly drained but had no choice but to press on. They summoned their waning mental fortitude to command their mechas against the grotesque, yellow-skinned monstrosities resembling Godzilla. With 6 ears and an array of sharp spikes protruding from their mechanical fists, which struck fiercely at the giants, piercing their eyes. The berserk beasts, no longer hesitating, charged forward with a terrifying ferocity, roaring with anguish and crashing into the ranks of soldiers, each impact carrying the force of 1,000 tides, overwhelming them with sheer numbers. The frontline mechas sustained damage exceeding 10 almost instantaneously. Within minutes, the midline was also forced to fall back to repair their mechas. The rear could only reluctantly step in as replacements. "It's over. We have no one left behind us. We might survive if we flee now, but military orders are absolute. We cannot be cowards. If we cannot stop the beasts, our comrades behind will suffer." Their hearts were already foreseeing a tragic end. After a brief outcry, they summoned their resolve to engage in a desperate struggle against the rampaging beasts. The warships above intensified their firepower, bombarding the breaches relentlessly, with projectiles raining down as the crew silently prayed for the beasts to hold off. Suddenly, due to the overwhelming fury of the beasts, one of the frontline mechas collapsed. One by one, the mechas fell, unable to wait for support from the rear. The fallen mechas lay in a pitiful state, some trampled underfoot by the rampaging giants, others sent flying by the beasts' kicks. Most horrifying was the row of downed mechas, which succumbed to the corrosive gas, rendering their pilots unconscious as the mechas automatically retracted, exposing their bodies to the yellow mist. The gas seeped into their clothing, corroding their skin. Within 10 seconds, they appeared as if splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid, their bodies charred and oozing. Returning soldiers witnessed their fallen comrades, lying within the warning line, severely corroded by the mist. With eyes wide in horror, they fought tooth and nail to slay the rampaging beasts. Only then were the injured sent back for urgent medical treatment. Behind the wall, the frontline mechanics were utterly focused on their tools and mechas, their fingers moving so swiftly that they left trails in the air. Meanwhile, the military doctors were busily attending to the critically injured. Various medical apparatus and pharmaceuticals were promptly employed, as some soldiers lay in a deep coma due to their grievous injuries. The military medics unhesitatingly administered potent remedies, driven solely by the desire to preserve a single life. The sounds of bombardment were incessant and growing increasingly ferocious. The shockwaves from the explosions relentlessly battered the walls, causing the entire space to tremble ever so slightly. The scene appeared frozen at a moment of crisis, with each individual's fate precariously hanging by a thread. She gazed for a while. Qin Feng also observed intently, his expression gravely serious, his voice resolute. All units, deploy the newly issued mechas for support. Yes. The soldiers responded in unison. They sprang to their feet like the wind, opened the hatches, and leaped into the mechas. In the urgent front line, 100 imposing white mechas emerged majestically behind the military units. A donation Qin Feng had received from Samuel. Qin Feng regarded the white figures at the front with contemplative intent. The old fellow's equipment, made from unique materials compared to military mechas, would it be capable of resisting gas corrosion? Just as the frontline soldiers, fearing they would meet the same grim fate as their recent comrades, engulfed in despair, suddenly, 100 mechas of varying colors appeared behind them. Chapter 152. Trust Me Once. The addition of the white mechas provided a much-needed respite for the frontline personnel. The soldiers within these mechas were elite troops, possessing SSS-level mental prowess, adeptly maneuvering the large mechas to swiftly encircle and annihilate the encroaching beasts. The tides of battle began to shift. Those who had retreated to the rear, witnessing their comrades fighting valiantly, perceived them as guardian deities, their eyes filled with awe as they exclaimed, "These white mechas are simply magnificent." After half an hour of combat with the beasts, the mecha exteriors remained as smooth as mirrors, showing no signs of corrosion from the toxic yellow mist. And despite sustaining over 10 damage, the gas had yet to penetrate the interiors, showcasing an astonishing level of protection. If such mechas could be mass-produced, these beasts would pose no threat whatsoever. With the situation improving, 6 hours later, the base dispatched improved mechas in bulk. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers boarded the modified mechas, initiating a large-scale offensive against the beasts. After 5 days and nights of relentless combat, the colossal beasts that had emerged from the mountains were entirely eradicated. The war-torn land lay in ruins, the tattered protective nets surrounded by mountains of corpses, blood mingling with the yellow mist, creating an atmosphere of desolation. Qin Feng remained on the battlefield for 5 consecutive days, with Lu Ruan silently by his side, enduring the same lengthy ordeal. Meanwhile, far away at the base, Samuel returned daily from the research center, only to wait anxiously in his quarters for her. At this moment, Lu Ruan sat quietly in the warship, closely beside Qin Feng. Her gaze frequently fell upon this man, drawing solace from the resolute profile he presented. Nearby, high-ranking officers were fervently discussing the subsequent action plans around Qin Feng. "Marshal, with the complete annihilation of the beasts, a portion of the obstacles in the mountains has been removed. I propose we take a day to recuperate and then proceed to establish a new defensive perimeter at one end of the mountains, ensuring this territory is fully secured against the beasts from the other side. Each territory they conquered would see the establishment of new protective nets, continuing their practices over the past 5 years since arriving on this star. Presently, the development progress on F-1008 had reached 30, with 70 of the area yet to be explored. Once a complete human protective net was established on this star, no threats to human existence would remain, paving the way for interstellar colonization and the establishment of new homesteads. These 1 million soldiers were viewed as heroes in the eyes of billions of interstellar citizens. Lu Ruan glanced at the generals and then at Qin Feng, initially expecting him to order a return to the base for a 2-day rest. However, just as she pondered this, he unexpectedly issued a command to the helmsman that took her by surprise. All personnel, rest for 1 hour. After that, we shall venture into the mountains for reconnaissance. Upon hearing this, she was taken aback, looking toward Qin Feng, who was intently focused on the monitor, seemingly drawn by the allure of the mountains, eager to investigate personally. Little hard, once we've explored the mountains, I'll take you back to the base. Qin Feng disregarded the envious glances of others, pulling Lu Ruan into his embrace and tenderly patting her arm. His warm palm radiated a comforting heat against her skin, dispelling the anxiety within her.
All right.
She sent a message to the masked man on her communicator and then softly uttered a word. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise, a smile gracing his lips. An hour later, the warship glided toward the mountains. As they entered the mountainous region, everything below fell eerily quiet, save for the interference of some magnetic field disrupting their signals. "Marshal, we detect unknown energy fluctuations," reported the helmsman in real time. As the warships at the forefront of the exploration also experienced the effects of this energy disturbance, the warship signals were compromised, making it impossible to connect to the signal base station and ascertain their position. They resorted to the previous aerial reconnaissance images, deducing their location and direction based on their current area, continuing to navigate toward the other end of the mountains while meticulously surveying the terrain from a lower altitude. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. "Proceed onward." Lu Ruan observed the mountains shrouded in yellow mist, devoid of vegetation, only covered in thick moss and jagged rocks, with the corrosive yellow mist seeping through crevices. As the warship advanced at a sluggish pace, an unsettling feeling began to rise within her. This sensation intensified, morphing into a sense of impending panic. Her complexion shifted from a healthy hue to pallid, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. A powerful instinct urged her to halt their advance. She glanced at Qin Feng and the nearby high-ranking officers. They appeared at ease, as if the annihilation of the unknown beasts residing in the mountains would render the corrosive mist harmless to the warship's exterior. Although the magnetic interference had disrupted their signals, the warship could reach the other side of the mountains within an hour. Moreover, the fleet ahead provided them with substantial reassurance. Under the notion that strength lies in numbers, they seemed devoid of any safety concerns. She furrowed her brows slightly, questioning if her instincts had led her astray. Little did she know, 5 kilometers ahead, a monumental danger capable of annihilating them all was silently brewing, requiring time to manifest, coinciding perfectly with their arrival at that location. In that fleeting moment of doubt, reminiscent of a previous eerie sixth sense, she could not afford to remain passive. Even if her instincts proved incorrect, the worst consequence would be the imposition of a stigma for causing a delay in military affairs. She could not allow even the slightest misfortune to occur. "Qin Feng, it's dangerous ahead. We cannot proceed any further." She grasped Qin Feng's hand. His attention shifted to her. Noticing her pallor and evident distress, he promptly inquired, "Little hard, what's wrong? Summon the medic." Qin Feng registered none of Lu Ruan's warnings about the imminent danger ahead, instead prioritizing her well-being and calling for medical assistance. The nearby high-ranking officers observed this scene in silence, without uttering a word. Uncertain thoughts clouded her mind. However, the expressions of those around her conveyed a determination to press forward. Miss Lu exhibited no physical ailments. Perhaps her frequent encounters with exotic beasts had instilled an innate fear of the unknown within her. As the warship soared into uncharted territories, she felt her heart race and cold sweat trickle down her brow. The military doctor departed, leaving Qin Feng to grasp Lu Ruan's hand tightly, whispering, "Do not fear. I am here." "A phone. We must swiftly turn back and call for the ships ahead to return as well." "Please, trust me," Lu Ruan insisted, her voice rising to a pitch that bordered on shrill. The nearby senior officers, who had remained silent until now, began to interject. "Miss Lu, you've not rested well lately. Your nerves are frayed. Perhaps a warm cup of water would ease your mind. We have been exploring for 5 years, and even in the face of danger, with so many of us, there is little to fear. You need not concern yourself with these non-existent threats." Their voices overlapped, creating a buzzing din in her ears. She refrained from rebutting their words, her gaze fixed firmly on Qin Feng. Suppressing her heart's frantic panic, she earnestly reiterated, "A phone. We truly cannot proceed any further. Consider my stubbornness. Trust me just this once. I am feeling increasingly unwell and wish to return to base immediately." Qin Feng noticed that, despite drinking water. Lu Ruan's complexion had not improved. Rather, it grew paler by the moment. She began to gasp for breath, appearing as if she could scarcely breathe. Without further contemplation, he ordered a retreat. The warship promptly veered back towards the base, yet the dense cluster of ships ahead did not turn back. Seeing this, Lu Ruan cried out once more, "A phone! Order everyone to withdraw."
Quickly.
As the ship surged back, the suffocating sensation lessened, but the underlying fear remained. "They are merely scouting ahead to execute their mission. I will escort you back to the base." "No." After a protracted argument, Qin Feng finally commanded the entire crew to return to the base and stand by. Nearby officers, witnessing Lu Ruan's seemingly nonsensical outburst disrupt the entire military operation, began to harbor discontent. Were it not for her status as a rare woman, they would have voiced their grievances long ago. The marshal ought not to have brought a woman along to cause chaos. Just as these senior officers finished their silent complaints, a harrowing event transpired several kilometers behind them, sending chills down their spines. They gazed in disbelief at the surveillance footage. What is happening? Chapter 153. In the blink of an eye, 9 years had swiftly passed. The mine erupted. An unknown golden liquid, 1,000 times more corrosive than the yellow mist, spewed forth like a volcanic eruption. The 10 warships that retreated the slowest were splattered with dozens of drops of this substance, instantly penetrating their hulls and incapacitating their systems, forcing the crew to abandon ship. 5 soldiers met a grim fate, pierced by the unknown liquid within the cabin. The military doctor rushed to provide urgent aid to the injured. Messages flooded in from the rear. The golden, unknown liquid spread across the mountains, rendering the land barren wherever it flowed. After the initial shock and horror subsided, the senior officers turned their gaze towards Lu Ruan, their eyes reflecting disbelief, astonishment, and a profound sense of gratitude. "Miss Lu, how did you know there was danger ahead?" General Ryan scrutinized Lu Ruan from head to toe, noting only her captivating beauty, yet finding nothing particularly extraordinary about her. He could not believe that she had foreseen the peril lurking in this sector of the subordinate star. After all, this was her first time accompanying them. And interstellar women typically led pampered lives, seldom venturing beyond their confines unless seeking companions or followers out of sheer boredom. Upon nearing the danger zone, she had begun to urge the marshal to retreat, her expression fraught with anxiety. Curiosity piqued within him. Lu Ruan spoke ambiguously, half-truthfully. "I cannot say for certain. I simply felt unwell as we approached, an instinctual urge to return. Perhaps it is due to the bloodshed I have witnessed alongside you all. Entering the unknown territory has left me mentally on edge," she explained using their previous words. Ryan was left speechless. The other officers chimed in. "Miss Lu, despite your discomfort, you have performed a tremendous service. Had our fleet remained within that vicinity, unprepared for the deluge of that unknown liquid, the crew would have had no chance to escape. Miss Lu, you are our savior." She smiled awkwardly. "I am just relieved that everyone is safe." With that, she leaned against Qin Feng, her radiant complexion gradually returning as she nestled against his chest, oblivious to the commotion around her. The panic and apprehension that had gripped her heart dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of tranquility as she inhaled his refreshing scent. Qin Feng wrapped his arms around her, his gaze contemplative as he looked down at her dark tresses. After a brief moment of silence, he smiled gently. "Little Ruan, you truly are a remarkable presence." Time flowed inexorably onward. 9 swift years had passed. Lu Ruan harnessed her ability to sense danger, aiding Qin Feng in anticipating threats, allowing him to prioritize the encirclement of particularly hazardous areas within the planet's domain. Areas deemed less dangerous were assigned to soldiers for the eradication of the exotic beasts inhabiting them. As 9 years elapsed, from the previously unexplored 70%, 60% had been charted. The remaining 10% constituted the specially designated danger zones, cordoned off by protective barriers. These areas harbored unknown mineral veins, unfathomable chasms, and arid deserts scattered across the planet in varying sizes. With 10 months remaining, the military aimed to eliminate the hazards within these zones. Those that could not be eradicated would be thoroughly investigated to ascertain the precise nature of the dangers, subsequently designating them as restricted zones. The colonization of the planet would thus be deemed complete. Concerned that they might not accomplish their mission within 10 months, she summoned her other husbands to lend their assistance. Ke Dong arrived with dozens of his exploration teams from various subordinate stars to F-1008, accompanied by Luo Yao, who had matured into a formidable warrior of the Feather Clan. The Brothers of the Black Ash had fully taken control of the Black Underworld Star, sending her 10 billion star coins daily since the second year. Her account balance had now exceeded its maximum limit. The three of them brought along 1 million rogues from the Shurring organization to assist her. Davidson arrived with a plethora of newly developed pharmaceuticals, joining Ke Dong and Luo Yao. Before the gates of the F-1008 base, 8 exceptionally handsome men encircled a strikingly graceful woman. Behind them stood dozens of elite exploration teams and countless members of the Shurring organization, their worship stretching from the base gate to a length rivaling that of the Great Wall. Lu Ruan, my wife.
Soft, sister.
Lu Ruan gazed up at Davidson, who stood at an impressive height of nearly 2 meters, nearly startled. Goodness, has my husband the Dean grown so much? Hadn't he already reached his full height? Davidson, wearing his signature gold-rimmed glasses and a pristine white lab coat, retained his austere and scholarly demeanor. Trembling slightly, he reached out to touch Lu Ruan's now mature face. 9 years, an entire 9 years had passed since they last met. Their video calls had been fleeting exchanges, driving him nearly to madness. This planet has been under lockdown for 9 years. I was unable to come, he confessed. Asen, how have you grown so tall? Lu Ruan circled around Davidson, taking in his appearance before turning back to face him. Her curiosity piqued. I have conquered the challenges of growth. I have grown a bit. In Davidson's profound brown eyes, the sense of estrangement transformed into closeness and yearning. He gently embraced her, who seemed to have diminished in stature, into his arms. With eyes firmly shut, he savored the tangible reality of her presence, slowly reopening them after a few moments, his eyelids glistening with moisture. Chapter 154. Their Transformations. Lu Ruan reached out to softly pat Davidson's back, waiting for him to regain his composure before turning her attention to Ke Dong and Luo Yao. Luo Yao had transitioned from 23 to 32 years of age. His height remained fixed at 193 centimeters. No longer did he resemble the rebellious comic book youth she first encountered, nor the flamboyant silver-haired man from their adventures. Now, with his silver locks slightly obscuring his sharp eyebrows and eyes, he donned a loose, dark robe akin to traditional Chinese attire, paired with long trousers and cloth shoes, black gemstone studs adorning his earlobes. At first glance, he appeared remarkably handsome. The moment their gazes met, the star-like brilliance in his eyes suddenly turned crimson, a mist of tears forming in their depths. Sister? A low murmur filled with deep affection reached her ears. Yao, it has been so long. I never anticipated such a transformation in you. Over the past 9 years, she had tirelessly traversed the perilous corners of this star with Qin foam, while Samuel toiled alone at the base, developing new weaponry for the military. His nights spent waiting for her return to the dormitory had nearly driven him to despair, yet she had no time to return to the base, let alone make a trip back to the main star. She had not expected such a monumental change in him. Her own life had been equally challenging. Eventually, unable to bear it, old Sa joined her and Qin foam on the front lines. Luo Yao, his eyes reddened, scrutinized the person before him, and after a brief pause, he enveloped her tightly in his embrace, inhaling the fragrant scent emanating from her. It brought a modicum of relief to his heart, which had longed for her so desperately. For many years, he had wandered with Ke Dong on other affiliated planets, accumulating a wealth of star currency, enough to last several lifetimes. An array of rare treasures lay in his space, yet he had never found the opportunity to gift them to her. He yearned to remain by her side. And after such a long wait, he implored, please do not leave me for such an extended period again. She gently patted Luo Yao's back, assuring him all right. Luo Yao quickly released her, retrieving a delicate earring, which he carefully adorned on her ear. She took out a small mirror to admire her reflection. The blue earrings on both earlobes had finally formed a matching pair, a detail he had evidently remembered. As she pondered this, Luo Yao suddenly spun her around, presenting her back to the other man. Just as he bent down to place a kiss upon her, a pair of bronzed hands swiftly seized her, pulling her into another fervent embrace. Ah Dong, she softly called. Ke Dong's features remained unchanged. His thick brows and large eyes still bore the same intensity as before. His obsidian gaze fixed upon her. Why are you still so thin? Despite her physique having returned to normal, she had inexplicably failed to gain weight over the 9 years. How much suffering had she endured alongside Qin Feng? In all these years apart from her, he had channeled his fervor entirely into his career. His current status was no longer that of a captain who had lost his team after severing ties with his original family, but rather the president of the Exploration Association. The once prominent Ke family had fallen into decline due to Ku Bei's actions, and other adventure families on Gamma Star succumbed to failure after the establishment of his association. Adventurers flocked to his association, forming teams for exploration. Whenever challenges arose, they sought help from seasoned members or him, often sharing experiences in their group. As president, he would occasionally join in learning alongside them. The Exploration Association gradually ascended to become the industry's most recognized organization, with exceptional explorers now operating under his governance. Upon hearing of her need for assistance, he promptly assembled the most experienced team in the association, instructing them to temporarily set aside their tasks and hasten to the star. Your weight is quite standard. You haven't lost any. Lu Ruan chuckled softly. It seemed that in the eyes of her partners, as long as she did not appear overtly thin, she was deemed slender. Witnessing her smile, Ke Dong felt the weight of his previous silence lift, the corners of his cool lips curling into a slight smile. Once you finish assisting Qin Feng in those particularly perilous areas, will you return to Alpha Star with me? She nodded in agreement, unaware that after being spun around by Luo Yao, the brothers He Jun and Yan could not see her due to their height disadvantage. From a distance, they gazed towards the Imperial Star, recalling the towering figure of Di Qin, who stood at 199 centimeters. Before their eyes swept across the present company, Qin Feng at 193 centimeters, Luo Yao at 193 centimeters, Samuel at 191 centimeters, and Davidson at 190 centimeters. With the potential for further growth, while Ke Dong stood at 188 centimeters. Finally, they glanced down at their own height of merely 186 centimeters. A heavy silence enveloped them. Brother, has Davidson shamelessly grown so much? Will one not find us lacking now that there is no one to cushion our shortcomings? He Jun's thoughts raced as he envisioned seizing the woman he desired. Upon noticing the other competitors, he was momentarily taken aback. Turning around, he found her already in Davidson's embrace. His eyes narrowed slightly, fixating on the back of Ke Dong's head. Just 2 centimeters. Hasn't he grown by much? Yet. Those mere 2 centimeters cast a shadow over his expression, as he wondered if one might truly find him wanting. Didn't T. Davidson claim that the challenge of further growth had been overcome?
Hui Yun suddenly interjected.
The three men instinctively turned their gazes towards Davidson. A flicker of brilliance danced in their pale gold eyes, followed by a mutual, silent exchange, their faces etched with a blend of menace and persuasion. He Jun was already devising a plan to lure Davidson into a secluded corner devoid of surveillance, once the day's work concluded, when a sweet, gentle voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. A pair of slender arms wrapped around him, and a dark head nestled against his cold chest. Looking up at him were eyes radiant, yet marked by the passage of time. He lowered his gaze slightly, his icy fingers gently caressing her cheek.
Why?
Lu Ruan, perplexed, replied, Why what? She surveyed the man before her, whose demeanor had darkened significantly over the past 9 years, momentarily unsure of his intent. Why have you not returned even once in 9 years? He Jun suppressed the urge to delve deeper, to question her about the myriad of feelings swirling within him. He endeavored to speak to her gently. Did she even realize that over the course of just 1 month, she had crafted a prison of love, confining him in darkness for a full 9 years? Allowing him to spiral into madness, contemplating the obliteration of this star and the eradication of Qin Feng, while she merely urged him to wait patiently. Chapter 155, The Final Assault. I too long to return. It's merely that I've been too busy to do so. And I miss you all dearly. Lu Ruan's voice grew hoarse and choked, as if something lodged in her throat rendered her words somewhat muffled. As she endeavored to explain, she struggled to contain the rush of emotions that surged forth upon seeing them. Ultimately, she could no longer hold back, and her feelings poured out like a flood, overwhelming her with excitement, longing, and unspoken grievances. Though her constitution had improved, her lifespan remained capped at 100 years. Under such constraints, since turning 20, her body had been aging at an accelerated rate each year. The urgency she felt in her heart was no less than the eagerness they had to see her. They inquired as to the reason for her distress. Upon comprehending the unspoken words behind their questions, she recognized their longing for her presence. How could she not yearn for him in return? Yet, she could only restrain her wandering thoughts and devote herself entirely to her tasks. In truth, since parting ways with them, she had been tirelessly engaged in helping Samuel overcome his social anxiety and assisting Qin Feng in marking hazardous areas, and now, she was on the cusp of success. Only a final step remained to persuade the masked figure to willingly remove his mask and confront the world. Similarly, Qin Feng was also merely one step away from his goal. He Yan ceased to speak, merely holding Lu Ruan tightly, his eyes closed. Lu Ruan delicately rose on her tiptoes and placed a gentle kiss on his sharply defined chin. He Yan abruptly opened his eyes, nearly succumbing to the impulse to pull her into a secluded corner for an ardent kiss. He Yi and He Yuan found He Yan particularly bothersome, yet they remained quietly awaiting their turn. The three brothers, after each task, would gaze skyward, knowing without needing to look that they were all thinking of her. This time, they decided to let their elder brother have his moment. She reined in her swirling emotions, gently pushing He Yan away, and turned to the two identical faces, smiling warmly as she exclaimed, Yuan, Yi, you two haven't changed at all. Upon seeing the woman he adored looking at him, He Yi felt a surge of pride, disregarding the gazes of those around him as he pulled her in for a kiss. Yi, what are you doing? He Yuan frowned, pushing He Yi aside. He Yi, caught off guard, felt displeased. What are you doing, second brother? He Yan silently observed the unfolding scene. At that moment, Qin Feng, noting the conversation had progressed sufficiently, cast his eyes towards a large gathering of people approximately 500 meters away from the base, then turned to the group that had traveled from the distant main star, saying, Remember, little Ruan goes by Lu Buing. If anyone in the crowd mispronounces her name, I will deal with them severely. Several gazes immediately fell upon Qin Feng. Their expressions varied, some disdainful, some peculiar, some astonished, some sympathetic, and some barely able to stifle their laughter. Who gave her that name? Qin Feng candidly replied, I did. Davidson tentatively called out to Lu Ruan, Buing? She stumbled slightly, nearly twisting her ankle. That's just too ridiculous. He Yan raised an eyebrow. That name is rather unique. He Yi, fists clenched, stifled a laugh. Second brother, that name is absolutely hilarious. Qin Feng is truly a talent. He Yuan looked at her with considerable sympathy. She shot a fierce glare at Qin Feng, thinking, it's all your fault for choosing such a name. Once a name is given, it becomes a lifelong burden. An ominous premonition washed over her. This name might linger with her for a long time to come. Qin Feng shrugged, nonchalantly stating, I think it's quite nice, memorable. Don't you agree, little Buing? You're asking for it. She retaliated, playfully hitting him. Qin Feng laughed heartily, and the atmosphere lightened considerably as the seven of them surrounded Lu Ruan, sharing laughter. Yet one individual remained silently observing from the back, never uttering a word from the beginning until now. He stood 2 meters away, the silver mask reflecting a chilling gleam in the sunlight, concealing his true emotions from view. He watched her radiant smile, frolicking with her youthful companions. Logic dictated that he should feel happy for her, yet a sense of unease inexplicably welled up within him, leaving him at a loss. Ultimately, he chose to turn away, facing the now desolate base as he removed his mask and slowly retrieved a mirror from his face, gazing at his reflection. Upon noticing the faint lines at the corners of his eyes, he froze, unable to move for what felt like an eternity. Although the lines were subtle, they stood out glaringly. In that moment, unbeknownst to Lu Ruan, Samuel was inexplicably struck by a sense of a hero in decline, highlighted by those ephemeral lines. After a considerable time, Samuel regained his composure, gently closing the mirror and returning it to his face. He donned his mask once more, inhaling deeply, and turned back to face her. However, he could no longer look at her with the same ease as before. He could only silently call out her name in his heart, Ruan Bao. This unvoiced plea brimmed with his boundless emotion. The merriment within 2 meters and the tension beyond that distance were abruptly shattered by a voice. Marshal. Yu approached the group. Lu Ruan turned at the sound, noticing a dark, handsome man striding towards them. For 9 years, he had been a constant presence, neither too close nor too far, assisting her in evicting those high-matching soldiers. In his first year, he had relentlessly pursued her, cornering her once when she could no longer endure it. She declared, I dislike you. After which he never appeared before her again. Whenever he was nearby, she would glance in his direction, and he would promptly avert his gaze, feigning interest elsewhere. He had ceased to trouble her, instead secretly alleviating many of her burdens. She owed him an apology and a debt of gratitude. Yi reached Qin Feng's side, inquiring, Is the army ready? When shall we depart? Qin Feng pondered for a moment, then replied, In 2 hours. Upon receiving the answer, Yi swiftly departed to relay the news to the others. After conveying the message, he gazed at the vast sea of scurrying members. Realizing that her companions were formidable in their own right, Qin Feng decided to set off in half an hour, convening with Kedong and the others aboard the warship. On the warship, Qin Feng addressed Kadong. As explorers, you have significantly more experience navigating various perilous environments than we in the military. Currently, on F-1008, there are a total of 1001 marked superhazardous zones. I will send you the relevant images. Please identify those you have encountered and prioritize them. Understood. Kadong forwarded 1,000 images to the exploration team for their assessment. 10 minutes later, the results came in. Qin Feng, we are familiar with 980 of them. The remaining 21 are unknown to us. Qin Feng inhaled sharply, impressed by the explorer's capabilities, then turned to Heiyin Yan, the 100 million individuals you brought. Divide them into teams to follow the military and obey its commands. Understood, Heiyin Yan replied. Qin Feng then addressed Kadong once more. Please quickly list the dangers present in these 980 particularly hazardous areas and arrange your team accordingly. I will have the military follow your lead. All right, Kadong affirmed. Lu Ruan leaned against Qin Feng, her eyes sparkling as she watched her companions discuss their battle strategy, feeling a sense of contentment. She, along with them, truly felt like a family. Chapter 156. I will not leave you. The soldiers stood at the ready. The explorers took command, while the Shering members followed the military as laborers. Let us move out. With everything prepared, Qin Feng issued the order, and thousands of warships ascended from the ground. She suddenly looked up, the warships obscuring the sky, their grandeur overwhelming, as they surged towards nearly 1,000 particularly hazardous zones like a fleet of arrows. Within 2 minutes, the sky above the base was devoid of any presence. This was a supergiant star capable of accommodating the entirety of interstellar citizens. 100 million people scattered about was akin to pouring a cup of water into the ocean. With sheer numbers, they anticipated clearing the remaining obstacles within half a month. Qin Feng found no issue here. Now only Samuel remained. Her gaze shifted to the masked man, who had remained silent since exiting the base. With a bright smile, she called out Old Saw. The masked figure, nestled in the far corner, slowly lifted his head, his deep-set eyes turning towards her with a hint of confusion. His tone suggested he was puzzled by her sudden address. Just as she was about to respond, Qin Feng interrupted. Xiao Wanwan, we are heading to the command center. Rising from his seat, he directed the other men, Kadong, He Jin, and others. You all come with me to the command center, where we can closely monitor every team. We can oversee all their situations in real time. After speaking, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon her as he prepared to lift her up. However, at that moment, she unexpectedly pressed her hand against his. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. I want to walk on my own, she said, smiling gently at him, shaking her head softly. She was the first to disembark the warship, making her way to the command center. Unbeknownst to her, her silhouette captivated the eyes of the 8 men behind her, resembling a flowing ink painting. Her hair cascaded like a black waterfall, loosely draping over her delicate shoulders, swaying gently in the breeze with her graceful strides. The passage of time had left its mark, yet it could not diminish her beauty. After 9 years of transformation, a resilient aura enveloped her. Their gazes were fixed upon her. Qin Feng smiled slightly, following her lead as they descended the warship, heading towards the base entrance. The others swiftly joined them. Among the trailing figures, Samuel's steps lagged slightly, as he walked at a distance behind the group. Just as Lu Ruan crossed the threshold of the base, she seemed to recall something. Turning back, she noticed Samuel had fallen a few steps behind, nearly creating a 3-meter gap between himself and the small group. She said to Qin Feng, you all go ahead with your important tasks. I'm feeling a bit tired and would like to rest. Call me when you're done. With everyone gathered, they were certain they would triumph in the final assault. She felt no need to keep a constant watch over her martial husband, so she chose not to accompany them to monitor the situation. Qin Feng nodded gently. All right. Wanwan, I'll go with you. Sister, I'll accompany you. Chimed in the silver-haired man and the brown-haired man in unison, their voices rich and distinct.
Ye, yao.
You both work together to assist Feng in eliminating the dangers of the star, and we shall soon return to Alpha Star. She politely declined their offer. After a few moments of hesitation, the 2 men ceased their objections. She stepped aside, allowing Qin Feng and the others to board the transporter to the command center first. Just as the last person was about to follow, she grasped the corner of his clothing. Old Saw, wait. You don't need to follow them. Let us head back to the dormitory. Samuel paused 2 steps, joining her on the next transporter. The 2 settled into the more spacious cabin, and as the scenery rushed past like fleeting shadows, the 3-minute journey from the hall to the dormitory seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. She slowly closed her eyes, preparing to rest, when an unusual atmosphere enveloped her. Upon opening her eyes, she found the masked figure as still as a statue, seemingly frozen in time, not even blinking. This was peculiar. In the past, even in his silence, he would at least utter a few words. Yet today, he appeared mute. Hesitating for a moment, she ventured. "Do you dislike them?" Her voice was soft, as though she feared to disturb him. After posing the question, she did not immediately avert her gaze, but continued to look deeply into his eyes, hoping to uncover some hint of his feelings. However, his eyes were like an unfathomable lake, calm and undisturbed. The situation felt a bit dire. Just as she thought he would remain silent, Samuel suddenly spoke. His tone low and restrained. "It's not that I dislike them. I fear losing you." Lu Ruan was taken aback, waves of emotion swelling within her. It turned out his silence and his slight hesitance stemmed from this delicate affection. Before she could respond, the transporter arrived at the dormitory area. As they stepped out, Samuel suddenly grasped her hand, pulling her into his embrace. Holding her tightly, his voice trembled slightly as he confessed, "Ruan, I know I'm often silent, but I truly fear that one day you might leave me. I wish that day would come slower, just a little slower, until your other matchers appear." She leaned into his embrace, feeling the strength of his heartbeat, her heart brimming with emotion. Gently patting his back, she reassured him, "Old Saw, I will never leave you." "Why would you think that?" Samuel gradually released her, drawing the curtains. The room was instantly shrouded in darkness. In the obscurity, he cupped her face in his hands, his gaze filled with deep affection. For the first time, he slowly removed his mask, revealing a face that was both androgynous yet marked with traces of weariness. His eyes brimming with love as he leaned down, his lips tenderly brushing against hers. She noticed the sudden absence of his mask, her eyes widening slightly before closing again in response. This kiss held within it the long-suppressed emotions he had harbored. Their entwined figures gradually shifted to the sofa, limbs intertwined, igniting a fervor that filled the room with warmth. After a long while, they separated, Samuel resting his forehead against hers, whispering softly, "From now on, I want to be greedy." His voice still bore the huskiness of passion, and the rhythm of his heartbeat began to slow. They held each other close, as if time had paused, leaving only the warmth of their bodies. She nestled against Samuel, attuning to his heartbeat, her fingers playfully tracing his face, sketching his features and eyes, secretly speculating about his appearance. Suddenly, a cryptic phrase reached her ears, catching her off guard. She looked at him in confusion. "Greedy? Greedy for what?" Samuel remained silent for a long moment before turning on the lights. Chapter 157. Ding. Willpower value credited. Samuel's visage came into Lu Ruan's view. She gasped, utterly captivated. The man's brows resembled distant mountains, and the depths of his peach blossom eyes concealed an undeniable affection. His nose was narrow and proud, and his lips were pale, exuding a hint of alluring sensuality. His features were not the harsh and rugged countenance typical of interstellar men, but a breathtaking beauty that rendered one unable to look away. She disregarded the fine lines at the corners of his eyes, her 10 fingers tenderly caressing his face. "Old Saw, why do you wear a mask when you look this good? How many opportunities have I missed to admire your beauty over these past 9 years?" Samuel was taken aback by Lu Ruan's enthusiasm. Did the young lady not notice the fine lines at his eyes? Did she not think he was too beautiful, lacking the masculine charm of interstellar men? Shouldn't she be looking at him with disappointment? "You don't mind?" "I like it, if anything." Just as she had surmised, Old Saw truly was a transcendent beauty. If their future children inherited his looks, they would surely be stunning. "Ruan, do you truly like this appearance?" Samuel asked uncertainly, his tone considerably lighter. In fact, nearly a year ago, his social anxiety had improved significantly. In his heart, he understood that with his current status, even if he were to be grotesquely unattractive, outsiders would merely regard him as unique and pay him compliments. He refrained from removing his mask for a protracted period, as he had developed a fine line at the corner of his eye last year. He feared she might perceive him as aging. Lu Ruan gently cradled Samuel's face in her hands, her voice tender yet assertive. "I truly adore you. Old Saw, you must never wear the mask again." As long as the old workhorse did not don the mask in public, the system would determine that his social anxiety had vanished, thus fulfilling his wish. Gradually, Samuel's mood lightened. It turned out that his little girl truly did not mind his blend of beauty and age. Was it possible for him to indulge in another decade or two? A fleeting emotion crossed his eyes, and after a moment, He reached out to stroke Lu Ruan's head. Very well, I shall no longer wear the mask. Seeing Samuel's handsome visage, Lu Ruan beamed, her fingertips lightly tracing his waist. Samuel was momentarily taken aback, and a smile blossomed on his androgynous face, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, only to deepen into a profound gaze. With a fervent yearning, he craved a child, one that belonged solely to him. When the two ventured outside once more, it was already the 5th morning. Standing at the dormitory entrance, Samuel finally shifted his gaze from Lu Ruan's slight abdomen to her face. Soft bow, Qin Feng and the others have been at the command center for 5 consecutive days. Today, they suddenly have time for us to join them for a meal in the dining hall. The 980 high-risk zones should have been resolved by now. She linked her arm with his as they strolled down the corridor. With their busy schedule, they had not even had time to eat. But now it seemed they had truly finished their tasks and dared to spare a moment. She guessed his thoughts mirrored her own. They utilized the transporter and arrived at the dining hall entrance, where 7 extraordinarily attractive men stood waiting for a few minutes. Upon hearing footsteps, they raised their eyes to look. Shock flickered in their gazes. Wait a minute, is that a man? Is he really a man? Is that Samuel? Qin Feng, who was somewhat familiar with Samuel's attire, nearly faltered upon seeing his true face after removing the mask. He had not anticipated that this seemingly aloof man could be so strikingly handsome. Lu Ruan chuckled softly. Indeed, he was old saw. Samuel met the scrutinizing gazes of others with unwavering composure. As long as his little girl was pleased, he felt no trepidation about their stares. Congratulations, host. You have helped Samuel realize his current wish, to overcome severe social anxiety, earning 16 wish power points, totaling 60. The cheerful announcement from little Tuanzi echoed in her mind. It had been ages since she had heard such news, and to have a total of 60 wish power points was exhilarating and nostalgic. She glanced up at the sky. Soon, her own wish would be realized. Once they settled in the dining hall, they gathered in a relatively luxurious private room. The logistics personnel served dish after dish to the table. There were no unspoken rules of silence among them. Joy enveloped each person, prompting lively conversations. Sister, we've resolved the 980 high-risk zones marked by Qin Feng, leaving only 21 unknown danger zones. After further investigation, we can return home. Are you excited? Yes. I am indeed excited. Her memories of Alpha Star were now somewhat hazy, yet the deep-seated sense of belonging remained. It was a place that gave her the feeling of home. She pondered for a moment before asking Qin Feng, once you finish here, will you return home with us, or will you continue with the subsequent construction work? I will return with you. Let General Ryan handle the follow-up. It has been 14 years since I arrived on this planet, and I deserve a proper rest. Qin Feng's sharp gaze was filled with emotion. After binding with little Ruan, wherever she went, that was his home. He too should return with her to see the little house depicted in the videos. Soft, we have now moved into a villa. Davidson has planted many flowers outside. The pile of gold bricks you received 9 years ago from the second prince, we have taken out and used them. They look quite beautiful laid out in the yard, albeit a bit dazzling. Black Ash spoke suddenly. Lu Ruan was taken aback. You opened the second prince's belongings? He sent me a pile of gold bricks 9 years ago? In the interstellar realm, gold remained highly coveted. A single gold brick could be worth numerous star coins. Her thoughts drifted back to 9 years ago. She remembered concluding her treatment for stomach cancer at Davidson Hospital, where Davidson spent his first night at her villa before departing the following day. She had designated her task target as her brother, Luo Yao, spending a month alone in the villa to exercise and learn about interstellar knowledge. During that time, aside from communicating with Davidson and receiving video calls from Qin Feng, she had also received a myriad of packages from Di Qinji. She had assumed the packages were his belongings for when he moved into the villa, thus leaving them untouched. Little did she know that over the years, Black Ash had rummaged through her things and used Di Qinji's gold bricks to pave the yard. Quickly, she opened her holographic brain, scrolled through her friend list, and edited a message to send to Di Qinji. Qinji, I have something to tell you. Far away in the imperial palace of D-Star, a distinguished and aloof man was momentarily taken aback by a message that suddenly appeared on his wrist holographic device. Chapter 158. She is much cuter online. His wife, whom he had not contacted for 9 years, was finally reaching out to him again. Di Qinji elegantly extended his hand, his fingertips lightly touching the projection panel as he leisurely composed a response. Go on. Dressed in a splendid royal blue robe, imbued with an otherworldly sheen, he exuded an innate nobility that rendered everything around him dull in comparison. Lu Ruan waited 10 seconds before receiving a reply. She continued, Chunji, I used the gold bricks you sent previously to pave the yard. Also, in half a month, I will return to Alpha Star. Would you consider moving into the villa? Looking forward to it, JPG. She appended an emoji to her message to lighten the atmosphere and break the initial awkwardness. However, this time she waited a little longer, and the response did not arrive as swiftly. Scrolling back through their conversation, she noted that the last message was from 9 years prior. Her. Chunji, I will be busy with Qin Feng on F1008 for a long time. It's quite hectic here, so I won't talk to you for now. Time, 9 years ago.
Decency, no worries.
We can chat when you return to the main star. Time, 9 years ago. She quietly touched her nose. Her thoughts had previously been entirely consumed by Qin Feng and Samuel, occasionally extending to the other 6, with this relatively unfamiliar prince husband receiving the least attention. Since then, he had not taken the initiative to message or video call her, and she had forgotten to reach out to him. 9 years of marriage had passed, and she still did not know what Di Chunji truly looked like, having only seen his photo once, derived from Davidson's initial investigations. Conversely, as the favored son of the Empress, Di Chunji, under her authorization, should have been able to view her photo from the Federal Gene Bank. Despite their long-standing bond, he had remained at his maternal home. In a typical family, he would have been expelled long ago, as a son who marries is akin to water spilled, unable to leverage resources from his original family. Kodong was a living testament to this reality. The nobility indeed possesses a unique aura. Their wealth renders them indifferent to trivial matters, and the Empress has consistently permitted him to remain within the palace. A soft chime echoed from the light brain. Interrupting her thoughts, Emperor Chunji had replied, Those gold bricks were what I intended to give you earlier. Utilize them as you see fit. My mother, the Empress, is in poor health. If her condition improves in half a month, I shall visit you on Alpha Star upon your return to the main star. If her health remains unchanged, I shall be unable to come. Emperor Chunji's gaze fell upon the adorable eager emoji, reminiscent of the charming I love you, hubby, she had sent when she sought his battleship mecha. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Had she finally recalled that she had a husband, one who had been left unclaimed in the palace? Were it not for his knowledge that she had only bound herself to 9 men, he might have thought she was enjoying herself elsewhere, only to treat him with such fervor when needed and leave him to gather dust when not. The version of her that existed online was quite endearing. What, he wondered, was she truly like in reality? Emperor Chunji turned his gaze toward the window, his stern countenance slightly lifting as he shook his head in bemusement. On F1008 star, Lu Ruan gazed at the 2 messages on her light brain, momentarily taken aback. She inquired of Davidson at the dining table, Asen, is the Empress unwell? Davidson set down his utensils, lifting his gaze to reply slowly. The Empress is now 240 years old, having entered her twilight years. Due to excessive labor and genetic health issues, her condition is rather poor. 9 years prior, after parting ways with her on the XM007 satellite, he had rushed to the palace to tend to the Empress, striving to extend her life by a decade.
Now,
she had approximately 1 year left. Her health was in a lamentable state. His thoughts drifted to his precious gem, whose lifespan was perilously short. Nearly 70 years remained. He could prolong the lifespan of hybrid humans within their limits, yet he was unable to extend her lifespan beyond its threshold. Despite years of searching for solutions, he had made little progress, ultimately solving the regeneration issues of hybrid plant genes, resulting in a few extra centimeters of his own growth. The endeavor to extend her life was indeed a timeless challenge. Understanding dawned upon Lu Ruan as she nodded slightly. She sent a simple acknowledgement to Emperor Chunji. The ailing current Empress would undoubtedly forego the election next year, heralding a significant political upheaval across the galaxy with the ascension of a new Empress. He Jinyan spoke up. This upheaval may involve the new Empress's ambitions to reclaim He Ming Star. Or perhaps she will introduce a series of unexpected policies that catch the interstellar citizens off guard. The entire interstellar society will undergo substantial, systemic changes. This new Empress could also be one of us. Collectively, our strengths could place us on the interstellar contribution list. Little Ruan, you may even qualify to run for Empress next year. Qin Feng pondered. As the Grand Marshal of the Imperial Star, such a title destined him to be the foremost supporter of the monarchy. Should the new Empress ascend, the first order of business might be to lead an assault on He Ming Star. It was conceivable that he and He Jinyan, who shared a peaceful meal together this year, could find themselves on opposing fronts in battle next year, fighting to the death. Little Ruan would witness her husband commanding a fleet to bombard another, similarly commanding husband, a family at war with itself. The conflict would unfold as a planetary battle, with no room for mercy unless one side surrendered. He believed He Jian-yen would never allow He Ming-star to succumb to imperial rule, instead choosing to fiercely contest the Federation forces. Alternatively, he might voluntarily relinquish his military garb, becoming a rebel against the monarchy. In such a case, he would not have to represent the imperial sword in a life-and-death struggle against the forces of He Ming-star represented by He Jian-yen. Yet, he had fought for many years, contributing immensely to the entire galaxy. To step down from the Grand Marshal position would be akin to carving out his own heart. Though Ruan had the qualifications to run, many matriarchs from prominent families had prepared for 10, 20, or even 50 years, eagerly awaiting the chance to seize the crown of Empress next year. Ruan simply did not have enough preparation time. Breaking through the competition would prove challenging. He Jian-yen's low, somber tone carried an inexplicable concern, and the oppressive air surrounding him made it clear that his mention of difficulty was no ordinary challenge. A foam, Yen. Do you wish for me to participate in the election next year? Lu Ruan interjected. Qin Foam laughed heartily. Little Ruan, participate if you wish. Or not. We merely brought it up. Lu Ruan refrained from responding. Her participation depended entirely on whether her willpower was sufficient. With 30 willpower units yet to be credited. Once they were, she would possess 90 units, just 10 short of achieving a lifespan of 500 years. Her gaze turned toward the window. The first matter upon returning to the main star would be to mark Emperor Qinji. If fulfilling his wishes proved more difficult than those of He Jian-yen and the others, she would have no choice but to muster her courage and enter the Empress election next year. Chapter 159 concluded. In the remaining 21 hazardous zones of F-1008 star, countless military vessels were stationed at the periphery of the protective net, while 100 million shadow members had returned to He Ming star, leaving only the exploration team led by Kedong. Lu Ruan accompanied the men to the outskirts of the hazardous zone, watching as Kedong and Luo Yao carefully ventured deeper into the area, while the military remained on standby, ready to respond to any orders from within. Before her lay a vast expanse of desolate yellow sand. This enclosed desert appeared devoid of anomalies, yet her instincts warned of great danger lurking within. She felt a knot of anxiety for the exploration team. Little Ruan, they are professionals. Do not worry unduly. Our team is outside, ready to assist. There will be no issues. Qin Feng's voice resonated behind her. Turning to face the already prepared Davidson and the vigilant medical team, her concerns gradually began to dissipate. This desert bore no trace of vegetation, stretching endlessly before her. In the desert, Kedong donned his exploration suit, taking careful steps. With each footfall, the fine sand sank beneath him, causing him to frown. Luo Yao followed closely, keenly observing the surroundings, prepared to whisk anyone away at the first sign of danger. President, this defies logic. The sand is too loose, as if it could. The explorer's words were abruptly cut short as swarms of tiny insects erupted from the ground, crawling up his shoes. Luo Yao deployed his black wings, swiftly lifting all the explorers into the air. As the explorer was hoisted off the ground, he frantically swatted at the insects. Just then, one of the insects managed to puncture his heavily fortified exploration suit. As he braced for the unknown creature to bite into his flesh, potentially delivering a fatal blow or at the very least leaving him itching uncontrollably, a hand struck his back where the suit had been breached, reducing the tiny menace to a lifeless body affixed to his skin, thus sparing him from harm. Be cautious. Retreat for now and check for any injuries, Kedong advised, displaying a particular caution toward the unknown. A moment of carelessness could mean that while his team was fine one moment, they could collapse before him the next. Thank you, President, for your timely intervention. Hurry back. Kedong's voice echoed across the barren expanse, as if the entire world could hear his urgent summons. He was clad in a protective suit of deep blue and black, thick gloves adorning his hands. Without hesitation, he grasped a sprayer filled with medication, aimed it at his body, and pressed the button. A potent mist erupted forth, enveloping him entirely. As the substance dispersed, the insects on the ground swiftly burrowed back into the earth. Kedong frowned, using a tool to scrape the ground, subsequently capturing a small insect and placing it into a transparent vial. Having completed this task, he resumed traversing the desolate landscape, leading the remaining members onward in their exploration. The adventurers, having narrowly escaped an attack, proceeded with utmost caution, each step taken as if treading on thin ice, hearts racing with trepidation.
Kadong.
We have never encountered such insects. We are uncertain of their toxicity. We shall ascertain their nature once we return to Davidson for analysis. Just as they advanced a few paces, the fine sand ahead shifted ominously. Something's amiss, halt. Kadong squinted, brandishing a wooden stick and prodding the ground. At once, a large, ashen creature burst forth, followed by a multitude of similar beasts leaping into view. Dust and sand swirled chaotically, obscuring their vision. In a flash, Luo Yao lifted the others and soared to safety once more. The individuals hoisted into the air peered down, their pupils constricting at the sight of the massive creature below. Measuring 5 meters in length, as thick as a water barrel, with hundreds of long, slender teeth and a belly bristling with tentacles, an unsettling sight indeed. What manner of beast is this? Luo Yao hurled a stone at the creature. The stone was swallowed whole, and with a crunch, it disintegrated into powder, seemingly unpalatable. As the creature promptly expelled the remnants, a viscous green liquid pooled on the surface, exuding a foul stench that sent a transparent gas wafting upwards. The moment Luo Yao's wings brushed against the colorless gas, an intense itch surged within him, nearly causing him to drop the others. Fortunately, years of exploration had trained him to suppress his instinctual reactions in dire situations. Some creatures relied on brute strength to overpower their prey, while others utilized toxins. This unknown species possessed both formidable might and venomous capabilities. Kadong observed the creature below, swiftly deducing, these beings are social predators with a highly aggressive nature. We cannot confront them directly. We must continue to fly further away. Luo Yao complied, ascending into the distance as the creatures pursued them. He managed to shake off the horde below, allowing the group to finally touch down again. However, they had scarcely moved when they encountered an even greater peril. Outside, Lu Ruan anxiously awaited, her instincts warning her of the escalating danger within. Suddenly, Kadong's voice crackled through the communicator. Qin Feng, we have encountered some trouble. Assistance is required. Without delay, Qin Feng commanded the troops to advance deeper into the perilous zone. Thus commenced a fierce battle between humans and beasts. This scene unfolded day after day, as Lu Ruan remained outside, witnessing Luo Yao engage in brutal combat with the creatures and observing Davidson study the myriad unknown organisms. 10 days later, the remaining hazardous area was finally subdued. The dangers of Planet F-1008 had been eradicated. For those that remained, their specific threats had been identified. This planet was marked as one of the 10 forbidden zones. Upon completing the mission, Qin Feng promptly reported to the Empress, whose spirits soared upon receiving the news. A celebratory banquet was arranged in his honor on the Imperial Star. The explorers brought by Kadong had successfully completed their task.
Kinting. Keskivi Kadong. Head Fin Yan.
And 5 other men boarded the warship bound for the Imperial Star, currently seated in the control room awaiting Lu Ruan's arrival. Qin Feng, who is Yi? Why did my sister bid him farewell? After a moment of silence, Qin Feng replied slowly, he is one of my subordinates. In the hall of the base, Lu Ruan stood before Yi, whose expression was inscrutable. His dark, handsome face bore no trace of a smile, yet his gaze was piercing as it locked onto her. Yi, thank you for your support all these years. It was merely a task assigned by the Marshal. You need not take it to heart, Yi responded nonchalantly, as if it were nothing more than duty. Observing his demeanor, she inhaled deeply, saying, I am about to leave. I wish to apologize to my past self from 9 years ago. I never truly disliked you. I simply had no romantic inclinations. You are an excellent soldier, and it was wrong of me to occupy your thoughts. I wish you happiness in the future. Upon finishing her words, she noticed Yi stiffen as if struck by lightning before he turned away, entering the transporter, without looking back. As he vanished, she made her way to the base's entrance and boarded the warship heading back to the main star. A vessel ascended slowly from the ground before speeding toward the main star. Chapter 160. A Frenzied Ride, Green Train. The scene rewinds 5 minutes earlier. Lu Ruan exited the base and had just entered the control room when an arm reached out toward her. By the time she registered what was happening, she found herself seated on the man's lap. His skin was as cold as a lake on a frigid night, the chill creeping through the thin fabric of her pants and sending shivers up her legs. Simultaneously, a subtle, almost imperceptible scent of cedar wafted toward her, lingering at her nostrils. The fragrance was neither overpowering nor faint, but perfectly balanced, teasing her olfactory senses and prompting her to inhale deeply. She brushed her fingers along his chiseled visage, softly calling, Yen. He responded in a low voice. His calloused, sun-kissed hands encircled her waist, causing her entire body to lean against He Yen, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. At that moment, the men on either side voiced their concerns. Ruan Bao.
Get down.
Put her back in her seat. He Yen, what are you doing? Big brother, this isn't safe. Big brother, what do you intend to do with Ruan? Do you want to fight He Yen? Silence. Steer the warship. We are returning. The shouts reverberated through the air, yet He Yen remained unfazed. Steady as a rock. After silencing the other 7 men, he gazed at her with his pale golden eyes, as though the world around them had faded away, leaving only the 2 of them. His voice was commanding, laden with undeniable authority. My dear, I am your best safety harness. Do not leave. No sooner had he spoken than his grip tightened around her, securing her firmly on his lap. Lu Ruan's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Could this truly be He Yen? How could someone so cold as him utter such fiery words? If not for the fragrant cedar scent surrounding him, she might have thought the man beneath her was wild and untamed, for only someone unrestrained would act so boldly. The men beside her were about to rise and intervene. A phone. Pilot the warship. We're going home. At the mention of returning home, the agitated men settled down. The warship ascended swiftly, charting a course toward the Imperial Star. Traveling at full speed, the vessel soon entered an unstable cosmic zone. Though anxiety gripped her, He Yen held her tightly, preventing her from tumbling to the ground. As the ship jolted, she sensed the heat radiating from him intensifying. She felt a sense of comfort wash over her. Though she preferred the coolness of summer, she was not fond of the biting chill of -20 degrees. My dear, He Yen spoke again. His face inches from hers. 2 faces were mere inches apart, their breaths intertwining. Her gaze descended to his nose and lower lip, a sense of disdain rising within her. Call my name, she demanded.
All right.
Up close, He Junyan's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his eyes gradually darkening. During the half-moon phase on planet F-1008, he had been preoccupied, leaving no time for solitude with her. The woman who had been confined in his cage for so many years was now right inside it with him. At his beck and call, he no longer suppressed the torrent of emotions that had long since overflowed within. He seized her soft lips, and Lu Ruan gently closed her eyes, enveloped by a feeling that was both strange and familiar. Memories surged back to 9 years ago, when Yen was a stoic figure, outwardly cold, yet secretly passionate. Despite this, she found it challenging to fully ensnare him. Even in their closest moments, he always retained a sliver of clarity.
Now.
He seemed oblivious to the surroundings, neglecting the presence of others. Was this his transformation from 29 to 38? Amidst the violent turbulence of the ship, their breaths melded together, their connection palpable. However, just as she and He Junyan were entwined, Qin Feng's gaze suddenly shifted, landing squarely on He Junyan. He Junyan, you stopped at this instant. Qin Feng's voice thundered, filled with authority, as if his presence alone shook the entire ship. Others turned to look. He Junyan, put Ruan down. If you dare to continue, I will have you disposed of. He Junyan slowly withdrew from Lu Ruan's lips, his voice hoarse and frigid. The one who should be silent is you. Her cheeks flushed. She languidly addressed the men who seemed ready to brawl. A foam, son. Please don't argue. My head feels heavy. I just want some peace. The tense atmosphere quickly dissipated due to the intensified turbulence. Though He Junyan appeared to have ceased kissing Lu Ruan, his arms around her tightened, and her complexion grew increasingly flushed, her breath becoming somewhat erratic. Yet, only He Junyan and she were aware of this. She realized that his bodily intoxication was tenfold more potent than it had been 9 years ago, rendering her utterly irresistible. Even a mere kiss left her yearning for more. Suddenly, her breath hitched, her pupils dilating as her entire focus converged on a single point. He Junyan's breaths quickened. Sensing the glances directed her way, she leaned closer to his ear and whispered, Yen, be a little gentler. He Junyan's golden eyes grew increasingly hazy. The moment he noticed Kadong, Luo Yao, and the others looking over, he slightly restrained himself, adopting a neutral expression, and when those around them failed to notice, he resumed his reckless indulgence. Lu Ruan's cheeks reddened further. After enduring for half an hour, she noticed the men around her had fallen silent, as if they were chickens. She retrieved an eye mask from her space and donned it, pretending to sleep. A soft moan escaped her lips, drawing immediate attention. Upon seeing Lu Ruan wearing the eye mask, The men assumed she was utterly exhausted, wishing the ship would stabilize so she could rest in the lounge. He Junyan lost control, unable to restrain himself any longer. Another harmonious sound escaped Lu Ruan's lips, and He Junyan's expression began to shift, caught between enjoyment and apparent discomfort. He recalled the first time he encountered Lu Ruan at the villa, where she had been napping and murmuring softly. He couldn't help but ponder. Even now, her sleep was so deep, so fragrant, yet her dreams were remarkably captivating. He Junyan silently gazed at the woman nestled in his brother's lap. She wore a refreshing, elegant, light green gown, and her sleeping face was adorably flushed, growing more enchanting with each glance. He lamented that had he acted first, he could have held her close, just as his brother was doing, both peacefully slumbering amidst the ship's turbulence. Lu Ruan overheard He Junyan's words and nearly choked on her own saliva. "You're talking nonsense. What dream talk?" She was clearly engaged with Yen. Chapter 161. Come over quietly. I need to discuss something with you. 2 hours later, the ship entered a stable zone. He Junyan cradled Lu Ruan and headed directly to the lounge, vanishing behind the hidden door. The remaining men quarreled over who would navigate the ship, ultimately drawing straws to decide. The fortunate ones rushed into the lounge and crossed paths with the two emerging from the bathroom. Lu Ruan lay refreshed on one of the couches. After a light meal, He Junyan opted to retreat to the control room to evade scrutiny.
Sister.
Ruan.
Zuan Bao.
Deep, melodious voices called her name. Lu Ruan glanced up to find Kodong, Luo Yao, Davidson, Samuel, He Junyan, and Qin Feng. He Junyan had been akin to a prize bull, sowing seeds within her, urging her to nurture them well. She was both amused and exasperated. Yet, the effects of this bull were particularly potent. The land he had plowed remained laced with toxins. She feigned normalcy before He Junyan, though her body still simmered with discomfort. All she desired was a water buffalo to alleviate the poison. Yao, I wish to rest alone in the lounge. You all head back to the control room. She cast a glance at Qin Feng. The bull had plowed too deeply, risking the very foundation of the land. She then turned her gaze to the striking silver-haired man. The young bull had matured, yet was he lacking in wildness? She yearned for something more untamed. Sister, take good care of yourself. We'll return to the control room and not disturb you. Luo Yao suppressed the urge to embrace her as they left the lounge one by one. Her gaze flitted from He Junyan to Davidson, then to Kodong, and finally to Samuel. Samuel's eyes often inadvertently fell upon her abdomen, his deep gaze concealing a hint of secret anticipation. She already had her answer. She would not choose He Junyan, nor Davidson or Samuel, but rather the formidable Kodong. Kodong was the most efficient, akin to an unyielding bull when plowing. She activated her light brain and sent a message. Kodong sat steadily in the control room when suddenly his wrist device lit up. Just as he was about to rest, his wife sent him a message. Adong, I need you for something important. Come over quietly and don't draw their attention. Kodong raised an eyebrow, curiosity peaking within him. She sought him out privately without wanting to attract the attention of others. What could she possibly want? He rose gracefully. Exuding an air of confidence that drew the attention of those nearby, he chose to ignore them and strode purposefully toward the lounge. A notable advantage of Qin Feng's military vessel was that those in the control room could not see the lounge's surveillance.
Onche Kodong exited.
The remaining men paid little mind. Samuel's thoughts wandered, oblivious to whether the seeds he had sown over 5 days had begun to sprout. Whenever he caught sight of her, his gaze invariably drifted to her abdomen, anticipating the birth of new life. At his age, he yearned for a child. The mere thought of it quickened his heartbeat. In the lounge, Kodong, impeccably attired, approached the couch where the woman lay. She immediately sat up, pulling him into the bathroom. The door clicked shut behind them. Suddenly, his waist was enveloped by her embrace, a fragrant breeze wafting through the air, the warmth of soft jade drawing him in. Darling, what brings you to seek me? Kodong asked, his voice low and husky, a hint of confusion lacing his tone. Lu Ruan's gaze remained fixated on the suit-clad man leaning against the wall, her thoughts consumed solely by the notion of detoxification. With a swift motion, she yanked off Kodong's tie, unfastened his coat, and deftly loosened his belt. Then, rising on her toes, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her lips gravitating toward his alluring Adam's apple. Kodong's pupils dilated, his heart racing violently. She had summoned him. Was it truly him she desired? Adong, after all these years apart, I have missed you dearly. Her sultry eyes met his. the poison within her body surging, nearly driving her to madness. The choice between the fierce bull and the gentle water buffalo weighed heavily on her mind. I feel the same, Kadong replied, a smirk gracing his lips. Assessing their surroundings, he swiftly scooped Lu Ruan into his arms, placing her at the edge of the pool, and lowered his head to kiss her. His fervent hands roamed over her body, enveloping her in the intoxicating scent of his hormones, causing her to tremble as adrenaline coursed through her veins. An unspoken film unfolded between them. She found herself ensnared by his exceptional prowess. Noticing her surrender, Kadong's smile widened. For years, he had channeled his passion into his career, concealing her deep within his heart, fearful to think of her, as such thoughts would inevitably lead him to drink, leaving him intoxicated, yet still yearning for her. Sometimes, the more he drank, the clearer his mind became, flooded with thoughts. For instance, after she met Qin Feng, had her heart strayed from him, forsaking their initial bond? Did she no longer need him? The weight of these thoughts bore down heavily upon him. He cast aside his distractions, focusing wholly on the moment, where soft moans and gasps intertwined, creating a beautiful symphony within the room. Shall we have a daughter? In the midst of their passionate entanglement, a sliver of clarity emerged within Kadong. The woman entwined with him had a lifespan of 70 more years, should she depart from this world. He would be left to navigate 250 years in solitude. If they were to have a child, their home would remain intact. He could forever reside in the villa that echoed with her presence, nurturing their child, holding on to a glimmer of hope, instead of living the latter half of his life in a haze of scattered memories and sorrow. Very well, Lu Ruan acquiesced, her mind blank, too fatigued to ponder his words, merely responding in kind. A deep affection flickered in Kadong's eyes as an overwhelming intensity surged within him, akin to a ferocious lion devouring its prey. Time passed. The two emerged from their intimate cocoon only upon hearing a knock at the door. When Lu Ruan opened it, she was met by He Jinya, whose ambiguous gaze swept across Kadong. She feigned calmness, smiling lightly. Jinya, do you need the bathroom? Hurry in. Dong just finished fixing the facilities inside. He Jinya replied without lingering, his figure vanishing from the threshold. Darling, I'm heading out now. You must take care of yourself and not overexert, Kadong instructed, his gaze lingering on Lu Ruan's abdomen for a brief moment before retreating to the control room. As if nothing had transpired. Understood. Dong, you go ahead, she responded, reclining once more onto the couch. It must be said, her husband's detoxifying prowess was remarkable. She finally felt rejuvenated. However, before she could relish her newfound comfort, she was abruptly lifted off her feet, only to find herself pinned against the bathroom wall by He Jinya. Chapter 162. Am I not as significant as he is in your heart? Have you been with him? He Jinya's expression remained impassive as he stared directly at her, his hands braced against the wall, effectively trapping her. Beneath the open black leather of his jacket, his chest heaved with agitation, revealing the tumultuous emotions raging within him. Lu Ruan averted her gaze. No. He Jinya scoffed lightly, lifting her chin with his fingers, compelling her to meet his gaze. Then why were you alone with him for so long? She swatted his hand away, chuckling. Don't tell me you were waiting outside the door this entire time? He Jinya replied, half smirking. I stood guard for 5 hours. In truth, he had been in the control room, sleeping for 5 hours, but upon waking, he was overwhelmed by his longing to see her. Upon stepping out, he was caught off guard to find her not resting on the couch, but rather in the bathroom with Kadong. Thus, he had knocked. The state of Kadong upon exiting was clearly amiss. As a man, he could sense it. I'm tired, Jinya, I need to leave. Lu Ruan did not dwell on explanations or rebuttals. Instead, she feigned fatigue, her palm pressing against his sun-kissed chest, gently pushing him away. He Jinya stiffened, the depths of his eyes concealing unspoken emotions. Am I not as significant as he is in your heart? So eager to leave. You do not wish to stay with me? He allowed her to push him, his body remaining steadfast as he questioned her. Lu Ruan felt a jolt within her. Jinya was indeed jealous. Each of them held importance. No one was lesser than the other. She simply wished to avoid falling into a cycle of detoxification. Yet, it seemed Jinya had become embroiled in his own doubts. Jinya, he is him, and you are you. Do not compare yourself to him. She furrowed her brows, adopting a disapproving expression before her lips curled into a smile, her eyes glistening with affection as she gazed at him. In my heart, you are unlike any of them. He let out a soft huff, a tremor coursing through him, before his demeanor cooled. He pulled Lu Ruan from the wall into his embrace, his cool fingers brushing against her waist, tracing gentle patterns. She did not resist, but instead contemplated the inescapable cycle, pondering whether she could secretly summon Kudong for another detox. After all, Kudong was well endowed, skilled, and adept. Once her plan solidified, she wrapped her arms around He Jinya's muscular waist, resting her cheek against his chiseled chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, her voice dripping with tenderness. Jinya, do not be upset. I adore seeing you smile. Then shall we? He Jinya's predatory gaze fixated on her lips. She fell silent for 2 seconds. In the third second, she found herself lifted off the ground and placed atop the sink. He Jinya discarded the hindering outer layer, a shadow of dark emotions flitting across his gaze as he cradled Lu Ruan's head, leaning down to kiss her. In their mingling breaths, the faint minty scent of his essence tantalized her senses, ensnaring her in a web of fascination. After a moment, He Jinya pulled back slightly, his fingers capturing her face. Staring deeply into her eyes as he huskily declared, Ruan, in the future, if you need anything, come to me. Do not rely on him. A droplet of crystalline moisture lingered on his lips, adding to the allure of his words. Lu Ruan found herself at a loss for words. He Jinya did not wait for her response, as though his words were a declaration rather than a request. His hands shifted from her face to encircle her waist and hips, allowing her to cling to him like a koala. Crack. The familiar yet foreign sound of a belt being undone echoed. She gradually succumbed to the moment, her body growing weak. Passion ignited within the room, a vivid contrast to the serene silence outside.
Ah.
Juan, I desire a daughter. Grant me a daughter.
Oh. Can you handle it?
Are you ticklish?
Jinya.
Juan, you said it. Do not beg for mercy later. Just as she contemplated regret, he offered her no chance to withdraw. She emerged once more, 3 hours later.
Juan.
Make sure to rest well. You must not overexert yourself. He Jinya's gaze lingered on Lu Ruan's lower abdomen, seemingly lost in thought, excitement growing with each passing moment, the corners of his mouth curving uncontrollably upwards. Lu Ruan suppressed her instinctive reaction, deceiving the self-satisfied He Jinya, and reclined back onto the couch. This man possessed an innate advantage, his combat prowess at its zenith. When he was tender, it felt insufficient. When he was fierce, he resembled a wild boar, both reckless and robust. She supported her aching waist and shook her head. 9 years later, his potency had increased tenfold. Barely 2 minutes after lying down, the sensation of heat coursed through her limbs, her body aflame, perspiration beading on her forehead. It felt as though insects were crawling all over her, nearly prompting her to leap up. She drank a glass of water, attempting to quell her body's peculiar response. Yet, her efforts were in vain. Unable to endure any longer, she took a deep breath, activated her holographic device, scrolled through her friend list, and clicked on Kudong's chat window. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She exited and sought out Luo Yao, typing and sending a Yao. I need to discuss something with you. Please come quietly, without attracting anyone's attention. After sending the message, she lay back and awaited his arrival. In the control room, Luo Yao, initially drowsy and on the verge of slumber, was jolted awake when his holographic device vibrated slightly. Upon checking, he found a message from his wife. A flicker of confusion crossed his sharp gaze. Why was she reaching out to him with such urgency, instructing him to avoid drawing attention? Was someone attempting to breach his account? With a soft exhale, he stood and made his way to the rest area. Upon reaching the couch, he found Lu Ruan lying peacefully, her eyes gently closed, her long eyelashes fluttering like delicate fans, her complexion flushed, clearly in deep slumber. Squinting at his device, a surge of anger welled up within him. How dare that scoundrel invade his account? Just as he was about to turn and seek out He Jinyuan, the top-tier hacker in the network, to identify the perpetrator, Lu Ruan suddenly rolled off the couch, pulling him into the bathroom.
Bang.
The door clicked shut behind them. He found himself pinned against the door by the fragrant, soft woman. Sister, what do you need from me? Luo Yao inquired with a smile, his gaze tenderly fixed on Lu Ruan, as if she were the most precious treasure in the world, allowing her to hold him without a hint of resistance. Lu Ruan remained silent, her eyes meeting the striking silver-haired man before her, her mind consumed by 2 words, antidote. He was the antidote she desperately needed. She extended her slender fingers, delicately sliding them beneath his intricately styled black attire, reaching his taut waistline with a boldness that elicited a tremor in his pupils, darkening his expression. In a swift motion, he lifted her effortlessly. 3 hours later, Lu Ruan emerged from the bathroom, refreshed and renewed. Beside her stood a beaming Luo Yao, his exquisite features betraying a hint of anticipation. His gaze frequently drifting towards her abdomen. "Sister, please take good care of the baby." The mere thought of a little one with wings calling him father melted his heart, leaving him utterly soft. He wouldn't even mind if it were a son. Should their future child fail to sprout wings like he did in his youth, he would resolutely toss the child from a great precipice. Just as Lu Ruan took a sip of water, she was caught off guard, spraying it out in surprise. He Jinyi urged her to nurture herself. Ke Dong longed for a daughter, and He Jinyi was aggressively adamant about wanting a daughter as well, each planting seeds into her fertile ground. Now Luo Yao's direct exhortation to nurture a fetus left her utterly astonished. The bodies of interstellar men, without special conditioning, find it exceedingly difficult for women to conceive. Otherwise, she would have already borne twins by now. However, even if conception were to occur, modern technology allows for embryos to be implanted externally and nurtured in incubators. This method does have its drawbacks, as extracting embryos from within requires utmost caution. Otherwise, the embryo may perish. Generally, interstellar couples procure their reproductive cells separately, performing in vitro fertilization before placing them in incubators, thus enabling the birth of numerous infants. This is also why interstellar women can single-handedly give birth to 500 sons. Yao, please head to the control room. I wish to rest quietly by myself, she said with a smile. All right, Luo Yao replied, turning to leave, his heart brimming with visions of a bright future. Yet, beneath that hopeful exterior lay a deep-seated sorrow, a feeling he dared not confront. Ever since learning of her shortened lifespan 9 years ago, every moment spent by her side was cherished with utmost reverence. As Luo Yao's figure quickly faded from view, Lu Ruan relaxed comfortably on the couch. Just as she was on the brink of slumber, a shadowy visage suddenly loomed closer. Ruan, He Jinyi gently called, his eyes filled with warmth as they fixed upon the woman on the couch. Startled by his voice, Lu Ruan trembled involuntarily. Internally, she lamented, this is it. The Spanish bull king, He Jinyi, has left. Now the water buffalo, Ke Dong, arrives. After the water buffalo, the Portuguese bull king, He Jinyi, follows. After him, the little yellow calf, Luo Yao, will come. And now, the unnamed bull king, He Jinyi, appears. She felt utterly overwhelmed, her fertile ground having been plowed time and again, seeds sown repeatedly. It was time for her to strike. What's wrong? He Jinyi had intended to reach out and touch Lu Ruan's delicate face, but upon witnessing her sudden shiver, his fingers hovered in the air for several moments before he slowly withdrew. He hadn't anticipated that she would fear him so much now. She was so affectionate and joyful around his older brother and younger sibling, yet with him, she trembled in fright. Had she truly cast him aside from her heart? He Jinyi felt suffocated, a sharp pang piercing his heart, and he stumbled away towards the bathroom. Lu Ruan, frustrated, smacked her forehead in annoyance. After a moment of regret, she dismounted the couch, approached the hidden door, and pressed the bell, anxiously explaining, Yuan, my hand was cramping earlier, which is why I trembled. Please open the door. Silence ensued from within. She persisted, Yuan, I have something important to discuss with you. Still, there was no response. Just as she was about to return to the couch and send him a message explaining, a long hand suddenly pulled her inside. He Jinyi's fervent kiss enveloped her, laced with intensity and desperation. She passively accepted his intoxicating kiss, subsequently yielding to his demands. 2 hours later, after an intense exchange, He Jinyi's unease dissipated, the tumultuous emotions within him easing. His gaze settled on her abdomen. After a moment of contemplation, he murmured, Ruan, I desire a daughter. Oh, very well, she replied, feeling a bit fatigued, her body slumping against the couch. Fortunately, her constitution had risen to the average level of interstellar women. Otherwise, she would not have endured the relentless fervor. Internally, she silently celebrated, grateful that Davidson had helped her reject 500 billion potential matches at the outset. He Jinyi smiled softly, refraining from disturbing her rest. Once he departed, she no longer hesitated and swiftly summoned Davidson. Davidson extracted a vial of medication and administered it to the dazed Lu Ruan, who had been afflicted by the ashen element. Following this, he presented her with a bottle of verdant restorative elixir, which she consumed. Within 5 minutes, Lu Ruan's adverse condition dissipated. She mused to herself, truly, the Dean's husband is the most reliable. Davidson then procured a chair and settled beside her couch, his pale fingers gently untangling her disheveled locks. His voice a melodious and soothing timbre. Lu Ruan, should the ashen element encounter you again, seek me out immediately. I shall provide you with the antidote. Do not endure discomfort in silence. His eyes, framed by glasses, radiated warmth akin to a gentle stream. The aromatic scent of woodsy remedies enveloped him, providing a sense of tranquility. Arsene, you are truly wonderful. Lu Ruan felt the depths of this man's exquisite tenderness, warmth igniting within her heart. She shifted closer to the edge of the couch, wrapping her arms around him, burying her face in his shirt. He was the one among them who made her feel the most at ease. Each time he was before her, he exuded such gentleness. Yet, when engaging with others, although his tone remained mild, his gaze was often imbued with a cold detachment. She was his cherished one. Lu Ruan, I shall devise a means to prolong your life. Lu Ruan, lost in her reverie, was abruptly interrupted by his declaration. Surprised, she lifted her gaze to meet his. His expression was resolute yet tender, as if conveying that he would indeed accomplish this task. Arsene, I trust you, but please do not regard this as a burden. Just do your best. She gazed intently at Davidson, wishing to alleviate any undue pressure on him, for under the current technological advancements, extending one's lifespan was nearly impossible. Davidson comprehended Lu Ruan's thoughts, his pure-hearted treasure always so kind and considerate. He reached out, gently caressing her hair, softly assuring her, Lu Ruan, rest assured. I will find a way. I will not allow you to depart from me. Lu Ruan smiled faintly. After fulfilling Qin Feng's wish of expanding the main star within a decade, she had accrued 30 willpower points, bringing her total to 90. Just 10 more, and she would have enough. She felt considerably more confident about the prospect of living for 500 years. Chapter 164. Davidson, I will not be at odds with you. The once empty void in Davidson's heart was now filled by the person in his embrace. 9 years later, upon their reunion, she was now 29, aging 5 times faster than him. If they wished to have children, now was the optimal moment to leave a legacy. Once back at the villa, he would need to tend to his health, striving to ensure she would conceive soon. Lu Ruan, shall we have a child? He inquired tentatively. Lu Ruan swiftly raised her head from the fragrant embrace of the man, her eyes wide in astonishment. Arsene, you? The latter part of his sentence hung, unspoken, in his throat.
Me?
Davidson elongated each syllable, particularly emphasizing the final word, his tone laced with incredulity and uncertainty. After pondering for a moment, a realization seemed to dawn upon him, and he suddenly burst into laughter. Yet, the mirth did not reach his eyes. Why are you laughing? She felt a tightening in her chest, an instinct warning her that the dean's husband was about to concoct a scheme against some unfortunate soul. Was he planning to take action against Yuan? As one of the 3 esteemed deans across the galaxy, he seldom intervened, but when he did, she was certain that no other man present could rival him. No, Davidson replied with a faint smile, rising to head towards the control room. Anxiety gnawed at her further, and she abruptly rolled off the couch, shoving him into the bathroom. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind them, enveloping them in a more intimate space. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and looked at him, saying, Let us go. Davidson stood frozen, resembling a bewildered creature. Lu Ruan, go where? Caught off guard by her assertiveness, he was utterly perplexed. She wore an expression of someone prepared for a selfless sacrifice, which was truly peculiar. Didn't he want a daughter? Come on, Arsene. Yuan has what you desire, and in my heart, you both hold equal importance. Thus, there is no need for you to resort to underhanded tactics against others. The latter part of her thoughts remained unspoken. Davidson mulled over the word, his gaze darkening with sudden intensity. He had initially assumed that her mention of also implied that the ashen element also desired children, but now, realizing it pertained to others as well, an unnameable anger surged within him. He lifted Lu Ruan onto the platform, his brow furrowed with irritation, his eyes locking onto hers. Lu Ruan, have they all asked you for a daughter? Well, Lu Ruan grappled with how to respond. Clad in a white shirt, Davidson appeared both austere and refined. He removed his glasses, tugged at his collar, and then lunged at her like a tiger. Arsene, listen to me. In the control room, massive holographic screens adorned the walls, displaying various images and data. Below these screens lay a row of transparent control panels, filled with numerous icons. The men settled around the panels, with the exception of Lu Yao, who remained alert. The others, however, squinted their eyes, drowsy and lethargic. As long as they were in a stable zone, their states remained thus. Only when traversing stormy cosmic regions did they lift their heads. Samuel, habitually positioned at the edge, awoke from a prolonged slumber, the first thought on his mind being to check on the young girl. She had been in the lounge for over 10 hours, surely. She must be awake by now. He glanced around at the semi-conscious youths and, upon rising, made his way to the resting area. Upon entering, a refreshing breeze greeted him. Most agreeable. Qin Feng's ship was small, and the resting room was akin to a single chamber. To ensure the young girl's comfort, he had modified the ship's layout prior to boarding. His gaze fell upon the soft couch he had arranged for her. It contained only a light green blanket, devoid of anything else. Was the young girl in the restroom? He restrained his impatience, taking a seat on the couch to await her return. Anticipation bubbled within him. Having nurtured his health and toiled diligently for several consecutive days, it seemed about time for a baby to arrive. A captivating smile gradually graced Samuel's handsome features, his deep green eyes growing increasingly pensive as he began to drift into daydreams. As time slipped by, Samuel returned to reality, murmuring, "During this period, I must ensure Lu Ruan is well cared for, and absolutely no other suitors should approach her. Otherwise, the seeds I have sown may be trampled upon before they have a chance to flourish, withering away to nothing." Engrossed in his thoughts, he caught a glimpse of the time, and his heart suddenly raced.
What?
Has it already been 2 hours? Lu Ruan has been in there for so long. Surely, nothing has happened to her? Samuel sprang to his feet, striding to the bathroom door, ringing the bell and knocking urgently. "Lu Ruan, are you there?" Silence ensued. "Can you hear me?" Still, no response. "Lu Ruan, what is wrong?" Samuel's anxiety mounted, his voice growing louder. Suddenly, he heard Lu Ruan's voice from within, though it was weak and intermittent, as if she were enduring some form of torment. "Old saw, I'm fine. Open the door. Let me see how you're doing." No answer. Samuel feared that Lu Ruan had fainted. He retrieved a tool for dismantling the ship, prepared to break down the door. However, just as the tool touched the door, he hesitated and withdrew. "Lu Ruan, wait here. I'll fetch my access card and get Davidson to come rescue you." The door opened slowly, yet the card was swiped with alacrity. Samuel vanished before the entrance, his hurried departure rendering him oblivious to Lu Ruan's plea not to leave. "Qin Feng, the access card. Lu Ruan is in trouble." Samuel hastened to the control room, rousing Qin Feng from his slumber. "What did you say? Little Ruan is in trouble?" Qin Feng, startled from his dreams, instinctively handed Samuel an access card without a moment's thought. Upon receiving the card, Samuel's immediate action was to summon Davidson to check on Lu Ruan, only to discover that the latter was conspicuously absent from the control room. He swiftly retraced his steps to the lounge. "Davidson, are you in there?" Samuel bellowed from outside, his voice transformed from a low, resonant bubble to a piercing tenor. Qin Feng promptly followed suit. "What is happening?" He surveyed the area, and upon noting his wife's absence, his brow furrowed with concern. The mention of Lu Ruan's predicament had clearly agitated Samuel, prompting Qin Feng to seize the access card from him and swipe it at the smart recognition area. With a beep, the door swung open. What lay before them was a disheveled scene. 2 individuals, drenched in sweat, their clothing in disarray, gasping for breath. Samuel's gaze fixated on Davidson, who was seated with a graceful woman at his waist, the latter's midriff exposed, appearing like a gentleman of questionable repute. A chill radiated from Samuel's cold eyes, igniting a fierce glint as he regarded Davidson, akin to a man staring at a sworn enemy. "Davidson, we are irreconcilable." Chapter 165. Little Ruan, I too desire a daughter. Lu Ruan, caught in the escalating tension, felt the weight of anxiety in her heart. The rift between the 2 men had reached a boiling point, and she sensed that Samuel was genuinely incensed. It was a dire situation. Her mind raced, yet no strategy emerged to quell the brewing storm. Davidson, donning his glasses, concealed a flicker of annoyance from the interruption, leisurely fastening his clothing. As he had no penchant for allowing other men to gawk at his intimate moments. As the romantic tension faded, Davidson addressed Samuel. "Do temper your ire. Do not frighten Ruan." Samuel struggled to rein in his fury, yet the murderous intent in his eyes remained uncontainable. The illustrious dean of the Interstellar Academy, a luminary in the field of genetic research, was in a state of impatience, engaging in such conduct with a young girl in these surroundings. Samuel's chest heaved with agitation as he spoke. "This despicable man has sullied our child." He brandished a long stick and charged at Davidson. Lu Ruan, trembling with fear, quickly straightened her clothing and threw herself around Samuel, pleading, "Old Samuel, don't act impulsively. Rashness is the devil's hand." She clutched him tightly, terrified that should she release him, blood would surely be spilled aboard the warship. "Both of you, temper yourselves," Qin Feng interjected, noting Lu Ruan's unease. His expression grew stern. Regardless of the monumental rift between the men, it was time to exercise restraint. As Samuel glanced down, he saw the young girl vehemently shaking her head. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and after a pause, let out a cold snort, relinquishing the stick. Arson returned to the control room at once. She first urged Davidson to depart. After Davidson had eaten his fill, he faced Samuel's wrath without flinching, complying with Lu Ruan's directive to vacate the smoky battlefield, sparing her the discomfort. Once Davidson left, Lu Ruan attempted to close the door to converse with Samuel, only for Qin Feng to slip in like a nimble eel. One man exuded murderous intent, radiating an aura of coldness, while the other wore an impassive expression. She leaned against the wall, resolved to communicate effectively, to fathom the root of his anger, and then to address the conflict between the men. "Old Samuel, it was I who invited Arson in. We haven't seen each other in 9 years, and he is one of my match candidates. Why are you so furious?" She was genuinely perplexed. Samuel was not socially awkward, nor was he overly gregarious. His temper, aside from when it came to Davidson, was typically mild. He rarely engaged in conflict. Yet, upon witnessing Davidson's intimacy with her, he had been driven to the brink of violence. Was his possessiveness truly so intense?
One.
"I recently restored my health and wish to have a child. But he touched you just now, which surely means our child is lost." Samuel voiced his grievances, with a hint of vulnerability.
Ah?
It took Lu Ruan a moment to grasp the gravity of his words. Her older husband had been tirelessly devoted, yet in their time together, he had refrained from intimacy, concealing his yearning for a child. Her heart ached at the realization. Suddenly, her perspective shifted. Her husband, having finally shed his mask, sought a glimmer of hope amidst the trials of life. She understood now why his anger had flared so intensely. "Old Samuel, if you wish for a child, upon our return to the main planet, we can utilize reproductive cells to create one together. Next year, we could welcome our baby into the world. I want a daughter. I desire a daughter." Samuel's tone softened, revealing a rare sentimentality. As he aged, he recognized the diminishing quality of fertility, hence his urgency. "You want a daughter? Very well. Then we shall have a daughter, and we shall begin now. But you must promise me not to harbor any resentment towards Arson, all right?" Lu Ruan coaxed Samuel gently. Her world was filled with individuals who cherished her. Yet this aloof technical genius, isolated within his own realm, had allowed her to penetrate his solitude. Throughout the past 9 years, he had treated her with unyielding affection, never once displaying a cold demeanor. Now, as she sought to console him, she felt no impatience in her heart. Samuel stood for some time, then relented. Qin Feng, eavesdropping, finally grasped the situation. Little Ruan intended to bear a daughter for Samuel, yet he too yearned for a beautiful daughter to inherit the family legacy. "Little Ruan, I too desire a daughter." In an instant, both men advanced toward her, prompting Lu Ruan to widen her eyes in surprise. Samuel, having spent considerable time with her, had undergone a transformation. Once clad in the attire of a dull bureaucrat, he now donned a stylish white long shirt that accentuated his masculine charm. Resembling a celestial being of ancient elegance, Qin Feng, slightly taller and robust, his muscles straining against his shirt, radiated an aura of strength. She couldn't help but swallow hard at his overwhelming charisma. The striking man, with his ambiguous beauty and tempestuous gaze, steadied her as her legs weakened, enveloping her in his embrace. "Samuel, step aside." Observing this, her muscular bow pushed Samuel aside, his heated palm encircling her waist, his determined lips drawing near. As their lips met, a refreshing breath enveloped her, filling her senses with Qin Feng's essence. His Adam's apple bobbed, his breaths heavy as he kissed Lu Ruan, his gaze gradually unfocused. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated. A blow struck his back, and turning, he found Samuel brandishing a long stick, poised to deliver a second strike. "Old Samuel, halt." Lu Ruan broke free from Qin Feng's grasp, rushing to seize the stick from the handsome man, discarding it, and then encircling his waist. Samuel's deep-set eyes bore into Qin Feng with a fierce intensity. Despite their shared camaraderie in the kitchen over the years, the dynamics had shifted. He was no longer inclined to share. Primarily, he fears that his little ones may lack ambition and fail to compete against the others. Lu Ruan glanced left at the burly Qin Feng, whose arms were as thick as her thighs, and right at the breathtakingly handsome Samuel. After a moment of internal struggle, she smiled brightly and declared, "A Feng, old saw, you need not compete." As her words fell, the two men exchanged glances, and their eyes ignited with a fierce determination directed towards her. When Lu Ruan emerged once more, she could not discern how much time had passed. She lay on the couch, her vision darkening as she stared at the cabin ceiling, reflecting on the events of the past 2 days. Finally resting her hand on her flat, smooth abdomen. With her eyes closed, she succumbed to a deep slumber. However, in the fleeting second before she drifted off, she seemed to hear the ship's announcement indicating they had arrived at the Imperial Star. Chapter 166. Meeting Di Qinji. Lu Ruan slept for an extended period, and in her hazy state, the sounds of jubilant celebrations echoed around her. Congratulations to Her Majesty the Empress on her good health. Congratulations to Grand Marshal Qin on his triumphant return. The cacophony of cheers, laughter, clinking glasses, and animated conversations intertwined, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Lu Ruan's eyelashes fluttered as she attempted to open her eyes, but her heavy eyelids resisted. As the surrounding sounds grew clearer, a faint but distinct scent of dragon's saliva gradually intensified in the air. This aroma carried a hint of masculine pheromones, evoking an indescribable sensation that stirred her DNA into activity. Piercing through layers of fog, her heavy eyelids finally lifted. In her blurred vision, a vague masculine figure came into focus, and as her sight sharpened, the circumstances became evident. To her side sat a man of noble bearing, draped in a blue and gold robe, his profile exuding an air of cold authority. The golden holographic device in his hand was extravagantly crafted, worth as much as a villa. Awake? The man turned his face towards her, his voice resonating with a metallic timbre. Upon recognizing him, she instinctively rubbed her forehead, memories of her departure flooding back, causing a pang of uncertainty as she exclaimed, "Qinji?" Di Qinji nodded slightly, affirming her inquiry. She quickly scanned her surroundings. The palace's dome was adorned with countless fragments of stars collected from distant galaxies, shimmering with a dreamlike brilliance. In the most prominent position within the hall sat the resplendent empress, accompanied by 30 elderly consorts, their faces etched with the marks of time. Behind them stood Qin Feng and General Rain, among others, followed by Ko Dong, He Jinyi, Davidson, and a few others. Palace attendants weaved through the crowd, presenting exquisite dishes that were delicacies sourced from various cosmic realms. Some were interstellar fruits harvested from the distant Dream Nebula, while others were the flesh of colossal sea beasts captured in energy whirlpools. Qin Feng, in high spirits, raised his glass with the elderly consorts and animatedly discussed matters concerning the affiliated planets with General Rain, clearly exhilarated. The other men from her household engaged in casual dining, their glances occasionally shifting towards her. She and Di Qinji occupied a corner of the grand hall, a spot more conducive to rest. Ruan, once you're awake, let us go meet the Empress, he said, and at that moment, he stood up, taking her hand firmly as they advanced forward.
All right.
She followed in step with Di Qinji towards the venerable Empress, who was now her mother-in-law. As she approached the Empress for the first time in the capacity of a daughter-in-law, a wave of nervousness washed over her, not from fear of power, but from the apprehension of meeting the parents. After all, she had slept through the entire affair, and none of the men had awakened her. Was it reasonable for her to maintain such a demeanor, even grander than the Empress herself? She shot a sharp glare at He Jinyi and the others. The Empress will not bite. Do not be anxious, Di Qinji reassured her, sensing the dampness in her palm. In her nervous state, his grip on her hand tightened slightly. Taking a deep breath, she passed by He Jinyi, then Qin Feng, and finally the elderly consorts, until they stood before the Empress. Di Qinji gradually released her hand, halting before the Empress. His voice was low and gentle. "Mother Empress, this is Ruan." The Empress, towering at 1.8 meters, her face lined with wrinkles, was seated in a specially crafted chair, exuding an aura of understated authority despite her frail body. Lu Ruan pays her respects to Her Majesty the Empress. She knelt on one knee, performing a respectful greeting. The starry Empress was no mere symbol. She wielded substantial power, maintaining a delicate balance with the supreme executive of the Federation to jointly govern the major planets. The Empress scrutinized Lu Ruan for a moment before breaking into a slight smile. "Rise, child. Qinji's partner appears to be quite young, perhaps not yet 30? If you accompany Chenji, you may yet vie for this position in the coming years, ensuring the royal lineage continues. It is a pity, however, that this daughter-in-law has spent these years on the affiliated planets with Qin Feng. But then again, she is still young. Perhaps this position is not entirely fitting for her. Lu Ruan rose, patiently awaiting the Empress's pronouncement, refraining from rushing to demonstrate her worth. Chenji, once Ruan returns, you shall accompany her to Alpha Star. After all these years spent managing affairs at my side, it is time you lead your own life. But Mother Empress, your health, Di Chenji's protest was cut short by the Empress. You still have your 11th brother by my side. Go with Ruan. If my health should falter, I will summon Davidson. You are now a family. You can return to the Imperial Star together to see me later. After speaking, the Empress appeared somewhat fatigued. She turned her gaze to Lu Ruan. Little Ruan, I have no daughters. Chenji is the one I cherish most among my 200 sons. While your other suitors are certainly commendable, I hope you and Chenji can engage more with one another. The Empress's voice carried a hint of weariness, her gaze profound. As a mother, she yearned for her most cherished son's happiness. Lu Ruan quickly nodded. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will foster a good relationship with Chenji. With the banquet concluded, the group bid farewell to the Empress and departed from the opulent palace. She and Di Chenji boarded the warship, settling onto a couch in the lounge area, while Qin Feng and the others remained in the control room, plotting something unknown. The warship gradually ascended from the palace grounds, speeding towards Alpha Star. Di Chenji, seated beside her on a resplendent golden chair, exuded an imposing presence at 199 centimeters tall. His aura was impossible to overlook, and his attire radiated an unmistakable air of nobility. This journey from the Imperial Star to Alpha Star is quite brief, merely 5 hours. If you wish to visit the Empress, it is relatively convenient, she broke the silence. Indeed, Di Chenji responded with a soft chuckle. Finally, he had met her long, dark hair and fair complexion, her beauty surpassing that of her photographs, appearing more mature. Despite the nerves of meeting the Empress, she displayed no traces of anxiety, conducting herself with poise and measured humility. This impressed him greatly. The Empress mentioned you've been at her side, assisting her with administrative affairs all these years? Lu Ruan casually inquired. Di Chenji's innate aristocratic demeanor was unmistakably strong. Had she been a mere 20 years old, she might have felt a pang of inadequacy in his presence, perceiving herself as a beautiful toad unworthy of a magnificent swan. However, through the passage of time and her encounters with distinguished figures such as Davidson, He Jin, and Qin Feng, her self-perception has transcended the mere identity of a woman, ascending to the esteemed status of a noble among the elite. Now, she can engage with her princely husband on equal footing. In these years, I have indeed been working towards these ambitions. If you wish to run for election, you may begin your preparations. When Di Chen heard Lu Ruan mention this, he initially assumed she harbored ambitions to become the new empress. A flicker of appreciation danced in his icy blue eyes. Chapter 167. An unbearable scene. Very well. Lu Ruan refrained from immediately countering his assertion, choosing instead to reserve her opinion for the moment. Ruan, since you aspire to run for election, I shall do everything within my power to assist you. This way, he need not sell the castle in Dixing to the next royal family. Di Chen's gaze, deep and contemplative, fixed upon Lu Ruan, who lay upon the couch. He began to devise a plan to transform this novice into a well-versed candidate, knowledgeable in royal history, interstellar affairs, and the current political landscape, fully understanding the weight of power and responsibility, an eligible contender for the upcoming election. The election is a grand event across the entire interstellar realm, occurring once every 20 years. For women in the interstellar community, acquiring the right to run is no easy feat, and once achieved, garnering the support of citizens to ascend the throne of Empress is even more challenging. He could foresee the busyness awaiting him upon their return home, as he would strive to elevate her to prominence. Lu Ruan, perceptive as she was, detected that Di Chen seemed intent on wholeheartedly assisting her in her quest for the throne. A wave of pressure washed over her, akin to asking a kindergarten child to partake in the entrance examination for Harvard. She cleared her throat lightly. Chenji, I believe I need to ponder this further. Di Chen paused, taken aback by her words. After a moment of contemplation, he replied earnestly, with only 10 months until the election, time is of the essence. It would be best if you made your decision within 3 days. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee my assistance. 3 days? Very well. Lu Ruan nodded gently. Her decision to run hinged upon whether Di Chen's aspirations could be fulfilled, and if he could provide her with the final 10% of willpower needed. If he could not, she would only consider participating to fulfill the wishes of He Jin's brother. Di Chen's insistence on a swift decision stirred a sense of urgency within her, compelling her to discover what his true desires were. Chenji, outside of your duties at the Empress's side, what do you typically engage in? She sought to glean insights into his life, to infer his aspirations. Occasionally playing games with friends, collecting obscure histories, and studying interstellar culture, Di Chen replied nonchalantly, presenting an image of a life devoid of excitement. And you? I lack such refined interests as yours. Over the years, my focus has solely been on how to eliminate the dangers on the satellite planet alongside of foam. They conversed for 2 hours, during which she gleaned a comprehensive understanding of the life of this esteemed man from childhood to present.
Di Chen.
One of the first batch of princes nurtured after the Empress's ascendance 60 years prior, was the second in line and slightly older than Qin Feng. He had grown up in luxury, receiving a royal education, excelling in both literary and martial endeavors. His brothers were paired with partners upon reaching adulthood, departing the palace, while he and the 11th prince remained unpaired, staying by the Empress's side for many years. They had once believed they would remain with the Empress indefinitely, yet he found himself bound to her. Having learned about Di Chen, Lu Ruan could not shake the impression that such a man lacked for nothing. It was challenging to discern his innermost wishes. After taking a delicate sip from his glass, Di Chen remarked coolly, Ruan, if there is anything lacking in our home, please provide me with a list, and I shall have items from my castle transferred. His mother had no daughters. Binding himself to her meant that even in the event of her passing, he would not be left entirely alone, for he would have gained a family. His household lacked any disreputable men, and he felt content to consider himself a part of it. There is nothing lacking at home, Lu Ruan replied with a smile, declining his offer. The value of merely the chair he sat upon was likely equivalent to an entire commercial street, and the rest of his possessions could only be imagined as precious artifacts. She had already adorned her villa on Alpha Star with gold bricks. Any further extravagance was unfathomable. The items in his castle were, in essence, already hers. They could be transferred when needed. Di Chen fell silent, his eyes gently closing as he took a moment to rest. She, too, followed suit, embracing the tranquility. The scent of dragon's saliva emanating from him mingled with the pure air circulating within the warship, enveloping her in a fragrant embrace. After spending 2 hours in his presence, her very cells seemed to awaken with excitement under this intoxicating aroma. She found herself scrutinizing his striking features, his cold, sculpted visage resembling a work of art, exuding the aura of an ethereal flower. He had just mentioned needing a decision within 3 days. She must seize this flower within that time frame. As her gaze drifted from him, it inadvertently landed upon the bathroom door, and she pondered thoughtfully. The 8 men in the control room were keenly focused on her abdomen. Upon returning to the villa, they would undoubtedly be on high alert to prevent Di Chen from causing harm to their potential daughter. Especially Old Saw, if anyone dared to target her abdomen, he would instantly spring into action, ready to fight. Should she employ the same strategy, swiftly overpowering Di Chen and marking him as hers? The more she contemplated, the more entangled her thoughts became, her brows knitting together in a frown. She reevaluated Di Chen, who leaned back, eyes gently closed, exuding elegance and grace. If she were to push this ethereal flower into the bathroom and claim his first time, could she do it? No. The thought was unbearable. Lu Ruan shook her head vigorously, dispelling the notion. However, given his stature, maneuvering him behind the door would prove difficult.
Di Chen,
feeling the intensity of her gaze, slowly opened his eyes and gently inquired, "What is it?" He shifted slightly, focusing on her. "We should head out." Lu Ruan stood, grasping Di Chen's hand and gently pulling him to his feet. 3 hours later, they arrived home. She feared that remaining alone with him would lead to unforeseen consequences, and she resolved to seek solitude with him once they were home. Very well. Di Chen rose, feeling the softness of her hand, as though his heart had been lightly brushed by a feather. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Feng had activated the surveillance system. The scenes unfolding in the lounge, including Lu Ruan's dreamy gaze towards the hidden door after conversing with Di Chen, were clearly visible to the 8 men in the control room. They were all too familiar with this maneuver. Once inside, their identity would irrevocably change. They would emerge as prospective fathers. Did his wife intend to take Di Chen inside? Just as Lu Ruan prepared to step forward, the remaining 7 men, having unbuckled their safety belts with lightning speed, rushed towards them. "Soft baby. That's not permissible." Samuel brandished a long staff, while He-jin wielded a quantum saw, blocking their path. Having just planted the seeds, they would fiercely defend their daughter against any who dared to threaten her. Luo Yao gently drew Lu Ruan into his embrace, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "Sister, take good care of the baby." Lu Ruan was momentarily speechless. Huh? Upon hearing the term pregnancy, Dichen's steps faltered abruptly. His icy gaze darting towards the silver-haired man. Is she with child? Chapter 168. I'll let her call you daddy. Soon to be a mother. Luo Yao tenderly caressed Lu Ruan's abdomen, his eyes softening with warmth and anticipation. However, his expression swiftly shifted as he warned Dichen, second prince. Although you are also a match for my sister, the circumstances are unique now. You shall not lay a finger on her, otherwise. His words trailed off. Yet his gaze turned menacing. At that moment, He Juni spoke fiercely, Dichen, should you dare to touch her, I will not let you off easily. He Juni's icy demeanor was chilling as he squinted at the nobleman who towered over him. I do not fear your mother empress. Think carefully before you approach Ruan. And be prepared for dire consequences. He Juni remained silent, his frosty expression speaking volumes. Davidson adjusted his glasses, clearing his throat to mediate the tension. His voice was gentle, yet the message was anything but. Second prince, Ruan is in a delicate condition. As a man, you must exercise restraint and show understanding. Qin Feng also chimed in. If you desire a daughter, queue up. Let us see if Ruan is willing to bear another child after our daughter is born. He paused before adding, in fact, I believe one child would suffice. I wouldn't mind if you treated my daughter as your own, and I'd even allow her to call you daddy. Cough, cough. Lu Ruan nearly choked on her surprise. Dichen's expression darkened for a fleeting moment, but he quickly regained his composure, maintaining the decorum and grace befitting royalty. He scanned the room, taking in the prominent figures of the galaxy, who seemed to regard him with suspicion. Did he appear as if he were a ravenous man intent on seizing a potentially pregnant woman? Dichen remained silent and strode towards the control room. Samuel lowered his weapon, while He Juni sheathed his quantum saw. The other men finally felt their hearts settle. Lu Ruan's pregnancy was temporarily safeguarded. They needed to remain vigilant against the threat of Dichen. Following Dichen, Lu Ruan rushed into the control room, positioning herself between Kudong and Dichen. Darling, we'll arrive in just over 2 hours. If you don't wish to rest in the lounge, you can doze off here. I'll drive slowly. Kudong's peripheral vision caught sight of the additional presence of Dichen. A flicker of displeasure crossed his dark eyes. Turning to face him, Lu Ruan noted Kudong's meticulously put-together appearance and his somewhat aloof profile, exuding a calm and masculine charm. A flutter of warmth stirred within her. And she spoke softly, Adong, you can go full speed. I don't want to sleep, and you drive steadily. Very well. Kudong responded with a light chuckle. Accelerating. The other men, seeing Lu Ruan comfortably secured, had no choice but to sit on either side. Lu Ruan turned towards Dichen, delivering yet another stunning blow to his senses. However, to successfully mark him, she needed to clarify the earlier misunderstanding to prevent him from genuinely believing she was pregnant. Chen, I am not with child. You mustn't heed what Luo Yao and the others say. They're simply too eager for children. She grasped Dichen's hand, gently elucidating. As Dichen turned to her, his ice-blue eyes reflected a serene calm, akin to placid waters. Please don't take offense, she urged, her anxiousness nearly causing her to falter under his tranquil gaze. Dichen, touched by her earnest explanation, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. Cold and refined. I do not mind. Just assure them that they need not treat me like a thief. His voice, metallic and melodious, resonated uniquely. The aloofness that had previously characterized him dissipated. Relief washed over her. Luo Yao, old Sa, Yan Yi, you must cease frightening Dichen, otherwise, I shall ignore you for a week. He Juni and the others shot Dichen a resentful glare. Lu Ruan retaliated with a fierce look directed at He Juni and his companions, who sheepishly averted their gazes, feigning compliance. Only then did she turn back to continue her conversation with Dichen. Do you usually reside in your castle?
Yes.
Do you have a picture of your castle? Indeed. Dichen's long fingers lightly tapped the holographic interface, and instantly, a brilliant light emanated from the device. She instinctively leaned forward. Before her, a magnificent and opulent castle gradually materialized, towering majestically into the sky. The perspective slowly shifted, initially showcasing an aerial view that revealed the castle's grandeur and scale. Then, the image zoomed in, revealing the castle gates, soaring several meters high, adorned with intricate carvings that exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. The walls, crafted from gold and white marble, radiated opulence and solemn beauty. Lu Ruan stood in awe, her eyes wide and unblinking. "Chen, our home may be a bit modest. I am unsure if you will find it to your liking. I am not particular. My castle is vast and somewhat cold. Perhaps a villa would feel warmer." Di Chen gently pressed the button to close the hologram, his gaze drifting from the projection. A fleeting glimmer of desire flickered across his brow. The other men scoffed at Di Chen's castle, lost in their own musings. Qin Feng's gaze was somewhat dazed, his thoughts drifting to his daughter. He envisioned his little Wan's daughter as a beautiful angel. This time, Samuel joined in on the daydream. Surely he would surpass that other man. Given that he was well endowed, capable of planting his seed deeply enough to ensure his progeny would be the first to emerge. A smile broke across Qin Feng's stern and sharp features, his eyes curving in delight, exuding a boyish charm. Samuel, with his alluring eyes, cast a sidelong glance at Qin Feng, silently praying for the birth of his daughter. Generally speaking, it was challenging for men in the galaxy to impregnate women unless they had prepared their bodies. He had sought medication from military doctors on the auxiliary star for quite some time. Surely, this time, Juan would conceive his child, right? As Samuel envisioned the future, Luo Yao could hardly suppress his grin. He believed youth was a form of capital, and he was confident in his strength to ensure his wife would conceive. The three identical faces were lost in their shared fantasies, each displaying the same expression, though they remained oblivious to it. Ke Dong piloted the warship, his attention primarily on Lu Ruan. Research suggested women were more likely to conceive when in a heightened state of excitement. He considered himself physically capable, and his technical skills left no room for error. In approximately half a month, he anticipated receiving news of her pregnancy. As a healer, Davidson was certain that without special methods, Lu Ruan could not conceive. He plotted to discreetly improve his own health while everyone else kept their distance, aiming to be the first to become a father. Chapter 169. He can do everything, except hold a woman. Lu Ruan and Di Chen grew increasingly familiar, drawing closer as she affectionately referred to him not just as Di Chen, but as a Chen. As Qin Feng and the others were lost in their reveries, they suddenly regained awareness, discovering that their battleship had come to a halt above Villa 01 in the new district of Rowell City on Alpha Star. The villa below stood out starkly amidst the cluster of residences, an incongruous sight. While the other villas adhered to the austere designs of government construction, this particular abode boasted a ground paved with golden bricks, flower beds adorned with diamonds, walls entwined with vibrant blossoms and verdant vines, and an expansive outdoor swimming pool newly constructed in one corner. The rooftop bristled with cutting-edge weaponry, its barrels ominously pointed at the villa's entrance. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips. After so many years, the transformation of her home was astonishing. She had never anticipated that they would remodel the villa in such a manner. "Ah, Chern, we have arrived." "My dear, let me take you down," Kadong offered, rising to push open the hatch and disengage the mech. However, before he could proceed, Luo Yao swiftly scooped up Lu Ruan, leaping gracefully into the air as his black wings unfurled, carving an elegant arc through the atmosphere, ultimately landing with poise. Once Lu Ruan freed herself from Luo Yao's embrace, she surveyed her surroundings, only to be met with the blinding reflection of light bouncing off the golden bricks in the courtyard. "Sister, I wasn't accustomed to it at first either, but now I find it quite beautiful." Luo Yao gently covered her eyes with his hands, his voice low and tender. The way her brother called her sister felt uniquely delightful to her. She removed his hands and squinted at the ground, taking a couple of seconds to acclimatize. Then, she lifted her feet to tread slowly upon the ground, her steps resembling those taken upon soft clouds, eerily silent. Curiosity piqued, she stomped her foot, only to find it utterly soundless. "Sister, the ground is equipped with a shock absorption system." Luo Yao chuckled softly, ruffling Lu Ruan's hair, finding her reaction endearingly charming. "Such advanced technology," she exclaimed, glancing around as a gentle breeze caressed her face, carrying with it the delicate fragrance of flowers that invigorated her spirit, while also mingling with the scent of wealth in the air. This aroma was not a jarring metallic tang but rather a pleasing essence that brought her joy. "How delightful," she mused inwardly. Before long, Qin Feng, Kedong, and the others encircled her, but it seemed they were missing someone. As she glanced up, she spotted the solitary figure of Di Qinji still perched at the hatch, devoid of a mech, while Qin Feng and the others hurriedly descended, none paying him any heed. Ah Yao, bring Ah Chen down, she instructed. Sister, I don't want to, Luo Yao replied, his reluctance evident as he clearly harbored a dislike for Di Chenji. Lu Ruan, Alright, I'll go up. Reluctantly, Luo Yao pulled Di Chenji down from above. Upon landing, Di Chenji stepped onto the resplendent courtyard floor. He gazed at the diamond-encrusted flower beds, and when no one was paying attention, he discreetly twitched his mouth before closing his eyes and making his way towards the first floor, eager to escape the blinding opulence of the courtyard. His broad shoulders and elongated figure, accentuated by the blue and gold royal attire, exuded an air of noble superiority that was utterly captivating. With each steady step, his alluring silhouette evoked a sense of ethereal detachment. Lu Ruan watched Di Chenji's retreating figure, an inexplicable sensation welling up within her. After he disappeared through the doorway, she too made her way downstairs. The group, including He Jinyi and others, remained focused on Lu Ruan, observing the warmth in her gaze as she watched Di Chenji. They couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. They pondered, given their wealth and status far surpassed that of Di Chenji, what could it be that captivated Lu Ruan about someone who is merely a prince in name? He Jinyi scoffed, aside from his height. Di Chenji possesses nothing remarkable. He Jinyen remained silent, casting a glance at Davidson before subtly retracting his gaze. Over the years, the brothers frequently resided in the villa, occasionally crossing paths with Davidson, Kudong, and Luo Yao upon their returns from adventures. He had never paid much attention to Davidson's height. Now, however, with Lu Ruan's affections seemingly fixated on the unremarkable Di Chenji, it seemed the perfect time to inquire about Davidson's secret to growing taller. Unbeknownst to Lu Ruan, the thoughts of the men behind her were swirling. As she stepped into the living room, her eyes scanned the decor, which remained unchanged, exactly as she remembered it before leaving home. This long-lost familiarity instantly settled her wandering heart. Ah Chen, allow me to show you the rooms upstairs, she said, addressing the stern man seated on the sofa. Di Chenji stood and approached her.
All right.
A rich scent of ambergris enveloped her, intoxicating and delightful. Upon standing face to face with him at such close proximity, she realized she barely reached his chest. She refrained from tilting her head to gaze up at him, instead casually taking his hand. Di Chenji paused, his gaze falling to their joined hands, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he began to lead her up the stairs. Soft, his voice, rich with a metallic timbre, resonated from behind her. Lu Ruan turned, and thanks to the steps, she successfully caught a glimpse of Di Chenji's chiseled features from a level vantage point, her gaze meeting his profound eyes. What is it? She inquired quietly, her heart racing slightly. While we walk, how many vacant rooms remain in the villa? I wish to set up a study, he said, positioning himself beside her. Their roles reversed as he now guided her forward. I'm not entirely sure. There should still be quite a few, she replied. After being led by him, she soon realized that with each stride of his long legs, he covered 3 steps at once, leaving her struggling to keep pace. Noticing her difficulty, he paused to wait for her, then began to ascend the stairs one small step at a time. Perhaps finding the pace still a bit slow, he simply halted to allow her to catch up. Once she reached the same step, he leaned down, extending his hands to scoop her up. However, this distinguished prince, adept at many things, was evidently inexperienced in carrying women. As he lifted Lu Ruan as if she were a mere piece of wood, her head and feet inverted, with her delicate legs grasped by Di Chenji and her upper body draped over his broad shoulder, she found her head dangling behind him. Her gaze directed downwards towards the steep steps.
Ah!
Her heart leaped, and she involuntarily gasped, her voice cutting through the silence. Just entering the living room, Kudong and Qin Feng heard Lu Ruan's startled cry and quickly looked up, witnessing Di Chenji hastily carrying his wife away to the room.
Dear.
Little soft. I'm coming to rescue you. The two dashed forward in a flurry. The others, including He Jinyi, followed suit, rushing up behind them. As Di Chenji took the final step, reaching the top of the staircase, he turned to find 8 pairs of eyes glaring at him with unmistakable hostility. He gently set his wife down, only to notice that her gaze towards him seemed tinged with a hint of resentment. What is going on here?
Di Chenji inquired.
Looking down at the encroaching group. Di Chenji, have you disregarded the previous warnings? Do you still intend to take her to a room? He Jinye's displeasure with Di Chenji's actions was evident. Why did you carry soft like that? Davidson frowned. He Jinyan's expression darkened instantaneously, his cold stare directed at Di Chenji. Second Prince, this villa is far too small to accommodate you. It would be more suitable for you to return to your imperial castle. Sister, you might as well not keep him. Listening to the accusations surrounding him, feeling the palpable hostility and rejection from the men, Di Qinji slightly lowered his eyelids, pressing his lips together in silence. In such a situation, engaging in a dispute with these men would only provoke their ire further. He decided to wait until their frustration subsided before responding. However, he took to heart Davidson's remark, "Who made you hold soft so tenderly?" His clumsiness in embracing her moments ago must have startled her. Di Qinji, do not dare to draw closer to Ruan, echoed the admonitions like a torrential downpour, directed at him. One only felt a buzzing in her ears. Previously, she had only known that 3 women could put on a play. Now, with 9 men gathered, she could only imagine how many performances they would orchestrate behind her back in the days to come. Everyone quiet down. If you keep this up, I will move to the castle on Dixing with Ah Chun. She interjected firmly. The men fell silent, their voices stifled. The second floor instantly fell into tranquility. She looked up at Di Qinji, who remained composed, his demeanor noble and elegant, unflinching despite the harsh words directed at him by the 8 others. Perhaps this was the grace instilled by his noble upbringing. Even in such a moment, he maintained his poise. In contrast, the others, having experienced different upbringings, could only voice their discontent openly. Once the surroundings quieted, he gazed at her and said, Ruan, I sincerely apologize for scaring you just now. I will not embrace you that way again. His eyes brimmed with remorse, and his posture softened. This gentlemanly apology did not convey a sense of inferiority. Ruan felt an inexplicable charm emanating from this austere man. She smiled softly. It's all right, Ah-chun. I'll be more careful when walking. It's good exercise. She certainly did not wish to be hoisted on his shoulders again. Di Qinji turned to the others. His voice cool and collected. Ruan merely wished to show me the room. I had no ulterior motives. You need not be so hostile towards me. Black Ash Yuan remained silent, and the others followed suit. However, they were taken aback by Di Qinji's composure. Had it been them, they would have dismissed life and death lightly and retaliated without hesitation. Who would dare provoke them? They would settle it in an instant. This second prince displayed remarkable restraint, calmly explaining himself to them. Ah-chun, come, let me show you the room, Ruan said as she took his hand again, leading him down the corridor. Aside from the rooms of the other men she remembered, she opened door after door with her holographic device, giving him a tour. Their figures faded into the corridor. The 8 men at the stairwell exchanged glances. They did not intervene to stop Ruan and Di Qinji, for continuing would only push her closer to him and diminish their own standing. Brother, do you think Di Qinji is putting on an act, or? Black Ashi inquired, eyeing the open door. It doesn't seem like an act. Your behavior just now is excessive, Black Ashian replied, shifting his gaze to Davidson. Come with me. I have something to ask you. He tugged Davidson's arm and led him into the master bedroom. Black Ash Yi and Black Ash Yuan followed behind. Ku Dong and Luo Yao, uninterested, sought treasures they had acquired over the years of exploration, intending to present them to Ruan. Davidson was pulled into the master bedroom, and with a thud, the door closed behind him. The 3 brothers, slightly shorter than him, encircled him.
What do you want?
Davidson inquired, his hands behind his back clutching 3 syringes. Don't be nervous. You've conquered the challenge of growth, right? We want to grow taller too. Do enlighten us. Black Ashi said with a mischievous glint in his eyes, as if he would resort to underhanded methods should Davidson refuse. Davidson looked astonished. You all want to grow taller? Their heights were already above average among interstellar men. Black Ashi retorted. Is there a problem with that? Black Ash Yuan, eager for the secret to height, urged, stop wasting time. Tell us how to grow. Meanwhile, Black Ash Yen remained silent, but his cold gaze and tightly pressed lips hinted at his anticipation. You've already reached your full height. It's not possible to grow taller. The 3 brothers tightened their grip on Davidson's collar, disarmed him of his concealed weapon, and fixed him with icy stares. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Davidson quickly devised a plan, forcing a smile. Are you all certain? Of course. My method for growing taller is rather unconventional. You might not be able to handle it. Just tell us. I don't think you should have to endure such pain. Humph. What have we brothers not suffered through? Last chance. Speak. Or we'll show you what pain really feels like. Davidson struggled to suppress his laughter, retrieving the height-increasing insoles that Lance had made for him years ago. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters, 5 centimeters, 7 centimeters, 10 centimeters, 3 pairs of each for them to switch out. The 10-centimeter ones were originally meant for him by Lance. The others were made upon his request. During his time on XM007, he had indeed used these insoles to grow taller. But after returning to the main planet to extend the Empress's life and solve the growth problem, these insoles had become unnecessary.
Now,
He intended to share this collection with the three brothers, pulling a fast one on them. Here, just these, put them in your shoes. Black Ashy stared at the insoles in his hand, momentarily frozen in disbelief, and after a pause, he exclaimed, "What?" Black Ash Yen, incredulous, looked skeptically at Davidson's feet. "Take off your shoes and see." Davidson suppressed a chuckle. He approached the bed, bent down, and under their astonished gazes, pulled out a 2-centimeter thick insole from the sole of his shoe. "Like this, I've stacked 5 layers. After demonstrating, he quickly stuffed the insoles back into his shoes to avoid revealing the truth. Black Ashia's lips trembled, and after a lengthy pause, he finally managed to stammer, "Davidson, you're incredible." He silently picked a 5-centimeter insole and stuffed it into his shoe. Black Ash Yen chose a 3-centimeter one, while Black Ash Yuan deliberated before selecting a 3-centimeter as well. Chapter 171. It turns out she doesn't like tall men. Wan led Di Chenji on a tour. After he had observed the layout and decor of each room, he expressed particular interest in one on the second floor. "These 2 rooms near the end will do." Di Chenji halted at the end of the corridor, surveying the 2 adjacent vacant rooms. The location was excellent, right by the end of the corridor, with a lovely view outside. "You want both rooms?" Di Chenji clarified. "One for a bedroom, the other for a study." This place was both tranquil and comfortable, allowing him to rest at ease. He could connect the 2 rooms by breaking down the wall, thereby creating a more spacious area. Once a desk was placed in the study, along with a comfortable chair and bright lighting, it would also facilitate teaching her about interstellar history and royal lineage in the future. Di Chenji's gaze grew increasingly profound.
Wan,
Have you made your decision?" he asked in a husky voice. "You mean regarding the election?"
yes.
"I'll think it over." Meeting his earnest gaze made her heart race inexplicably.
Di Chenji,
Not receiving an answer, felt a tinge of impatience, yet he refrained from pressing her verbally. After selecting the rooms, he produced his luggage robot, setting it on the ground and programming it. The robot stood before the shared wall of the 2 rooms, wielding tools to strike at the wall, causing a cacophony of noise to erupt swiftly. Fortunately, the sound was muted outside the corridor. "It's noisy here. Let us step outside." Di Chenji took Ruan's hand, slowing his pace slightly to match her stride. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon them, delineating their silhouettes. In the corridor, 2 figures, one tall and one short, resembled a beautiful painting. Di Chen, tall and statuesque, towered over Lu Ruan, whose petite stature accentuated the layering and aesthetic appeal of the scene. Their steps were light and harmonious, each stride imbued with an unspoken understanding. "Ah Chen, do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" Lu Ruan suddenly halted, tilting her head to gaze up at the austere man. Though her neck ached slightly from the angle, she maintained her gaze. Di Chen, lowering his eyes, chuckled softly, "None. If I had one, it would be for you to occupy that position." Lu Ruan responded with a soft "oh," falling into silence. They continued walking, but as they passed the master bedroom door, someone burst out. He Jinyi abruptly swatted Di Chen's hand away, pulling Lu Ruan in front of him and standing tall,
puffing out his chest.
"Ruan, take a look. Have I become more handsome?" He swept back his ash-brown bangs, creating a slicked-back hairstyle. With the aid of 5-centimeter insoles, he had gained an actual height of 3 centimeters. Now standing at 189 centimeters, he was even taller than Ke Dong, and he imagined her surprise. "Yes, you are indeed much more handsome." Lu Ruan laughed at He Jinye's peacock-like display, stretching out her hands to cradle his striking face, playfully tousling it with admiration. He Jinyi felt a surge of sweetness within, pressing his thin lips against her cheek and continuing to inquire, "Ruan, have you noticed my changes?" Lu Ruan, puzzled, retorted, "Didn't you just say you became handsome? Look closely and tell me where I'm handsome." He Jinyi pressed on, not receiving the response he desired. "You changed your hairstyle. Not that, something else." She touched the necklace around his neck, laughing. "You're wearing a necklace?"
Hey Vinye.
Having failed to hear her exclamation of wow, "Yi, how did you grow taller?" cast a disdainful glance at the still-standing Di Chen.
Di Chen.
"Are you just going to stand there like a statue? You're quite the eyesore." Di Chen, uninterested in engaging with He Jinyi, took Lu Ruan's hand and walked forward. Seeing his wife walking with Di Chen again, He Jinyi felt a pang of urgency. "Ruan, I've grown taller. I can grow infinitely taller, even surpassing Di Chun. Suddenly, Lu Ruan spun around, scrutinizing He Jinyi closely, her heart skipping a beat. At that moment, He Jinyuan, and Davidson emerged from the master bedroom. The four stood in close proximity, with Davidson as a reference. Lu Ruan distinctly noticed that He Jinyi had indeed grown taller, as had Yen and Yuan. Yen Yuan, how did you all grow so suddenly? She preferred her husband at 186 centimeters. 188 centimeters was acceptable, but anything above 190 centimeters felt rather unfriendly for her petite frame. It's all thanks to Davidson, He Jinyi declared. Davidson smiled silently. With Di Chun as a benchmark, the desire to grow taller blossomed like wild grass in each of their hearts, an insatiable abyss. The He Jin brothers resorted to increasingly thicker, height-enhancing insoles. The most daunting aspect was that once they used 10-centimeter insoles and wished to avoid being discovered by their wives, they would be stuck wearing them indefinitely. 10 centimeters were difficult to manage, and a moment's inattention could lead to a sprained ankle. He could already foresee the burdensome lives that awaited them. Natural growth was indeed more comfortable. So it was arson. Lu Ruan sighed inwardly. If they all continued to grow, would she still have a husband under 190 centimeters? Her ideal was a husband around 186 to 188 centimeters. Otherwise, she would have to tilt her neck at an awkward angle whenever she looked at them, inevitably suffering from cervical issues. After much internal conflict, she finally decided to express her thoughts candidly. Could you all please stop growing? I prefer a shorter height. It's easier for conversation without straining my neck. My neck has been hurting lately. Arson, could you give me a massage when you have time? The moment her words fell, the five men exhibited a myriad of expressions. The air fell silent for a few seconds. Davidson, who had been smiling, suddenly froze, his grin fading as a hint of bitterness crept into his heart.
He Vinye.
Realizing the implications of her words, felt his previous concerns about height vanish, replaced by joy. Ruan, I was just kidding. I haven't grown taller. I wouldn't make you strain your neck. His usually stern features broke into a foolish grin as he bent down to remove the uncomfortable insoles. Returning to his original height, Lu Ruan exhaled in relief. Thank goodness you haven't grown. He Jinyuan added, Ruan. My brother and I were just testing height-enhancing insoles for Davidson. His actual height is still 186 centimeters. Davidson glanced at the insoles discarded on the floor, then at his legs that seemed unchangeable, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. Lu Ruan seemed to have an epiphany. Arson, so you only reached 190 centimeters because of the insoles? Please don't wear them. I prefer you at 182 centimeters. Davidson felt as though he had been stabbed in the heart, suffering 1,000 points of damage. Di Chun surveyed the shorter men around him, and then glanced at his own long limbs before finally settling his gaze on his petite wife. He sighed softly. So, she didn't prefer taller men. No wonder they hadn't been in contact for so many years. Chapter 172. She longed to elopement with Di Chun. Once adulthood sets in, height becomes fixed and unchangeable. Di Chun fell into silence, no longer lingering, and turned to head downstairs. Under Lu Ruan's unabashed gaze, Davidson mumbled, Ruan, let us go to the bedroom. I'll give you a neck massage. He didn't want to discuss height in front of the He Jin brothers, who knew how they would tease and mock him if they discovered the truth. Arson, just do it here.
All right.
Davidson extended his meticulously cared-for hands, resting them on Lu Ruan's neck, applying professional massage techniques to knead and soothe her. With that touch, Lu Ruan felt significant relief in her cervical discomfort. Her husband, the director, was indeed multifaceted. She relished this skill and wished he could continue massaging her indefinitely. However, when she turned her gaze, she realized that Di Chun, who had been standing behind her, had disappeared at some point. Arson, I feel much better. I'm going downstairs to find Di Chun. She intended to cultivate her relationship with him. In 3 days, she hoped to win over the aloof Di Chun, and establishing an emotional foundation would undoubtedly help. Davidson smiled gently. Go ahead. You haven't been home for a long time. He Jinyi and the others always take over your room. And it's a bit messy now. I'll tidy it up for you. Thank you, Arson. When Lu Ruan descended to the living room, she found Di Chun seated on the sofa, his eyes gently closed, enveloped in an aura of cold solitude, reminiscent of a solitary, pristine lotus. Lu Ruan settled beside him.
Ashen.
Di Chun opened his eyes, calmly gazing into Lu Ruan's lively dark orbs, his mind swirling with thoughts. 9 years ago, when he was matched with her and realized she was the elusive, sought-after wife, He had used his royal mother's privileges to uncover her detailed information. Viewing her photograph and understanding that she had only bound herself to 9 individuals, Starfield women yearned to have 1,000 bound husbands. Given her superior genes, she could have bound herself to 500 billion men across the galaxy, yet she chose to be forcibly bound to them. He found her resolute nature captivating. At the same time, the mysteries surrounding her background drew him in. After being bound for a month, she took the initiative to contact him, requesting a worship mecca, and even sent him a sweet message saying, "Husband, I love you." The moment he saw the word husband, his heart melted. Subsequently, due to the Empress's health issues, he became quite preoccupied on the Imperial Star and did not reach out to her. Through special channels, he learned that over the years, she had been with Qin Feng on a subordinate star, and aside from the forced binding with Samuel, there were no complex entanglements with numerous suitors. She was a woman of integrity, not prone to whimsical affections. Even before their meeting, his fondness for her had soared. Now, upon seeing her, his admiration remained intact. Beyond the genetic attraction, certain qualities within her captivated him. However, Di Qinji slowly inquired, Ruan, I am quite tall, would you mind? After asking, he felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. Lu Ruan paused for a moment, then sweetly smiled and gently shook her head. I do not mind. I care less about a man's height and more about his inner qualities and grace. You mentioned upstairs that you dislike looking up. She extended her hand and lightly grasped Di Qinji's. Indeed, I dislike craning my neck to see others, and standing beside you makes me feel like a child. However, the stoic expression on Di Qinji's face revealed no change, yet he felt a tinge of disappointment. But you could allow me not to look up. She playfully winked at him and slightly rose, inching her bottom up his long legs. Di Qinji's gaze shifted momentarily, quickly returning to normal. His eyes fell. Witnessing her transform his legs into her seat, her light green skirt draping over his blue and gold trousers, cascading to the floor, creating a beautiful tableau. If I sit on your lap, I won't need to look up. You should learn how to hold someone properly, so I don't have to tilt my head. As she perched on his lap, absorbing his noble aura, she nearly considered shifting away. All right, Di Qinji nodded, his hand gradually resting on Lu Ruan's waist. At that moment, the distance between them was incredibly close enough that their breaths could be distinctly heard. The mingling scent of dragon saliva from the man and the fragrance of orchids from the woman formed a unique ambience, inevitably stirring feelings of intimacy. Her lips inched closer to Di Qinji's stern face, lightly brushing against it. Di Qinji's heart inexplicably quickened. Observing his calm demeanor, Lu Ruan leaned closer to his lips, preparing to kiss him under his lowered gaze. Just as her rosy lips grazed the corner of his mouth, a gentle, magnetic male voice echoed from the staircase, shattering the impending intimacy. Ruan. Davidson hurriedly descended the stairs and swept her away from Di Qinji's lap. Asen,
Put me down.
You stay seated. I need to conduct a thorough examination. The silhouettes of the two swayed before his eyes. As Di Qinji felt the weight vanish from his legs and caught a lingering whiff of her fragrance, he watched her return to the embrace of another man. Her demeanor obediently cheerful, leaving him with a sense of loss. In that fleeting moment, his heart had been somewhat unsettled. After years of binding, beyond mere fondness, he harbored a unique anticipation for her. Later that night, as bedtime approached, Di Qinji's room remained unfinished. She boldly invited him into the master bedroom, while the other 8 men blocked the door, preventing his entry. Sister, you need to take good care of the baby. You can't be near men.
Zuanbao.
You promised to give me a daughter. Little Ruan, you're already carrying our daughter. You can't sleep alone with Di Qinji. I'll give him my room. I'll sleep with you. Qin Feng, unlike Di Qinji, was less particular and had already tidied up his room. All right. You 8 hurry back to your rooms. Di Qinji can sleep on the sofa. Is that acceptable? Lu Ruan, unable to find common ground,
Could only arrange it this way.
Di Qinji, did you hear? Hurry up. As Di Qinji left, his noble figure vanished from the second floor, and the 8 men blocking the master bedroom finally retreated to their rooms. She returned to the familiar circular bed in the master bedroom, still adorned as she had once liked. Warmth filled her heart, though she felt somewhat helpless as her 8 husbands collectively opposed her, igniting a desire to elope with Di Qinji. In the dead of night, she messaged him, Qinji, they should be asleep. Come up quickly. Di Qinji had been reclining on the living room sofa, not asleep, and upon receiving her message, he rose and ascended the stairs. Just as he opened the door to the master bedroom on the second floor, he paused, his steps faltering as he beheld an unusual sight. There she sat on the bed in a sheer white nightgown, the fabric loosely draped, revealing large swathes of creamy white skin, her alluring curves partially concealed. Her exquisite face drowsy yet enchanting. "Why don't I step outside?" "Ah Chun coming quickly." The distinguished man hesitated at the threshold. Lu Ruan yawned, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and called out to him in a hoarse voice. Had it not been for the alarm and the note reading, call Chinji up to sleep at midnight, she would have likely slept until dawn, forgetting the interstellar prince on the small sofa below who had never faced hardship. Upon hearing her, Chinji entered, closed the door, assessed the situation, and removed his blue and gold attire. His tall figure, elegantly sculpted shoulders, defined abs, and mature hairstyle in a misty blue hue, along with his refined facial features, swayed in Lu Ruan's hazy vision. As she continued to admire him, he gracefully settled beside her. The alluring scent of dragon saliva enveloped her, invigorating every cell in her body as she languidly remarked, "Chin, you smell divine." Following that, her fingers glided over his taut abdomen. Chinji's stomach contracted, but as he gradually relaxed, he stretched out his long legs, reclining beside Lu Ruan. With her consciousness still somewhat foggy, she instinctively reached out to trace his face, sketching his brows and eyes. "Baby, lie down." Chinji's voice was low and husky as he grasped Lu Ruan's hand, his ice-blue eyes lifting to meet hers, who was still sitting in the center of the bed, her face marked by drowsiness. When she called him Chinji, he would call her Wan. When she referred to him as Ah Chun, he would still call her Wan. Now, as she softly uttered Chin, he reciprocated with baby. Hearing Chinji's throat emit a tender baby, Lu Ruan felt inexplicably cherished and obediently lay down, turning to embrace his tall form, her face nestled against his chest, inhaling the intoxicating scent of dragon saliva.
Chinji's body instinctively tensed.
Lowering his gaze, he caught sight of Lu Ruan's alluring curves and the deep valley between them, tightening his throat as he diverted his eyes to her abdomen. Those 8 men guarded her as if she were treasure. Could it be true that she was indeed pregnant? After a moment of restraint, Chinji reached out to pull up the loose fabric of her nightgown, covering her exposed skin, then closed his eyes. As Lu Ruan's awareness sharpened, she recalled the plan of capturing Chinji in 3 days. She shifted back slightly, raising her head to gaze at the softened contours of the man illuminated by the warm light, inching closer to him. Chinji's eyelashes fluttered, almost opening his eyes. She gently brushed her lips against his, softly asking, "Chin, are you tired?" Chinji's heart raced in response, feeling drowsy. He dared not allow her to continue, fearing what might ensue. After all, he was a man, and the demands of desire still surged within him. In the past, he had been self-sufficient.
Now,
she is right beside him, yet he finds himself unable to be self-sufficient. She reflects on how her prince consort has scarcely rested since their arrival on the Imperial Star, and thus decides to postpone her flower picking until he awakens. "I'll set an alarm so we can rise early tomorrow," she muses to herself. Chinji feels a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if stepping into the master bedroom was the right choice. "Go ahead and set it," he responds gently. Meanwhile, as Lu Ruan sets the alarm, the men in the other rooms on the second floor are already in a state of chaos. In room 8, surrounded by an array of high-tech equipment and with smart trash bins, lies a slender and androgynous beauty upon a futuristic bed. Suddenly, an alarm blares throughout the room. Ding ding ding. Warning! Target has disappeared from the first floor and breached the protected area. The alarm grows increasingly louder, and by the 3rd iteration, it is deafening. Samuel's brow furrows in concern, and as if the alarm has triggered a switch within him, he jolts awake, his deep green eyes filled with urgency. Oh no! Soft's baby is in jeopardy. He leaps from the bed, not even pausing to put on his shoes, and dashes towards the door, racing to the master bedroom. "Soft, no."
Chinji, come out.
Samuel pounds on the door while simultaneously messaging Hey Junyan, attempting a video call, hanging up, and then notifying his old acquaintance, Chin Feng. Hey Junyan, who had been lost in fantasies of fatherhood and unable to sleep, receives Samuel's message and rushes out of his room clad only in his underwear. The 3 men, all exuding an air of urgency, call out from outside the bedroom. "Soft, open the door." Chin Feng, a light sleeper accustomed to sudden military alerts, hurriedly exits his room without shoes. Ku Dong and Luo Yao, though not notified, awaken due to their ingrained vigilance honed from years of adventure, and stride towards the commotion. Ku Dong, with his bronze-toned muscular physique, and Luo Yao, with his smooth and elegant abs, join Samuel, who is clad in shorts and barefoot, along with the broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted man. Davidson recalls the need to restore his health and forcibly awakens from his dreams, intending to go downstairs for a potion before returning to sleep. However, upon stepping into the corridor, he senses something is amiss and hastily follows the others. Soon, 8 men gather outside the master bedroom door. Little soft. It's too dangerous for Di Chenji to remain inside. Sister, please open the door. They plead anxiously to the woman within. I want to sleep with Ah Chun. Aren't you all tired? Stop making noise and disperse. Comes a faint, exasperated voice from within. Hey Junyan operates the smart lock a few times, and with a beep, the door unlocks. With a click, Kudong pushes the door open. Inside the master bedroom, Lu Ruan and Di Chenji are now sitting up. The 8 men's piercing gazes sweep over Di Chenji before turning to the woman's drowsy face. They exchange knowing glances and, with unspoken agreement, each finds a place on the large circular bed. In an instant, the scene transforms to the dignified Di Chenji cradling Lu Ruan at the center of the bed, surrounded by the other 8 men who squeeze into the spaces around them. Lu Ruan rubs her eyes, her vision gradually sharpening, revealing a plethora of handsome men encircling her. She helplessly addresses the array of charming figures, Ah Dong, Ah Yao, Ah Sun, Yen Yuan Yi, Xiao Feng Feng, and Old Sa. Please return to your own rooms. It's a bit cramped here. The 8 men feign ignorance. They must remain to protect her baby. If they leave, her baby will be at risk. They decide to endure the discomfort for one night, vowing to confine Di Chenji tomorrow. Darling, perhaps I should step outside? Di Chenji, feeling suffocated, is unaccustomed to such hardship in his pampered life. He wishes for fresh air away from these rough men. Lu Ruan swiftly embraces the cool man who attempts to rise. Chen Chen, let them go if they must, but you must stay.
Di Chenji exhalis a soft sig.
Luo Yao, standing at 193 centimeters and aged 32, is introduced. Alongside Di Chenji, who stands at 199 centimeters and is 56 years old, a cold and dignified prince of the stars. Ah Feng, you all must leave. Lu Ruan's voice rises to an impressive decibel level, reverberating throughout the bedroom. The men, embedded in the large circular bed, lift their heads in unison, their deep-set eyes fixed on the now alert Lu Ruan. The drowsiness that once clouded her features has vanished, replaced by a cool, mature demeanor, her eyes harboring an indescribable emotion. A heavy silence descends upon them, and they glance at the sizable space occupied by Di Chenji. Noting the nearly half-meter gap around him, they realize they must remain close to her, yet their bodies are nearly spilling off the edge of the circular bed. After a moment of contemplation, they consider the clean, carpeted floor, free from dust. Little soft, please don't be upset. I'll sleep on the floor and won't crowd you. Qin Feng says, his gaze softening as he lies down on the floor. Lu Ruan's eyes drift towards the master bedroom door, her silence speaking volumes. Luo Yao and Kudong soon follow suit, finding space on the floor, until all but Di Chenji are nestled in the remaining gaps on the floor. Once settled, the men turn their attention to Lu Ruan, but her expression remains stern, showing no signs of easing. Qin Feng glances once more at Lu Ruan's belly before slowly rising. He approaches the wardrobe, his hand brushing against the cabinet door, a flicker of determination in his eyes. After a brief pause, he opens the door and curls himself into the small space within, shutting the door behind him to conceal his overwhelming emotions, feeling inexplicably heartbroken. Despite spending 9 years with her, he feels overshadowed by the presence of Di Chenji, whom he has known for less than 24 hours. The caution exhibited by the 8 men is not without reason. In the starry realm, all are mutants. For interstellar women to safely bear daughters, they must avoid mating with multiple males during pregnancy. For instance, if they have successfully conceived with one partner, any interference from another may lead to a 50% chance of the embryo's demise due to genetic rejection. Di Chenji and the 8 men are genetically incompatible. Should he come into contact with Lu Ruan, any offspring could face a similar fate. However, amidst billions of single men in the interstellar landscape, such knowledge is often only acquired by fortunate men after securing a partner. Lu Ruan remains blissfully unaware, while her husbands are acutely cognizant of the implications. The room falls into an oppressive silence, the atmosphere thickening. Soft, I'm going out now, Samuel announces, rising to face the beautiful girl in the center of the bed. His voice strained as he retreats to his room, sitting on the bed and staring at the wall, where the robot had just warned him of the target breaching the safe zone, unable to articulate his thoughts. In that moment, He feels as though he has aged several years. Within the master bedroom, Kodong and Luo Yao, reflecting on the 9 years since they last saw Lu Ruan, are haunted by the thought that if she were to have no daughters after all these years, this villa, imbued with her essence, would inevitably be reclaimed. The men wandered alone, each lost in their own thoughts. 2 of them suppressed a torrent of unspoken words as they left the house. Her heart now belonged solely to Di Chenji. Perhaps the old could never compete with the new. As they stepped outside, it felt as though an invisible giant hand had tightened around their hearts, causing a suffocating pain in their chests. Years of collaboration allowed them to exchange knowing glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Luo Yao, shall we go downstairs for a drink? Let us go. They descended to the first floor, retrieving the strong liquor they had used to numb themselves during their adventures on the auxiliary star, thinking of her to the point of madness. Cough, cough. Kodong drank hastily, choking on the fiery liquid. The burning sensation in his throat could not mask the disappointment festering within him. Luo Yao, not one for drinking, blurted out incoherently, Kodong, do you think she liked the gems we sent her tonight? Does she even care where she wants to go? The fear of having developed feelings, of having invested so many years only to be crushed by her cold demeanor, weighed heavily on him. The arrival of Di Chenji had left him utterly defeated. Meanwhile, upstairs, He Jinyi and the other 2 were lost in fantasies of fatherhood, yearning for the birth of a daughter. Aware of her short lifespan, they chose not to leave her side, concerned about intruding upon her. They glanced around and ultimately decided to hide beneath the bed. We'll just disappear, He Jinyi said as he quickly ducked under the bed, seemingly genuinely afraid of being seen by her. Lu Ruan felt a sudden lump in her throat, unable to articulate her feelings. Typically, she wore a sweet smile, rarely showing any sternness towards them, knowing that those closest to her could be hurt by a single expression or word. Thus, they devised various ways to prevent her from being alone with Di Chenji, barging into her room in the middle of the night, unceremoniously crowding onto her bed. When she first asked them to leave, her tone was gentle. Only when they refused to budge did she finally adopt a stern face. The first time in many years she had shown them such coldness. She never anticipated things would turn out this way. At that moment, aside from Di Chenji, the bed felt almost empty, mirroring the sudden hollowness in her heart. Noticing Lu Ruan's unusual mood, Di Chenji softly suggested, I'll speak to them. She shook her head, appraising him for a few seconds. Chun, our villa is like this, the master bedroom is like this,
And a Feng and a Dong are like this.
You may be accustomed to the lavish lifestyle of royalty, but I wish for you to adapt to this way of life. She opened her holographic device and sent a message to the group chat. Everyone, come to the master bedroom. Let's have a good talk tonight. Di Chenji watched the entire exchange as Qin Feng, the burly figure, awkwardly hid in the wardrobe, while the ruler of countless lives and deaths on He Ming's star squeezed himself beneath the bed. He felt nothing but shock. In an instant, the past faded away. These rugged men, significant figures in the galaxy, had humbled themselves to such an extent, disregarding all decorum for her mood and their unborn daughter, hiding beneath the bed and in the wardrobe like children. His earlier grievances seemed trivial in comparison. A Feng, come out quickly. A Yen, a Yi. You can't stay under the bed. A Sun, you come up too. After Lu Ruan spoke, the wardrobe opened, and Qin Feng lay back on the bed as if nothing had happened, though he alone knew how bitter the previous moments had been. He Jin Yen and the others emerged from beneath the bed. Lu, do you realize we are better than Di Chenji? A smile finally crept onto He Jin Ye's face. Di Chenji shifted to the inner side of the gigantic circular bed, lifting Lu Ruan and placing her in the safest corner, then lying down beside her, using his body to shield her, leaving a vast space for the other men to recline. Tonight, I will address this matter. Lu Ruan turned her head toward Di Chenji and said gently to He Jinyi, if we cannot clarify this matter, and if your thoughts remain unchanged within 3 days, I will wait for you all to fall asleep and take Di Chenji to a desolate grove to mark our bond. Chapter 175, Their Attitude. Samuel, standing at 191 centimeters and aged 128, was a long-haired beauty from the stars. 10 minutes later, he arrived late, and everyone was present. A family, one bed. She sat upright against the wall, legs crossed. As Samuel settled beside her, his silver-gray hair cascaded over his shoulders, graceful yet disheveled, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes having doubled since 9 years ago. She gazed at him, momentarily entranced. Samuel, lowering his expectations, smiled gently at her. Soft bow, I no longer wish for a daughter. She was taken aback. Why? Samuel remained silent. The other sat up cross-legged, facing Lu Ruan and Di Qinji. Sister, please don't give me that cold look. It makes me uncomfortable.
Don't shoo me away.
Luo Yao, slightly tipsy, spoke in a hoarse voice, attempting to muster his spirits upon seeing her, then rubbed his sharp brow, hoping to clear his head before asking, "What did you want to discuss with us?" He took a dose of medicine from Davidson, shaking off his drunkenness. Beside him, Kudong's face was flushed from drink, but he was lucid, silently awaiting her words. As were the others. After binding with me, you 9 are essentially family, yet all 8 of you seem wary of a Qin, fearing he might harm our daughter? Lu Ruan questioned, puzzled, as she had not even conceived yet. How could Di Qinji pose a threat? Soft, this is actually because. Davidson organized his thoughts, succinctly explaining the precautions for women preparing to conceive a daughter. Is it that your races are incompatible? She gasped internally.
Yes, Di Censi nodded gently.
I called you all here because I want to express that my feelings for a Chun are the same as for you. Please stop trying to prevent me from being alone with him. Knowing your concerns, I still choose to be with him. The matter of our daughter will be left to fate. Should I conceive, I will give birth, and if not, I shall not. Lu Ruan's tone was gentle, yet her stance was resolute. Di Qinji's heart raced at her unwavering conviction. It dawned on him just how much she cherished him. In that instant, a wave of validation and an inexplicable affection surged within him, compelling him to pull her closer. She leaned into his embrace, casting glances at the other 8 men, Ku Dong, Luo Yao, Qin Feng, the 3 from Heijin, and Samuel, who regarded the triumphant Di Qinji with a mix of emotions. They pondered, realizing that although she acknowledged their concerns, she remained steadfast in her choice to be with Di Qinji, her resolve unwavering. Lu, why? Why would you choose this despite knowing all of it?
Hei Vinye questioned.
Yet you say we are no different from Di Qinji in your eyes. This is not favoritism. The others echoed their confusion, including Di Qinji himself. If I were to say that I have compelling reasons for this choice, would you believe me? Luo Yao, perplexed, replied, Sister, I believe you, but what is the reason? She smiled and shook her head. The men, sensing her reluctance to answer, ceased their inquiries, though their confusion deepened, leaving them in contemplative silence. A Dong, a Yao, a Sun, a Feng, Old Sa, Yen, Yuan Yi, and Qin Chun. I wish to ask you a heartfelt question. The men looked at her. Ask away. Your desire for a daughter is so profound that I wonder if I am valued less than an imaginary child in your hearts. I wish to conceive if it pleases me, and to abstain if it does not. Should I choose to remain childless for all eternity, would you relentlessly pressure me into motherhood? Her gaze deepened with contemplation. While she adored children, her self-love surpassed all. Having traversed into this realm, she endeavored tirelessly in her tasks, seeking to savor life more fully and accompany her 9 companions on their journey a little further. She aspired to be the foremost in their affections. Should they, in their yearning for progeny, compel her against her will, she would no longer hold that esteemed position. She opted to relinquish their love, which was tinged with reservations. Though it might evoke sorrow within her, she would rather delve into the sea for wild treasures. If this path does not yield sweetness, she would pursue another, for there are always delectable options to savor. That is not the case, dear sister. My wish for a daughter stems from the fact that you, Luo Yao, are a thorn in my throat, she responded, suppressing certain emotions before shifting her tone. I do not desire either a daughter or a son at present. I merely wish to remain by your side and cherish the remainder of my life. Qin Feng was roused from his reverie. She was a quintessential woman, known solely to Kudong and Davidson, a fact unbeknownst to Qin Feng. He recalled their collective actions over the past 3 days, and a flicker of guilt surfaced on the rugged features of the stoic man. Little Wan, we shall never coerce you. Fret not. In the cosmos, numerous families foster hundreds of children. Our family does not lack for offspring. If you wish for none, that is perfectly acceptable. Previously, he had observed her inclination to bear a daughter for Samuel, and in her willingness, he too felt the allure of a daughter. Hence his eagerness to conceive while guarding against the impending arrival of Di Qin. It had been nearly 30 years in the galaxy since a female child was born. He had faith in his wife, yet she may not be able to fulfill that role. A daughter was merely a cherished aspiration. Without children in the household, their wealth was ample enough to sustain a comfortable twilight of life, culminating in a serene demise when life no longer appealed. Lu Ruan turned her gaze towards the brothers, Heijin and Yen. He Jin's pale golden eyes glimmered with a hint of tenderness, his tone imbued with a sense of authority, yet it was comforting. Ruan. If you choose not to desire, then do not. When she departs, should he find life unbearable, he too would join her. I feel the same, echoed He Jin and He Jin Yuan in unison. Di Chen's voice carried a note of indulgence. My darling, I had prepared myself for a solitary existence, yet unexpectedly, I am bound to you. Children are inconsequential. A smile danced in his eyes as he bestowed a gentle kiss upon her forehead. As his lips departed from her skin, he had already reconciled himself to a life devoid of children. Her earlier words echoed in his mind. Do not obstruct my moments alone with him. Knowing her concerns, she would still choose to remain by his side. Once devoid of aspirations, he now found himself with them. A dong, a son, what about you two? She inquired, inhaling the intoxicating scent of dragon saliva that clung to Di Chen's being, turning to the last two silent men. Their eyes seemed to harbor traces of regret and conflict. Davidson opened his mouth, hesitated, and after a few seconds of contemplation said, Ruan, if you do not wish for children now, then do not. Should the day arise when you desire them, we can procure reproductive cells for conception. He too had relinquished certain expectations, his gaze tenderly fixed upon her. Ke Dong's voice resonated deeply and melodiously. Wife, after being matched with you, our lifelong mission is to care for you. Everything else shall unfold as fate dictates. Lu Ruan's brow softened, her heart swelling with sweetness as the expressions of her husband's conveyed that she was indeed their priority, dissipating any lingering negative emotions. Then perhaps you should all return to your chambers? We shall take our leave, dear wife and sister Ruan. Do rest well. The 8 departed swiftly, no longer interrupting Lu Ruan's repose. She nestled beside Di Chen, and through the gossamer curtains, the faint light of dawn began to seep in. Chen, are you weary?